Marshall Peak, Chapter 4375, Too Fast. Ti Zhang and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had started refining the fifth-order heavenly yin sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yang Kai's Dao seal had been affected by the yin element power in the heavenly yin sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it unless he used something like Tai Yi soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao seal. However, in that case, all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially, they were worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Ti Zhang and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yang Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame, another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yang Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yang Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Ti Zhang put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering, this brat's Dao seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly yin sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining the heavenly yin sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly yin sand. All of them were stunned as this was a fifth-order yin element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually, it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yang Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yang Kai's Dao seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order yin element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people, but none of those people were comparable to Yang Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else just by looking at the speed he was refining the heavenly yin sand. A person with a sturdy Dao seal was able to condense element powers swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now, the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation, he would become powerful in the future, and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Ti Zhang and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the yin element power from the heavenly yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The yin, yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the Yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. However, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Yuhi about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the Yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. Anyone who noticed this aura would be stunned as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had tread the same path, so they were aware that it was the most critical moment for Yang Kai. Before heaven and earth split apart, there was only chaos. It was apparent that Yang Kai was on the brink of achieving his breakthrough. So far, it had only been 1 day since he started refining the heavenly Yin sand. Anyone could see that the heavenly Yin sand, which looked like a swirling galaxy, had lost all its glow and spirituality. That was because the Yin element power within it had been fully absorbed. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was a genius. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to refine a 5th-order material in a day, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. A mysterious power trembled violently within Yang Kai's body. With him as the center, visible ripples were seen spreading out in a regular manner. Since all the power in the heavenly Yin sand had been refined, it turned into dust and scattered with the wind as soon as it came into contact with these ripples. Meanwhile, all of Yang Kai's skin had reddened as his chaotic aura became even more conspicuous. He felt like he had been trapped inside a thick membrane, as though he had returned to his mother's womb. He was restricted in every way, which made him feel extremely unpleasant. Inside his Dao seal, Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers moved in a cyclical manner as they clashed with Yang Kai. Following every collision, he felt his soul shuddering violently. Not only was he unable to make his mind focus, but he also couldn't control one bit of his energy. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as it was only now that he realized how dangerous the process of ascending to the open heaven realm really was. If he wasn't careful enough, he would instantly lose his life. His Dao seal was pretty sturdy to begin with, and he had consumed a lot of divine Dao water which fortified his Dao seal to the point that there was no room for improvement. It could be said that within the half-step open heaven realm, no one was a match for him when it came to the sturdiness of their Dao seal. Every time he condensed a high-rank element power, his Dao seal would be bombarded by that same power. Fortunately, he managed to endure each time. When he finally completed his Dao seal with a Yin element power this time, he realized that the collisions he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to what he was going through now. The powers in his body, except for the 5th-order Yin element power he had just refined, were all high-rank powers. As they clashed with Yang Kai in succession, he felt his body and soul shuddering. Only when the Yin element power collided with him did he feel an almost negligible impact. He had to face such a difficult trial even though he was just ascending to the 5th-order open heaven realm. If he really attempted to make it to the 7th-order open heaven realm, the difficulty he would have had to face would be far greater. It was no wonder that only a small number of people had managed to directly break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm throughout history. Even if someone had condensed the requisite high-rank elements like Yang Kai, they might still lose their life at this last step. As more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's Dao seal, it seemed that it would break apart soon. However, he realized that he was still unable to get rid of this thick restrictive membrane around him, and even his mind seemed to be lost in a foggy state. What was worse, the chaotic aura was increasingly thickening. All of a sudden, Yang Kai came to the realization that if he couldn't break through the barrier after his Dao seal exploded, he would fall into danger. At this life and death moment, he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of yin, yang and the 5 elements clash with his Dao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the 5th order. If he still needed to use a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past, he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that Yang Kai's skin was alternating between red, white, and blue. That was the result of the powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around Yang Kai thickened by the breath. One could see that Yang Kai had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. He was on pins and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Yang Kai would succeed. To the side, Chu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing?" Is it really so difficult to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm? Martial Peak, Chapter 4376, Chaos Breaks, A New World is Born. If this brat can't break through the fog of chaos, he'll definitely lose his life, an old voice was heard coming from one of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters. Ti Zhang and the others exchanged glances as they felt that they had probably overestimated Yang Kai's potential. He was going through so much danger although he was just ascending to the 5th order open heaven realm, so it probably wouldn't have mattered even if they allowed him to obtain a 7th order yin element treasure. Based on their observation, if Yang Kai really attempted to achieve the 7th order open heaven realm, he wouldn't stand a chance of succeeding. The chaotic aura around Yang Kai was so thick that it had engulfed him entirely. Looking from afar, they felt as though he had been covered in a large cocoon that totally obscured his figure. Inside the cocoon, Yang Kai was completely at ease as he silently felt the chaotic aura and the state before heaven and earth split apart. It was as though he had traveled through time and returned to the beginning of history, when there was still nothing but chaos. Just then, cracking sounds were heard coming from his heart as his Dao seal began to shatter. The Dao seal was the very core of an Emperor realm cultivator as it was the essence of their cultivation. When the Dao seal broke apart, it meant that their Grand Dao also started dispersing. If this Dao essence wasn't quickly integrated into a small universe, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, before the Dao seal completely collapsed, a small universe had to take shape. In order to achieve that, one had to break through the chaos by splitting heaven and earth apart in their body, melding the 7 elements together into a new world. At this life and death moment, Yang Kai seemed to be oblivious to the situation he was in. He couldn't help recalling the moment his body was destroyed by great demon god Mo Sheng. It was the final battle between the star boundary and the demon realm. In order to win that battle, all the masters from the star boundary, including all the great emperors, waged war against great demon god. It was in that battle that Yang Kai lost his life under a horrifying attack from the great demon god. If it weren't for the immortal tree, he wouldn't have stood a chance to be reborn. It could be said that he was someone who had died and come back to life before, so he knew better than anyone else about the cycle of life or death. Most other people wouldn't have a chance to experience dying and then being reborn. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he felt that he gained enlightenment. All life starts with chaos and returns to chaos in the end. What is life? What is death? That doesn't matter. One will only realize life or death if he's aware of it. There is no life or death if he knows nothing of it. What is reality? What is an illusion? There are no boundaries in this world. All is a construct of one's mind. As his murmur was heard coming from the cocoon, there seemed to be a spiritual light that penetrated his mind and broke through the thick fog, which allowed him to see a glimmer of the future. At the same time, the chaotic aura around Yang Kai seemed to have been seized by an invisible hand as it stopped churning entirely. Just 3 breaths later, a crack appeared on the chaos cocoon, and soon after, it was covered in cracks. The aura of heaven and earth exuded from it as a brand new world was taking shape, and through the cracks, Yang Kai's own world force began to permeate. Hong! The void shook. The cocoon shattered all of a sudden and revealed Yang Kai's figure. His eyes were still tightly closed as he remained seated with his legs crossed in the void. However, there was a storm swirling around him, which made his clothes and hair flap in the wind. The Tao seal in his body completely shattered, but there wasn't a risk of his grand Tao collapsing. That was because at this exact moment, his newly formed small universe absorbed this grand Tao and integrated with it. Chaos was broken, and a new world was born. At that moment, the illusory image of a small universe manifested behind Yang Kai's back. It was his very own world that had just taken shape. Tizheng narrowed his eyes and spoke up. He actually succeeded. He was puzzled as he could see that Yang Kai was about to be consumed by the swirling chaos just now. However, he somehow managed to break through that fog at the last moment and enter the open heaven realm. He didn't understand what Yang Kai had gone through during that life and death moment. Only Yang Kai knew exactly what had happened. The moment the small universe appeared, Tizheng exerted more power with his eyes in an attempt to peer into it. Unfortunately, the heaven-covering web was still in place, so he was unable to see it clearly even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, Zhu Jiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, she was stunned as she gazed forward with a frown. That was because instead of immediately consolidating his newly formed small universe, Yang Kai actually turned his hand over and revealed a rounded bead. Zhu Jiaoyin immediately recognized that it was his sealed world bead. She knew that there was an independent world inside this bead, but she had never entered it due to it not being able to withstand her immense power. What's this brat trying to do by taking his sealed world bead out at this point? While she was wondering, she saw Yang Kai's body shake as his small universe's illusory image appeared behind him again. Following that, he nonchalantly tossed his small world bead into his small universe. Zhu Jiaoyin's brows twitched as she exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing, you crazy brat?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and grinned at her, just taking a little gamble. Zhu Jiaoyin felt her chest tightening while Bai Qi and the others widened their mouths in disbelief. Their expressions changed when they realized Yang Kai's intention. While they were staring anxiously at him, Yang Kai performed a hand seal and shouted, "Open!" Following his shout, the sealed world bead exploded inside his small universe. The bead had been with Yang Kai for many, many years, and it had helped him overcome numerous dangers. It could be said that the sealed world bead was one of the most important treasures throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, the bead had completed its last duty and detonated following Yang Kai's order. Following that, the small universe's illusory phantom trembled violently because it was suffering from a huge impact that was coming from the collapsed small sealed world. Although the sealed world bead looked like a small rounded bead, it contained an entire world within it. At this moment, it was exploding within Yang Kai's small universe, so the immense impact could be imagined. If Yang Kai was unable to bear such an impact, his newly formed small universe would be destroyed, and he would most likely lose his life. There was no doubt that this was an extremely risky move because he was making a bet on his small universe and the sealed world bead. Once he failed, he would lose everything. However, if he succeeded, the sealed world bead would integrate into his small universe and the benefits he would receive would be inconceivable. Putting the newly formed small universe aside for now, the landmass in the small sealed world was quite expansive. When the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, Yang Kai had collected many of its fragments and stored them inside the bead. Each fragment contained the heritage left behind by a deceased 8-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that time, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters were trying to snatch these Spirit Province fragments. Yang Kai was weak, so he could only collect a few pieces. Usually, even an Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't dare to absorb these fragments into their small universe, unless their aura was extremely similar to that of the blood monster Divine Monarch. The consequences of forcefully doing this would be akin to poisoning oneself. Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it as he had the small sealed world to act as a filter. Over the years, the small sealed world had fully assimilated the aura of those fragments, which significantly strengthened the heritage within the bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai wasn't doing this on a whim. In fact, a long time ago, he had already planned on merging his sealed world bead with his small universe while he was breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Others didn't have such an option, but it was different for him. Both the small universe and the small sealed world were part of Yang Kai's heritage, with the latter having been thoroughly painted with his aura, so there was absolutely no conflict when merging the two. However, the problem he was facing now was the impact that had been inflicted on his small universe after the small sealed world literally exploded. As long as he could get through this trial, he would be able to achieve his goal. The task was as difficult as ascending to the Open Heaven realm. The illusory image behind him continuously expanded as Zhu Jiao-yin and the others watched, their hearts pounding against their chests. Ti Zhang and the others were puzzled as they didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make this kind of scene. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai since the beginning, but after he achieved his breakthrough, all they saw was him toss some kind of bead into his small universe, and then this happened. What in the world was that bead? Although they couldn't look into what was going on exactly, the ever-expanding illusory phantom suggested that Yang Kai's small universe was experiencing an unimaginable impact. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he repeatedly used different hand seals and focused on controlling his strength to stabilize his small universe while merging it with the collapsed small sealed world as soon as possible. Inside his newly formed small universe, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky as a great thunderstorm blew through it, as if it was the end of the world. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu hugged each other tightly as they trembled in the medicine garden. These two petite wood spirits had always lived inside the medicine garden in the small sealed world. When trying to assimilate the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't release them as he already had a plan in mind. Although it appeared even more perilous than when he was ascending to the Open Heaven realm, everything was well within his control. From time to time, Yang Kai would roar as the illusory image behind him expanded and contorted. However, as time passed, things were showing signs of improvement as the illusory phantom became more stable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, everything was going well. The small universe was formed by splitting heaven and earth apart when he was attempting a breakthrough. On the other hand, the sealed world bead had been with him for years, so he was able to control every part of the small sealed world as he pleased. That was why everything fell into place as there was no conflict when merging the two. His Dao seal had already fallen apart as it turned into Dao essence which filled the entire small universe. As time passed, the thunderstorm calmed and the illusory phantom behind Yang Kai stabilized, its violent energy fluctuations dissipating. All the commotion died down. An Open Heaven realm's aura swirled around Yang Kai. That was indeed a 5th order Open Heaven realm master's aura. Every new Open Heaven realm master had to go through this phase, and it would take them some time to fortify their cultivation and consolidate their aura so they could take it out and retract it at will. Martial Peak, Chapter 4377, Small Universe. Yang Kai was now an Open Heaven realm master. He had come a long way and encountered countless dangerous incidents. Finally, he took this vital important step. His emotions undulated in his heart, and as he recalled everything that he had gone through, he couldn't help but let out a long roar to express his excitement. His roar was so loud that the entire void seemed to be shaking. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine his own small universe. Sending his consciousness inwards, the entire small universe appeared in his mind. The first thing he could see was a gigantic ancient tree. The tree crown stretched out like a colossal umbrella and seemed to cover the entire sky. Extremely rich vitality exuded from every part of the tree as it breathed life into the small universe. At that instant, Yang Kai realized that it was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation in his small universe. He comprehended the towering evergreen from his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Therefore, the manifestation of this divine manifestation had something to do with the immortal tree. Upon realizing that there was a shadow beneath the tree, Yang Kai became startled for a moment before looking up. There, a dazzling golden sun hung in the sky. Ka sounded as there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around inside the sun. The shadow under the tree was caused by the great sun's glow. It was the manifestation of his golden crow casts the sun. Yang Kai arched his brow as he hadn't expected his small universe to look like this. Besides that, he seemed to understand something at that moment. As his thoughts flashed, time in the small universe seemed to accelerate rapidly. The radiant sun in the sky traveled across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon as a bright moon rose from the opposite side. The manifestation of water reflects the moon seemed to have cast a silvery glow on the entire small universe, giving it an ethereal ambience. There was a golden wolf standing atop a certain mountain as it howled at the moon. Apart from that, innumerable stars could be seen twinkling in the sky. The round moon was the manifestation of Yang Kai's water element power, while the golden wolf was the manifestation of his metal element power. As for the stars, they were the representation of the heavenly Yin sand that he had just refined. As his thoughts flashed, Yang Kai was able to make the sun and moon cycle in succession. A strange feeling filled his heart as at that instant, he realized that his comprehension of the Tao of time had improved significantly. He had always been a novice when it came to his studies of the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to him having learned the time flies seal, without which he couldn't even have comprehended the basics of time principles. However, after such a long time, he was still considered a beginner in the Tao of time. That was because most of his time was spent on the comprehension of the Tao of space. First of all, he didn't have a natural aptitude when it came to the studies of Tao of time, so it would be quite time-consuming if he insisted on learning it. Secondly, his time was limited, so he had to focus on one grand Tao. There were countless grand Taos in the universe, but while being versed in many had its advantages, mastering one was still a better choice. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tao of time was like a generous elder who opened up to him and taught him all kinds of skills and knowledge, tremendously enhancing Yang Kai's comprehension of it. The reason behind that was the formation of his small universe. He knew nothing about other people's small universes, but presently there were sun, moon, and stars in his small universe. As these celestial objects that moved in an endless cycle, like a flowing river of time. His entire small universe was filled with ample time principles, which was how he obtained such tremendous benefits. There was no doubt that it was a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts continued flowing through his mind, he saw Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sitting together on the tree branch of a certain spirit tree in the transplanted medicine garden. As their heads pressed against one another, they swung their legs and looked dazedly at the starry night sky. While the stars twinkled, they also batted their eyes. Mu Lu remarked, "It's beautiful." Mu Zhu uttered, "It's wonderful." In the past, although the small sealed world was an independent world of its own, they had never seen such a magnificent view before. Now, everything had changed. Since these wood spirits started following Yang Kai and settled in the small sealed world, they had never seen such a wonderful night sky. The sight before their eyes made them recall the time they grew up in the star boundary. Back then, they always loved to sit together and enjoy the mesmerizing night view. Yang Kai retracted his mind and sported a solemn expression. The situation Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were in suggested that his small universe was able to accommodate living creatures, which was contrary to common sense. In the 3,000 worlds, only the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were fully corporeal, akin to real universe worlds. Presently, Yang Kai was only a 5th order open heaven realm master, which was 2 orders below the requisite 7th order. 2 orders was a massive gap that countless cultivators failed to surmount in their lifetime. Although one could slowly cultivate over time, it would take them a painfully long period as well as many fortunate changes to achieve this goal. However, Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the outcome. If he attempted to break through like everyone else, his small universe would have become the same as those of other people. However, the moment his small universe was formed upon his ascension, he integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe, leading to this incredible transformation. The sealed world bead was already able to accommodate living creatures, but due to the limitations of its grade, it was unable to take in open heaven realm masters without the risk of exploding. After the sealed world bead merged with his small universe, the new small universe inherited the characteristics of the sealed world bead. Accommodating living creatures was just one part of that. Moreover, there were sun, moon, and stars inside Yang Kai's small universe, giving it a day and night cycle. Yin Yang and the 5 elements formed into a virtuous cycle. The grand Tao and world principles inside it were incredibly complete. Basically, his small universe was no different from a real universe world. Even the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master might not be as perfect as his. The Great Sun was a divine manifestation he had comprehended after refining the Golden Crow's true fire, while the moon was the manifestation of the water element power he refined from the moon essence. If someone wanted to reproduce his success, they would have to refine the Golden Crow's true fire and moon essence as well. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the Golden Crow's true fire and moon essence, both of which were high-rank materials. One of them was scorching while the other was freezing. Either of them could easily kill a cultivator who absorbed them haphazardly. In the entire 3,000 worlds, probably only Yang Kai's small universe contained the sun and moon that rose and set. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was grinning from ear to ear, Zhu Jiaoyin couldn't help but scoff. Why are you so ecstatic when you've only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm? Can you be more ambitious, you smelly brat? It was then Yang Kai opened his eyes and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for your protection, senior. If Zhu Jiaoyin hadn't tagged along, he would have been dead by now. Since 4 high-rank cultivators were waiting for him in this place, he would have had no hope of surviving. In front of absolute power, all strategy was meaningless. From today forward, I consider your oath fulfilled, senior. Since Zhu Jiaoyin had fulfilled her promise, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Some time ago, he said that as long as she could escort him to this place, her oath would be completed regardless of whether he survived or not. From now on, she no longer had to protect him. Zhu Jiaoyin snorted, "Save your platitudes, this queen is fully aware of that." Then, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and thanked, "Many thanks, senior sister Chu." Chu Huashang shook her head with a bitter smile, "I wasn't able to help you in any way." Yang Kai shook his head, "Simply coming with me is already more than I could have asked for, senior sister Chu." He knew that when she returned to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she would be punished. After all, she had jumped in to interfere when those from Myriad Demons Heaven were dealing with Yang Kai. Since she was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she was in all essence a representative of her sect. Her actions this time had tarnished her sect's reputation. Following that, Yang Kai gazed at Yu He and said, "Please take care of Voidland." A startled Yu He subconsciously asked, "Where are you going, young master?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai put on a smile before he pressed his palms together and pulled them apart as he shouted, "Open!" As space principles undulated, a huge crack suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of another world exuded from the crack. Naturally, it was the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. Ti Zheng was right to say that there was a restriction around this universe cave heaven that would bar anyone below the open heaven realm from entering. Although Yang Kai had found the entrance using space principles earlier, he could feel that there was a force that stopped him from entering it. Upon ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, he realized that the force no longer blocked him. Without hesitation, Yang Kai slipped into the crack as he sent a divine sense message to Yu He. Go back to Voidland and wait for me. I'll definitely bring Proprietress out of this place. Yu He widened her eyes in disbelief and shot forward to follow him, but the crack disappeared the next instant. When she reached the spot, the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi was dumbfounded as well. As they exchanged glances, they inspected the void around them but failed to find the entrance. A pale Ti Zheng said, "Stop wasting your time. The entrance is so well hidden that even this monarch is unable to sense it, let alone you all. The reason that Brat can enter it is that he's a master of the Tao of space. Still, it's a wise choice that he went in alone." Zhu Jiuyin shot him a cold glance. "What do you mean?" Ti Zheng replied with a smile. "The shadowless cave heaven is an extremely strange place where one can enter but not come out. Over the years, many open heaven realm masters have accidentally fallen into it, but no one has ever managed to leave, so no one knows what's going on inside. Although that boy can enter easily enough, he probably doesn't have the confidence to come out again. So, he doesn't want to drag all of you into it. He's just a fifth order open heaven realm master. Does he think he can change anything by going in?" At this moment, he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't achieve his goal of killing Yang Kai, he had managed to force him to become a fifth order open heaven realm master, which was good enough. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises could stop worrying about anyone challenging their status as Yang Kai's future was now ruined. The best a fifth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the seventh order in the future, which was in the same order as them now. Moreover, it'd take Yang Kai millennia to reach the seventh order by ordinary means, so there was truly nothing for them to worry about. Martial Peak, Chapter 4378, On His Own. Senior Sister Zhu, pardon my previous offense. I'll take my leave now. Ti Zheng cupped his fist at Zhu Jiuyin and left. They had engaged in a life-and-death battle just now because they were on opposing sides, but there wasn't any feud between them. Since the issue had been settled, there wasn't a need to be hostile towards each other. Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit after all, so he had to show her due respect. All four high-rank open heaven realm masters turned into rays of light and disappeared from Zhu Jiuyin's sight. They had suffered immense losses in this battle. Other than their own injuries, the over 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters that they had brought with them were either killed or captured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Only 5 or 6 of them had survived. These losses were considered painful for the cave heavens and paradises. It wasn't easy to nurture 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters as it took a long time and countless resources. Yu He and Bai Qi were still looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven as they continuously inspected the area but to no avail. Ti Zheng and the others must have a way to open the portal, otherwise they couldn't have made the proprietress fall into it at an opportune time. There was no way Ti Zheng would tell them how to open it though, so it was pointless for them to ask him about it. After standing around for a while, Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Stop wasting your time. The portal is so well hidden that even this queen is unable to sense anything, so there's no way you two will find anything even if you keep looking." "You cannot sense anything either, senior?" Bai Qi was stunned. If Zhu Jiuyin also couldn't sense it, there was no way he and Yu He could. After a long sigh, he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared and fell into a dazed state. In order to save the proprietress, Bai Qi traveled to Voidland to inform Yang Kai about the incident. In the end, Yang Kai was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master, which basically destroyed his future. Now, he had gone into the shadowless cave heaven on his own, and no one was sure whether he could come out again. All these results left Bai Qi feeling extremely guilty. Yu He stopped making a move as her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chu Huashang came over and comforted her by saying, Junior brother Yang is a man who can create miracles that others can't even dream of. Since he decided to go in on his own, he must have his own considerations and plans. Certainly, Yuhi was aware of that. Just like what Tizheng had said, no one had yet been able to come out of the shadowless cave heaven over the years, so no one knew what was going on inside. Yang Kai must have been worried that none of them could come out if they all went in together, so he decided to venture in alone. As a master of the Tao of space, if he was unable to find a way out, it was pointless for the others to go in with him. "Let's go," Zhu Jiaoyin said. She felt sorry that Yang Kai was forced to become a fifth-order open heaven realm master on this day, and he had even dived into the shadowless cave heaven, so it wasn't certain whether they'd have a chance to meet again. Since she had gotten rid of the oath restraining her, she felt completely at ease now. The problem now was how she was going to explain this matter to Shan Qing Luo when she returned. It gave her a headache just thinking about that young woman rashly deciding to come all the way here to look for him. She truly valued this junior of hers who had a source from her lineage. "You all can go back first. I must wait for young master here," He gently replied. Even though she was unable to go in with Yang Kai, she was determined to wait for his return regardless of whether it would take her a month or a century. "What's the point of doing that?" Zhu Jiaoyin snapped. "Before he left, he told you to go back to Voidland and take care of his sect. What's the point of you lingering here? Voidland is still in its development phase and there is no powerful master to assume command of it now. Mo Mei has to manage the Star City, so who can take care of Voidland if you don't go back? If you really want to help that brat, go back and help him manage Voidland well. Wouldn't it be better if he returns one day and sees a prosperous sect rather than a desolate one?" After a moment of silence, Yuhi replied in a small voice, "Senior is right." Upon seeing that she was willing to listen to reason, Zhu Jiaoyin nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." A while later, the four of them followed the previous route and left the shattered heaven. Then Chu Huashang bid them farewell. Although she didn't represent her sect when she followed Yang Kai to this place, she had indeed caused some trouble. Therefore, she had to return to Yinyang Cave Heaven and receive her punishment. She probably wouldn't be able to leave her sect for a while. Meanwhile, a figure was rapidly shooting towards the territory gate in the shattered heaven. The person's face was ashen as he coughed from time to time. Besides the fact that blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his aura was a complete mess. He was none other than Tizheng. 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters had joined forces to deal with Zhu Jiaoyin, but the result of that intense battle was that both parties had been injured. While Zhu Jiaoyin indeed suffered serious wounds, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't fare any better. Tizheng was in especially bad condition because Zhu Jiaoyin was incensed at his humiliating remarks towards her, so most of her attacks were targeted at him Tizheng during the battle. There were even times when he almost lost his life. With a bitter smile, Tizheng mused on how it was indeed difficult to deal with a mature divine spirit. He was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, but if he were to fight a one-on-one fight with Zhu Jiaoyin, he would probably lose his life within an incense stick. He had never been so severely wounded before. The flesh wounds didn't matter as they would heal eventually. The problem was his small universe. The fierce battle destabilized his small universe and caused his world force to become chaotic. Now he desperately needed to look for a place to stabilize his small universe, otherwise, he would be left with huge problems in the future. His situation was similar to what Bai Qi had recently experienced. The reason Bai Qi got out of danger was that he had consumed a star-gathering universe pill. If there were also star-gathering universe pills around at this moment, it could help alleviate Tizheng's problem. Bai Qi was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so just one pill was enough to fix his situation. On the other hand, Tizheng was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so he would require more pills. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to refine such pills, so they were always scarce on the market. Back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to find an alchemist to refine the pill. Hence, even though Tizheng was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, he didn't have such a pill on him. Furthermore, he had never expected that he would need such a pill one day. If he had only known, he would have prepared one in advance. Presently, he had parted ways with the other 3 masters. He had been feigning calm and nonchalance so that no one could tell how serious his injuries were. However, now that he was alone, he was unable to conceal his condition anymore. His small universe was continuously shaking while the weltering world force caused his blood to churn. All of a sudden, he looked to the side and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Looking up, he saw someone surrounded by demon chi rapidly approaching him. Tizheng stared intently and saw through the demon chi, and upon making out the person's face, he set his mind at ease. When the person reached Tizheng, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." Tizheng nodded lightly, and then he suddenly grunted and coughed out some blood. The person asked in shock, "Are you injured, sir?" Tizheng waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine. Where are the others?" The person said in a bitter voice, "They're all gone. Only I managed to escape. Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had been hunting us down, so we had no choice but to run and hide. When I sensed your aura just now, I immediately came to you." Upon hearing that, Tizheng felt speechless. This time, Myriad Demons Heaven had sent out 7 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but only one of them survived in the end, which was a complete tragedy. He secretly swore that he would capture Black Crow one day and let him know the consequences of offending him. Then he stared deeply at the person and said, "You're pretty lucky." The person before his eyes was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died, but this 5th Order kid managed to survive. Embarrassed, the person replied, "I'm too weak, so Black Crow didn't target me immediately. Perhaps that's why I had a chance to flee." Right then, Tizheng grunted again. Besides from his lips, blood was also leaking from his eyes and nostrils, which made him look extremely miserable. The person exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Still, Tizheng waved his hand. The person immediately summoned a ship and said, "Please board and recuperate, sir. I'll bring us back to Myriad Demons Heaven now." Tizheng nodded and entered the ship. After finding a secret room, he opened the isolation barriers, sat down cross-legged and stuffed some pills into his mouth. As he emptied his mind and circulated his secret art, he tried to bring order to the chaos in his small universe. His injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, so even if he returned to Myriad Demons Heaven, it would take him 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Meanwhile, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven was standing silently on the deck as the ship moved towards somewhere in the shattered heaven. As demon chi undulated, a small part of the fog floated away and revealed a pair of fervent and tempted eyes. Soon, a sense of determination flashed through his gaze as beneath the demon chi, the person curved his lips into a ferocious grin. 1 hour later, Tizheng, who was recuperating in the secret room, became alarmed as he hurriedly opened his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had incredibly sharp intuition, so he was often able to detect danger before it even befell him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard an explosion and the ship rocked violently. The ship had been struck and was about to explode. Upon that realization, Tizheng roared and shot up as he used his immense power to repel the shrapnel around him. Just when he tried to find out what had happened, he felt a violent force coming at him from all directions, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. Even though the explosion was powerful, it couldn't possibly harm him. The reason he fell into such a state was that he had been interrupted while he was in a meditative state. These were no ordinary injuries as his small universe had been destabilized, so he couldn't be interrupted while trying to stabilize them. At that instant, he realized that the condition of his small universe had been exacerbated. Instead of healing, it had actually worsened. While Tizheng looked around in a dazed state, he saw a figure surrounded by demon chi come flying at him backwards. Martial Peak, Chapter 4379, This King is... The person was the only subordinate of Tizheng's that survived. It wasn't certain what kind of attack he had suffered from, but at this moment he was spraying out a mouthful of blood and tumbling through the void like a sack. "Sir, Black Crow set up an ambush," the person exclaimed. Black Crow? Tizheng was both shocked and infuriated. If he were in peak condition, he, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Black Crow. However, at this moment, his small universe was in an unstable state, so he wasn't able to battle against anyone. If he forcefully tried to stimulate his world force, there would be a risk his small universe would collapse, and the consequences would be dreadful. He felt resentful, thinking that Black Crow must be aware that he was in a terrible condition, so the latter seized the chance and attacked him. There was no doubt that Black Crow was a despicable person. After hesitating between fighting and fleeing for a moment, Tizheng gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Presently, Black Crow had many powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working for him, and he himself was a master who had been reborn by seizing another's body, so he probably had a lot of dangerous methods at his disposal. It would be a foolish decision if Tizheng decided to stay, as he might lose his life here. At that moment, he felt completely vexed. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been oppressed by someone much weaker than him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Tizheng suddenly heard a series of gentle thuds, then his entire figure shook as though something had penetrated his defense and reached for his vital points. Following a sharp pain, he realized that it was difficult for him to use his strength, and even his figure had stiffened. A hand had silently penetrated his body from behind and grasped his heart. Tizheng widened his eyes in fury as he was bound to the spot. With difficulty, he turned his head and saw a face that was covered with demon qi, then his expression darkened. The demon qi weltered and cleared away before a smiling but wicked-looking face was revealed. He was none other than Tizheng's only surviving subordinate. It was then Tizheng realized that he had been set up by his own subordinate, which was totally inconceivable to him. Certainly, he had figured out by now that Black Crow was nowhere near, and that it was this person who detonated the ship on his own. "What are you doing, Mo Sheng?" Tizheng asked in a grim voice. "Mo Sheng?" The man chuckled. "You're wrong. This king isn't Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng is long dead. This king is just using his body." "You took over his body?" Tizheng's face fell as he recalled something. Many years ago, a person named Mo Sheng suddenly came to Myriad Demon's heaven and claimed that he was the sect's disciple. However, he accidentally fell into a sealed world and became trapped for many years. Right after he broke free from that place, he immediately returned to Myriad Demon's heaven. However, since the incident took place too long ago, the records from that period were spotty at best, especially regarding a lower-level disciple. Nevertheless, they still found a document from over 100,000 years ago that had some information about Mo Sheng, thus confirming that he was indeed their disciple. In the past, he suddenly disappeared for no reason, and there had never been any news about him since. This was similar to the statement he had given. Moreover, his pure demon qi couldn't be faked, so Myriad Demon's heaven accepted him in the end. When Mo Sheng returned to the sect at that time, he still wasn't an Open Heaven Realm Master, but his aptitude was excellent, so he managed to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven in just a few years. He was then assigned to work under Tizheng. Since they had to set up a locking divine spirit array this time, Tizheng decided to bring Mo Sheng with him. However, it never crossed his mind that he'd be harmed by this person instead of getting killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Tizheng's fury was burning within him as he widened his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" The person replied smilingly, "Do you want to know? I don't mind telling you." Then he sported a solemn expression and yelled, "This king is Wu Kuang, the one destined to conquer the 3,000 worlds and one day become its supreme ruler." Tizheng was so exasperated that he started laughing. "You want to be the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? Ridiculous." He looked at Wu Kuang as though the latter was a lunatic. Usually, if he heard a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master say such a thing, he would have laughed out loud. Nevertheless, at this moment he didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Kuang chuckled and said, "You won't be able to find out whether I'm being ridiculous or not because you're going to die today. Don't even try to use your world force. This king's all-sealing needle is an ancient artifact. Once it's inserted into a person's body, It will seal off his small universe unless he's able to force it out. It seems that you're really severely wounded, otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance to succeed. Tizheng said grimly, so what if you kill me? You want to become the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? That's a pretty ambitious goal. Why don't you release me and let this monarch lend you a hand instead? His small universe was in chaos, so he was unable to surge his power to begin with. Now, his world force had even been restricted by Wu Kuang's all-sealing needle, so he was totally powerless to counterattack. Therefore, he was racking his brain to come up with a way to get himself out of danger. Wu Kuang sneered, do you think this king is a 3-year-old child who would believe such an empty promise? You'll kill me the moment I release you, am I right? Tizheng said, I can make a heart demon oath. As long as you release me, I'll never settle accounts with you. What's more, I can give you a lot of resources for cultivation. As a mere 5th-order open heaven cultivator, without my support, it will take you ages to reach the 7th order. However, things will be different with my backing. I can assure you that I'll help you ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm within 1,000 years as long as you have the necessary aptitude. Wu Kuang shook his head, 1,000 years is too long. Tizheng's face fell as he said, how can you say that it's too long a time to go from the 5th order to the 7th order? Do you know how long it took this monarch to go from the 6th order to the 7th order? I'm not interested to find out anything about you, Wu Kuang scoffed. A pale Tizheng snapped, are you determined to kill me? Even if you kill me here, you won't get any benefits. Most of this monarch's assets have fallen into that brat Yang Kai's hands, so what's the point of you doing this? This was what puzzled Tizheng the most. Even though Wu Kuang had taken over Mo Sheng's body, Tizheng reckoned that he had been treating him well over the years as he rarely reproached him. What was Wu Kuang trying to do by taking such a huge risk to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment? Your very existence is the biggest benefit for me, sir. Wu Kuang looked fervently at Tizheng as he licked his lips. I've never tasted a 7th order open heaven realm master before. I'll enjoy it now, sir. Please do your best to persevere until the end. Following that, Tizheng suddenly felt a horrifying suction coming from the hand that was grasping his heart. Under the influence of this suction force, his blood essence and the heritage of his small universe uncontrollably streamed towards Wu Kuang. A horrified Tizheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture? Soon, however, he shook his head and realized that it wasn't the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Even though he had never cultivated it before, thus not knowing the abstruseness of it, one of his disciples had comprehended some chapters of the scripture before. Therefore, Tizheng had some basic understanding of it. As far as he knew, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was indeed an incredible secret art, but it could only be used to absorb blood essence. There was no way it could absorb the heritage of a person's small universe like what was happening now. Wu Kuang's secret art shared some similarities with Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but it seemed that his was even more powerful. What kind of evil technique is this? Tizheng asked in horror. Heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang seemed to be enjoying himself greatly, as though he was feasting on the most delectable delicacy in the world. Not only did he appear ecstatic, but his voice quivered in ecstasy. It is the secret art that this king devised himself. How does it feel, sir? Upon hearing that, Tizheng was flabbergasted. This person was an extraordinary genius to be able to create such a secret art. Just now, Tizheng scoffed at Wu Kuang for shamelessly boasting that he would conquer the entire 3,000 worlds and become its ruler. But now Tizheng kind of believed him. A person who was able to devise such a secret art was bound to achieve great things in life. It was a shame that he had only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, so the limitations of his future had been set in stone. Wonderful! Wu Kuang guffawed. A 7th order open heaven realm master tastes much better than those 4th and 5th order open heaven realm cultivators. Sir, your power is sufficient for me to ascend to the 6th order. Many thanks for giving it to me. Upon hearing that, Tijing recalled that there were times when several of his subordinates and Wu Kuang went out to carry out some tasks, but some of his subordinates would be killed in the end and only a battered Wu Kuang managed to return. Tijing had only thought that they had come across some kind of danger, but now it seemed that his subordinates were actually killed by Wu Kuang. As he felt the foundation of his small universe leaving him like a flood, and he couldn't help but feel flustered even though he was usually a resolute person. It wasn't like he had never expected to die one day. There was no way a human could live forever, but this kind of death was simply too miserable. Presently, the all-sealing needle in his body had sealed off his small universe, which disallowed him to use his own power as he pleased. If he rashly surged his world force, his situation would probably exacerbate. Faced with this lunatic named Wu Kuang, Tijing realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with him. As his thoughts ran through his mind, he suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Since you want to devour this king's power, I'll give it all to you. Let's see how much you can absorb." Upon finishing his words, instead of trying to stop his strength from leaving his body, he did the opposite and cooperated. As he bore the excruciating pain, he attempted to force the all-sealing needle out of his body while frantically infusing the power of his small universe into Wu Kuang's body. Even though Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was an extremely evil art, he was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Therefore, he was still much weaker than a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and the capacity of his body and small universe was limited. If Tijing could push him over the edge, he might stand a chance to live. Surprisingly, Wu Kuang started laughing like a madman. "Many thanks, sir. Please give me all of your power." As he spoke, a layer of blood mist formed around his body, and even all his 7 orifices started bleeding. It was apparent that he had been impacted by Tijing's efforts. Upon seeing that, Tijing clenched his teeth and continued what he was doing to fight for a chance to survive. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4380, Shadowless Cave Heaven. Half a day later, Tijing fell into a despairing state. Most of the foundation of his small universe was gone. Even if Wu Kuang stopped sucking his strength now, his cultivation would definitely regress, and it would take him countless years to restore it, if that was even possible. On the other hand, Wu Kuang had swollen significantly after absorbing so much power, now looking like a giant fatty. World force could be seen spurting out from his pores and bringing with it streams of blood, which formed a thick layer of blood mist around his body. It seemed that he would explode at any moment due to his inability to contain so much power, but in reality, he didn't seem to have the intention of stopping as he still madly used his heaven-devouring battle law to absorb Tijing's power. Furthermore, as time passed, Wu Kuang's aura increased rapidly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since Wu Kuang ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm. This amount of time was normally only enough for a cultivator to stabilize his cultivation, but presently, Wu Kuang seemed to be at the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm as he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Upon seeing that, Tijing was horrified. What kind of evil technique is this heaven-devouring battle law? Does it even allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation without any drawbacks? Without saying a word, Wu Kuang madly circulated his heaven-devouring battle law and greedily absorbed the last remnants of the 7th-order cultivator's small universe. This kind of chance was extremely hard to come by. Even though he had done similar things before, the ones he targeted had always been 4th and 5th-order open heaven realm masters. Now that there was such a great chance, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. In fact, it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he managed to have this chance. If Yang Kai hadn't brought a mature divine spirit with him that severely injured Tijing, Wu Kuang's sneak attack wouldn't have been successful. It never crossed his mind that Yang Kai would manage to cause such a massive stir in the 3,000 worlds just several decades after they separated, even becoming the Lord of Voidland. It was true that a talented person would never fall into oblivion wherever he went. 3 days later, Wu Kuang stopped circulating his secret technique and took a deep breath to suppress his weltering vitality. After 3 days of continuous absorption, he had swollen tremendously. From afar, he looked more like a balloon than a person. Blood was still streaming out of his 7 orifices as the blood mist swirled around him. However, his aura was already much stronger than when he started. There was no doubt that he had reached the peak of the fifth order open heaven realm. On the other hand, Tizheng's breathing was extremely weak. His gaze was listless and his figure had withered as his small universe had been completely drained. Presently, he was already on his last legs. Even if Wu Kuang decided not to kill him, he would soon die. "Do you have any last words?" Wu Kuang asked in a grim voice. Without saying a word, Tizheng stared fixedly at him. Wu Kuang nodded. "Farewell then, sir." Then he landed a palm on Tizheng, who exploded into dust and went with the wind. The fact that a seventh-order open heaven realm master fell into such a state was truly miserable. After killing Tizheng, Wu Kuang immediately shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. Soon he found a spirit province and snuck into it. Then he set up a number of spirit arrays that could conceal his presence and set the spirit province moving towards his destination. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the power he had just absorbed. He was extremely full now, so it would take him a long time before he could digest it all. When he stepped out of seclusion next, he would be a sixth-order open heaven realm master. He was the one who had created the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds, he had modified and improved it several times. With this heaven-defying secret art in his hands, he could just drain the powers of some open heaven realm masters to increase his cultivation, which was why he disregarded Tizheng's promise to him. Just like what Wu Kuang had said, 1,000 years was too long for him. If he wanted to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, he just had to look for his own chances instead of waiting for others' help. Under the gray sky, there was a barren land that was filled with death chi. The principles and world force in this place seemed broken and incomplete. Is this the shadowless cave heaven? Presently, Yang Kai was standing on a barren mountain as he looked around with a frown. Compared to the blood monster cave heaven, the shadowless cave heaven was too dreary. Although the blood monster cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, it had a lot of different biomes and sceneries. However, the shadowless cave heaven was extremely desolate as far as the eye could see, which puzzled Yang Kai greatly. This was the first place he landed after he passed through the void and entered the shadowless cave heaven. Since there was a portal, one should theoretically be able to go in as well as come out. However, after scanning his surroundings for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to detect any space principle fluctuations nearby, let alone find the entrance where he had just passed through. In other words, if he wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven, he had to look for a different exit. Where's Proprietress? Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. Nevertheless, since the shadowless cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, its landmass shouldn't be comparable to a true universe world. As long as Proprietress was here, he would find her one day. Before he even moved though, Yang Kai suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction, only to see some figures rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, they already reached him. There were 3 people in total. Their auras suggested that they were all open heaven realm masters, with the leading one being a middle-aged man in the 5th order, then there was a 4th order woman and a 3rd order young man. At first glance, they looked like they were a family of some kind. However, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, it was impossible to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't be sure that they were indeed related. He was just trying to look for the proprietress when he came across these people, which elated him. Obviously, he had caused some disturbance when he entered this place, which attracted these people. Before Yang Kai could ask anything, the middle-aged man sized him up and asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Yang Kai saw no reason to deny it, so he simply nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "Judging from your aura, you seem to have just broken through." Yang Kai's aura was too conspicuous as he was unable to completely control it yet. Anyone who wasn't blind could easily tell that he was a newly promoted open heaven realm master. Yang Kai nodded again, "Indeed." Such a shame. The middle-aged man shook his head while the woman and the young man behind him appeared sympathetic. It was truly miserable that Yang Kai had fallen into this place not long after he entered the open heaven realm. After comparing their own experiences to Yang Kai's, they felt less frustrated now. At the very least, they only accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven many years after they entered the open heaven realm. "What's your name, senior brother?" Yang Kai cupped his fist at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, "Ma Tian Yuan." "So it is senior brother Ma." Yang Kai flashed a smile at him. "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing. Would it be all right if I ask you some questions?" A curious Ma Tian Yuan gazed at him and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I'm looking for 3 people," Yang Kai replied. "They arrived in this place half a year ago. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is a 6th order master while the 2 men with her are in the 5th order. One of the men wears a big apron with a slaughter character on it while the other has a pair of arrogant-looking eyes that makes you want to punch him on sight." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Ma Tian Yuan narrowed his eyes while the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master woman and the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master young man exchanged glances. It seemed that the proprietress was indeed in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, Ma Tian Yuan and the others seemed to recognize her, chef, and accountant. If not, they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. "Ha! So, you're close to that madam, junior brother?" Ma Tina Yuan suddenly laughed. An elated Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where they are, senior brother Ma?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, I do. They're guests in our unrivaled guild which is not far away from this place. If you want to see them, this Ma can lead the way for you." A grateful Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, senior brother Ma. Don't mention it. That madam is unrivaled guild's honored guest. Since you're close to her, you're also our guest. This way, please." Ma Tian Yuan extended his hand towards a particular direction. After thanking him one more time, Yang Kai followed him and afterwards was followed closely by the woman and the young man. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior brother Ma, it's my first day here, so I know nothing about this place. What kind of place is this unrivaled guild? Is it your great force?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "I wouldn't dare to say that. The 3 leaders of Unrivaled Guild are all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while this Ma is only a 5th Order. I'm just someone who works for the leaders, so I wouldn't dare to say that Unrivaled Guild belongs to me." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "There are 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild." There were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in all of Voidland. Throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, it was rare for any second-class Great Force to have 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The woman couldn't help but add, Big Brother Ma was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past. An astounded Yang Kai turned to look at Ma Tian Yuan. "Since you managed to reach the 6th Order, how did you end up in the 5th Order?" Ma Tian Yuan appeared dejected as he shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's a long story. You've just come to the shadowless cave heaven, so you have no idea about the environment here. You'll soon find out how dangerous this place is soon enough. By the way, how did you fall into this place?" "I came here looking for someone," Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, the 3 people sported awkward expressions. Ma Tian Yuan asked, "Are you looking for that madam?" Yang Kai nodded. Ma Tian Yuan tooted, "You've come all the way here to look for her? Do you know that no one has ever left this shadowless cave heaven before? Once you fall into this place, you'll never be able to escape." "I did hear about that," Yang Kai nodded and put on a smile. "However, I believe that as long as there's a will, we'll be able to find a way out." There was an admiring look on Ma Tian Yuan's face. "Those 3 people must be very important to you." Yang Kai smiled gently. "That woman is called Yuhi. She's my elder sister, so she's certainly important to me." "I see." Ma Tian Yuan nodded upon hearing that. Yang Kai went on to say, "Elder sister Yuhi has done me a lot of favors. Without her support, I couldn't have achieved anything in this life." Ma Tian Yuan praised him by saying, "You're a righteous man who knows how to repay favors. This Ma is more than happy to become friends with someone like you." Why did you stop walking suddenly, junior brother?" He was puzzled at the sight of Yang Kai stopping in his tracks all of a sudden. As their eyes met, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him with a meaningful gaze. "That elder sister that I'm looking for is not named Yuhi," Yang Kai said slowly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4381, You just became a fifth order. Ma Tianyuan asked with a frown, "What do you mean, junior brother?" Yang Kai replied with a faint smile, "You said that the three of them are honored guests in your unrivaled guild, so it's impossible that you don't even know their names. You're a fifth order open heaven realm master, so you're supposed to hold an important position in your sect. The fact that you know nothing about them shows that they're not in your sect." As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Since they're not in your sect, what are you trying to achieve by luring me to that place?" Ma Tianyuan explained, "You misunderstand, junior brother. That madam is indeed a guest in our sect, but it's the three chiefs who received her, so this ma doesn't know her name. Is there still a need to hide anything at this point?" Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. After a moment of silence, Ma Tianyuan sighed and said, "Since you've already realized it, this ma will drop the pretense. That's right. That madam is not in unrivaled guild." "Where is she?" Yang Kai demanded. Ma Tianyuan shook his head. "I don't know. Half a year ago, I did meet those three. The three chiefs wanted to invite her to join unrivaled guild, but she refused and left with her people. I don't know where she is now. However, I heard that the people from Profound Yang Mountain are trying to hunt them down. Perhaps they've been captured by now. There's also a possibility that they're dead." "Profound Yang Mountain?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Ma Tianyuan explained, "There are three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven: Profound Yang Mountain, Unrivaled Guild, and Twin Spirit Island. Each great force has several sixth-order open heaven realm masters, and we usually don't interfere in each other's affairs." "Why do those from Profound Yang Mountain want to hunt them down?" Yang Kai asked. Ma Tianyuan replied, "There are rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. The environment in this place is hostile and it lacks all cultivation resources. Therefore, every newcomer will be asked to join one of the forces and hand over their cultivation resources." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, "Is this the reason you want to take me to Unrivaled Guild?" Ma Tianyuan nodded frankly, "That's right. Although you've just entered the fifth order open heaven realm, you must have some resources with you. Once you join Unrivaled Guild, your things will be ours. Your friends are pretty powerful, so they should have some good things on them. Hence, it is expected that they are being targeted by those from Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, the second mountain lord is a lascivious man, and that madam is quite alluring. It isn't surprising that he'd lust after her." "Profound Yang Mountain," Yang Kai sneered. The proprietress was in the sixth order open heaven realm, and after many years of accumulation, she had reached its peak. Basically, the only reason she wasn't breaking through to the seventh order was due to her heart demon oath. On the other hand, chef and accountant were newly promoted fifth order masters. Even though the people from Profound Yang Mountain were powerful, they probably couldn't harm the proprietress. Therefore, she should be safe for now. The most important thing for Yang Kai now was to look for them. Ma Tianyuan went on to explain, "Junior brother, I'm inviting you to Unrivaled Guild not entirely for your resources. I'm also doing this for your own good." Yang Kai scoffed, "That's a pretty novel statement." Ma Tianyuan said, "The shadowless cave heaven is a hostile place. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you won't be able to survive." Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Ma Tianyuan shook his head, apparently not wanting to explain. "You'll find out what I mean after you stay here for some time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them whether this ma is lying." The fourth order open heaven realm woman sighed and said, "Senior brother Ma is right. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you'll probably lose your life within a few years. This mistress suffered a setback when she fell into the shadowless cave heaven. It took me a long time before I recovered." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai snorted. Although the woman appeared sincere and didn't seem to be lying, these three were from the same sect in the end. There was no guarantee that they hadn't come up with a fabricated story beforehand, so Yang Kai wouldn't readily believe her. Ma Tianyuan continued trying to persuade him. In comparison, joining Unrivaled Guild is the best option because you only have to contribute 60% of your resources, meaning you get to keep 40%. If you join Profound Yang Mountain or Twin Spirit Island, you'll have to give up 70 to 80%. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not interested in joining your Unrivaled Guild. The only reason I've come all the way here is to look for my friends. Ma Tianyuan said grimly, what's the point of you being obstinate, junior brother? You've just broken through, and your aura isn't even stable yet, so this Ma doesn't want to make a move on you. Therefore, you'd better comply. Yang Kai shot him a glance. What if I say no? After a sigh, Ma Tianyuan said, resources are scarce in this damned place. In order to cultivate, I have no choice but to offend you even if you say no. Don't worry, junior brother. This Ma isn't a ruthless person. As long as you're not too stubborn, I won't kill you. Yang Kai chuckled, I will spare your life as thanks for your consideration. Ma Tianyuan's expression darkened. It seems that you won't cry until you see your coffin. He waved his hand and bellowed, make your move then. As soon as he finished his words, he pushed his hand out at Yang Kai. A thick world force blasted out from his palm as though the pressure of an entire world descended upon the latter. Meanwhile, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man used their secret techniques at the same time and attacked Yang Kai. It was apparent that Ma Tianyuan didn't have the intention of killing Yang Kai, otherwise, he could have directly summoned his artifact. He was originally a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master, but due to some unfortunate events in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, his cultivation regressed to the Fifth Order. Despite that, he was still one of the top cultivators in the same order. Faced with a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm master like Yang Kai, he didn't need to go all out. There was a stark difference between the amount of time they had spent accumulating strength, so their heritages were naturally dissimilar. Confronted by three powerful Open Heaven masters, Yang Kai would have fled in the past. Although he had killed a number of low-rank Open Heaven masters, he had to exert all his strength and resort to his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun each time he did so, to say nothing of the fact that he was faced with three Open Heaven Realm masters at this moment, one of them in the Fifth Order. However, things were different now. Presently, he was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Masters, but he was different from others in this realm. After his small universe formed in his body, he also merged it with his small sealed world. The small sealed world had devoured a lot of the fragments from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and digested that heritage. In other words, some of the heritage from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had turned into the capital of Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, Yang Kai wanted to test the limits of his new strength. Therefore, instead of fearing these three, Yang Kai's fighting spirit had been ignited as his eyes turned fervent. Assuming a combat stance, his small universe began exuding world force, and with a wave of his arm, two moon blades shot out. Both gigantic moon blades contained a rich world force as they clashed with the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man. At that instant, two people were heard screaming as the woman and the young man were sent flying away while spraying blood. The woman was in a better condition as only her clothes were cut open, revealing a patch of her fair skin. On the other hand, the young man was severely injured as he was almost cut in two. However, this kind of injury wasn't lethal to an Open Heaven Realm master, so he just needed some time to recuperate. Yang Kai easily broke through their blockade with a wave of his hand. Ma Tianyuan was stunned as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to still be capable of dispatching his subordinates under his pressure. At that moment, he felt both ashamed and furious as the world force on his palm thickened. After turning around, Yang Kai pushed out his palm. Following a loud boom, both of them staggered backwards. It wasn't until they moved back nearly 300 meters that they managed to stabilize themselves. Upon trading moves, they realized that they were equally matched. Across from Yang Kai, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Was the person before his eyes really a new fifth-order open heaven realm master? When their palms came into contact earlier, Ma Tianyuan could feel that the other party's world force was just as rich and powerful as his, and the outcome of the exchange proved that. But how could that be? He had fallen from the sixth order to the fifth order, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, there shouldn't be anyone in the fifth-order open heaven realm that was a match for him. However, the young man before his eyes was. Did you really just break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm? Ma Tianyuan asked in horror and disbelief. Indeed, Yang Kai took a deep breath as he was drowned in an indescribable feeling of joy. Was this the power of the open heaven realm? He felt as if he could draw on an infinite power from his small universe. It was as though he was able to tear the world apart simply by raising his hand. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan was still in disbelief. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated conspicuously, so it was apparent that he had indeed just achieved an ascension, otherwise, he would be able to control his own aura. He was already so powerful just after breaking through, so what heights would he achieve in the future if he was given enough time? The notion terrified Ma Tianyuan. How can someone so extraordinary exist in this world? You haven't fully used your power, right? Yang Kai grinned at him. While Ma Tianyuan sported a solemn expression, Yang Kai went on to say, "What a coincidence. I haven't fully used all my strength either. You should probably stop holding back, otherwise, you might get hurt." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai shot forward and directly appeared in front of Ma Tianyuan. The next moment, Ma Tianyuan felt an immense world force pressing against him, and when he lifted his gaze, he saw a palm flying at his chest. An infuriated Ma Tianyuan roared and no longer dared to hold back, fully mobilizing the strength of his small universe, pouring out as much world force as he could. Hong hong hong. Explosive sounds were heard as the surrounding space shook. Immense world force permeated the region as two figures clashed, stirring up a great storm. Sometimes they met in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Mountains collapsed around them as fissures opened in the ground. Wonderful! Wonderful! Yang Kai's expression was like that of a madman as he cried out in excitement. He thrust out his palms in quick succession in order to vent the joy he felt in his heart. Ma Tianyuan was shocked by how crazy Yang Kai appeared, thinking that the young man was some kind of battle maniac who only wished to fight until one of them died. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Faced with the storm of attacks, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had or he would be seriously wounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4382, The Wind is Coming. After trading more than 100 moves, Ma Tianyuan felt his small universe begin to shake. Meanwhile, the world force coming from the other party increasingly thickened with every move, like there wasn't an upper limit to his output. Flabbergasted, Ma Tianyuan didn't dare to hold back anything. He began using his secret techniques and even summoned his fifth-order artifact. Despite that, he realized that he was still no match for the other party. Is this guy really human? A horrified Ma Tianyuan speculated that Yang Kai wasn't a newly promoted fifth-order open heaven realm master at all. He had never seen any new fifth-order master who possessed such immense power. This young man must have spent hundreds if not 1,000 years of accumulation in his current order. The aura he exposed must have just been a camouflage. What a devious man! Although Ma Tianyuan was utterly vexed, he had to admit that his opponent was truly incredible. Despite the fact that he had fallen from the sixth-order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to defeat or at least match anyone in the fifth order. However, not only had he come across such an opponent on this day, but he was even at a disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. Stop! Ma Tianyuan bellowed after trading one more move with his opponent. Due to the scarcity of resources in the shadowless cave heaven, unnecessary fights were pointless as it would only increase one's consumption of power. When the people in this place came across one another, they wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a need for it. Therefore, upon realizing that Yang Kai was so powerful, Ma Tianyuan decided to stop fighting. However, Yang Kai ignored him. It was the first time he bumped into an opponent in the same order since he broke through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, which was why he wanted to test out his power. In fact, he hadn't used any secret techniques after his initial 2 moon blades and had merely been drawing out the power of his small universe to battle against his opponent. He wanted to make use of this battle to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. While they were locked in an intense battle, the woman and young man watched in horror from the side. They were respectively in the 4th and 3rd order, but they were easily defeated by their opponent in the opening moments of the battle. Furthermore, they were totally powerless to intervene in the current fight. Such a fierce battle seemed to have surpassed the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps it wasn't far from a battle between 6th Order masters. All of a sudden, the woman sported a solemn expression and scanned her surroundings. Then she yelled at Ma Tianyuan, "The wind is coming, senior brother Ma." Ma Tianyuan, who was already exhausted from dealing with Yang Kai, appeared horrified upon hearing that. Hurriedly, he made a feint in an attempt to withdraw from the battlefield. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't grant his wish. Such an intense battle was able to help him rapidly stabilize his cultivation, which was greatly beneficial to him. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was relentless, a shocked and furious Ma Tianyuan bellowed, "The wind is coming. Stop right now." A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What wind?" Judging from Ma Tianyuan's tone and the woman's expression, Yang Kai reckoned that this wind must be unusual. That was because the 3 of them sported terrified expressions as though they were truly afraid of what was coming. However, Yang Kai was a newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven, so he had no idea what this wind was. Ma Tianyuan was resentful of him, so he wasn't willing to explain anything to him and simply said through clenched teeth, "You'll soon experience what kind of wind it is." After he finished his words, the artifact in his hand suddenly shone brightly. As he infused all of his power into the artifact, he attempted to smash it down on Yang Kai's head. There was no doubt that Ma Tianyuan had exerted all of his force with this attack, so Yang Kai wouldn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Seizing the chance, Ma Tianyuan leaped away and yelled, "Run!" Following this, he rushed in a particular direction. The woman took a long glance at Yang Kai before she supported the young man's weight and fled in the same direction. Yang Kai frowned and looked at their retreating figures without any intention to pursue them. Then he looked down at his hands and slowly balled up his fists. If he had this kind of power back then, he wouldn't have to hide and only make use of 9 heavenly layers grand array to fend off his enemies, which was all he could do when the 100 Sects Alliance attacked Voidland. If he had this kind of power at that time, he wouldn't have been powerless to counterattack when he was besieged by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union just outside of Void territory. Presently, he finally had power of his own. In the 3,000 worlds, a person would never be regarded as important if they weren't even an Open Heaven Realm Master. The starting point of the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm was a letdown as he had spent many years trying to directly become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, instead of endlessly waiting for a dream that might not even come true, the power in his hands now was far more real. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't regret the decision he had made. If the battle earlier went on, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill Ma Tianyuan even though he would be slightly injured as a cost. Nevertheless, there was no blood feud between them, so it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to be so merciless. However, after the battle, he had a more direct understanding of his current strength. Just then, he felt a breeze whisking across his face like an invisible hand fiddling with his hair. Wind was indeed blowing. Yang Kai carefully inspected the wind but didn't find anything strange about it, so he wondered why Ma Tianyuan and the others appeared terrified just now. At the mention of the wind, all of their expressions changed drastically, and Ma Tianyuan had chosen to trade injuries with him to create an opening to withdraw. As Yang Kai shook his head, he identified a direction and stepped forward. Ma Tianyuan had met the proprietress and the others, but he had no idea where they were now. On the other hand, the people from Profound Yang Mountain were hunting them down. Yang Kai had a feeling that he could find some clues by heading to Profound Yang Mountain and asking them about it. Nevertheless, he had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was. At that moment, he regretted that he hadn't asked Ma Tianyuan and the others about its location first. The wind was rapidly intensifying. It was still a breeze just a moment ago, but now, a gale lifted all the sand into the air, which made it impossible for Yang Kai to see clearly. It was then he realized why the shadowless cave heaven was so desolate. Given such a hostile environment, it would be strange if this place was fertile. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a regular storm, but the problem was that the wind was extremely strange as it was able to sneak into a person's flesh, which made him feel an excruciating pain all over his body, as though he had been repeatedly cut with countless knives. Besides that, the wind could even penetrate his small universe. It was only as Yang Kai checked on his small universe that his expression changed as he realized that the wind had caused the place to descend into chaos. Even the foundation of his small universe was being damaged by this gale. At that instant, he was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe there was such horrifying wind in this world. Then, he recalled that the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman had mentioned that Ma Tianyuan was originally a Sixth Order master, but due to some unfortunate events, he regressed to the Fifth Order. It seemed that the incidents must have something to do with this strange wind. Not only was this wind excruciatingly painful, but it was also able to grind down an Open Heaven Realm master's small universe, draining their world force and damaging their foundation. It wouldn't matter if this only happened once or twice, but if a person had to endure this repeatedly, the heritage of their small universe would be permanently weakened, and their order would drop. That should be how Ma Tianyuan fell to the Fifth Order. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gale intensified to the point where Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. Quickly summoning his Azure Dragon Spear, he dug a deep hole in an attempt to seek refuge underground. However, it was futile. Even though he dove several thousand meters below the surface, the wind seemed almost immaterial and penetrated the earth, infiltrating his small universe in the process. It seemed that there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that was safe from this wind. Of course, there must be places in the shadowless cave heaven where one could evade the wind, otherwise, all the Open Heaven Realm masters in this place would have been killed following the collapse of their small universes. At the very least, the places where the three great forces were based must be safe zones. The gale didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Even though Yang Kai was trying his best to resist underground, his efforts proved useless. He could only bear this unspeakable pain while praying that the eerie wind would soon pass. The wind disappeared as abruptly as it came, vanishing an hour later. When Yang Kai climbed out of the hole he had dug, he was completely battered. Not only was his hair a mess, but his skin was also covered in cuts. These flesh wounds didn't matter as he could recover quickly given the resilience of his physique. However, the loss of heritage in his small universe pained his heart. The environment in the small universe didn't change as the sun and the moon still moved cyclically. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could detect that the heritage in his small universe had been reduced by about 10%. In other words, if he came across the same kind of wind 10 times, his small universe would destabilize and collapse, killing him. The immense loss pained him more than the injuries on his body. It would take him a very long time before he could restore this 10%. In other words, the gale had wiped away years of hard cultivation. What was that wind? Why was it so strange? After stuffing a handful of Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai carefully examined his small universe. It was the first time he refined Open Heaven pills since he ascended to the Open Heaven realm. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, the medicinal efficacies streamed into all his organs and turned into world force, which was used to replenish the heritage of his small universe. A handful of pills were fully refined after just a few breaths, which astounded Yang Kai. It was no wonder that Open Heaven Realm masters required a lot of cultivation resources. Given this rate, he was able to refine more than 10,000 Open Heaven pills in a day, several 100,000 pills in a month, and 3 to 4 million pills in a year. The calculation made was based on the fact that he was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. How many pills would he need when he ascended to the Sixth Order or the Seventh Order? How long would it take before he could achieve an ascension if he merely relied on refining Open Heaven pills? How many pills would be used in the process? Yang Kai didn't dare to keep thinking about it as that number must be astronomical. Yang Kai initially thought that the open heaven pills he had accumulated in Voidland were sufficient, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. After all, when the great emperors and the cultivators from the star boundary ascended to the open heaven realm, they would need massive amounts of open heaven pills to keep cultivating. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters had a thirst for cultivation resources, as it was just too slow to refine open heaven pills. It would be much faster to refine cultivation resources of different orders, but that would require a lot of money as well. However, if a person was wealthy, they probably wouldn't mind this. In comparison, it was much better to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe by refining cultivation resources than open heaven pills. Martial Peak, Chapter 4383, Shadowless Astral Wind. Yang Kai refined open heaven pills while examining his small universe. The eerie gale had caused his small universe to descend into chaos. All of a sudden, he became startled for a moment before he zoomed in on a particular place in his small universe. That was the place where the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation was located. It was a gigantic ancient tree. The area around the gargantuan tree that was covered by the tree crown was totally undamaged. Yang Kai couldn't see any traces left behind by the gale. It was as though the eerie wind was blocked by something around this area. Yang Kai frowned and carefully examined other areas in his small universe. He could confirm that all other places were damaged by the wind except for this place. That discovery made his gaze brighten as he thought that his towering evergreen might be able to fend off the effects of the wind, which was why this area was completely undamaged. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention to this area when the gale was torturing him, otherwise, he could have intently observed it. He could only wait for the wind to strike again before he could test his speculation. If his theory was correct, he would have a way to protect himself in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his small universe being damaged when the wind struck. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai set off. He had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was, but he reckoned that he would find out about it if he came across others. Ma Tianyuan had said that there were 3 main great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, and all cultivators belonged to one of them. That was because a cultivator wouldn't be able to survive if he or she refused to join one of the great forces. Perhaps everyone had gone into hiding due to the wind just now, because as Yang Kai moved forward, he didn't bump into anyone. Half a day later, he finally saw 2 figures passing by from the corner of his eye. Hurriedly, Yang Kai charged forward and raced after them. When the 2 people detected Yang Kai's presence, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around with vigilance, preparing for a fight. Yang Kai landed on a spot in front of them and sized them up before discovering that both of them were in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. One of them looked rough while the other was tall. As soon as they sensed Yang Kai's 5th Order Open Heaven realm aura, they put up their guard and the rough-looking man bellowed, "Who are you? Why did you run after us?" "Don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask for directions." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. The 2 of them traded glances, then the rough-looking man asked with an awkward expression, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked, "Where is Profound Yang Mountain?" The rough-looking man appeared to be in disbelief. "You don't know where Profound Yang Mountain is?" The other man seemed cleverer as he figured out something and secretly spoke to his companion. It was only then that the rough-looking man realized something and asked, "Have you just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, senior brother?" Only newcomers would be clueless about the location of Profound Yang Mountain. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "I accidentally fell into this place and heard that there are 3 great forces. There's no doubt that Profound Yang Mountain is the strongest, so I'd like to join it, but I don't know where it's located. That's why I want to ask you about it. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way." Upon hearing that, the rough-looking man guffawed. I see. I thought you were going to rob us." "You're right. Of the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain is the best. We have 4 great mountain lords, all of whom are 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. The first mountain lord is even just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm. Unrivaled Guild only has 3 sixth orders while Twin Spirit Island has 2. They're not even worth comparing to our profound Yang Mountain. Yang Kai's gaze brightened when he heard that. Are you two from profound Yang Mountain? He had never expected that the first people he bumped into would be from profound Yang Mountain. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. There were only 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. Since he had met the people from Unrivaled Guild, it was expected that he'd also chance upon people from profound Yang Mountain. The rough-looking man sported a modest smile. That's right. An elated Yang Kai said, what a coincidence. Would it be all right for you to lead me to profound Yang Mountain? Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you can just tell me the directions and I'll go over there myself. The rough-looking man exchanged glances with his companion and secretly communicated with him before nodding. We don't have any important tasks to attend to anyway. Since senior brother is willing to join profound Yang Mountain, I believe that the mountain lords will welcome you. We'll lead you to the headquarters now. A 5th order open heaven realm master was considered fairly powerful in the shadowless cave heaven, so any great force would welcome him. Moreover, a newcomer would have to hand over a large portion of his resources. When that happened, they would get some rewards for bringing Yang Kai to the sect. That was also the reason Ma Tianyuan wanted to lure Yang Kai to Unrivaled Guild. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists with gratitude. The rough-looking man laughed and said, don't mention it, senior brother. If you join profound Yang Mountain, we'll be one family. Both of us are weak, so you have to take care of us in the future. Good, good, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Then, they identified the direction and headed straight to profound Yang Mountain. As a 5th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai seemed pretty easygoing, so the 2 men wanted to befriend him. Therefore, they had a pleasant chat on the way to their destination. The 2 of them were biological brothers whose surname was Wei. As they spoke, they implicitly asked about Yang Kai's background. Yang Kai was being frank as he mentioned that he was from Voidland. While treasure hunting in the Shattered Heaven, he accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven. Voidland was a very new great force while these people had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for years, so they knew nothing about the place Yang Kai was from. As such, they were unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, regardless of one's background, it was useless in the shadowless cave heaven. There was once a disciple from one of the cave heavens who fell into this place and thought himself superior to others, but he ended up in a miserable state. Perhaps he was secretly killed by one of the top cultivators here. Yang Kai's aura suggested that he was a 5th order open heaven realm master while the Wei brothers were only in the 4th order, which was why they were polite to him. There came a moment when Yang Kai thought that it was the right time to ask about the wind. By the way, I came across a strange gale in this damned place half a day ago. What was that? Why was I still unable to avoid it even though I dove several thousand meters below ground? At the mention of the eerie wind, the Wei brothers couldn't help but shudder. The older brother Wei gazed at him with an awkward expression and asked, You snuck into the ground in order to avoid the wind, senior brother Yang? Yes. The Wei brothers exchanged glances and seemed to take a stroll down memory lane. Then the older brother Wei burst into laughter. That was what we did in the past, but it was totally useless. The wind is unavoidable. Not only can it reach underground, but it also blows into our small universes. We suffered immense losses because of that. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. That was what happened to me. My small universe is in a mess now. The younger brother Wei added, Since you're a newcomer, it's expected that you know nothing about it. We call that strange wind shadowless astral wind, but no one knows what it actually is. The wind is able to penetrate essentially any kind of barrier to reach every point in the shadowless cave heaven. Only a few special spots are safe from it. You can't avoid the wind anywhere else. The older brother Wei said, These places are the headquarters of the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. The location of profound Yang Mountain is the biggest one. Whenever the shadowless astral wind comes, all of us have to avoid it. Otherwise, we suffer big losses. Upon that realization, Yang Kai nodded. It's no wonder that the person I came across earlier told me that we're unable to survive in the shadowless cave heaven if we don't join one of the three great forces. The older brother Wei nodded repeatedly. True. Without shelter, a person will lose all the heritage in his or her small universe due to the wind, and once their small universe collapses, they'll die. A worried Yang Kai asked, are only the headquarters of the three great forces safe from the wind in the shadowless cave heaven? In that case, the proprietress and the others were probably in a terrible state right now. It had been 1 year since they fell into the shadowless cave heaven, so they must have experienced the astral wind many times, which would certainly have a negative impact on their small universes. The younger brother Wei shook his head. Not exactly. There are some smaller places where one can take refuge from the wind, but they can't accommodate a lot of people. The older brother Wei followed up. To be honest with you, even the headquarters of the three great forces are not completely immune to the shadowless astral wind. It's just that the impact is less severe when we hide inside those places. Even though there are other shelters, none of them are as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. To the side, the younger brother Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Kai arched his brow. It seems that we're really unable to survive if we don't join one of the three great forces. That's right. Yang Kai looked away and asked, has no one survived over the years while not being in one of the three great forces? There are none. You had a taste of shadowless astral wind earlier, senior brother Yang. Even though you're a fifth-order open heaven realm master, how many times do you think you can endure it? The younger brother Wei muttered. I remember that there are 3 people who are outside of the 3 great forces now. I wonder how they're doing. 3 people? Yang Kai appeared shocked. Who are they? Why are they not part of the 3 great forces? The younger brother Wei took a glance at his older brother, not knowing whether he should talk about it. After a moment of hesitation, the older brother Wei reasoned, senior brother Yang is going to join Profound Yang Mountain, so there's no reason we can't tell him. It was then the younger brother Wei continued, senior brother Yang, you said you want to join Profound Yang Mountain, but do you know our rules? Please tell me about them. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, you can stay in the Great Force when the wind comes to prevent being harmed. However, cultivation resources in the shadowless cave heaven are very scarce, so every newcomer has to hand over 80% of their cultivation resources upon joining. I did hear something like that. Yang Kai nodded. It was then the younger brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that other great forces must have attempted to lure Yang Kai to join them, but he had turned them down. It wasn't until he had a taste of shadowless astral wind that he decided to join Profound Yang Mountain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4384, none of them can fight. In fact, the same thing happened to the Wei brothers in the past. After all, no one was willing to hand over a large part of their own resources to someone else. However, once a newcomer had a taste of the shadowless astral wind, they would be eager to join one of the 3 great forces without anyone luring them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. As the Wei brothers recalled the past, they put on bitter smiles. After pulling himself together, the younger brother Wei continued, there were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them are fairly powerful. The woman was in the 6th order open heaven realm, while the men were in the 5th order. When they arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, they happened to land on a place just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. The mountain lords noticed them and attempted to make them join our great force. The second mountain lord even promised the woman that she would become the 5th mountain lord. However, she turned down the offer. The 5th mountain lord? Why did the woman turn down such a good offer? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The younger brother Wei explained with a helpless smile. In fact, our second mountain lord has a problem. It's that he's very lascivious. The woman is alluring, and she's as powerful as the second mountain lord. Therefore, he declared that the woman needed to be his partner before she could become the 5th mountain lord in Profound Yang Mountain. Perhaps the woman was from a powerful background, so she was rather hot-tempered. After an argument, she got into a fight with the second mountain lord. What happened next? Yang Kai asked. Although the woman was powerful, she was unable to fight against so many people on her own. There are 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Yang Mountain, so it was expected that she was no match for them. The Mountain Lords joined forces and injured her, but she managed to flee in the end. The second Mountain Lord was so furious that he hunted them down for a while, but to no avail. Even though Yang Kai was furious, he pretended to be nonchalant. The older brother Wei continued, "They won't let that woman off. Although she was powerful, the Mountain Lords could have prevented her from fleeing if they went all out. However, the shadowless cave heaven is different from the outside world as resources are scarce here. No one is willing to make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because fighting consumes a lot of power. If the Mountain Lords wanted to make the woman stay at that time, they would have had to pay a hefty price. That was why they let her go." The younger brother Wei nodded his head. "A long time has passed since that incident. I guess the second Mountain Lord is about to make a move. Even if those 3 were able to find a shelter, their strength must have been weakened by now as they had to constantly resist the shadowless astral wind. Certainly, the second Mountain Lord will be able to easily defeat them now." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where the 3 of them are now?" The older brother Wei gave him a weird look. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "Just curious." The unsuspecting older brother Wei shook his head and replied, "We don't know where they are now, but the second Mountain Lord should be aware of it." Then he pointed at the front. "Profound Yang Mountain is over there. It's the second Mountain Lord who is in charge this month, so I'll bring you to meet him first. After you join Profound Yang Mountain, we can have a proper chat." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. There were more than 10 mountains in Profound Yang Mountain. Looking from afar, one could see many palaces scattered around the mountains, and quite a number of cultivators were seen moving about. The people who could enter the shadowless cave heaven were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. On the way to their destination, some people would greet the Wei brothers and inquire about Yang Kai's background. The Wei brothers were completely honest with them, and upon hearing their explanation, these people appeared envious. That was because Yang Kai was brought to Profound Yang Mountain by the Wei brothers. After he handed over 80% of his resources, the Wei brothers would also get a handsome reward. Certainly, these people were envious of them for getting such benefits. Soon, they reached a peak where there was a majestic grand hall. One could even hear some flirtatious and playful voices coming from inside. Upon reaching the entrance, one of the Wei brothers spoke up, "Please wait for me here, senior brother Yang. I'll inform the second Mountain Lord about your visit." Yang Kai nodded and waited patiently. The older brother Wei entered the grand hall, and just a moment later, he stepped out and said to Yang Kai, "The second Mountain Lord is ready to meet you. Please come with me, senior brother Yang." As soon as Yang Kai followed the Wei brothers into the grand hall, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and felt a rather decadent aura. Looking up, he saw a lot of women's clothes scattered around on the ground, which also included some undergarments. At the other end of the grand hall, there was a rather soft-looking man lying on a huge chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes. These women were wearing different styles of clothing, and they were each beautiful in their own unique way. There was a woman who squatted in front of him and helped him massage his calves. There was also a woman who let the man lie on her thighs and rubbed his temples. Another woman was seen sipping some wine into her mouth and then passing it into the man's mouth. The sight was extremely licentious. These women were barely covered as a large part of their skin was exposed. When the Wei brothers and Yang Kai stepped into the place, the women turned to look at them with their alluring eyes. Be it Ma Tianyuan or the Wei brothers, they all said that the second Mountain Lord from Profound Yang Mountain was a lascivious man. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The women around him were all Open Heaven Realm Masters ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. After the Wei brothers entered the grand hall, they hung their heads low and stared at their feet while Yang Kai looked fixedly at the man. As their eyes met, the soft-looking man curved his lips into a wicked smile. While he remained lying on the chair, he wandered his hand around one of the women, which caused her to moan incessantly. You want to join Profound Yang Mountain? The man asked impassively. Are you the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain? Yang Kai questioned him instead. The man put on a faint smile. This king is second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Yun Fei Bai. Half a year ago, a woman and 2 men arrived at this place. Were you the one who injured that woman? Yang Kai asked. Yun Fei Bai narrowed his eyes and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance. To the side, the Wei brothers realized that something was off as they turned to gaze at Yang Kai. The older brother Wei pulled Yang Kai's sleeve and secretly spoke to him. Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang? An unfazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at Yun Fei Bai. Is it true? Yun Fei Bai retracted his hand and slowly sat up before glaring at the Wei brothers. Faced with the stern stare, the brothers were immediately drenched in cold sweat as they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Then, Yun Fei Bai turned to look at Yang Kai and replied smilingly, she was hurt by this king. She should feel honored that I was interested in her, but she couldn't appreciate my kindness. This king had no choice but to harm her a little. What's wrong? Do you know her? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. She's my proprietress. Yun Fei Bai said, in that case, you're not here to join Profound Yang Mountain. What's the purpose of your visit? Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. Since you've hurt proprietress, I'm here to return the favor. Yun Fei Bai became startled for a moment before he pressed his palms together and guffawed. You? Retaliate against me? Then he sized Yang Kai up. You've just entered the 5th order, right? Why are you making a scene here in Profound Yang Mountain instead of strengthening your own cultivation? Are you sick of living? He paused for a moment. Good. This king was preparing to deal with that slut in a few days. Since you've come all the way here, I'll capture you and then look for her. I believe that she's important to you, which is why you're so concerned about her. You should make a good bargaining chip. You want to capture me? Let's see if you're capable of doing that. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he unleashed his 5th order open heaven realm aura and like a flood dragon leaving the ocean, he charged at Yun Fei Bai. The Wei brothers beside him were forced to stagger back from the impact while Yun Fei Bai remained seated while giving Yang Kai a disdainful look. You dare! One of the women who leaned against the man yelled and raised her hand before pushing her palm towards Yang Kai. The woman was a fairly powerful cultivator in the 5th order open heaven realm. Clad in very thin clothing, her precious places were exposed while she made a move. Any man who saw this would feel their blood boiling. Scram! Yang Kai bellowed and pushed out his fist. Following a loud boom, the woman shrieked and sprayed out a mouthful of blood while she was sent flying away. Her tender body crashed into the wall and then fell into the debris. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and roared, Impudence! He didn't make a move just now because he didn't think there was a need to. There was no way a newly promoted 5th order open heaven realm master could possess much strength, so the women around him should be able to deal with him. However, it never crossed Yun Fei Bai's mind that his strongest woman would be sent flying after just one exchange of blows. The other women were dumbfounded, but they soon came to their senses and shouted as they used their secret techniques on Yang Kai. These women were not just Yun Fei Bai's playthings. After all, they were all open heaven realm masters who were strong in their own right, though their orders varied quite a bit. Presently, they were making a move at the same time, so the sight was both alluring and imposing. An unafraid Yang Kai threw out his fists in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows as he attacked the women in all directions. Explosive sounds were continuously heard as his world force blew out the surrounding walls. These women clad in skimpy outfits were all sent flying in different directions. Amidst the weltering dust, Yang Kai shot into the sky and looked around before knitting his brows. So weak. None of them can fight. Besides the first woman who traded moves with him, there was also another 5th order open heaven realm master among these women while the rest were 3rd and 4th order. However, these 2 5th order open heaven realm masters were totally incomparable to Ma Tianyuan. After the battle against Ma Tianyuan, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. He thought that all Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be about as strong as Ma Tianyuan, but after this battle, he realized that he had overestimated others while underestimating himself. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Ma Tianyuan fell from the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm to his current strength, so he was at the very peak of the Fifth Order. These two women were naturally much weaker than him. The place was a mess, but although the women were injured by Yang Kai, they were still alive. Outside the ruins, the Wei brothers were dumbfounded at the turn of events as they shuddered in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 4385, Fighting a Sixth Order Master. You court death. Yun Fei Bai roared. He would be completely humiliated if word got out that his women were hurt in his own room. Initially, he intended to capture Yang Kai and then deal with the woman named Lan Yuruo. However, his mind was now filled with murderous intent. As his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm aura permeated the air, he raised his hand and then brought down his palm. A gigantic green palm was immediately formed above Yang Kai's head, made from the purest world force. The attack was like an entire small universe pressing against Yang Kai. Moreover, it was the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that instant, Yang Kai felt tremendously pressured. Although he'd had a good fight with Ma Tianyuan after he had just ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, he hadn't been forced into going all out. However, as he was faced with a furious Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, any slight negligence would cost him his life. His fighting spirit had been ignited as he boldly shot into the sky and met the palm head-on. A sense of ruthlessness flashed through Yun Fei Bai's eyes as he clenched his fist, whereupon the gigantic palm also closed and turned into a cage as it grasped Yang Kai's small figure. The next instant, however, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically. As world force undulated, rays of light shot out in all directions. The gigantic hand exploded as a figure shot out and charged towards Yun Fei Bai as swift as lightning. Upon seeing that, Yun Fei Bai snorted. Although he didn't seem to be moving, he abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. As his clothes flapped in the wind, powerful but inconspicuous attacks bombarded Yang Kai. Every attack contained an extremely horrifying world force. Yang Kai continuously fended off the attacks as his figure shook and stepped backwards upon impact. He reflected as he fought, realizing that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was truly powerful. Although he was pretty strong as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was still a difference of one order between them. Therefore, there was a clear disparity between their might. Yang Kai knew he had to settle this fight as soon as possible. After all, they were in profound Yang Mountain where there were 4 Sixth Order Mountain Lords. If the battle dragged on, the other Mountain Lords and the powerful masters from profound Yang Mountain would take notice of the commotion. By then, Yang Kai would fall into a perilous situation. He wasn't arrogant or ignorant enough to believe he could deal with several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once. "You're really something, brat." Although Yun Fei Bai was incensed, he still couldn't help but praise Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was able to ward off his attacks. Even though there was only a difference of one order between the Fifth Order and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, the disparity in strength was as great as the distance between the heavens and the earth. If Yun Fei Bai was dealing with any other Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was confident that he would be able to take down the other party in 10 moves. However, Yang Kai had already fended off 100 blows and aside from looking a bit awkward was perfectly fine. He couldn't help but wonder whether Yang Kai really was a new Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Is he just playing the pig? If he isn't a new Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, what's going on with that unstable aura of his? While Yun Fei Bai was still lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai, who was forced to continuously step backwards, suddenly stopped in his tracks. At that instant, Yun Fei Bai felt his chest tightening as a sense of crisis suddenly befell him. The next moment, Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned a long spear into his grip. The entire world seemed to shake the moment the spear appeared. A mighty dragon roar resounded as a majestic dragon pressure permeated the air. Yang Kai's demeanor changed completely as he held the spear in his grip. He let out a breath and wielded the spear. Without any wasted movements or hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his supreme limitless spear technique. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw the spear approaching him. In his eyes, he could see a terrifying great dragon charging at him. As the dragon swam through the air, seemingly determined to swallow him down in one fell swoop. Faced with this terrifying monster, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He immediately bit his tongue to compose himself. Resisting the dragon pressure, Yun Fei Bai roared as he summoned a scroll, on which some illegible characters were written. Despite that, every stroke of the characters looked like a uniquely shaped sword. The terrifying sword chi spread out. After he infused his world force into the scroll, the characters came apart and turned into beams of very pure sword chi. As they slashed across the void, the sounds of breaking through the air were heard. This was a complete humiliation. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yun Fei Bai was forced to use his artifact when dealing with a mere fifth-order open heaven realm master. This was totally inconceivable to him. Prior to this, it never crossed his mind that such a formidable fifth-order open heaven realm master existed in this world. Comparing himself, back when he was still a fifth-order open heaven realm master, to this young man, Yun Fei Bai felt he wasn't even worthy of carrying the latter's shoes. To the side, the Wei brothers were dumbstruck and shuddered violently. They were not on the battlefield, so they were not able to experience how powerful Yang Kai was directly. However, upon seeing that the second mountain lord had summoned his artifact, they knew that the latter had no other means to deal with the opponent. That was why they appeared horrified. Yang Kai wielded the Azure Dragon Spear with complete freedom, unrestrained by anything. The spear was like an extension of himself, and he could manipulate it in any way he imagined. The scroll glowed wildly as the beams of sword chi crisscrossed one another. However, they were all warded off by Yang Kai. It had been many years since giant spirit god Ada had given this spear to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had used the Azure Dragon Spear and killed many enemies already. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that he had a real taste of the spear's true might. This was an artifact that only an open heaven realm master could truly wield. Although he was able to bring out a fraction of the spear's power in the past, it was only because he possessed a dragon source. Since he was weak, he was unable to fully display the spear's might. However, this time was different. With the weapon in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly feel fluctuations that resembled joy coming from the spear. Holding it, he felt as though he could challenge all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises alone. Like a thunderstorm, Yang Kai repeatedly thrust out his spear in rapid succession. The attacks didn't only contain the power of the Azure Dragon Spear, but also Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and Tao of time. In Yun Fei Bai's eyes, Yang Kai's spear and figure were blurry and elusive, making it almost impossible for him to follow his movements or identify his position. On top of that, his own thoughts seemed to be disturbed, like there was a disconnect between his mind, body, and the surrounding world. The power of the scroll had been fully activated, and all the characters had left its surface, transforming into colorful blades of sword chi that repeatedly slashed through the air. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was also as if only an instant had gone by. When Yang Kai's figure completely disappeared from Yun Fei Bai's sight for an instant, and he suddenly felt a tremendous sense of danger engulfing him. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had experienced countless life and death moments. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to danger, and he was able to react appropriately. All the sword chi returned and formed into a dazzling sword wave in front of him before he pushed it forward. The next moment, Yang Kai abruptly appeared before him, as though he was throwing himself into the sword wave. He didn't seem to have the intention of backing down as his eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent. As Yang Kai stared fixedly at his opponent, he unleashed a grand thrust with his Azure Dragon Spear and bellowed, "Die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Yun Fei Bai's chest had been penetrated by Azure Dragon Spear while Yang Kai's neck was slashed across by the sword wave. The flesh around the wound rolled up as he was almost decapitated. Upon impact, both of them were forced to step back as their blood splattered out. It had to be said that at that moment of crisis, Yun Fei Bai had reacted in the best possible manner. If he hadn't harmed Yang Kai with that sword wave, forcing his spear thrust off course ever so slightly, the attack could have killed him. After they separated, Yang Kai held the spear in one hand while covering the wound on his neck with his other. He seemed determined to continue attacking. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly looked in a particular direction and snorted, "This isn't over. When I see you again, I'll definitely kill you." Upon declaring so, Yang Kai shot away from profound Yang Mountain. He wanted to kill Yun Fei Bai, but the intense battle just now had alerted the top masters from profound Yang Mountain, and he could detect that those sixth-order open heaven realm mountain lords were approaching. If he stayed there any longer, he would have been besieged by them. "Kill him for me! Kill him!" An extremely pale Yun Fei Bai stomped hard, and his roar reverberated across the entire profound Yang Mountain. The figures who were coming to Yun Fei Bai immediately turned around and chased after Yang Kai, including the third and fourth mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was only one person who landed in front of the ruined Grand Hall. It was a fair-skinned and gentle-looking person who looked like an innocent young man. However, the shrewdness behind his eyes suggested that he was older than he appeared. "Head Mountain Lord." The Wei brothers hurriedly lowered their heads. This young-looking man was actually the first mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhi. The four great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were all in the sixth-order open heaven realm, but he was the undisputed leader because he was just one step away from the seventh order. In this regard, the other three mountain lords as well as the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild and the two island masters of Twin Spirit Island were incomparable to him. In the shadowless cave heaven, cultivators were still able to break through to the next realm. However, due to the scarcity of resources and the existence of the shadowless astral wind, cultivators who had fallen into this place considered themselves lucky if they could maintain their current order. No one dared hope to achieve a breakthrough here. It took a substantial amount of resources for a sixth-order open heaven realm master to ascend to the seventh order. Therefore, even though Mao Zhi had remained in his current order for over 10,000 years, he was still unable to take the leap to the seventh-order open heaven realm. However, everyone believed that if he hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, he would have reached that realm in the outside world long ago. "Second brother, what happened?" Mao Zhi looked around and asked. With a pair of eyes that seemed able to spit fire, Yun Fei Bai said through clenched teeth, "I was caught off guard by some brat." Mao Zhi looked in the direction Yang Kai had left with a slightly furrowed brow. "If I'm not mistaken, that person is only in the fifth-order open heaven realm, right?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4386, Four Great Mountain Lords. Yun Fei Bai flushed and said, "I was just careless. He's really something as he's able to harm you when he's just a fifth-order open heaven realm master." Mao Zhi nodded. "Where does he come from?" Yun Fei Bai glared at the Wei brothers. "They have some explaining to do." Mao Zhi turned to look at the Wei brothers, who turned pale instantly as they were soaked in a cold sweat. Not daring to hide anything, they hurriedly narrated their encounter with Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhi fell into his thoughts for a moment before saying, "He came all the way here for Lan Yu Rua." Yun Fei Bai was severely injured as his chest had been penetrated by the Azure Dragon Spear, and his clothes were covered in blood. Given the fact that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it would take him 1 to 2 months before he could fully recover. However, he wasn't at risk of losing his life at the very least. While Mao Zhi spoke to the Wei brothers, he was already seated with his legs crossed and adjusting his breathing to prevent his injury from worsening. The Wei brothers darted their gazes between Yun Fei Bai and Mao Zhi as they were completely apprehensive. Even though they had no idea that Yang Kai was audacious enough to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain, they were the ones who brought him to this place after all. Hence, they could not stay clear of this matter. Now that Yun Fei Bai was severely injured, they would probably get some harsh punishments. They couldn't help but secretly curse at Yang Kai for dragging them into this. They felt that they had been unfairly victimized. A while later, two figures descended from the sky. They were the third mountain lord and the fourth mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. Mao Zhe turned to look at them, whereupon the third mountain lord Gongqing shook his head. He escaped. Mao Zhe arched his brow. Oh? He managed to flee with you two personally chasing after him? Wasn't that boy injured by second brother? The fourth mountain lord was the only woman among the four great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. Apart from her alluring face and curvy figure, her watery eyes seemed able to suck a man's soul into them at any moment. Upon hearing Mao Zhe's words, she replied, "That boy seems to be adept in the Tao of space. He teleported away while third brother and I were chasing him, vanishing into thin air." Mao Zhe's gaze brightened. "He's adept in the Tao of space." Gongqing dipped his head. "I believe so." Mao Zhe immediately closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he nodded. "It's true. There are some residual fluctuations of space principles here. No wonder he had the guts to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain. I heard that masters of the Tao of space are unrivaled when it comes to chasing and escaping. Unless we're able to seal the heavens and lock the earth, we won't be able to restrict his freedom. It seems the rumors are true." After pondering on it for a moment, he went on to say, "Since that boy has come all the way here for Lan Yurua, he'll definitely look for her. Third brother, fourth sister, please go over and capture that boy. I don't care about the others, but that boy has to be brought back to me alive." Gongqing and the fourth mountain lord Zhouya exchanged glances, then the former asked doubtfully, "It seems that you have a high regard for that boy, big brother." Mao Zhe gently rubbed his fingers together and asked, "How many years have you been in the shadowless cave heaven, third brother?" After giving it a thought, Gongqing replied, "I can't remember the exact length of time, but I suppose it's been 3,000 years. What about you, fourth sister?" Zhouya replied, "I'm sure it's been more than 1,000 years." Then, Mao Zhe took a glance at Yun Fei Bai, who was trying to heal his wound, and said, "Second brother came earlier than you two. He's been around for 6,000 years while I've been stuck in this place for more than 10,000 years. The shadowless cave heaven is neither big nor small. Over the years, we've searched all the places we could, but we're still unable to find an exit." All of them appeared dejected at the mention of this. Besides profound Yang Mountain, those from Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island had constantly been looking for a way out as well. However, they were unable to find any clue regardless of how hard they tried. "It's been so many years. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world again? Do you want to remain stuck in this damned place forever?" Gongqing replied, "Of course we want to leave." Zhouya appeared to be in her thoughts. "Big brother, you mean?" Mao Zhe nodded. "That boy is a master of the Tao of space, so he's much more sensitive to space principle fluctuations than us. Perhaps he'll be able to find the way out." The gazes of Gongqing and Zhouya brightened when they heard that. Although they were unable to find the exit after so many years, it didn't mean that the shadowless cave heaven had no exit. It was just that they hadn't found it. If they could make use of this boy who was proficient in the Tao of space, perhaps they would have a pleasant surprise. An excited Gongqing said, "Don't worry, big brother. Fourth sister and I will call the roll and capture that boy immediately." Just when Mao Zhe was about to speak, Yun Fei Bai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Wait a moment." Gongqing gazed at him. "Is there anything you want to say, second brother?" Yun Fei Bai said through gritted teeth, "Please leave this matter to me, big brother. It's utterly humiliating that I was injured by that brat. If I don't get my revenge, I'll never have a good night's rest again." Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe frowned. Zhouya said, "Second brother, your wound? How are you going to make a move? Don't forget that Lan Yurua is also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Although her power might have weakened during this period of time, it's still not easy to deal with her if she's pushed into a corner." Yun Fei Bai replied, "This kind of injury will heal in 2. No, it'll heal in 1 month. We've been waiting for years, so why can't we wait another month?" Then he gazed at Mao Zhe and sported a solemn expression. Please give me 1 month's time, big brother. Mao Zhe closed his eyes and fell silent. A moment later, he nodded gently and said, "Since you're so determined, we'll wait for your recovery, and then you'll lead the operation." An ecstatic Yun Fei Bai replied, "Many thanks, big brother." Following that, Mao Zhe moved and abruptly disappeared. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye exchanged glances, then they told Yun Fei Bai to take a rest and dispersed. After the other 3 mountain lords were gone, the women who were injured by Yang Kai earlier appeared and came over to help Yun Fei Bai up before they headed to another mountain. The Wei brothers traded glances and shuddered before fleeing from that place, feeling as though they had just escaped from death's door. Meanwhile, a battered figure landed on a barren mountain. He was none other than Yang Kai, who was running for his life just moments before. Yun Fei Bai's attack almost beheaded him. The long wound on his neck was hideous, and all his clothes were soaked in blood. However, he had a strong physique, so even as he ran for his life earlier, his wound was starting to heal. The flesh around his wound was seen squirming and reconnecting already. Now, the most important thing for him was to get rid of Yun Fei Bai's world force, otherwise his wound would never heal. Upon making sure that no one was pursuing him, Yang Kai dug a hole in the mountain and snuck into it. Then he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and pushed his world force to suppress and expel the power left behind by Yun Fei Bai in his neck wound. Although Yun Fei Bai was 1 order above him, his residual power wasn't a living thing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to disperse it as he just needed some time. Half a day later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he opened his eyes and released his divine sense. Soon, he realized that there was a woman pacing around outside the barren mountain. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore her. After all, he had to recuperate as soon as possible, but the woman kept pacing around for a long time as though she had discovered something. His heart sank as he had no choice but to leave his hideout. The woman was only in the 4th order open heaven realm, so given Yang Kai's current strength, he could kill her as he pleased. Therefore, even though he was wounded, he wasn't afraid of her. The woman was just looking around when she sensed something and looked up, only to see Yang Kai staring coldly at her. She was shocked as she subconsciously took a few steps back. All of a sudden, something flashed through her eyes as Yang Kai abruptly appeared before her and clenched her neck with his iron-like hand. The force coming from his palm felt as lethal as a python's bite. At that instant, the woman was horrified as she coughed and pleaded with the man with her eyes. Yang Kai stared dispassionately at her for a moment before frowning. "You're one of Yun Fei Bai's women?" The woman looked familiar to Yang Kai. She was one of the women who surrounded Yun Fei Bai earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the one who massaged Yun Fei Bai's calves. Presently, she was clad only in a thin layer of clothing, leaving her curvy figure faintly visible to the eyes. Moments ago, Yang Kai fought with those women and sent them all flying away, this woman included. The woman wanted to nod, but she was unable to move a muscle, so she could only bat her eyes. "How did you find me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. He had even shaken off 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so how did this weak woman find his whereabouts? As he spoke, he slightly loosened his grip. The woman hurriedly explained, "I'm sensitive to smells, and Sir's blood is different from others." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing whether he should believe her. As he expanded his divine sense, he realized that there was no one else besides them in this place. He had the intention of killing her, but faced with a much weaker woman who didn't have a blood feud with him, Yang Kai didn't have the heart to cross that line. After glaring for a while, he snorted and released her. "Since you're able to find me, why have you come to look for me on your own instead of telling the leaders of Profound Yang Mountain to come here? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" The woman pressed her lips together. Without replying to him, she fished out a jade slip from her space ring and passed it to him. "What is this?" The woman didn't explain anything, and upon seeing that Yang Kai wasn't taking it, she gently put the jade slip down on the ground and stepped backwards as she said, "I'll owe you a favor if you can kill Yun Fei Bai." Yang Kai furrowed his brows while the woman turned around and left, leaving behind a rather pleasant fragrance in the air. After taking a look at the jade slip, Yang Kai balled up his fist and grasped it in his hand. Upon examining it, he arched his brow. That was because the jade slip contained a detailed map of the shadowless cave heaven and the proprietress' location. As he recalled the woman's words before she left, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4387, I Don't Dare. It seemed that the woman wasn't willing to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything. She was forced into such a state. Unfortunately, she was too weak to resist. The fact that Yang Kai barged into profound Yang Mountain and wounded Yun Fei Bai allowed her to see a glimmer of hope, so she came all the way here to look for him and give him some information. After storing the jade slip, Yang Kai turned around and left. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wasn't certain whether the woman was telling him the truth. It'd be terrible if Yang Kai's opponents found him because she was leading him into a trap. Therefore, he decided to change hiding spots. A while later, he found a cave on another barren mountain and snuck into it to recuperate. The wound on his neck was hideous. However, it was nothing more than a flesh wound after Yun Fei Bai's residual power was expelled, so it wasn't difficult to heal it. Given his intrepid physique, it would only take him 3 to 5 days to recover. A few days later, Yang Kai fished out the jade slip and identified his current position. After going through the information in the jade slip, he turned into a beam of light and headed in a particular direction. Half a day later, he landed on a huge caldera. Looking down, he realized that the caldera was basically bottomless. Horrifying red magma weltered inside the basin while dark smoke was seen billowing from it. There were countless such calderas in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius, and from time to time, the magma would burst out and form red rivers. The environment here was more hostile than most places, but according to the information in the jade slip given to Yang Kai by that woman, the proprietress, chef, and accountant were currently hiding here. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, there were only a small number of places that were safe from the shadowless astral wind. Besides the headquarters of the three great forces, this caldera was one such place. However, it was less effective compared to the headquarters of the three great forces. Yang Kai rubbed his nose as he felt a lump in his throat. The proprietress was a beautiful woman, but she was also a peak 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In order to look for a cultivation resource for him, she fell into the shadowless cave heaven, and eventually, she had to hide in this kind of terrible place. He couldn't help but blame himself. In the past, he was determined to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and didn't listen to anyone's dissuasion. Perhaps he had been too willful back then. When he took a deep breath, the pungent smell seemed to have turned into needles and jabbed into his lungs. Looking down at the caldera, he yelled, "Anyone home?" There was a passageway under the magma that had been set up with a barrier to serve as a shelter. Chef suddenly opened his eyes and listened attentively for a moment before poking accountant with his elbow. Then, he asked in a small voice, "Do you hear anything?" Accountant opened his listless eyes and shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" Chef scratched his head. "I think I heard Yang Kai's voice." Accountant hurriedly took a glance at the proprietress, which revealed more of the white parts of his eyes, before glaring at Chef. "Stop spouting nonsense. That brat is just an Emperor Realm cultivator. How is he supposed to enter the shadowless cave heaven? You must have heard it wrong." Chef nodded. "You're right. But listen." Accountant sported an awkward expression because while speaking to Chef, he could indeed hear a familiar voice calling out to them. Due to the weltering magma, the voice was only faintly audible. If Chef hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed it. In a nearby spot, the proprietress opened her eyes, which were filled with doubt and puzzlement. A moment later, she became furious and snarled through clenched teeth, "That damned brat." Then she stood straight up, and as the hem of her dress flapped in the air, she shot out of the passageway. After exchanging glances, Chef and accountant hurriedly followed her. Atop the caldera, Yang Kai had called out to them several times, but no one responded to him. He thought that the woman might have lied to him, as the proprietress and the others might not be hiding in this place. However, there wasn't a need for that woman to take the risk to do such a thing. After all, what if Yang Kai was determined to end her life? Just when he was about to dive into the volcano to have a look, his expression changed as he stared fixedly at the magma. A moment later, the magma formed into a huge swirl as though it had been stirred by an invisible force. Just then, a figure shot out through the center of the swirl. Her snowy white imperial dress was conspicuous in this hostile red and black environment. Like a lotus on a snowy mountain, she was pure and immaculate. Before she even arrived, her familiar aura came right at Yang Kai, who smiled like a fool, waved, and called out enthusiastically, "Proprietress!" As he spoke, he flew forward and spread his arms to tackle Proprietress in a bear hug. Proprietress' expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off her face. Before she could even say a word though, she was stunned by the sudden hug. When chef and accountant dashed out of the vortex and saw what was going on, they were dumbfounded. Chef opened his mouth so wide that it was as though a fish could be stuffed into it. He snapped out of his dazed state a moment later and poked accountant. "Am I seeing a hallucination? Is Proprietress in his embrace right now?" Accountant was equally astounded, but upon coming to his senses, he furiously summoned his abacus and shook it noisily. With his eyes filled with murderous intent, he was ready to charge forward. "Proprietress is being taken advantage of. Let's kill him together." Chef immediately pulled him back. "Don't panic. It's not easy to take advantage of Proprietress, and she doesn't need us to make a move on her behalf." Accountant shot him a glance and fell silent for a moment before nodding. "You have a point." Then, he put away the abacus and silently waited for the good show to start. Nearby, the Proprietress was so stiff that it was as though she had been bound to the spot. As she felt the immense force, which contained a deep sense of longing, coming from the young man's arms, her fury significantly subsided. Just then, Yang Kai was heard saying, "I'm truly happy that you're fine, Proprietress." She sighed, and then Yang Kai looked up at chef and accountant before grinning at them. "You guys look energetic as well." While chef chuckled, there was a perfunctory smile on accountant's face. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Kai found his head being lifted up forcefully. Releasing the woman in front of him, he asked hesitantly, "What are you doing, Proprietress?" She was grabbing his hair and pulling him backward. The coldness behind her eyes weltered as she said through gritted teeth, "What am I doing? I should be the one asking you that." Upon finishing her words, she landed a kick on his shoulder. Although she was a woman, she was also a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master. She had exerted a lot of force with her kick, and Yang Kai didn't dare to resist. After a grunt, he was sent flying away like a sack and crashed into the nearby cliff, forming a human-shaped hole in it. As the broken rocks tumbled down, Yang Kai felt the world spinning around him. Before he could pull himself together, Proprietress pounced on him and grasped his ankle before she spun around several times and hurled him into the magma. Yang Kai plunged into the magma with a splash and disappeared below. Following that, Proprietress shot downwards as though she was determined to kill. Chef and accountant both had their faces twitch as they watched. A moment later, violent movements were felt coming from the magma. Following that, a pitiful shriek broke through the sky as Yang Kai was blasted out of the magma while flailing his limbs in the air. Proprietress followed him closely and repeatedly assaulted him in a ruthless manner. Faced with the storm of attacks, Yang Kai groaned in pain and covered his head. His nose had even started bleeding. "You dare dodge? Try dodging one more time and see what happens." Proprietress beat him up while verbally threatening him. Under the pressure, Yang Kai didn't dare to resist in any way. Helpless, he could only lie on the ground and curl up into a ball, covering his head to protect his vitals while he let the Proprietress vent out all her anger on him. "Stop hitting me, Proprietress! I can see what's under your skirt!" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Proprietress was already incensed to begin with, so upon hearing such loathsome words, she exerted even more strength into her kicks. Unable to take it anymore, chef and accountant immediately went over to pull her back. Proprietress' chest heaved heavily as her figure trembled with fury. She said through clenched teeth, "Let go. I must kill this infuriating boy today." "Please calm down, proprietress. You don't have to do this kind of dirty work yourself. We'll do it for you." As Chef spoke, he sent a signal to Accountant with his eyes, whereupon they pushed Proprietress away and pounced on Yang Kai, who had curled up on the ground, before they beat him up in a merciless manner. Although Proprietress' attacks were hurtful, Yang Kai wouldn't have any grudges against her. She must be aware that he had ascended to the open heaven realm, so it was only natural she felt various kinds of disappointment and grief in her heart. However, Yang Kai wasn't about to put up with Chef and Accountant beating him up. Therefore, he shot them a glare to mean that he would settle the score with them for assaulting him today. "You dare you glare at them?" Proprietress bellowed while placing her palms on her hips. "I don't dare to. Forgive me." Yang Kai covered his head again. With Proprietress backing, Chef and Accountant became increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Yang Kai silently counted the number of attacks they landed on him. A moment later, Proprietress suddenly spoke up, "All right, stop. Do you two really want to kill him?" She didn't mean it when she said she wanted to kill Yang Kai. Simultaneously, Chef and Accountant leapt away and retracted their powers since they were done with their job. Yang Kai, who was still lying on the ground, slightly parted his fingers and examined Proprietress through the gap. Upon seeing that she was still furiously gritting her teeth, he quickly flashed a fawning smile at her. However, his swollen face made him look both funny and abominable. Upon seeing that Proprietress took a step forward, Yang Kai shuddered and quickly covered his head again. She bent over and clenched the man's collar before hoisting him up to her face. Glaring at him with a pair of slightly reddened eyes, she questioned solemnly, "You broke through to the open heaven realm, didn't you?" "Yes." Yang Kai bashfully nodded his head as he wouldn't dare to look her in the eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4388, Good Brother. Fifth Order. The Proprietress asked again. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai forced a fawning smile. "Why must you infuriate me so?" The Proprietress stomped her foot so hard the ground shook. "The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm still makes me an Open Heaven Realm Master." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. The Proprietress glared at him with reddened eyes and gritted her teeth as though she wanted to skin him alive. The moment she heard Yang Kai's voice just now, she knew that he must have entered the open heaven realm, otherwise, he couldn't possibly have entered the shadowless cave heaven. That was because only open heaven realm masters could enter this damned place. However, given his situation, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure. For a moment, she prayed that he had come into this place as a high-rank open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, as soon as she saw him, she knew that he didn't manage to directly advance to the high-rank open heaven realm. In that case, it would give her some solace if he at least was a sixth order open heaven realm master. Unfortunately, the fifth order was all he could achieve. She was fully aware that Yang Kai had built an incredibly solid foundation, and that was the reason she was heartbroken. He had the potential to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly, but he ended up breaking through to the fifth order instead. It could be said that his martial Tao was ruined and his future was bleak. To the side, Accountant and Chef fell silent as they looked sympathetically but admiringly at Yang Kai. They finally acknowledged him as one of their own. Yang Kai must have come all the way here to save the Proprietress. Although they had no idea what had transpired for him to eventually advance to the fifth order open heaven realm, they could venture a guess. While Yang Kai was unable to find a high-ranking element treasure, he was too concerned about the Proprietress' safety, which was why he quickly directly advanced to the fifth order open heaven realm and entered this place. The Proprietress sighed. She had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven when she was looking for a high-ranking element treasure for Yang Kai, but he decided to ruin his own future and become a fifth order open heaven realm master in the end in order to save her. Everything had gone wrong. However, the fact that he had done all this for her proved that he was a righteous and loyal person. "Don't cry, Proprietress," Yang Kai suddenly said as he stared dazedly at the tears sliding down her face. He raised his hand in an attempt to brush the tears away, but the woman turned around and disappeared into the magma. Yang Kai pressed his lips together and scratched his head. His impression of the proprietress was that she was a resolute and astute woman. It was as though she was able to support the sky's weight with her slender arms even as it came crashing down on top of her. It never crossed his mind that he would see such a woman cry one day. "I'm doomed." Yang Kai was apprehensive as he gazed pleadingly at chef and accountant. She must be so mad that she started crying. What should I do? Chef heaved a sigh and went over to pat his shoulder. She isn't crying because she's mad. What do you mean? Yang Kai was startled. What is the reason then? She's blaming herself, accountant spoke up. She must be thinking that if she hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, you wouldn't have forcefully broken through to look for her. She believes that you've fallen into such a state because of her. You're supposed to be able to make it to the seventh order directly, but you only ended up in the fifth order. She's crying because she's heartbroken and is deep in self-blame. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Ascending to the open heaven realm is my own decision. It has nothing to do with her. Chef shot him a glance. Do you even believe what you've just said? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became startled and fell silent. Chef went on to say, regardless, what is done is done. Let's go in first. Since you've come all the way here to look for us, you'll also be my good brother from now on. In the past, only Old Bai and the accountant were my good brothers, and now, you're also included. As he spoke, he went over to hoist the battered Yang Kai. With a serious expression, accountant nodded, you're also my good brother. Then he dashed forward and helped Yang Kai up alongside Chef. Yang Kai suddenly muttered, Chef, you punched me 38 times and kicked me 13 times just now. As for you, you punched me 27 times and kicked me 16 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Chef and accountant released him at the same time, which caused him to fall on his butt. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the two of them turned into rays of light and plunged into the magma. A furious Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, You two really are my good friends, huh? Then he got to his feet and rubbed his backside before chasing after them. There was a cave below the caldera that was separated from the magma using a spirit array. Although the environment wasn't pleasant, it wasn't unbearable at the very least. It was a cave about the size of several houses, and since the restriction had opened up, Yang Kai was able to enter easily. Presently, the proprietress was seated motionlessly on a rock chair as she faced away from the entrance. Chef and accountant, who had come into this place earlier, were just standing behind her. Chef turned his head to take a glance and said in a small voice, He's here, proprietress. Do you want us to chase him away? Or do we let him stay? The proprietress didn't respond to him, as though she hadn't heard anything at all. Accountant followed up, What's the point of asking this question? Proprietress is obviously mad. Chase him away and let him perish on his own outside. Chef grunted in a deep voice, Good. Following that, they were ready to make a move as they rolled up their sleeves. Unable to take it anymore, the proprietress said coldly, Do you two want to anger me as well? Upon hearing that, Chef stiffened as he put on a fawning smile. We wouldn't dare. Please don't be mad at us, proprietress. We won't chase him away. Then he sent a signal to Yang Kai with his eyes. Yang Kai got the message and took a seat in the opposite corner of the cave. After that, the two of them said to the proprietress in a subservient manner, Please get some rest. As they exchanged glances, they carefully moved away and approached Yang Kai. One of them looked condescendingly at him while the other crouched down and stared at him. Chef tutored, Is a swollen face the trend these days, young boy? How do you even have the face to ask such a thing? Yang Kai glared at him. Right after he was beaten up by the proprietress, these two guys mercilessly assaulted him. If it weren't because he had a strong physique, his face would have been deformed by now. Chef grinned meaningfully, These flesh wounds don't matter. I have a blood-staunching paste with me. Come on, I'll help you apply it. Upon finishing his words, he fished out a slimy paste from his space ring and scooped up a bit of it with his fingers before applying it on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai looked away to dodge him, thinking that he wouldn't need any blood-staunching paste for these flesh wounds. However, he saw the chef subtly signaling with his eyes in the proprietress' direction. Yang Kai's expression changed as he figured out what he was trying to do, therefore he stopped avoiding him and let him do it. Nevertheless, he soon screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ouch! It hurts. Can't you be a bit gentler?" Snorting, Chef replied, "I'm a cook. This is how I deal with the meat and the fish every day." Yang Kai snapped, "Do you think I'm some kind of meat to be tenderized? You just said I'm your good brother." Chef refuted, "This and that are separate issues. How can you confuse them?" Accountant, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, grew impatient and said, "All right, stop arguing. Yang Kai, how did you find out we're here? Did Old Bai tell you about it?" Yang Kai nodded. "Old Bai came to Voidland and told me what had happened. That's why I rushed over here." "How is he now?" Yang Kai replied, "He's fine, so don't worry about him. He should be in Voidland now. He initially wanted to follow me into this place, but I had no idea what was going on here or whether I would be able to leave or not, so I shook him off and snuck into this place on my own." Accountant nodded gently, "That's good." Then, he took a glance at the proprietress, and upon seeing that she had straightened up to listen attentively, he secretly found it funny. After that, he asked, "There's one thing I don't understand. You'd built up such a solid foundation, but why did you end up in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm? You could have ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm at the very least. Weren't you only lacking a suitable Een element treasure?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "It's a long story. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, he wasn't aware that only Open Heaven realm masters could enter the Shadowless Cave Heaven. If he knew, he would have gotten a 6th Order Een element treasure ready just in case of emergencies. However, it was too late as he only found out about it after arriving at this place. 6th Order materials were already highly sought after in Voidland to begin with, to say nothing of the fact that Een element materials were even rarer. As soon as any 6th Order materials appeared in the Star City, those from Voidland would buy them up. In the end, when Yang Kai needed such a resource, he realized that he didn't even have one with him. Even Ti Zheng and the others didn't possess one. Left with no choice, he could only ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Upon hearing that, Accountant snorted, "I knew that something was off about it. Now, it seems that some people were really behind this." After falling into the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he had some suspicions, but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. After hearing Yang Kai's story, though, he realized that his speculations were right. They hadn't accidentally fallen into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Rather, it was a trap they had been caught up in. After the proprietress was trapped, they released Bai Qi to let him inform Yang Kai about it. Then, they set up a siege just outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. It would be best if they could kill Yang Kai, thus settling this issue for good. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could force him to ascend to the Open Heaven realm, as that was the only way to enter the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In the end, their plot was successful as Yang Kai had no choice but to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. However, they had never expected that Black Crow Divine Monarch would lead a group of people and launch a sneak attack on them at the critical moment, which resulted in them suffering immense losses. Furthermore, in order to make Yang Kai willingly ascend to the 5th Order, the space rings of all 4 high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were confiscated. It could be said that their losses were almost unbearable. In any case, they had finally settled the issue regarding Yang Kai. This kind of outcome was still acceptable, and while no one was happy, they were at least satisfied. As for their grudges with Black Crow, they would have to settle the score with him in the future. "You had the potential to become a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, but you ended up in the 5th Order. Don't you regret it?" Accountant asked in a grim voice. If he were the one who had to go through this, he couldn't have remained calm and collected. "It's a shame that I'm unable to achieve my goal, but I don't regret my decision." Yang Kai shook his head. Given the situation I was in, I probably won't be able to get a high-ranking element treasure even if I waited for 1,000 years. Rather than wasting so much time waiting for something that might not even come to be, I believe I should have a power I can call my own. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4389, Consuming a World Fruit. You're pretty poised about all this, Accountant said admiringly. Yang Kai shrugged while replying, there's nothing else I can do about it, so I think I should be optimistic. Just then, a rustling sound was heard. Proprietress rose from the chair and approached the three of them, who turned their heads to look at her. When she reached them, she extended her hand towards Chef, who promptly passed her the blood-staunching paste and took a rock chair from a nearby spot before placing it behind her. As the proprietress took a seat, she gazed at Yang Kai with a conflicted look and scooped up some blood-staunching paste before applying it to the bruises on his face. In response, Yang Kai beamed at her. A frustrated proprietress snapped, "Why are you smiling like a fool?" Then she exerted more force with her hand, which caused him to wail in pain. After a sigh, she rubbed the paste on his skin and said, "Since you've ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, there's no going back. The small universe in your body has formed, so it'll be useless even if you regret it in the future." "I won't regret it." Yang Kai shook his head. "When I arrived in the outer universe, it was you who took care of me like a caring senior. Now that you're in trouble, there's no way I can sit back and do nothing. I'm even willing to barge into the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises for you, let alone a mere shadowless cave heaven." "Stop boasting." The proprietress shot him a glare and ground her teeth. "A senior? Am I that old to you?" In an instant, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat. Proprietress is still in the spring of her youth. The word old can in no way be associated with you. I was wrong. After a snort, the proprietress gently continued, "Since you've ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, your limit will be the seventh order open heaven realm. Given your heritage and foundation, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the seventh order as long as you have enough resources. If you want to go further than that, it'll depend on whether you'll come across the right opportunities, so you'd better brace yourself for it." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. By refining open heaven pills and resources of various elements, a cultivator could only rise 2 orders from the one they initially broke through to. This was a universal truth that had been proven by countless cultivators since time immemorial. No one had managed to overcome this law. That was because there was a limit for growth regardless of whether one refined open heaven pills or other resources. However, if one could find innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace, they could break through this limit. Unfortunately, such pills were incredibly rare. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it would cause an upheaval in the 3,000 worlds and lead to a reign of terror and bloodshed. Even the 8th order open heaven realm masters, who rarely stepped out of the cave heavens and paradises, would make a move upon getting wind of its appearance. In that kind of situation, even the 7th order open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere as they could be easily killed if they were the slightest bit careless. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it was normal for hundreds, if not thousands of open heaven realm masters to lose their lives, all of them at the mid-rank at minimum. Even many 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters would die in this struggle. There's no rush to cultivate as you have to stabilize your foundation first. When a person reaches the open heaven realm, all they have to do is accumulate more power in order to advance. While the proprietress was giving Yang Kai a valuable lesson, she suddenly glanced at his neck and pinched his chin before turning his head slightly. With narrowed eyes, she asked, "How did you get this wound?" Although the wound on his neck caused by Yun Fei Bai had basically healed, there was still a mark left. Upon realizing that it was a cut that almost beheaded Yang Kai, the proprietress was shocked. "Who hurt you?" she asked in a grim voice. Yang Kai batted his eyes and scratched his nose. "Before coming to this place, I went over to Profound Yang Mountain." "Yun Fei Bai?" The proprietress' eyes turned cold. Yang Kai explained, "I had no idea where you were, but I heard that Yun Fei Bai from Profound Yang Mountain was hunting for you, so I decided to go over and get some information from them. Don't worry. Although I've suffered a setback, he isn't in any better condition. I left a hole through his chest, which can be considered a little interest for what he owes you." Upon hearing that, chef and accountant exchanged astounded glances. It was only now that they understood how Yang Kai was able to find them in the caldera. It turned out he gathered some information from those in profound Yang Mountain. They secretly admired him for his audacity. They were aware of how powerful those from profound Yang Mountain were, and Yun Fei Bai was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It was inconceivable that Yang Kai was able to wound Yun Fei Bai and even escape from that place. The fact that he had pulled off this feat was beyond their ability to imagine. When they took a look at the wound on Yang Kai's neck, they confirmed that it was a cut that almost decapitated him. He was so close to losing his life. "Are you sick of living? How could a mere fifth order like you barge into profound Yang Mountain?" The proprietress gazed at him in astonishment as she still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Yang Kai just laughed like a fool while feeling warm in his heart. The proprietress ground her teeth as though she was ready to reproach him, but upon recalling that he had done all this for her, she didn't have the heart to be harsh. Therefore, she said in a caring manner, "You mustn't act on a whim again in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "I'll remember it." With her eyes filled with a sense of self-blame, the proprietress heaved a sigh. If she had been careful enough back then, she probably wouldn't have fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, which led to Yang Kai getting forced to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. "Just treat your wounds first. You've just ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so you have to immediately consolidate your cultivation. You should cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Although this place isn't particularly safe, we can't find a better location," the proprietress ordered. "Moreover, you've just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so you're not aware of the dangers here yet. I'll tell you about it at a later time." "There's no rush." Before Yang Kai was able to finish his words, the proprietress shot him a glare. "Go now." Yang Kai immediately jumped up and complied, "Yes." Then he walked into a secret room in the cave and sat down with his legs crossed. The proprietress set up a number of barriers outside the room before stopping. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only start cultivating in seclusion. The wounds inflicted on him in the previous battle had healed, and the assault from the proprietress, chef, and accountant had only resulted in some bruises, which could be ignored. The reason he screamed at the top of his lungs just now was to arouse the proprietress' sympathy, which proved to be effective. Now, he closed his eyes and checked on his small universe. His small universe was newly formed as he had just ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Anyone else would have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 years to stabilize their foundation. However, Yang Kai's small universe had inherited the heritage of the small sealed world as he had merged the two, so he was able to stabilize it much quicker than normal. Furthermore, the previous 2 battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai respectively had helped him quickly consolidate his cultivation, even though the battles didn't last long. His battle against Yun Fei Bai was especially intense as he was constantly at risk of dying. This kind of immense pressure was more effective than cultivating in seclusion, which was dull and tedious. Now, instead of fortifying his Fifth Order Open Heaven realm cultivation, Yang Kai had to hurriedly ascend to the Sixth Order. The shadowless cave heaven was obviously not a hospitable place. Those from profound Yang Mountain, who had 4 Sixth Order Mountain Lords with them, had formed grudges with the proprietress and Yang Kai. Even in the 3,000 worlds, profound Yang Mountain could be considered a top second-class great force. Without its 2 divine spirits, Void Land would be incomparable to profound Yang Mountain. Since Yang Kai had injured Yun Fei Bai, those from profound Yang Mountain would never let him off, so it was expected that they would make a move sooner or later. Given his Fifth Order Open Heaven realm cultivation, he couldn't survive when dealing with such a behemoth even though he had the proprietress with him. Therefore, Yang Kai would only gain the qualifications to struggle against them by reaching the Sixth Order. He was already able to injure Yun Fei Bai while he was in the Fifth Order, so it shouldn't be hard to kill him after he made it to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. By then, he could join forces with the proprietress to oppose the entire profound Yang Mountain. Anyone else would have to wait for a painfully long time if they wanted to go from the fifth order to the sixth order, refining countless open heaven pills and cultivation resources to strengthen the heritage of their small universe. If this process could be completed in hundreds to 1,000 of years, it would be considered fast. Those who had less aptitude and resources could take thousands to over 10,000 years to do this, if they managed to at all. However, Yang Kai was different. He was supremely talented, and his foundation was incredibly solid, so he was able to refine open heaven pills and cultivation resources at a much quicker pace than average. Furthermore, he still had a mid-rank world fruit. In the primordial land of the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai repeatedly entered worlds in the fruits and obtained a number of world fruits, which included 2 mid-rank ones and 13 low-rank ones. He also managed to obtain a root from the world fruit tree. After that, Meng Hong from Great Moon Province gave him a mid-rank world fruit, so he ended up with 3 mid-rank ones in his possession. World fruits were heaven-defying treasures that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. The limit of low-rank world fruits was reaching the 3rd order, while the limit of mid-rank world fruits was the 6th order. There was no doubt that these fruits were invaluable. When Yang Kai was on the way to the star boundary, he was besieged by He He and forced to let Gu Ziyan and Lu Shui respectively consume a world fruit to turn the situation around. Gu Ziyan was originally a 2nd order open heaven realm master, so he directly rose to the 3rd order after taking a low-rank world fruit. On the other hand, Lu Shui was a 4th order open heaven realm master, so she became a 5th order one after consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Furthermore, Yu He had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, allowing her to reach the 6th order open heaven realm. Hence, Yang Kai still had one last mid-rank world fruit with him. That was the reason he was willing to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm at that time. With such a heaven-defying fruit, it could be said that it made no difference whether he ascended to the 5th order or the 6th order. The only issue was that he had to consume the last fruit. However, he managed to make up for this loss somewhat by taking the space rings of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had ambushed him. The most valuable aspect of a world fruit wasn't its ability to make a cultivator directly reach the next order, but rather its ability to increase the limit of a cultivator's martial Dao. Such an opportunity could never be purchased with money. Yang Kai had ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, so theoretically, the best he could achieve in the future was the 7th order. However, after taking a world fruit, he would reach the 6th order directly, and his limit would increase to the 8th order. When Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the open heaven realm outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he had already considered that. Ti Zheng and the others thought that his future was ruined, but they were not aware of his intentions. The reason Yang Kai even agreed to break through was that he had a mid-rank world fruit with him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4390, The Astral Wind Blows Again. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai fished out a box from his space ring and carefully opened it, whereupon a translucent spirit fruit the size of a fist came into his sight. It was the last mid-rank world fruit he had. Lights were seen swirling around the fruit surface, giving it a rather entrancing look. After taking out the spirit fruit, Yang Kai took a bite without hesitation. As the fruit peel broke apart, the fragrant juice flowed into his mouth. He arched his brow as he hadn't expected the taste to be so pleasant. Then, he wolfed down the world fruit, including the fruit pit, and licked his lips with a joyful expression. The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn as he quickly focused on his small universe. The world fruit's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his stomach and turned into the purest world force imaginable that streamed into all his organs. The force wasn't intense, so it was still bearable for Yang Kai. What was special was that there didn't seem to be an end to this stream of world force. Yang Kai's small universe opened wide and accepted this world force. He didn't even need to spend any effort to refine it as the world force quickly assimilated into the small universe, adding to his heritage and foundation without any obstruction. Yang Kai was stunned. It was no wonder that the world fruits were extremely precious and were called heaven-defying. When an Open Heaven Realm Master consumed Open Heaven pills and cultivation resources, there was a refinement process. However, the world force streaming out of the world fruit didn't require any effort to assimilate, they just had to open their small universe and accept it. This fact alone made world fruits a unique treasure. As time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe was increasing in a rapid and steady manner as it marched towards the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Outside the secret room, the proprietress had to leave the cave from time to time while chef and accountant stayed there to stand guard for Yang Kai so that he wouldn't be disturbed. The reason the proprietress went out was that she had to look for a way to leave this damned place. She had been doing that since before Yang Kai's arrival. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten any clues so far. The shadowless cave heaven was neither big nor small, so over the years, the three great forces had gained a footing and searched everywhere they could. If there was really an exit, they would have discovered it by now. It had only been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived here, so their efforts weren't comparable to the thousands of years the three great forces had invested. One day, while keeping guard in the cave, chef and accountant realized that the barrier had been triggered. Looking up, they saw the proprietress returning from outside as the magma roiled behind her. She used her power to open up a passageway and plunged into the caldera. After looking around, she stared at Yang Kai's secret room and frowned. "Hasn't he come out yet?" Chef shook his head. "Not yet. It's been a month, but it seems that his injuries are pretty serious, which is why it's taking him such a long time to recuperate. Do we need to check on him, proprietress?" She rejected his idea by shaking her head. "There's no need for that. It'd be terrible if we happened to disturb him during a critical moment." Accountant spoke worriedly. "The astral wind is due to blow again in a few days. Although this place can fend it off somewhat, we can't totally avoid its influence. By then, Yang Kai will be disturbed." That was indeed a serious problem. The place they resided could ward off some of the astral wind's effects, but it wasn't as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. If it weren't for this place, they couldn't have made it to this day as all their cultivations would have been ground down by the eerie wind. Despite that, they had suffered quite some losses to their small universes after a year. The proprietress was in a better state as she was able to persevere given her strong and solid cultivation. However, it had only been a short time since chef and accountant ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so their heritages were not solid to begin with. The brutality of the wind had repeatedly destabilized their small universes. After the astral wind struck each time, they would have to use up a lot of resources to simply stabilize their cultivations, and even more to try to make up for the losses. Upon pondering on it for a moment, the proprietress said, "We'll play it by ear. Don't disturb him for now. However, we have to be wary of those from Profound Yang Mountain. I took a stroll around that place some time ago and realized that they're gathering quite a few people together. It seems that they're preparing to make a move on us." Chef was shocked when he heard that. "Does it mean that we have to escape somewhere else?" Those from Profound Yang Mountain had a lot of people on their side, including many powerful masters. If the two parties fought, the proprietress would definitely not be a match for them. The reason they had been safe for such a long time was that the proprietress, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was intimidating enough. The people from Profound Yang Mountain reckoned that even if they could take down the three of them in the end, they would have to pay a hefty price. That was the reason they backed down and allowed the three of them to hide in this place. However, after such a long time, the proprietress' strength must have decreased under the influence of the astral wind. Although chef and accountant were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Previously, Yang Kai had made a scene in Profound Yang Mountain, which must have infuriated them, so it was expected that they wanted to retaliate against them. The proprietress shook her head. "Where else can we go? The shadowless cave heaven is only so big. The only options left for us are Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island." She paused for a moment. "Which do you think we should join?" In the past, she had never considered joining one of the three great forces. That was because all of these great forces had established themselves in the shadowless cave heaven, so they would be restricted in many ways if they joined one of them, not to mention that they had to hand over a large part of their resources. Nevertheless, things were different now, and it was time they made a choice. If they remained stubborn, they wouldn't possibly be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. After exchanging glances, chef and accountant said in unison, "Twin Spirit Island." The proprietress nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." Among the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest because they only had 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Unrivaled Guild had 3 while Profound Yang Mountain had 4. What's more, the head mountain lord was just 1 step away from the 7th order. As a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, if the proprietress joined Twin Spirit Island, it would allow them to be on par with Unrivaled Guild, which was a chance for Twin Spirit Island to strengthen its position. Furthermore, the proprietress had headed to Twin Spirit Island some time ago and was greeted hospitably by the 2 island masters. They had a joyous chat during the encounter, and the island masters were obviously trying to persuade her to join them. There was no doubt that they were more polite than those from Profound Yang Mountain. After a moment of silence, the proprietress spoke up, "Let's talk about it after the astral wind is gone." Without any objections, chef and accountant nodded. Then they started setting up some arrays in the cave. The astral wind was able to penetrate everything, including the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although their arrays were not highly effective, it was better than nothing at all. The proprietress didn't leave again, and 3 days later, the astral wind struck just as expected. Initially, it was just a light breeze, but it soon turned into a gale and caused a sandstorm outside of the cave. Despite the fact that they were hiding inside the lava cave below the volcano, the astral wind was still able to sneak into the place and grind away the world force in their small universes. Obviously, it wasn't the first time the proprietress and the others faced such a predicament, and after so many experiences, they had developed some methods to resist. The strange wind in this damned place would strike once a month for 1 to 2 hours with a margin of error of 3 days. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, besides safe places like the headquarters of the 3 great forces, only a few places like the area around this caldera were able to weaken the strange wind. They had been looking for the reason behind it, but to no avail. Even the 3 great forces couldn't figure it out, as they speculated that it had something to do with the deceased shadowless divine monarch. After all, it was a universe cave heaven left behind by him after his death, so any strange events could be traced back to him. Fortunately, the 3 of them had prepared a lot of cultivation resources. Since the proprietress returned to the cave, she had been refining them non-stop. Presently, she was working harder to replenish the loss of her strength. Suddenly, an extremely pure wood element power exploded from the depths of the cave. The proprietress and the others were stunned as they opened their eyes and fell into a dazed state. An emerald green ancient tree had abruptly appeared before their eyes, one with a gigantic crown that covered the entire cave. A soft green light descended from the tree, containing an astonishing vitality that cast a green glow on their figures and made them feel completely at ease. "What is this?" Chef was astounded. "Is it a divine manifestation?" Accountant exclaimed. The proprietress nodded her head. "It should be so." She had sharp vision and vast experience, so she could tell that it was a divine manifestation the moment she saw it. Following that, she turned to look at Yang Kai's secret room and realized that it was where the roots of the tree were located. Apparently, the wood element divine manifestation was Yang Kai's doing. The proprietress couldn't help but wonder about the order of wood element power Yang Kai had condensed, which allowed him to use such an incredible divine manifestation. The moment she found out that Yang Kai had condensed the Golden Crow's true fire, she knew that he must have condensed a high-rank wood element power as well, otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. However, high-rank wood element treasures could still be classified into different orders. The proprietress had never probed Yang Kai about his background, but now it seemed that the wood element treasure he had refined was truly extraordinary. Otherwise, such a wood element divine manifestation couldn't have been derived from it. Resting under the gigantic tree, They not only felt warm and comfortable, but also clear-headed, like their thoughts had been accelerated. They had also discovered that they were able to restore their strength at a quicker pace. All of a sudden, Chef exclaimed, "This divine manifestation seems able to ward off the wind, proprietress." Certainly, the proprietress was aware of that as well. The moment the divine manifestation exploded out, the astral wind in the cave disappeared, kept off entirely by the green aura around them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4391, Profound Young Mountain Makes a Move. The proprietress' alluring eyes trembled. It had been 1 year since they arrived at this place, and they'd had a taste of the power and strangeness of the astral wind many times. Other than hiding in this cave, they were unable to fend it off in any way. However, now, Yang Kai's wood element divine manifestation was able to completely ward off the astral wind that had been giving them a headache for a long time. It went to show that the wood element treasure he had refined was extraordinary. Gazing at his secret room, the proprietress became slightly at ease. Since Yang Kai was able to make such a move, it meant that he was aware of what was going on in the surroundings. Therefore, he should be almost completely healed. Initially, she was worried that the astral wind would have some negative impact on Yang Kai. Now, it seemed that not only did he have a way to fend it off, but he could also protect the three of them. Although Yang Kai had only ascended to the 5th order, his previous efforts hadn't gone down the drain. This wood element divine manifestation alone was a powerful method in his arsenal. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai appeared jovial. Not long after he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, he was struck by the astral wind once, which resulted in him being quite battered. When he checked on his small universe after that though, he realized that the gigantic tree, which was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, was completely fine. At that time, he speculated that this divine manifestation might be able to protect against the astral wind. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to test this theory. Therefore, when the astral wind struck again, he immediately activated the towering evergreen divine manifestation. Just like he had expected, the aura of the great tree was able to keep out the astral wind. The discovery made him set his mind at ease. With this divine manifestation, he wouldn't have to worry about the astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven again. Moreover, not only could this divine manifestation protect himself, it could also protect those around him. In a place such as the shadowless cave heaven, this kind of divine manifestation was like a trump card that could save their lives, as they wouldn't have to worry about the brutality of the astral wind ever again. Even though the headquarters of the three great forces were safe, the locations were not movable. On the other hand, Yang Kai could use this divine manifestation wherever he wanted. Although the protection range was limited, it was more than sufficient. 1 hour later, the astral wind dissipated. Yang Kai retracted his divine manifestation, and the gigantic tree with vigorous green light slowly disappeared. Following that, he continued absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. Over the past month, he had been continuously absorbing the world force coming from the world fruit. Presently, not only had he made up for the losses that he had suffered in his small universe from the astral wind, but he had also managed to strengthen it. Even the landmass of his small universe had expanded quite a bit. He had a feeling that he had reached the limits of the 5th order, and in just a few days, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the 6th order. There wasn't a need to worry about whether the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit were sufficient. Since he was able to go from the 5th order to the 6th order, Yang Kai could do the same. In the meantime, on one of the peaks of profound Yang Mountain, the door of a palace suddenly opened. Second Mountain Lord Yunfei stepped out and looked around before ordering, "Inform the 3rd Mountain Lord and the 4th Mountain Lord. Assemble the troops and follow me to capture that Hor Lan Yu Ruo." A number of 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been keeping guard outside the palace, immediately replied, "Yes." Looking in the direction of the caldera, Yunfei sported a cold expression. Previously, he was injured by Yang Kai, which was an incredible loss of face. The spear that penetrated his chest had left him severely wounded, and it took him a whole month to recover. He could still feel his chest aching to this day. Although Yang Kai wasn't in a better state either, as he had almost been decapitated, he was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master while Yun Fei Bai was in the 6th Order. They were not supposed to be an equal match to begin with, as the difference of even one order was like the gap between the heavens and earth. Being wounded so seriously by a boy a whole order lower than him was humiliating, so it was expected that Yun Fei Bai would be resentful. In order to recover quickly, he used a lot of resources that were hard to come by in the shadowless cave heaven, so it could be said that these were immense losses for him. He was extremely vexed. If it weren't because the head mountain lord had his eyes on Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space, which might help them find the exit, Yun Fei Bai would definitely kill him and rip his corpse into countless pieces. Since the head mountain lord had given the order though, Yun Fei Bai wouldn't dare to kill Yang Kai. Nevertheless, it would be fine to treat him harshly. He secretly swore that once he captured Yang Kai, he would cut off all his limbs and stuff him into a jar where he would spend the rest of his miserable life. As for Lan Yu Rua, he was determined to obtain her. He had previously invited her to join Profound Yang Mountain and promised to make her the 5th Mountain Lord. However, since she embarrassed him and didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't be blamed for being hard on her. Meanwhile, the 3rd Mountain Lord Geng Qing and the 4th Mountain Lord Zhou Yo were already ready. If Yun Fei Bai hadn't insisted on personally making a move to get his revenge, they would have brought their people with them and stormed into the caldera a month ago. Upon getting the news at this moment, they responded quickly. Soon, numerous rays of light left Profound Yang Mountain and headed to the hiding place of the proprietress and her subordinates. There were dozens of people in total. The 3 6th Order Mountain Lords led the way, while the weakest among this group were in the 4th Order. 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't qualified to interfere in this matter. There were also 6 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this team. Such a force was more than enough to deal with Lan Yu Rua and the others. In fact, they had always known that Lan Yu Rua was hiding in the caldera. The reason they hadn't stormed that place until now was that the Mountain Lords were wary of her 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. If she became desperate, she might be able to severely wound 1 or 2 of them, even if defeating them was impossible. Furthermore, Yun Fei Bai wanted to wait for the astral wind to weaken the proprietress and her companions. It would only take 1 or 2 years for her power to noticeably decrease. By then, it'd be much easier to capture her. Even without Yang Kai making a scene on Profound Yang Mountain, Yun Fei Bai was already prepared to make a move. Now that the head mountain lord valued Yang Kai's capabilities, coupled with the grudges between them, the battle against Lan Yu Rua was inevitable. This large group of people flew through the sky. In just 2 to 3 days, they arrived at a spot near the caldera. Following the 3 mountain lords' order, the caldera was quickly surrounded as world forces undulated. Inside the cave below the volcano, Chef exclaimed, "Profound Yang Mountain is here, proprietress." The proprietress sported a solemn expression and nodded, "I know." Then, she took a glance at Yang Kai's secret room. "I'll go out to have a look. If things go wrong, immediately bring Yang Kai away from here." Chef asked worriedly, "What about you?" The proprietress replied, "You don't have to worry about me. I have a way to flee." Accountant took a step forward. "I'll stay with you to give you a hand, proprietress." Many people from Profound Yang Mountain are here, even 3 mountain lords have arrived, but I'm still able to escape if I'm on my own, so you don't have to come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she leapt into the air and dashed out of the cave. As she separated her palms, a passageway appeared in the magma. Chef and accountant watched her leave as their eyes were filled with anxiety. Initially, they thought that after ascending to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would be able to share some of the proprietress burdens. However, in this kind of situation, 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them were useless. If they tagged along, they might be captured by the enemy and used to threaten the proprietress. They couldn't help but blame themselves for being useless, as they were unable to lend her a hand at the most critical moment. Chef's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the secret room. What's wrong with Yang Kai? Why hasn't he come out after 1 month of recuperation? If he had stepped out of the secret room, They could make use of his space secret technique to flee even if they were unable to defeat their enemies. However, he had been meditating for a whole month, and he didn't seem aware that the enemy was already at their door. Outside the caldera, the three mountain lords stood alongside one another. A lot of people had surrounded the caldera as auras undulated. Upon seeing that the magma was roiling, Yun Fei Bai curled up his lips. A snow-white figure shot out of the fiery red magma. The imperial dress she was clad in perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The proprietress stood silently in the void as she flicked her sleeve and swept a glance over these people. Then, she fixed her eyes on Yun Fei Bai and the others before asking, "What brings you here, mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain?" Yun Fei Bai sneered, "Stop asking the obvious. You're fully aware of why we're here." The proprietress replied, "I'm not you, so how am I supposed to know what you're thinking?" Yun Fei Bai scoffed, "Since you're trying to play dumb, just keep doing that. Don't beg for my mercy when I beat you up later." The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance. "Yun Fei Bai, although you're also a sixth-order cultivator, you're no match for me. Go back to where you came from before your pride isn't the only thing that's hurt." A furious Yun Fei Bai snapped, "You're pretty arrogant, bitch. Let's see whether you're really as strong as you say you are." Upon finishing his words, his figure shook as his world force swirled around him, and he pounced at the proprietress. Gang Qing helplessly shook his head. Second brother is still so hot-tempered. Can't he see that she's trying to goad him into a one-on-one fight with her? Zhou Ya sighed. Second brother is a conceited man, so just let him be. That Lan Yurua has spent a year being exposed to the astral wind, so she isn't as strong as she was before. Just get ready for now. Once second brother injures her, we can join forces and take her down together. Gang Qing nodded lightly before taking a step forward and immediately appeared on the other side to form an encirclement with Zhou Ya. Looking up, they saw that Yun Fei Bai and Lan Yurua had begun their clash. Both of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so every move they made was world-shaking. As their world forces permeated the air, the explosions of light from their secret techniques erupted everywhere. There was no doubt that it was an intense battle. After observing the battle for a while though, Gang Qing arched his brow as he realized that Lan Yurua was truly powerful. Although her strength seemed to have been weakened, she was still able to match Yun Fei Bai. He secretly felt astounded. If Lan Yurua were at her peak, she would have been truly intimidating. Although she might not be able to defeat the head mountain lord, there wouldn't be a big of a gap between their powers. Since such a top cultivator had some grudges against profound Yang Mountain, they reckoned that they must end her life. If she escaped this time and sided with either Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island, it would be troublesome for them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4392, Flee. After the intense battle lasted for a while, it was apparent that the two sixth-order open heaven realm masters were equally matched. All of a sudden, someone came over and reported, "Third Mountain Lord, Fourth Mountain Lord, we've detected some strange movements in the caldera." Upon hearing that, Gang Qing stared intently in that direction for a moment before saying, "They're Lan Yurua's fifth-order subordinates. The magma is roiling inside the caldera. There should be some secret passageways. These guys must be trying to flee since the situation isn't in their favor. There's one more person with them. Who's that?" Zhou Ya looked in the same direction and gave it a thought before saying, "He must be that brat who injured second brother. It seems that his injuries are pretty severe. 1 month has passed, but he's still unconscious. Someone has to carry him on his back and flee." Gang Qing nodded, "You're right. I'll leave those 3 to you, fourth sister. If we can capture them, it will distract Lan Yurua. By then, second brother will have an easier time dealing with her." A hesitant Zhou Ya asked, "What about second brother?" With a smile, Gang Qing replied, "Don't worry, fourth sister. I'll make sure that he won't get hurt. When the time is right, I'll join forces with him." It was then Zhou Ya nodded, "I'll go then." Following that, she swept a glance over the people around her, whereupon more than 10 people left with her to race after Chef and the others. 100 kilometers in front of them, Chef carried Yang Kai on his back while running away at the speed of the wind. On the other hand, Accountant followed them with a golden abacus in his hand. When he turned his head and saw many rays of light racing after them, he exclaimed, "Run, Chef! They're coming right at us." Just like what Gung Qing had said, there were some secret passageways under the caldera. It had been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived in this place, so they were familiar with the terrain. Even if the cave's entrance was blocked by their enemies one day, they would still be able to flee. Not long after the proprietress dashed out of the caldera, she engaged in a battle with the enemy. Upon seeing that things were deteriorating, Chef and Accountant immediately brought Yang Kai with them and fled through another exit. Although they moved cautiously, they were still detected by their enemies. Now that their enemies were chasing after them, they had no choice but to flee at their top speed. Both of them were only in the 5th order open heaven realm, and they had a burden with them that was Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhouya was a 6th order open heaven realm master who had more than 10 people with her. Both parties were not equally matched to begin with, so there was no way they could defeat their enemies if they got into a fight. Therefore, they would only stand a chance to survive by fleeing. At the same time, they prayed that the proprietress would be fine. After running away for a while, a pale accountant cursed, "I don't think we can get away, Chef. That woman is pretty swift." Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 6th and 5th order, the gap in power was vast. Usually, a 6th order open heaven realm master would be able to deal with 5 5th order open heaven realm masters with ease. Therefore, it was expected that a 6th order open heaven realm master was also able to fly at a greater speed. Since Zhouya was determined to hunt them down, Chef and Accountant were not able to get rid of her regardless of how hard they tried. Seeing that the distance between them was shortening, Chef tossed Yang Kai at Accountant and said, "Leave with him now. I'll delay her for a while." After taking Yang Kai, Accountant gritted his teeth and placed him over his shoulder without hesitation. Then he charged forward at full speed. It wasn't the right time to argue. If they couldn't make a decision quickly, they would fall into a terrible state. Chef took a deep breath as his figure expanded and turned into a several dozen meter tall giant. The apron around his waist swayed with the wind. With a knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right, Chef appeared solemn and foreboding. Then he hurled the chopping board behind him as it expanded with the wind. It was as though the chopping board was about to cover the entire world. The unsuspecting Zhouya and the others came into contact with the chopping board and became bound by a mysterious force. Chef raised his knife and bellowed, "I am the knife and chopping board, and you are the fish." Then he brought down the knife as the blade shone viciously. The world around him seemed to have turned into his kitchen with him as the chef that was on top of everything. Zhouya was flabbergasted as she hadn't expected that a 5th order open heaven realm master would possess such a horrifying divine ability. He was apparently more powerful than the average 5th order open heaven realm master. Although she was a 6th order master, she still couldn't help but feel terrified while she was bound to the chopping board. It was as though she was about to be cut into countless pieces. Not daring to be negligent, she yelled and surged her world force as she broke free of the restraint and shot towards Chef. The more than 10 mid-rank open heaven realm masters were not standing idly by either. As they respectively used their secret techniques and artifacts, their world forces became a chaotic torrent. In just 3 breaths' time, Chef's gigantic figure flew backwards as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Like a deflating balloon, he shrank rapidly. The colossal chopping board turned back into its original form and was stored by Chef. The blade light dissipated and his world force subsided. Zhouya looked up and saw Chef spitting blood while fleeing into the distance. Despite his burly figure, he was extremely agile. With her face turning crimson, she roared, "Follow him! Don't let him flee!" She was a 6th order master and had personally led a team of powerful subordinates, but she was obstructed by a mere 5th order open heaven realm cultivator. Although it had lasted only several breaths of time, it was humiliating enough. In the meantime, the proprietress had fallen into a perilous state. Yun Fei Bai was embarrassed as he wasn't even able to hurt his opponent, and upon seeing things not progressing, Geng Qing immediately joined forces with him. As the two mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain worked together, they were able to gain the advantage right away. However, to their horror, they realized that Lan Yu Ruo was still able to cope. Geng Qing couldn't help but feel terrified. Just a while ago, he believed that although Lan Yu Ruo wasn't a match for the head mountain lord when she was at her peak, there would only be a small gap between their powers. Nevertheless, it now seemed that she and the head mountain lord would be equally matched when she was at her peak. Both of them were just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm. If not, she couldn't have remained so powerful after being affected by the astral wind for 1 year. However, it all had to end on this day. Regardless of how powerful Lan Yu Ruo was, she had to be killed in this place. The two of them had made a move while their mid-rank open heaven realm subordinates disturbed her from outside the battlefield. Even though she was formidable, there was no way she could leave this place alive. During the intense battle, some people from profound Yang Mountain had to back down from time to time as they were injured by the proprietress. In just one incense stick, 7 mid-rank open heaven realm masters had temporarily lost the capabilities to fight, while one of them was even killed. Although the proprietress managed to hurt many of her opponents, she had been wounded as well. In this kind of situation, it was a miracle that she had made it so far. If it weren't because Geng Qing and Yun Fei Bai were worried that she would attempt to drag one of them down with her if she was pushed too far, her situation would have been even more difficult. There came a moment when Geng Qing's gaze brightened while he attacked the proprietress alongside Yun Fei Bai. He initially intended to back down, but he charged forward instead, using a divine ability that shot towards the proprietress when she made a mistake and exposed an opening in her guard. During a life-and-death battle between powerful cultivators, a single opening could determine the outcome. As his world force undulated, his divine ability landed on the proprietress' delicate figure and exploded, whereupon she detonated and turned into dust. Yun Fei Bai became rooted to the spot as he asked in disbelief, "She died?" Geng Qing was stunned as well, and with a frown, he had a feeling that something was off. Although his divine ability was mighty, Lan Yu Ruo wasn't weak. How was it possible that she was killed just like that? Then he looked down and saw a figure dashing into the magma. It was just an illusion. She fled. Geng Qing bellowed. "Where does she think she's going?" Yun Fei Bai yelled and plunged into the caldera. "Wait, second brother. There might be a trap." Geng Qing shouted, but it was too late. The impetuous Yun Fei Bai had already disappeared into the magma. Left with no choice, Geng Qing ground his teeth and followed. However, before he even dove into the magma, there was an explosion of world force beneath him, as though a divine ability was expanding before his eyes. Following that, Yun Fei Bai wailed while spraying out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. There was a dent on his chest and his aura was unstable. It was apparent that he had suffered a serious setback. Then, he spat blood again and roared with a hideous expression, "How dare that bitch set me up?" A speechless Geng Qing reckoned that Yun Fei Bai's terrible temper would forever land him in trouble. As the magma subsided, they looked down at it and hesitated. After what happened to Yun Fei Bai, Geng Qing wouldn't dare to rashly plunge into it as he was worried that Lan Yu Ruo was hiding under the magma. As such, he turned to look at one of his fifth-order subordinates and ordered in a grim voice, "Go down and have a look." The fifth-order open heaven realm master appeared terrified, but he wouldn't dare to disobey the order, so he clenched his teeth and dove into the magma. A moment later, he dashed out of it and shook his head. "That woman is nowhere to be seen. She must have escaped. Where else can she go?" Yun Fei Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he was resentful of the proprietress. "All of you, get down and search for her. I have to get her regardless of what it takes." Geng Qing explained, "We don't have to do that, second brother. I believe Lan Yu Ruo is going to look for her subordinates. Fourth sister is pursuing them, so we just have to meet up with her and I'm sure we'll find Lan Yu Ruo over there." Yun Fei Bai turned to look at him. "Really? What if she doesn't look for her subordinates?" Geng Qing said, "Please trust me, second brother. Lan Yurua seems to be someone who values the people around her greatly, so I believe that she won't let her subordinates perish on their own. After giving it a thought, Yun Fei Bai nodded. Good, we'll look for fourth sister. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. The wound on his chest was extremely painful. On the other hand, chef and accountant were pale as they ran, blood streaming from their mouths. Although chef had stopped Zhou Ye and the others for several breaths of time using his secret technique, their opponents resumed chasing them soon after. Left with no choice, accountant had to make a move as well. In the end, both of them were wounded while their enemies were getting closer and closer. While carrying Yang Kai on his back, chef cursed, "Brat, are you going to wake up or not? We'll die soon. By then, I'll throw you to that woman and let her rip you into countless pieces." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4393, Twin Spirit Island. Although Chef was lamenting, he never slowed down his pace. Unfortunately, they were unable to get rid of Zhou Ye as she was more powerful than them. Seeing as the enemies were getting closer, accountant bellowed, "Leave. I'll deal with her." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and readied himself to clash with Zhou Ye. A flabbergasted chef exclaimed, "No." However, he was unable to stop him, so he clenched his teeth and whirled around to follow him. Accountant turned his head and bellowed, "What are you doing?" With a solemn expression, chef replied, "We'll never get rid of her, so I think we should just perish together. Before that, we'll at least bite some flesh off her." Accountant's gaze darkened as he nodded with a heavy heart. Then, chef quickly fished out a long cloth to tie Yang Kai tightly on his back. With a kitchen knife in one hand and a chopping board in the other, he was prepared to face his enemies. Just then, they saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from behind Zhou Ye. The ray of light directly stormed into the enemy's formation and caused a lot of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to collapse to the ground. Many of them were injured and sent flying away as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood in midair. An astounded Zhou Ye turned her head with a fierce gaze and surged her world force to trade moves with the ray of light. As a series of explosive sounds were heard as the world seemed to pale. The ray of light whisked past Zhou Ye and landed on a spot beside chef and accountant. Proprietress! Chef and accountant were pleasantly surprised. The ray of light was none other than the proprietress, who had shaken off Geng Qing and Yun Fei Bai. Her face was slightly pale as she brushed away the blood on the corner of her lips. Then, she extended her hands and grabbed both of them before yelling, "Let's go!" Chef and accountant were uncontrollably hoisted into the air. "You're injured, proprietress." Chef gazed at the trail of blood on the corner of her mouth with a worried expression. "It doesn't matter." The proprietress took a glance at Yang Kai on his back and asked, "Hasn't he woken up yet?" Chef shook his head. "No. Perhaps he's at some kind of critical juncture." Given such a commotion, Yang Kai should have been shaken out of his meditative state even if he was still recuperating. However, his eyes remained tightly closed as though he had cut off all connection with the outside world, which put them in a tight spot. "Should we force this brat up?" Chef asked. "No." The proprietress shook her head. Yang Kai wasn't someone who would put his companions' lives at risk, and he should be aware of what was going on in his surroundings. In other words, he knew what they were going through, but there was a reason that he couldn't wake up. It would be a terrible thing if they forcefully interrupted him. "Where are we going now?" Accountant asked as he turned his head to look at the enemies behind them. Zhou Ye and her subordinates were still relentlessly chasing after them. The proprietress declared, "Twin Spirit Island." Previously, they were unwilling to join any of the 3 great forces because, first of all, they had just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so they were unclear about the current situations in this place. Secondly, once they joined one of the great forces, they would be restricted in many ways and completely bound to that great force. Only after learning that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven over the years, did the proprietress start considering joining one of them. Profound Yang Mountain was excluded as there were some grudges between them. Therefore, they were left with unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. Among the two, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest as there were only 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so it was naturally their best option. Some time ago, the proprietress visited Twin Spirit Island and was greeted warmly by the 2 island masters. It was apparent that they were trying to persuade her to join their great force. Initially, the proprietress planned on asking for the opinions of Yang Kai and the others before deciding whether they should join Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, before Yang Kai even awakened, 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had arrived at her door. Left with no choice now, they could only head to Twin Spirit Island. If they were accepted into the Great Force, they could probably resolve this crisis. There was an expansive lake in the shadowless cave heaven, and in the middle of the lake were 2 islands that looked similar in terms of shape and size. Since both of them were closely connected, they were named Twin Spirit Island. As the proprietress and the others headed straight to Twin Spirit Island, it was apparent what their intention was. On the other hand, Zhouye was still relentlessly pursuing them, and 2 days later, Yun Fei Bai and Geng Qing finally joined her. As Geng Qing looked in the direction the proprietress and the others were heading, he gave it a thought and pondered, is Lan Yu Ruo going to Twin Spirit Island? When did she even come into contact with those island masters? Yun Fei Bai snorted, that bitch is a 6th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it's expected that those 2 want her to join their sect. I guess they came into contact some time ago. We need to catch them quickly. We mustn't let them reach Twin Spirit Island. If she joins forces with Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan that he just mentioned were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. They were also a married couple. It was said that they had been in the shadowless cave heaven for even longer than the head mountain lord. Geng Qing narrowed his eyes before chuckling, it's been a short time since Lan Yu Ruo arrived in this place, so she isn't aware of that couple's temperaments. She must be acting out of desperation since she has no other choice. Don't worry, second brother. It'll be a good thing if she reaches Twin Spirit Island. Yun Fei Bai shot him a glance. Why is it a good thing? Geng Qing explained, aren't you aware of what that couple is like, second brother? Although both of them are in the 6th-Order Open Heaven realm, the same as us, they're quite cautious and timid. The reason they want to recruit Lan Yu Ruo is that she's a 6th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If she becomes a part of them, they'll be able to better resist profound Yang Mountain and unrivaled guild. However, since the 3 of us are hunting Lan Yu Ruo down, will the couple have the guts to accept her? After giving it a thought, Yun Fei Bai nodded, you're right. Those 2 have always been cowards. If they find out that woman has some grudges with us, they'll likely refuse to accept her group. Zhouye said, if she is turned down, she won't have a way out anymore. Yun Fei Bai's eyes brightened as he looked at the front and put on an eerie smile. They're basically flying into the death trap. Realizing this, an elated Yun Fei Bai slowed down a little as he calmly followed the proprietress and her group. As they kept moving forward, they arrived at a beautiful lake 2 days later. The proprietress, chef, and accountant stepped on the water and reached Twin Spirit Island soon after. Twin Spirit Island was surrounded by a barrier, and no one was able to see through the fog and find out what was going on inside. The proprietress immediately fished out a jade token and infused her power into it. The jade token instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the grand array. This jade token was given to her by the island masters when she visited Twin Spirit Island previously and could be used as a communications artifact. They hoped that she would join their sect one day, so naturally they provided her with a way to contact them. After the jade token was gone, the proprietress turned her head and saw many rays of light rapidly approaching them. It would probably take them no more than a quarter hour to arrive, so she was naturally worried. A moment later, the fog around the grand array roiled and a figure stepped out of it. He was a 4th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was clad in tight-fitting clothes, which made him look quite well put together. The 4th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked around, and when he saw the proprietress, his expression turned solemn. I'm sorry for being late to welcome you, Madame Lan. Please forgive me. The proprietress had paid a visit previously, so he naturally recognized her. It's fine. Please tell the island masters that I'll agree to the conditions they mentioned and am willing to join Twin Spirit Island, the proprietress declared. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was evidently startled. Although he wasn't sure what these conditions were, he wasn't in any place to ask as he was just a messenger. As such, he simply nodded, "Please give me a moment, madam." After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the grand array. Before he left, he looked into the distance with some concern. In a parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, a middle-aged man with a jade crown was having a stroll with a pregnant woman clad in an imperial dress. Pleasant fragrances permeated the place as flowers of different colors bloomed around them. The woman was stroking her belly while the man held her arm to support her weight. He looked down at the bulging belly from time to time with a joyful expression. They were none other than the island masters of Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. While having a walk in the garden with his wife, Hua Yong asked gently, "Do you love this garden, my dear wife? All of these flowers were brought back from the outside world, and some of the species are extremely rare." Shu Mudan put on a reserved smile. "You didn't have to do all this, husband. These flowers cannot be consumed for cultivation. The subordinates might have some complaints against you since you told them to use so many resources for this." Hua Yong asked, "Who would dare to have any complaints?" Then he stood in front of his wife and crouched down before pressing his head against the bulging belly. "Moreover, Linner will only be pleased when you're happy. That way he'll leave your stomach sooner." Shu Mudan started blushing as she looked around and poked the man's head with one finger. "How old do you think you are? Get up now. Others will laugh at us if they see this." Hua Yong took her hand and caressed his own face with it before he looked up and flashed a smile at her. "Who would dare to laugh at me?" Island masters. Just then, someone rushed into the place. When he saw the head island master crouching down in front of the second island master and caressing his own face with her hand while the second island master blushed with a loving expression, he became stunned. Shu Mudan's face turned a shade redder in embarrassment. Hua Yong slowly got up and straightened his face before coughing into his fist. "What's wrong?" The person looked down at his feet and reported, "Madame Lan is here again. She said that she'll agree to your conditions to join Twin Spirit Island." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan exchanged glances and became ecstatic. The former laughed and said, "Very good. Although some people will fall into the shadowless cave heaven from time to time, Sixth Order Masters are rare. If Lan Yurua could join us, our power will be greatly strengthened." Then he turned to look at the messenger. "Is she outside?" The person replied, "Madame Lan is indeed waiting outside." "Welcome her inside right now," Hua Yong ordered, then changed his mind. "No, no, no. My wife and I will personally welcome her." Martial Peak, Chapter 4394, Blood Monster Battle Dress. If Lan Yurua, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, joined Twin Spirit Island, she would be the third island master. In other words, she would be the third most important person after Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, so she definitely deserved to be welcomed by the couple personally. Before the two of them could leave the garden, however, the messenger continued, "Island masters, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Madame Lan seems to be injured, and just now, I could see that some people were pursuing her." "Who are the ones chasing her?" Hua Yong frowned. Lan Yurua was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so rarely anyone in the shadowless cave heaven could hurt her or even have the guts to pursue her. Suddenly, he felt there was more to her trying to join them at this moment than it appeared. The messenger replied, "Island Masters, you've not stepped outside for years, so you're not aware of what's going on. There are some grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord." As the person spoke, Shu Mudan suddenly waved her hand, then the water around them came together and formed into a mirror. The reflection on the mirror showed the view outside of Twin Spirit Island. Through the mirror, they could see Lan Yurua and her three subordinates waiting outside the barrier. One of them was unconscious, so he had to be carried on another person's back. As Shu Mudan looked into the distance, her expression changed. "Three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain are over there." Hua Yong's expression turned solemn as well. He could see the intimidating Yun Fei Bai and the others through the mirror. Of the 4 sixth-order mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, 3 of them had come all the way here with many subordinates, which went to show that they were determined to end Lan Yu Ruo today. What are the grudges between Madame Lan and profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord? Hua Yong asked in puzzlement. Since his wife was pregnant, he had been staying on Twin Spirit Island to keep her company and ignored the affairs in the outside world. Before Lan Yu Ruo paid a visit previously, he wasn't even aware that there was a new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the shadowless Cave Heaven. Certainly, he had no idea what was going on when he saw this sight. The messenger replied, "I don't know the details, but those from profound Yang Mountain have always been arrogant, and the second mountain lord Yun Fei Bai is a lascivious man. Madame Lan knew nothing about the affairs here when she arrived in the shadowless Cave Heaven, so she might have gotten into a conflict with them for some reason." Upon hearing his explanation, Hua Yong nodded and said with a dark explanation, "Now I know why Lan Yu Ruo is eager to join Twin Spirit Island. She's basically left with no other choice now, so she wants to make use of us to resolve this crisis. Clever of her." He snorted. Shu Mudan asked with a frown, "What's your plan, husband?" Hua Yong replied, "If she had agreed to join Twin Spirit Island previously, I would have welcomed her. However, since she intends to make use of us now, we can't grant her wish. If we accept her, we'll be offending profound Yang Mountain." A worried Shu Mudan said, "If we don't let her in, she won't be able to deal with Yun Fei Bai and the others on her own. That's her own problem." Hua Yong shook his head and gazed at his wife. "What do you think?" After giving it a thought, Shu Mudan said, "If Madame Lan could join Twin Spirit Island, our power will increase significantly, and we'll have the might to go up against profound Yang Mountain and unrivaled guild. Although the 3 great forces in the shadowless Cave Heaven have coexisted peacefully so far, we're still the weakest in the end. Therefore, we control far less territory than the other 2 great forces." "Do you want to accept her even now?" Hua Yong asked. With a helpless smile, Shu Mudan shook her head. "I have no idea what to do. I'll leave the decision to you, husband." Hua Yong took a glance at her bulging belly, then his gaze became determined. Ignore her. Although they could strengthen Twin Spirit Island's power by accepting Lan Yu Ruo, Yun Fei Bai and the others would never let her off as they appeared determined. There was bound to be a battle if they took a side now, and given the situation his wife was in, there was no way she could fight. No one could afford to take responsibility if their child was affected. They had waited for a long time before they had their own child, so they naturally valued him above all else. Shu Mudan let out a sigh. As a woman herself, she sympathized with Lan Yu Ruo for what the latter was going through, but at the same time, she had to protect her child, which was why she was feeling helpless. Outside of Twin Spirit Island's barrier, the proprietress felt her heart sinking. The 2 island masters hadn't shown up, nor had they opened the barrier. It was apparent to her that they were not willing to invite trouble to themselves. She wasn't in any place to blame them though. Although she had intended to join Twin Spirit Island previously, her arrival at this time was indeed inappropriate. The reason she made this decision was that she had no other choice, otherwise she would never want to trouble anyone else. Seeing as the enemies were about to reach them, the proprietress immediately decided to flee, run. Then, she surged her power to wrap up Chef and the others before attempting to head in a different direction. "Where do you think you're going?" Someone was heard yelling as a figure abruptly appeared in that direction. He was none other than the 3rd Mountain Lord Gengqing. It wasn't certain when he had snuck to the other side, but he happened to be right in the proprietress' way. Faced with an incoming divine ability, the proprietress hurriedly parried and was forced back to her original spot. In the meantime, the sounds of people breaking through the air were heard as many figures landed in all directions and surrounded them. With a cold gaze, the proprietress swept a glance over the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was a gloomy expression on Yun Fei Bai's face as he spat and raised his chin. He appeared smug as he looked at the proprietress. "Keep running. Let's see where you can run now." Without saying a word, The proprietress glared at him. Yun Fei Bai took a glance at the fog-covered Twin Spirit Island and put on a devious smile. Do you want to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island? Have you even investigated the temperaments of this useless couple? Do you think these cowards have the guts to accept you? Inside Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong sported a dark expression and snorted. Not only could they see the outside view through the mirror, but they could also hear what was happening as well. That was why he could hear Yun Fei Bai's words. A conceited Yun Fei Bai shouted, Hua Yong, Shumu Dan, this woman wants to side with Twin Spirit Island. Do you want to open up the barrier and let her in? No one responded from the other end of the barrier. With his palms spread, Yun Fei Bai said, Look, they don't even dare to respond to me. Do you think that they can protect you? Naive. Zhou Ye said with a frown, We should deal with our business here first, second brother. It was too arrogant to provoke the island masters right in front of their door. Although profound Yang Mountain was stronger than Twin Spirit Island, the latter still had two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. If they became infuriated, they might act out in anger, which would be extremely detrimental to them now. Yun Fei Bai snorted and gazed at the proprietress. Whore, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, be good and become my woman. Otherwise, this place will be your graveyard. Geng Qing was exasperated as he really thought that Yun Fei Bai was so lascivious that he was willing to risk his life for a moment's pleasure. It wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't found out Lan Yurua's true strength. However, after the battle on this day, they realized that this woman was just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Although Yun Fei Bai was also a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would never be able to control her. Only by killing her could they solve this problem for good. That was the reason Geng Qing was rendered speechless when he saw Yun Fei Bai still lusting after her at this point. A dog's mouth can never smell fresh. The proprietress shot a deathly glare at Yun Fei Bai. Stop spouting nonsense and fight. There may be many people on your side, and it's true I cannot defeat you, but I can take at least one of you down with me before I die. Let's see which one of you will be so unlucky. Impudence! Yun Fei Bai stomped his foot on the ground in rage. Third brother, fourth sister, come with me and kill this woman. His murderous intent surged as he raised his hand and summoned a huge axe almost 3 meters tall. The flash of light swirling around it suggested that it was an extraordinary artifact. Upon seeing that Yun Fei Bai had summoned this artifact, Geng Qing knew that he was determined to kill this woman. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye traded glances and summoned their own artifacts as well, whereupon they shot towards the proprietress. Before they even reached their opponent, their rumbling world forces shook the surrounding world. Inside Twin Spirit Island, Shu Mu Dan appeared sympathetic. All of them were in the same order, so the outcome for Lan Yurua was foreseeable since she was fighting against 3 enemies on her own. After a sigh, Shu Mu Dan looked away. She had always been a gentle person, and since her pregnancy, she had become even more sensitive, hence, she didn't have the heart to see another woman being killed. Faced with the world forces of 3 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, chef and accountant found it difficult to even breathe, as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Even their legs were beginning to buckle under the pressure. And they were only bearing the fallout from the enemy's pressure. At the center of the 3 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' pressure, however, the proprietress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Chef and accountant widened their eyes as though they were waiting for something to happen. The next moment, the proprietress opened her eyes, which appeared as fierce as lightning. A red glow suddenly swirled around her and engulfed her entire figure as though it had spirituality of its own. Some explosive sounds were heard, and when the red glow faded, the proprietress was already covered in a scarlet artifact armor, which was so tight-fitting that it perfectly outlined her alluring figure. A flash of light was seen swirling around the armor. There were 2 dragons on her shoulders with eyes that seemed completely lifelike. There was also a helmet that covered her entire head except for her soul-piercing eyes. Her arms were protected by very solid pads, and as she made a grabbing gesture, a scarlet sword appeared out of thin air as though she had pulled it out from the void. The gale stirred up waves on the lake behind her as the proprietress seemed to have turned into an armor-clad female knight, valiantly wielding the greatsword in her hands. However, unlike her usual self, the proprietress clad in this armor radiated a rich monster chi. Blood monster battle dress. Chef murmured under his breath with a pale face. Although it was called the Blood Monster Battle Dress, it had nothing to do with Blood Monster Divine Monarch from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chef and the others had no idea where the proprietress obtained this armor, but they knew that she never used it unless she had no other choice. The fact that she had summoned this artifact armor suggested that they were facing a real life or death crisis. Martial Peak, Chapter 4395, Fighting 3 Enemies at Once. Although she could significantly increase her power by using the Blood Monster Battle Dress, the rich monster chi within the armor had an erosive effect. The longer the proprietress wore it, the more her consciousness would be eroded, leaving extremely difficult issues to resolve afterwards. Therefore, the proprietress would never use the Blood Monster Battle Dress unless it was absolutely necessary. Although Chef and Accountant were aware that she had such an artifact, they had never seen her use it before. This was the first time. The 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were stunned upon seeing the proprietress' transformation. As their gazes fell upon the armor and sword, they immediately realized that the Blood Monster Battle Dress was truly extraordinary. Gung Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out, second brother." Yun Fei Bai's axe was already right above the proprietress' head, as he bellowed and forcefully brought down his weapon. At the same time, he surged his world force to empower the axe, making it seem like he could split apart the shadowless cave heaven with this strike. Faced with this world-shaking attack, the proprietress raised her sword with both hands as a shockwave spread around from her feet. The next moment, she ignored the limits of space and abruptly appeared before Yun Fei Bai as she clashed with the axe with her sword. Following a deafening clang, a visible halo of light spread out 1,000 kilometers in all directions, shaking space wherever it passed. Yun Fei Bai's pupils shrank as he was sent flying away like a cloth sack, his gaze filled with complete shock. He had traded moves with Lan Yu Rua in the caldera not long ago, and although she was truly powerful, he was still able to compete with her. However, at this moment, this one clash made him realize that there was a huge gap between their powers. Where does the artifact on this woman come from? Why does it contain such horrifying power? While he was still lost in his thoughts, the proprietress, whose armor seemed to burn with terrifying flames, reached him as she raised her sword and chopped down. A panicked Yun Fei Bai immediately parried the attack with his axe. A horrifying force descended upon him. Pressured by the oppressive world force, he found it difficult to breathe. Following several loud clangs, Yun Fei Bai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that he had been injured. A relentless proprietress raised her sword again as she appeared determined to ruthlessly kill him. Presently, she was fighting 3 against 1, and although her power had increased significantly thanks to the Blood Monster Battle Dress, she would still fall into a perilous state if she couldn't kill at least one of her opponents quickly. Feeling the aura of death descending upon him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes in horror. Faced with this series of attacks, he was unable to counterattack at all, and if he couldn't dodge the coming strike, even if he survived, he would be severely wounded. At the critical moment, Gung Qing and Zhou Ye came to his rescue. Since the 3 mountain lords had come here together, the other 2 certainly wouldn't let the proprietress kill Yun Fei Bai without doing anything. In fact, the moment the proprietress and Yun Fei Bai began trading moves, the other 2 mountain lords started rushing towards the battlefield. Nevertheless, due to the proprietress' incredible speed and strength, it wasn't until this moment that they caught up. Still, it was better late than never. Zhou Ye wielded her long sword and infused her world force into it, whereupon a sword screen engulfed the proprietress. At the same time, Gung Qing appeared from the side as he performed hand seals and bombarded the proprietress with different divine abilities. The 2 of them finally managed to force the proprietress back. Using this delay, Yun Fei Bai hurriedly dashed backwards and dodged the attack. As a breeze whisked across his sweat-soaked clothes, he felt cold all over. Prior to this battle, He would never have imagined that there was such a wide gap between Lan Yurua and him, since both of them were in the Sixth Order. If Geng Qing and Zhou Ye hadn't come to his rescue just now, he would have been critically injured or even killed. Although he admittedly underestimated his opponent, it also went to show that the proprietress was horrifyingly powerful. This kind of humiliation made him feel completely ashamed and enraged, so he charged forward with his axe and surrounded the proprietress alongside Geng Qing and Zhou Ye, launching all sorts of divine abilities at her in a maddened rage. Meanwhile, in the parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong gasped as he gazed at the battlefield through the water mirror and said in shock, "I can't believe Lan Yurua is so strong." Although there was a barrier around Twin Spirit Island, he could still feel terrifying energy fluctuations coming from outside. Still reeling from the shock, he thought it was fortunate that they hadn't accepted Lan Yurua into Twin Spirit Island. Given the power she had showcased, if she really joined them, the couple wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. He believed that they had to be cautious. If Lan Yurua had some ulterior motive, the couple wouldn't be able to deal with her. Moreover, Shu Mudan was pregnant, so her combat capabilities were severely limited right now. On the other hand, the more observant Shu Mudan gave it a thought and said, "She must have paid a heavy price to obtain this kind of power. It seems to me that the armor she's wearing is quite malevolent." Hua Yong pondered on it for a moment and nodded. "You're right, my wife." The proprietress was able to match the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain on her own, leading to an intense battle. Yun Fei Bai and the others were horrified as they were unable to take her down even though they had joined forces. The blunt-looking sword in her hands contained a power that could make them all flustered. To their dismay, the three of them could only come to a draw in a fight against Lan Yurua at the moment. On the other hand, chef and accountant were in a perilous situation. The three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had brought with them dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. These people wouldn't dare to interfere in the battle between the Sixth Order masters, as just the fallout could be deadly to them, so they turned their eyes to chef and accountant. The two of them ran away in embarrassment as the lights of secret techniques expanded behind them, causing them groan and grunt in pain. Fortunately, both of them were Fifth Order open heaven masters, so although they were unable to deal with the dozens of enemies, they could still flee for a while. However, as time passed, the people from profound Yang Mountain formed an encirclement around chef and accountant and were slowly tightening it. It was apparent that there would come a point when the encirclement became so small that the two of them would be unable to flee. The proprietress repeatedly wanted to lend them a hand, but she was blocked by Yun Fei Bai and the other mountain lords. The situation seemed to be in Yun Fei Bai and the others' favor because they realized that as time passed, Lan Yurua's moves became less sharp even though the power she was able to use remained unchanged. The power of the divine abilities she cast also appeared somewhat unsteady. Looking up, they saw that there was a layer of blood mist surrounding her scarlet armor and her eyes under the helmet had become bloodshot. The monster chi made her look like a real monster. The three of them were astounded at first, but soon realized that there must be a downside to this artifact armor. It couldn't be used for a long time, or else there would be some hidden concerns. Understanding this, they switched tactics and stopped clashing with the proprietress head-on. Instead, they circled around and stalled for time. Judging from Lan Yurua's actions, they knew that she would become increasingly erratic as time passed, and eventually, they would be able to easily deal with her. For a battle at this level, having more power didn't necessarily mean that one could secure victory. The monster chi around the proprietress thickened as there seemed to be a layer of blood swirling around her scarlet blood monster battle dress. The eyes under the helmet were crimson as they reflected a glint of madness and brutality. Every strike she made with her sword seemed able to break the heavens and earth apart, but at the same time, she became increasingly wild and unfocused. She was unable to react when Zhou Ye came at her with her sword and penetrated a junction in the armor, piercing through her belly. Before Zhou Ye could celebrate her victory though, the proprietress turned her head and hacked at her with her greatsword. Zhou Ye exclaimed and retracted her sword before backing off quickly. However, she was still struck by the violent force as the vitality in her chest convulsed, almost causing her to spit blood. Seeing as the relentless proprietress chased after her, Zhouya grit her teeth and parried the incoming flurry of attacks. On the other hand, Geng Qing attempted to hold the proprietress down while Yun Fei Bai forcefully hacked his axe at her figure. Following a loud boom, the proprietress' lithe figure plunged into the lake and caused a huge splash. The spot where she fell into the water was boiling and dyed red. The fish in the lake that were attracted by the metallic tang went over to absorb the red light, but they all exploded a moment later. Following a loud splash, a red glint flashed through the lake's surface as the proprietress shot out of the water. Due to Yun Fei Bai's strike earlier, she seemed to have regained some clarity in her mind and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. However, when she saw that chef and accountant were in danger, the sense of struggle disappeared and was replaced by madness again. Holding the sword in one hand, she wielded it and formed a ray of red light before charging towards Yun Fei Bai. Hong hong hong. Loud noises were continuously heard as their world forces clashed. In the garden, Hua Yong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Lan Yu Ruo is doomed." To his side, Shu Mu Dan let out a sigh. As a fellow woman, she had to admit that Lan Yu Ruo was more powerful than she was. However, Lan Yu Ruo was on her own, so she was unable to defeat the 3 mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain. As a fellow Sixth Order master, she was fully aware of how powerful the 3 mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain were and understood that she might not be a match for any one of them even if it was a one-on-one fight. However, Lan Yu Ruo was able to face 3 of them for such a long time even though she was on her own. In fact, given the power she had showcased, she could totally flee and those from profound Yang Mountain would be unable to stop her. The reason she stayed and fought this life-and-death battle was that she had to protect her companions. Even if she could flee, the people around her were unable to do so. Therefore, Shu Mu Dan admired the proprietress for her loyalty and righteousness. She turned to look at her husband and parted her lips, but she was unable to say anything in the end. It had been a long time since they got married, so Hua Yong was able to figure out her intentions by looking into her eyes. It was apparent that she wanted to plead with him to let Lan Yu Ruo in, but as their eyes met, he slowly shook his head. By letting Lan Yu Ruo in, they would offend those from profound Yang Mountain and invite trouble to themselves. Even if they could somehow appease those from profound Yang Mountain, the power Lan Yu Ruo had showcased this time made Hua Yong feel wary. Given her strength, she was completely capable of becoming the head island master. There was no way the couple would allow her to usurp their position. Shu Mu Dan let out a long sigh and stroked her bulging belly. There was a loving expression on her face as she hummed a nursery rhyme to distract herself. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4396, You're Finally Awake. I can't believe we'll lose our lives here. Chef and accountant were facing away from one another. Their figures were soaked in blood as they glowered at the dozens of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had surrounded them. There was a huge gap in the numbers of people between both sides, so there was no way those from First In had any hope of winning the battle. In fact, they were practically doomed as they were about to get killed. If it weren't for their near-feral retaliation just now, these people would have pounced on them instead of appearing wary. Since we're going to die anyway, we should probably just get it over with right away. Accountant raised his abacus with one hand. His blood streamed down his arms and dropped on the lake before dyeing it red. Upon hearing that, Chef turned to look in the proprietress' direction where he saw 4 figures flying around. Presently, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were locked in a fierce battle with the proprietress as they cast their divine abilities at her. After letting out a breath, Chef lifted his knife and said, "You're right. The sooner we head for the Yellow Springs the better." The reason the proprietress wasn't willing to leave was that the 2 of them were still alive, so she didn't have the heart to abandon them. If both of them lost their lives, perhaps the proprietress would flee and be able to obtain revenge for them at a later time. Given her strength, she would be able to flee even though she couldn't defeat the 3 mountain lords. They exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Since they could go to hell together, they reckoned that they wouldn't feel lonely at the very least. As their gazes parted ways, they sported resolute expressions. They pushed their small universes madly as their world forces surged and spread out. Even if they had to lose their lives in this battle, they would bring some enemies down with them. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Just when they were ready to make a move, a pair of hands were suddenly placed on Chef's shoulders as a voice was heard saying, "Take it easy. I don't want to die yet." A flabbergasted Chef turned his head and almost hacked the person with his knife. When he realized who spoke, though, he snapped bitterly, "Little bastard, you're finally awake." The person who spoke just now was Yang Kai, who had been lying on Chef's back this whole time. Yang Kai patted his shoulders and leapt away from him before gently saying, "I've been awake the whole time." However, he was at the most critical moment of refining the world fruit just now, so he couldn't stop halfway, or else all his effort would be wasted. That was the reason he was unable to respond to them. "Save the proprietress right now," Chef demanded anxiously. "She's in danger. Bring her away. Accountant and I will hold up the enemy for you." "She's in danger, but you two aren't in a better state." Yang Kai looked around as his gaze turned cold. Then he stepped forward with a grim expression. "I'm in a terrible mood, so I don't mind killing some people to vent out my anger. Scram if you don't want to die." Chef and Accountant gazed at him in shock, thinking that he hadn't fully come to his senses after a long stupor. All the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters around them sported strange expressions. Seeing Yang Kai stepping closer, though, one of them pointed at him with his sword and yelled, "Kill!" As soon as he spoke that word, he thrust out his sword towards Yang Kai. His world force surged as the sword shadows multiplied. However, when he realized that Yang Kai had disappeared from his line of sight, he felt his chest tightening as a sense of uneasiness rose within him. Before he was able to react, he saw a point of a spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. The spear seemed to have turned into a great dragon as it widened its maw and pounced on him. His vision was shrouded in darkness, leaving him flustered and horrified. He hurriedly surged his world force to parry the attack, but an even more violent force penetrated his defense like it was paper. An explosive sound was heard as the spear penetrated the person's head and exploded it. His blood and flesh scattered about as his headless corpse convulsed, even as he held out his sword in front of him. Without stopping, Yang Kai disappeared from everyone's sight again as a great dragon roar shook the world. The Azure Dragon spear flashed in and out of everyone's vision for a moment, and when Yang Kai reappeared, he had broken through the encirclement of these Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although he appeared slow, he was actually heading towards the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at incredible speed. Even though he was gone, his voice still lingered in the air. "If the two of them lose even one more strand of hair, all of you will have to die." Chef and Accountant were dumbfounded as they couldn't figure out how Yang Kai managed to break through the encirclement, but soon just thought that space principles were indeed useful as no one was able to capture Yang Kai. The next instant, though, the two of them widened their eyes and stared at the enemies around them in disbelief. A blood light expanded as a person exploded, and then the same thing happened to another person. Hong hong hong. In less than a breath, 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. While the two of them were flabbergasted, the enemies around them were horrified. Just now, they could see that Yang Kai exploded one of their companions' head with his spear. However, that person was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm, so it wasn't surprising that he would lose his life due to his negligence in this life-and-death battle. Nevertheless, most of the 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had just died were in the Fifth Order. Only Yang Kai had made a move, so it was apparent who the murderer was. He had to possess a horrifying strength to be able to kill 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters with ease in just a flash. Presently, no one dared to make a move on Chef and Accountant, who were still surrounded. Even though they could easily kill these two, they were wary of the threat Yang Kai had left behind. 9 of their companions had lost their lives already, so it was obvious to them that only the 4 mountain lords were able to deal with him. What's going on with that brat? A dazed Chef watched as Yang Kai rapidly dashed away. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Accountant was dumbstruck. As Yang Kai charged forward, his aura exploded. It was apparent to them that his aura was that of a sixth-order open heaven realm master, as he didn't even attempt to conceal it. When did that happen? Chef fell into a dazed state. If he wasn't mistaken, Yang Kai was only in the fifth order when he found them 1 month ago. It had only been 1 month since he started recuperating, so how did he manage to ascend to the sixth-order open heaven realm? The speed at which he achieved this breakthrough was simply impossible. Besides them, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, who had been observing the battle from their garden on Twin Spirit Island, were terrified. Hua Yong widened his eyes and asked, "Just who is he?" When he saw Yang Kai lying unconscious on Chef's back, he thought that the latter was severely wounded, so he didn't mind him. However, the slaughter just now proved that Yang Kai was in peak condition rather than being injured. Shu Mudan asked in a shaking voice, "Husband, could you do that in such a short period of time?" She was talking about whether her husband was able to kill 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters in an instant. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong shook his head. "Impossible. Even I wouldn't be able to kill so many fifth-order cultivators in such a short moment." Shu Mudan let out a breath. Now, it seems that he's the strongest person on Lan Yurua's side. Perhaps he's even stronger than her. A puzzled Hua Yong asked, since he had such power, why didn't he participate in the battle earlier? It wasn't until the most critical moment that he made a move. He must have his own reasons. Shu Mudan fell into her thoughts. Hua Yong commented, "Profound Yang Mountain will have to retreat without achieving their goal. Lan Yurua is very powerful to begin with, and now she has this person's help, so the 3 mountain lords won't be able to defeat them." Shu Mudan said, "If that person is really stronger than Lan Yurua, we'll need to come up with a plan, husband." Hua Yong's face twitched as he understood what she meant. Meanwhile, Yang Kai reached the battlefield of the 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters as he pushed out his spear towards Yun Fei Bai as he bellowed, "Old dog, die." Yun Fei Bai turned his head, and when he saw that it was Yang Kai, his eyes turned bloodshot. "Brat. It's you." The fact that Yang Kai had pierced his chest with a spear some time ago was a complete humiliation for him. It took Yun Fei Bai a whole month to recover from that wound. Now that he met his enemy again, it was expected that he was incensed. He immediately ignored Lan Yurua and hacked his axe at Yang Kai. The reason he was injured at that time was that he had underestimated his opponent, for he had never expected that someone would have the guts to harm him in profound Yang Mountain. Otherwise, in his opinion, a newly promoted 5th-order open heaven realm master would never be able to hurt him. Now, he finally had the chance to get his revenge. As he brought down his axe, though, his expression changed as he called out in shock, "You're a 6th order?" Yang Kai's aura was as conspicuous as ever, so anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to detect it, and it was absolutely clear that he was in the 6th order. No way. He was still a newly ascended 5th order when I met him 1 month ago. Why is he a 6th order open heaven realm master now? Despite the doubt in his mind, Yun Fei Bai remained merciless with his actions as he madly infused his world force into his axe. As soon as Yang Kai's spear came into contact with the axe, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense force sweeping over him. The impact cracked his hands so badly that he almost lost grip of his axe. His expression turned horrified as he realized that Yang Kai was indeed a 6th-order open heaven realm master, or else the latter couldn't have showcased this kind of strength. Looking down, he saw that his perlicue had ripped apart and blood was now streaming out of the wound. He was unable to stop his hand from trembling violently. At that moment, he was dumbstruck. When he saw Yang Kai 1 month ago, the latter was just a new 5th-order open heaven realm master. However, when they met again this time, he realized that the latter also looked like a new 6th-order open heaven realm master. Even though Yang Kai was really a 6th-order open heaven realm master, he should be weaker than Yun Fei Bai, who had millennia of accumulation in his current order. It should be impossible that a newly promoted 6th-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai had a stronger heritage. Nevertheless, the truth was that Yun Fei Bai had suffered a setback. Both Yang Kai's strength and world force were simply overwhelming. While Yun Fei Bai was lost in a dazed state, Yang Kai came at him with his spear again and bellowed, "On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme." A series of caws were heard as a great sun suddenly rose from Yang Kai's back. Like a real sun, it was scorching hot as it cast its glow on the world below. Furthermore, there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around this great Sunday. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4397, unable to recognize him. A horrifying aura spread out, which caused a large part of the fog around Twin Spirit Island to evaporate in an instant. Under the great sun, Yang Kai was seen wielding the spear in a heroic manner as his weapon's power dazzled the world. Gung Qing and Zhou Ye, who were attacking the proprietress, turned to look at him with trembling eyes. Divine manifestation. In the garden, Hua Yong was dumbfounded as he stared at the great sun in disbelief. How is that possible? Shu Mu Dan parted her lips, which were now covered with her hands. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never heard of a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master being able to wield one. If they found out that Yang Kai had already comprehended Golden Crow casts the sun when he was still an Emperor Realm cultivator, they would probably faint from shock. The dazzling great sun cast a radiant glow on Yun Fei Bai's flustered expression. Right after the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura grew to horrifying heights. A dazzling red-gold light washed over the azure dragon spear in his hands as the pitch-black golden crow's true fire seemed able to burn down the entire world. As Yang Kai thrust out his spear, the world around him trembled. There was no way Yun Fei Bai would be able to dodge this attack, so at this life-and-death moment he roared and madly infused his world force into his axe, which suddenly shone brightly as it clashed with Azure Dragon's spear head-on. Since he was unable to dodge, he had no choice but to meet the enemy head-on. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to survive. Following a loud boom, shockwaves erupted as a halo of light exploded outwards. The glow of the axe dimmed greatly. After the clash, the axe's spirituality seemed to have been damaged, which went to show how terrifying the spear's power was. Azure Dragon's spear pressed forward, knocking away the axe as it continued to pierce out. Yang Kai, who was holding the spear, wore a fierce expression on his face as murderous intent surged from his form. At this moment, an inch from death, Yun Fei Bai retreated hastily in an attempt to flee, but his expression changed the next moment. That was because he realized that the space around him had become extremely viscous. It was as though he had been bound by a mysterious force, which rendered him unable to move as he pleased. Right? This bastard is a master of the Tao of space. That was the first thing that came to Yun Fei Bai's mind. Although he managed to break free from the space principle's restriction in the next moment, he had lost his only chance to escape the attack. Watching as the spear rapidly penetrated his chest, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest was excruciating and there was a black flame burning through his wound. It was the second time he had been run through by this spear. The first time took place 1 month ago when his chest was pierced by Yang Kai's spear. It took him 1 month before he recovered from that wound. This time around, 3 sixth-order mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had come all the way here with their dozens of subordinates. Initially, Yun Fei Bai thought that he could get his revenge, but he hadn't expected to be wounded in exactly the same way again. This time was far more severe. Although his injury was serious previously, there wasn't a risk of him losing his life. However, there was Golden Crow's true fire burning in his wound now. Yang Kai withdrew his spear, bringing with it a lot of boiling blood. Before the blood even dropped to the lake, it evaporated because of Golden Crow's true fire. Then, Yang Kai aimed his spear at Yun Fei Bai's head as he was determined to end his life. "Don't you dare kill second brother." At the critical moment, Zhou Ye came at Yang Kai from behind. Her sword turned into countless sword waves. Every sword wave contained the world force of a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and leapt away. Seizing the chance, Zhouya hurled out a long piece of red cloth and draped it around the injured Yun Fei before fleeing into the distance. At the same time, she exclaimed, "Third brother, run." She was truly terrified. The guy, who had remained unconscious all this time, suddenly woke up and killed 9 of their subordinates in an instant. Not only had he severely injured Yun Fei, but he had also managed to showcase a divine manifestation. The power he possessed was inconceivable. If he were on his own, the 3 mountain lords could have joined forces and dealt with him. However, he also had the now maddened Lan Yurua on his side. There was no way the 3 of them could defeat these 2 people. Moreover, Yun Fei had been critically injured, so Zhouya knew the only option was to run. On the other hand, Geng Qing felt immensely pressured as he had to battle against the proprietress on his own. There was nothing else he could do apart from defending himself. Upon hearing Zhouya's words, he directly used a feint to gain some distance before he fled from the battlefield. However, a relentless proprietress turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to pursue Yun Fei and Zhouya as well, but he suddenly frowned and gazed at the proprietress. The next instant he moved to intercept her. Presently, she was clad in a scarlet artifact armor. With both her hands holding the great sword, she looked quite valiant. However, her eyes were completely red, and she was engulfed in rich monster chi. Facing Yang Kai, she hacked at him with her sword without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry the attack, and following a loud clang, he was sent flying several thousand meters away while the proprietress figure shook a little. After stabilizing her footing, she charged at him again. Her sword seemed to have turned into a storm and blasted towards Yang Kai. It was the first time Yang Kai saw her in such a state. Earlier, he could feel that there was something wrong with her, which was why he decided to stop her and let her rest first. However, it never crossed his mind that she couldn't even recognize him now. As his gaze fell upon the scarlet artifact armor, he knitted his brow, knowing that something was wrong with it as it seemed to contain horrifying monster chi that was affecting her mind. If she couldn't come to her senses in time, her mind would be completely corrupted by the monster chi. It would be too late to save her by then. It wasn't the right time for him to ask chef and accountant what had happened, nor was he in the mood to chase after Zhouya and the others. Left with no choice, he could only wield his Azure Dragon Spear and ward off her attacks while exclaiming, "Proprietress! Wake up! It's me!" The proprietress ignored him as the monster chi around her thickened. Every strike she made carried immense force, and Yang Kai found it increasingly hard to deal with her. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had a 4,000-meter-long half-dragon form, so he possessed incredible physical strength. It was hard to imagine that the proprietress could use such a monstrous force despite her delicate figure. However, given the way she used her power, it must be pretty taxing for her. When Zhouya and the others turned their heads and saw that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua had gotten into an intense battle, they breathed a sigh of relief despite not knowing what had happened. They were truly worried that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua would pursue them. Then, Zhouya looked down and saw Yun Fei spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood coming out of his mouth was boiling hot, as though it contained a scorching heat, and she exclaimed, "How are you, second brother?" Yun Fei covered the wound on his chest with his hand as a sense of resentfulness flashed through his eyes. It's Golden Crow's true fire. That brat condensed a high-rank power. As he spoke, he sprayed out another mouthful of boiling blood. Zhouya comforted him by saying, "Hang in there, second brother. I'm sure when we return to Profound Yang Mountain, Big Brother will have a way to help you." Yun Fei nodded his head and fell silent as he pushed his power to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in his body in order to stop the wound from worsening. The people who surrounded chef and accountant on the lake had dispersed by now. Since the 3 mountain lords were gone, they certainly wouldn't dare to remain. They had hurriedly followed Zhouya and the others back to Profound Yang Mountain. Chef and accountant didn't chase their opponents as there were only the 2 of them. If they pushed the enemy too far, they might fall into a perilous situation instead. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and the proprietress were locked in a fierce battle, Chef anxiously screamed, "Oh no! The proprietress has lost her rationality and is fighting against young boy. What should we do? Accountant yelled, "Don't hurt her, young Kai. Wake her up immediately." "I'm trying," young Kai replied while dodging the attacks. However, he wasn't sure how he could make the proprietress regain her senses. If this matter dragged on, she would fall into critical danger. It would be terrible if she was left with some irreversible damage. Inside the garden, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan gazed silently at the water mirror. Through the reflection, they could see two figures engaging in an intense battle in the sky. The area around the lake was a mess. The barrier around the lake had stood for thousands of years, but it was now almost destroyed due to this one battle. After observing for a time, Hua Yong wore a helpless smile and muttered, "Is this really a battle between Sixth-Order Open Heaven Masters? It looks more like a clash between those Seventh-Order Masters." Shu Mu Dan added, "Lan Yu Ruo seems to have been affected by the monster Qi in that scarlet armor and lost her mind. It's the best chance to lend her a hand now, husband. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." After giving it a thought, Hua Yong nodded, "You're right, my wife. Please come with me." Shu Mu Dan nodded gently and retracted the mirror, and then they leapt into the air together and flew out. A moment later, the fog separated and revealed the figures of Twin Spirit Island's island masters. Upon seeing them, chef and accountant appeared vigilant. Shu Mu Dan hurriedly said, "Please don't be nervous. We mean no harm." Hua Yong added, "We were cultivating in seclusion to comprehend a secret technique, but it never crossed our minds that such an astonishing battle had taken place outside of Twin Spirit Island. Now that Madame Lan is in danger, we have a secret technique that might be able to help her regain clarity. Please allow us to use it on her." After exchanging glances, chef and accountant immediately figured out the couple's intentions. Earlier, the proprietress brought them to Twin Spirit Island in order to seek shelter with the island masters and ward off those from profound Yang Mountain. Unfortunately, Hua Yong and his wife were not willing to interfere in this matter, so they refused to meet them. Cultivating in seclusion was just an excuse they had come up with. Now that those from profound Yang Mountain were forced to leave, and Yang Kai and the proprietress had showcased incredible strength, this couple must have been worried that those from First In would hold a grudge against them, so they hurriedly came out to offer assistance. Despite the fact that chef and accountant understood all this, they didn't point it out as the most important thing right now was to wake the proprietress up. As such, chef lowered his head without hesitation, "If you're able to help my proprietress, we'll owe you a favor." Accountant added, "Please lend us a hand." Hua Yong nodded in return, "We'll begin right away." Then, he exchanged glances with his wife. After a nod, he fished out a flute while she sat cross-legged. As she waved her hand, a zither appeared on her knees. The pleasant music of the flute and the zither sounded and permeated the air as it whisked across the area like a pair of invisible hands. The music seemed to have a soothing effect wherever it went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4398, Paying a Visit to Profound Yang Mountain. The island masters of Twin Spirit Island were experts in the Tao of music. The melody coming from the flute and zither were soft, which soothed the mind and soul of those who listened to it. Both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and the music they were playing was targeted at the proprietress, so it was fairly effective. While they were locked in a pitched battle, Yang Kai could feel that the proprietress had suddenly become less violent, and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. It was apparent that she was starting to regain her senses. All of a sudden, she turned her head and glowered at Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The next moment, her monster qi surged as she charged towards the couple with her sword in an imposing manner. Hua Yong was stunned while Shu Mu Dan paled. They had witnessed how formidable the proprietress was, so they knew that they wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. Furthermore, it wasn't appropriate for Shu Mu Dan to fight in her current condition. Therefore, after only a short moment of hesitation, Hua Yong dashed towards his wife and draped his arm around her waist before returning to Twin Spirit Island. At the same time, he yelled, "Her mind is completely controlled by monster qi. We're unable to help her. After they crashed into the barrier, the fog moved and concealed the entrance. Upon seeing that, chef and accountant stomped their feet on the ground with exasperation. A relentless proprietress turned her sword into a beam of red light and slashed across the fog. In an instant, a huge gap was carved out and revealed the view inside Twin Spirit Island. Seeing that she was about to attack again, Yang Kai charged towards her and widened his arms before confining her to his embrace. Yang Kai was incredibly strong, and as he embraced the proprietress, the scarlet battle armor on her body started cracking. With her hands restricted, she let out a bestial roar and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Feeling that a piece of his flesh on the shoulder had been ripped off, Yang Kai groaned. As he endured the excruciating pain, he yelled, "Proprietress, forgive me." Then, he bent his head backwards before forcefully smashing it into her forehead, delivering a vicious headbutt. Following a loud thud, the proprietress almost fell unconscious. Hong hong hong. After 3 more headbutts, Yang Kai started seeing stars as well, but he could feel that the woman in his embrace had calmed down a little. Without hesitation, he took off her helmet and threw it away. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers and pushed his divine sense, transferring his soul-warming lotus to her. He wasn't certain whether the soul-warming lotus could help the proprietress at this point, however, since she couldn't even recognize him as she beat him up, it was obvious that her mind had been heavily affected by the monster chi. The soul-warming lotus had an incredibly soothing effect, so it might help restore her mental clarity. It was the first time Yang Kai showed the soul-warming lotus in public since he obtained it. This kind of supreme treasure could not be exposed easily, or else it would attract some unnecessary attention. However, since the proprietress was in danger, he had no choice but to do it. Yang Kai could feel the proprietress shuddering as the soul-warming lotus entered her body. Following that, the redness in her eyes receded like a tide as her gaze became clear again. An elated Yang Kai to know that the soul-warming lotus had started taking effect. A moment later, the proprietress darted her gaze around as her vision focused. She seemed a little lost while staring at the man. Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You're fine now." The proprietress batted her eyes, but upon realizing something, she started struggling. "Let go of me." An uncertain Yang Kai asked, "Are you sure you're awake?" The woman glowered at him, then he let her go. Following that, she shook her figure a little, whereupon the scarlet artifact armor on her body turned into a layer of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. The sword she had been holding in her hands was also gone all of a sudden. However, at this moment, the proprietress seemed to be in a terrible state. Her aura was unstable, and her entire figure was crimson as a metallic tang exuded from her body. Apparently, the side effects of activating the blood monster battle dress were quite intense. The redness in her skin was caused by the burning of her own blood essence. Chef and accountant rushed over before looking worriedly at her. "Proprietress." "I'm fine," she shook her head. Still anxious, they stared fixedly at her. The proprietress saw this and burst into laughter. "I'm really fine. I just need some time to recuperate." It was only then that chef and accountant breathed a sigh of relief. The fog around Twin Spirit Island separated as Hua Yong stepped out of it again. However, this time, Shumu Dan wasn't by his side this time. He was still reeling from shock. Earlier, he and his wife were unable to suppress Lan Yurua's monster chi even though they had joined forces. Instead of calming her down, they had only drawn her aggression towards them. Left with no other choice, they could only retreat to Twin Spirit Island. He couldn't figure out what this strange young man had done that could allow Lan Yurua to return to her senses in such a short time. However, it wasn't the right time to inquire about this issue. Since his expression of goodwill didn't yield any results earlier, he naturally wanted to make up for it this time around. Therefore, upon his appearance, he immediately said in embarrassment, "Congratulations, Madame Lan, for overcoming this crisis. My wife and I are truly sorry that we were unable to help you in any way as we were too weak." The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance. She was vexed at the fact that Hua Yong didn't even bother to meet her despite the fact that she had brought chef, accountant, and Yang Kai to side with Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, if she were in his shoes, she might have done the same. So, she knew that he had done nothing wrong. After all, they were neither friends nor relatives to begin with. They only had one discussion during her previous visit, hence, it was understandable that he wasn't willing to invite trouble to himself. Although her mind was a mess earlier, she could still faintly remember what was going on. Certainly, she was aware that Hua Yong and Shu Mudan attempted to help her with their music. After a nod, she said faintly, "I appreciate your thoughts, Island Master Hua." Yang Kai gazed at Hua Yong and asked, "Island Master Hua, my proprietress desperately needs a place to recuperate. Will you please open your doors for us?" Hua Yong replied, "If you're okay with it, you can recuperate on my Twin Spirit Island." Faced with this sixth-order open heaven realm young man who was able to use a divine manifestation, he didn't dare to be negligent. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded by this young man while Gung Qing and Zhou Ye were forced to retreat. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, perhaps only the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain was a match for him. Hua Yong already had the intention to express his goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't turn him down at this point. "Good." Yang Kai nodded his head and turned to look at the proprietress. With a pale face, she coughed but didn't reject the idea. She indeed needed a quiet place to recover. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, all other places were unsafe except for the headquarters of the three great forces. After all, she wouldn't want to be affected by the astral wind while she was trying to heal herself. The fog moved again and revealed a passageway. Hua Yong warmly led the way while Yang Kai and the others followed the proprietress, stepping into Twin Spirit Island. Shu Mudan, whose belly was bulging, came over and greeted them in an elegant manner. The proprietress' injuries needed immediate treatment. Even though the soul-warming lotus had soothed her mind and dispelled the monster chi for her, her condition would exacerbate if she didn't start healing herself soon. Therefore, after only the briefest of small talk, Hua Yong immediately arranged a secret room for her to recuperate in seclusion. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai said, "Please take good care of proprietress." A stunned chef asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai grinned, "To pay a visit to profound Yang Mountain." Chef exclaimed, "You want to head to profound Yang Mountain?" Accountant was shocked as well. To the side, Hua Yong dissuaded him by saying, "Please don't be impetuous, little brother. Profound Yang Mountain is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and they have many strong masters on their side. Although you're formidable, you won't be able to deal with so many people on your own. Besides the fact that Gung Qing and Zhou Ye are in the sixth-order open heaven realm, the head mountain lord Maozhe is just one step away from the seventh order. He is the strongest person in the shadowless cave heaven." Yang Kai arched his brow. "He's the most powerful here? I should meet him, then." Chef worriedly tried to change his mind. "Young boy, why don't you wait for the proprietress to recover? You can't go there on your own. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to explain ourselves to her?" Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Although the people from profound Yang Mountain are strong, they can't possibly harm me. I'll be back soon." The young man's arrogance stunned Hua Yong. Even though Yang Kai had indeed showcased incredible might in the battle just now, profound Yang Mountain was deeply rooted in this place and wasn't easy to infringe upon. If he wasn't careful enough, he would lose his life there. However, since they were not friends or relatives, Hua Yong reckoned that he wasn't in any place to keep dissuading him. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Do you have some wine, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong became startled for a moment before fishing out a gourd from his space ring. "This wine took me over 300 years to brew." "Is it strong enough?" Yang Kai asked. A proud Hua Yong replied, "It's definitely strong enough." With a smile, Yang Kai carried the wine gourd in one arm and said, "That's great. See you soon." After finishing his words, he shot into the sky. Chef said anxiously, "Be careful." As Hua Yong watched him leave, he slowly shook his head. "Little brother Yang, is pretty feisty. He sighed, then turned to gaze at chef and accountant. If you need anything, just inform my subordinates, and they'll handle it for you. My wife and I will stop bothering you. Many thanks, chef and accountant cupped their fists at him. Up in the air, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved towards profound Yang Mountain at full speed, space principles swirling around him. In order to deal with those from profound Yang Mountain, the proprietress had paid a hefty price. If it weren't for Yang Kai having the soul-warming lotus with him, she would have lost her mind to madness. Certainly, he wouldn't let those from profound Yang Mountain off so easily. If it weren't because the proprietress needed help, he would have chased after them instead of waiting until now. With that said, it wasn't too late to pursue them. He was a master of the Tao of space, so none were comparable to him when it came to the speed of fleeing or pursuing enemies. On top of that, Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded, so although Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were not injured, having to drag the former with them would slow them down significantly. Yang Kai was confident he could intercept them before they returned to profound Yang Mountain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4399. He's really coming after us. 3 figures were seen rapidly flying through the air. They were the 3 mountain lords who were in a rush to return to profound Yang Mountain. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye supported Yun Fei Bai's weight on either side as they moved at the speed of lightning. Yun Fei Bai still coughed up boiling blood from time to time, and there was also a black flame burning around the wound in his chest. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could only suppress the flame to stop his wound from worsening. He was unable to disperse it. Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank fire element power that could burn all of creation. Unless Yun Fei Bai had an element power in the same order that could restrict the flames, he would be unable to resolve it in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to return to profound Yang Mountain and seek the head mountain lord's help. Or he could spend a painfully long time recuperating in seclusion to resolve the crisis. While he looked very battered, his eyes were filled with resentment. His chest was injured twice. 1 month ago, he had underestimated the young man, who successfully launched a sneak attack on him. However, this time, he was wounded in a frontal clash with him. He could not figure out how the young man could go from the 5th Order to the 6th Order in just 1 month. Did he conceal his cultivation previously? Or did he really achieve an ascension after 1 month? He had a feeling it was the former. The young man must have a method to conceal his cultivation, which made Yun Fei Bai misjudge his true strength, resulting in the series of setbacks he had suffered. Yun Fei Bai was completely vexed, thinking that he had to be more careful when dealing with that strange young man in the future, as he was pretty cunning. As his emotions fluctuated, his wounds became irritated and he sprayed out a mouthful of boiling blood. "How are you, second brother?" Zhou Ye asked with concern. Yun Fei Bai shook his head. "It won't kill me." Geng Qing let out a sigh. Many of the top cultivators from profound Yang Mountain had taken part in this siege. Initially, they thought that they could easily defeat Lan Yurua and her small group, but not only did they become battered, but they had also lost quite a number of subordinates. With that said, their siege this time wasn't totally unfruitful. At the very least, they had found out Lan Yurua's true strength as well as that of the mysterious young man. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, that young man was able to use a divine manifestation, which was simply inconceivable. They reckoned that they had to report this discovery to the head mountain lord so that he could be prepared. One of the reasons profound Yang Mountain had become the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven was that they had the highest number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Secondly, the head mountain lord was truly mighty, as he was just 1 step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. If it weren't because resources in the shadowless cave heaven were scarce, he would have broken through already. However, now, there came a young man who was able to use a divine manifestation in the shadowless cave heaven. He was probably just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Faced with such a foe, they had to put their guard up. While pondering on these issues, Zhou Ye suddenly took a glance behind her with concern. "Will he come after us?" Geng Qing replied, "I don't think so. Lan Yurua must have used an artifact that comes with extreme drawbacks, so she should be in a terrible state. That guy will have to deal with her instead of coming after us. Moreover, we're not pushovers. The reason they had fled was that Yun Fei Bai was injured, so they had to bring him back to heal. Their wariness of Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo came second. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone bellowing from behind, "Yun Fei Bai, where do you think you're going?" Zhou Ye's expression changed as she turned her head, only to see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the horizon. The ray of light kept flickering, and with every flicker, the distance between them shortened significantly. It wouldn't take long before the ray of light caught up with them, so she exclaimed, "He's really coming after us." Geng Qing bellowed, "That brat is going too far." Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, and they were undoubtedly the most powerful great force here. All of the mountain lords were famous and formidable. There had never been a time when they were chased down like they were beat dogs. He turned his head and ordered, "Stop him." The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who had been following the three mountain lords, sported bitter expressions upon hearing that. Earlier, Yang Kai easily killed 9 of their companions and even injured the second mountain lord, so how were they supposed to oppose him? However, they wouldn't dare to disobey Geng Qing's order, so they forced themselves to stop and took up a formation to await their enemy's arrival. On the other hand, Geng Qing and the others kept flying towards profound Yang Mountain at full speed. Yang Kai's figure kept flickering as he watched Geng Qing and the others flee. Popping off the lid of the wine gourd, he lifted it to his mouth and downed a large swig. After he was done with the wine, he threw the gourd away, shattering it on the ground below. While feeling tipsy, Yang Kai raised his spear as his murderous intent surged. Slowly moving forward, he shook his head and declared, "I'll only say this once. Scram if you don't want to die. I won't spare anyone who dares to get in my way." Yang Kai became increasingly overbearing as he flew forward, his aura erupting as it covered the sky and caused the clouds to welter. The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters were horrified as many of them subconsciously took a few steps back. As they recalled the sight of their 9 companions being killed, they started shuddering. Just then, a thin and tall man yelled, "What's there to be afraid of? He's on his own while we have so many people on our side. As long as we make a move together, there's no way he—" Before he could finish his words, he gasped as Yang Kai, who was supposed to be kilometers away, abruptly appeared in front of him, their faces almost touching. Yang Kai belched and puffed out a breath filled with alcohol at him. The person was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so he was pretty agile. He immediately leapt backwards in an attempt to widen the gap between Yang Kai and him. However, the next moment, his expression was transformed by fear as he realized that regardless of how much he moved backwards, Yang Kai remained standing right in front of him. The view around him never changed one bit, as though the space around him had been extended infinitely. Near distant horizon. Following Yang Kai's sharp rise in cultivation, the power of the secret techniques he could use had improved proportionally. He was already able to injure the 6th-order Yun Fei Bai when he was still in the 5th order. Since he was now a 6th-order open heaven realm master, there was no way a 5th-order master like this man could escape from him. This tall man was apparently a resolute person, so upon realizing that he was unable to flee, he roared and surged his world force before sending out a divine ability at Yang Kai. His companions around him also made a move at the same time. At that instant, the lights of divine abilities erupted as they flew at Yang Kai. "Water reflects the moon," Yang Kai shouted as a full moon rose behind him. The moon cast a glow on all of them and sent chills down their spines. Their divine abilities seemed to have been frozen as they moved forward like snails. The tall man and the others were soon covered in a layer of frost, causing them to shiver like quails in the winter. Additionally, shields with dragon patterns on them started appearing around Yang Kai. A dragon pressure could be felt coming from these thick shields, and every dragon had its head connected with its tail. Dragon shields. Upon activating these 2 secret techniques, Yang Kai thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Wherever the spear shadows passed, time seemed to freeze. When Yang Kai retracted his spear, the tall man and the others were rendered immovable on their spots. It wasn't until this moment that their divine abilities crashed into the dragon shields around Yang Kai and caused them to flicker. In the end, they couldn't harm him one bit. The louder you shout, the quicker you die. Yang Kai swept his spear across the air, and then the people standing in front of him exploded into a blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Holding the spear with one hand, he swept a cold glance over the survivors in an imposing manner and asked, "Who else would like to make a move?" All of them fell silent as they stared dazedly at Yang Kai. Gulps were clearly audible, and all of their eyes were filled with terror. Although Yang Kai had previously killed 9 of their companions just outside Twin Spirit Island, they were still astounded upon seeing the same thing now. They knew that they might be able to stop this young man from going further if they joined forces. After all, he was only one man regardless of how powerful he was. On the other hand, they had many people on their side who could fight. Nevertheless, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, it wasn't hard for him to kill 10 or 20 of them. No one was willing to be the unlucky one. After what had happened to the tall man, none of them dared to say a word. "If no one is making a move, I'm leaving." Yang Kai snorted and walked off. His chest felt like it was burning due to the alcohol as his murderous intent was rampaging. All of them looked despicable to him, and he had the urge to kill them with his spear. However, since these people were not willing to make a move, Yang Kai didn't have a reason to flare up. Furthermore, his destination wasn't this place. The people separated to the sides as Yang Kai safely passed through the crowd. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew off that they breathed a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. One of them exclaimed, "High-rank powers. All the powers that guy showed were high-rank." They couldn't detect anything before Yang Kai made a move, but once he did, they realized that both Yang Kai's water reflects the moon and dragon shield secret techniques were derived from high-rank powers, to say nothing of the fact that he had previously showcased Golden Crow casts the sun, which was a divine manifestation exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. "It's no wonder that he's so powerful," someone remarked. Since all the element powers he refined were high-rank, it explained why he was so formidable. "What should we do now?" a woman asked, looking lost. Gang Qing told them to stop Yang Kai, but other than the tall man and the others from his group, the rest of them had never made a move. They couldn't explain themselves when they returned, so it was expected that they would be punished. However, if they never returned, there was nowhere else they could settle in the shadowless cave heaven. Faced with such a dilemma, they weren't sure what to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to Profound Yang Mountain first and accept punishment. It was still better than wandering around the shadowless cave heaven. Gang Qing and Zhou Ye, while supporting Yun Fei Bai's weight, kept looking back. Upon realizing that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, they set their minds at ease, thinking that he had been intercepted. In the end, it seemed their subordinates were not really useless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4400, Killing a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. One day later, Profound Yang Mountain came into their sight from a distance. Zhou Ye breathed a sigh of relief as she patted Yun Fei Bai's back and gently said, "Hang in there, second brother. We'll reach home soon." Yun Fei Bai nodded his head, his face still as pale as a white sheet. He had been trying to stop his wound from worsening while returning to the sect. However, Golden Crow's true fire was indeed incredible. The dark flame that was burning in his chest made him feel unbearable pain. All of a sudden, Gang Qing looked forward and sported a doubtful expression. "Who is that?" There was a figure standing like a dead tree on a mountain peak in front of them as he gazed silently at them. As their eyes met, the figure curled his lips into a scornful smile and pointed his spear towards them before yelling, "You're too slow. Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" The color drained from Zhou Ye's face. "It's him." Gang Qing was stunned. "Why is he here? How dare he get in front of us?" They had been moving at full speed, and even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, he shouldn't have been ahead of them. Moreover, they had ordered several dozen subordinates to stop him. had he broken through the defense of several dozen people on his own. Furthermore, this place was very near profound Yang Mountain. Once they got into a fight here, the head mountain lord would be able to lend them a hand within moments. When the four great mountain lords joined forces, no one in the shadowless cave heaven was a match for them. Therefore, how could Yang Kai have the guts to intercept them here? While Gung Qing was still lost in his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai coming at them with his spear as the latter bellowed, "Yun Fei Bai, suffer death." They were unable to describe how amazing the attack was, as it ignored the obstacles of space and seemed to shatter the world around it. Although it was an attack that was aimed at Yun Fei Bai, Zhou Ye and Gung Qing felt as though they had been targeted as well. The three mountain lords were dumbstruck. Zhou Ye immediately wielded her sword while Gung Qing used his most powerful divine abilities. Ignoring his own injury, Yun Fei Bai roared and summoned a scroll, on which the characters started moving and turned into beams of sword chi before they shot out. Hong hong hong. Explosive sounds were heard as halos of light filled the sky. The three mountain lords were forced backwards as their eyes trembled. "How is that possible?" Zhou Ye exclaimed. Although the three of them had joined forces, they were almost unable to parry the young man's strike. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, so how was it possible that this young man was so much stronger than them? When the young man suddenly awakened and lashed out outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, she didn't directly confront him as she simply launched a long-range attack before dragging Yun Fei Bai away, so she hadn't been able to properly gauge his strength. It wasn't until they traded moves now that she realized how horrifying Yang Kai was. His world force was clearly far denser and more vigorous than hers. After the attack, Yang Kai didn't stop as he unleashed his supreme limitless spear art to the extreme. Like a waterfall, the spear shadows rained down and engulfed the three mountain lords, each shadow containing a terrifying world force within it. Certainly, Yun Fei Bai and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent as they were extremely on edge already. Although they had tried their best, they still found it difficult to parry the bombardment of attacks. Every strike was as violent as lightning, and the rich dragon pressure that filled the air around them was disrupting their focus. Previously, the Azure Dragon Spear was just a sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hands. However, since his ascension to the open heaven realm, he was able to bring out its true power. During his breakthrough, Yang Kai merged his small sealed world with his small universe. His small sealed world had a rich heritage to begin with, and he had further enhanced it with remnants of the blood monster cave heaven. As such, he managed to greatly enhance the background of his small universe, allowing him to fight against seasoned open heaven realm masters from the outset. However, without the Azure Dragon Spear, he couldn't possibly battle against three powerful masters on his own. After all, their thousands of years of accumulation were not just for show. The reason the proprietress was able to achieve that was that she had made use of the blood monster battle dress. In a battle between open heaven realm masters, the heritages of their small universes mattered the most. The barrage of attacks dazzled Yang Kai's opponents. Zhou Ye and Gung Qing were in a better state as they were still relatively uninjured. On the other hand, Yun Fei Bai was in a horrible state. He had been burned by Golden Crow's true fire to begin with, which caused his strength to plunge significantly, and presently, half of Yang Kai's attacks were targeted at him. If Gung Qing and Zhou Ye hadn't gone all out to protect him, he would have been killed by Yang Kai already. Despite that, he was still in a perilous situation. The young man kept targeting him as though he was determined to end his life, which caused him to groan in pain. After barely more than 10 breaths of intense battle, the mountains around them had been completely destroyed. The air was filled with dust and debris, and the world itself seemed to have turned pale. The black Golden Crow's true fire burning on the tip of Azure Dragon Spear made the three mountain lords extremely wary. After what had happened to Yun Fei Bai, Gung Qing and Zhou Ye wouldn't dare to come into contact with Golden Crow's true fire, so their movements were rather restricted. The space around them seemed to have become viscous as well. It was apparent that the young man had used a space secret technique while attacking them. Who dares fight outside Profound Yang Mountain? A stern voice was suddenly heard coming from Profound Yang Mountain. Then a gigantic figure that seemed able to cover the entire sky rose from the central peak. With a pair of grim-looking eyes, he stared at the people in battle. Yun Fei Bai, who was warding off Yang Kai's attacks with difficulty, yelled pitifully, "Big brother, save me." The giant eyes narrowed, and when the person realized what was going on, his expression turned furious as he bellowed, "How impudent boy!" After he finished speaking, the figure shrunk before a ray of light shot out of profound Yang Mountain. It was apparent that the head mountain lord, Mao Zhe, was trying to come to their rescue upon realizing what was happening. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were elated. The three of them were unable to fend off Yang Kai's attacks. However, things would be different if Mao Zhe joined them. After all, they were fully aware of how powerful their big brother was. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai took a glance in the direction of profound Yang Mountain and snorted. Then he swept his weapon across the air to force back Geng Qing and the others. Following that, his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Yun Fei Bai, who was still spitting blood. A flustered Yun Fei Bai immediately tried to retreat. Yang Kai stared coldly at him and silently used near-distant horizon. At that instant, the space around them extended infinitely. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing as people's thoughts became jumbled. Yun Fei Bai was horrified to learn that he was unable to widen the gap with Yang Kai regardless of how hard he tried. He could only watch as Yang Kai came at him with his spear. Faced with this spear thrust, he felt the aura of death engulfing him. He roared as the scroll in his grip shone brightly and all the sword chi it could unleash condensed together and clashed with the azure dragon spear. Since Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were assisting their second brother from the side, they were also affected by the disturbance of near-distant horizon and time principles. Although they were able to break through it after just a moment, what came into their sight was the life and death clash between Yang Kai and Yun Fei Bai. "Boy, you dare!" The head mountain lord was heard roaring from a distance. An unfazed Yang Kai infused more power into his azure dragon spear and a deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky, causing the condensed sword chi to shatter. Following a whoosh, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye became rooted to the spots as they looked dazedly forward. Head mountain lord Mao Zhe landed in front of them with a livid expression. Just 3,000 meters in front of them, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand as he remained in an aggressive posture. In front of him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes with fury as he froze in place. He was unable to move because the spear had pierced through his forehead and stuck out from the back of his head. The robust defense of a sixth-order open heaven realm master became as thin as paper when confronted with the azure dragon spear. The black golden crow's true fire was still burning on the tip of the spear and like a million snakes, expanded from Yun Fei Bai's forehead to the rest of his body. Time seemed to have stopped flowing at that moment. Yun Fei Bai's eyes darted around erratically. Although he was lethally injured, he didn't immediately lose his life, which went to show how potent the vitality of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was. However, his face kept twitching due to the excruciating pain. In front of him, Yang Kai's clothes were all ragged. There were countless wounds on his body that crisscrossed one another. Every wound was left with very pure sword chi, and the largest wound showed that he was almost cut in two through his chest. His entire figure was dyed gold due to his golden blood. The final desperate attack of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was no joke. If it weren't because Yang Kai had a sturdy defense as a half-dragon, he would have been cut into countless pieces. As Mao Zhe watched the sight silently, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior brother, if you have any demands, just name them. This monarch won't turn you down as long as he can fulfill it." He called Yang Kai boy before he arrived at this place, but upon seeing that Yun Fei Bai's life was in his hands, he politely called him junior brother. Yang Kai turned his head and flashed a smile at him. "Can I really make any demand?" Mao Zhe replied dispassionately, "As long as it doesn't cross the line, anything is acceptable." "What if I want you to trade his life for yours? Can you do that?" A hint of fury flashed across Mao Zhe's eyes. "You're funny, junior brother. Please think it through. The person you're trying to kill is the second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. If you kill him, you will be our enemy, and all of us will never let you off. However, if you release him, you'll be our most honored guest. Are you trying to threaten me? Yang Kai arched his brow. Mao Zhi impassively replied, I'm just speaking the truth. Why do you keep spouting nonsense? My only goal here is to kill. Yang Kai suddenly roared and gripped his spear, surging his world force into it. Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes, and before he could react, his head exploded. The headless corpse convulsed as blood spurted out from his neck before collapsing to the ground. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were stunned. Their second brother was killed right in front of them. Although Mao Zhi had come to their aid, Yun Fei Bai's head still exploded and he died a horrible death. It had been thousands of years since they met, and it never crossed their minds that they would part ways for good on this day. At that instant, they still couldn't believe what had just happened. This place was just several hundred kilometers away from profound Yang Mountain. They were practically home. All of a sudden, they started to suspect that Yang Kai had deliberately decided to intercept them here, otherwise, he could have chosen another, more convenient location. The only reason he would do this, though, was to lure the head mountain lord out of profound Yang Mountain. As they turned their heads, they saw Mao Zhi sporting a livid expression. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous glow as he ordered coldly, Kill! Martial Peak, Chapter 4401, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Certainly, Mao Zhi couldn't tolerate the fact that the second mountain lord was killed right in front of him just outside of profound Yang Mountain. If he put up with this, he would lose all face. Therefore, right after Yun Fei Bai was killed, Mao Zhi immediately attacked Yang Kai. Zhou Ye and Geng Qing came to their senses, and as their eyes turned bloodshot, they clenched their teeth and charged towards their enemy from both sides. Yang Kai guffawed, Good. Let's fight. Without backing down, he lifted his spear and dashed towards the three of them. In an instant, a series of clanging sounds were heard as they fell into a fierce melee. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, and as their world forces collided, the entire shadowless cave heaven fell into turmoil. People from profound Yang Mountain looked in the direction of the battle with horrified expressions. As the four figures flew around in the air, the lights of their divine abilities blossomed. It was as though both parties were determined to completely destroy the other. However, Yang Kai seemed to be on the losing side. Previously, the reason he was able to fight against three people on his own was that Yun Fei Bai and the others were restricted in their movements. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded to begin with, and in order to protect him, Zhou Ye and Geng Qing were not able to fully use their powers. Nevertheless, things were different now. Without Yun Fei Bai burdening them, Zhou Ye and Geng Qing had no more constraints and were able to fully utilize their powers. Furthermore, the head mountain lord was significantly stronger than the wounded Yun Fei Bai. As soon as they traded moves, Yang Kai could feel that even though he had merged his small sealed world with his small universe, the richness of his world force was still not comparable to that of the head mountain lord. He indeed lived up to the expectations of a person who was just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had no intention of retreating. As a master of the Tao of space, his mobility was vastly superior to others in the same realm. At that moment, the three mountain lords didn't have a way to lock down Yang Kai, so although they could hurt him from time to time, it didn't matter to him given his physical strength and restorative power. The head mountain lord bellowed, Stop jumping around like a monkey. How disgraceful. Yang Kai ignored him as he swept, stabbed, and slashed with his azure dragon spear. Spear shadows fell on them like rain, and every attack carried a horrifying force. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were terrified as they didn't dare to directly meet these attacks. After half a day of intense battle, Mao Zhi suddenly furrowed his brow. That was because he realized that as time passed, the young man's strength was steadily increasing. Compared to half a day ago, this young man was significantly stronger. Initially, this young man could only jump around to dodge their attacks, but now he was able to counterattack while defending himself. This kind of tendency became increasingly conspicuous. Mao Zhi couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, the reason Yang Kai managed to make it to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was that he had consumed a world fruit. However, be it the Fifth Order or the Sixth Order, he had only just broken through, so he didn't have enough time to solidify his cultivation. He entered the shadowless cave heaven right after he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and while the battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai had slightly stabilized his cultivation, it wasn't complete. Then he cultivated in seclusion to refine a world fruit and ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He hadn't even solidified his Fifth Order cultivation when he rose to the Sixth Order, so his cultivation was pretty unstable. Nevertheless, the intense battle Yang Kai was presently engaged in was perfect for strengthening his foundation and consolidating his cultivation. This kind of fight was much more effective than simply cultivating in seclusion. It could be said that as time passed, the power he was able to showcase would intensify until he reached his current limit. That was the reason Mao Zhe had this strange feeling. The four figures darted around. One moment they were in the sky, and the next moment they were on the ground, then the same process repeated. Wherever they went, the ground cracked and the sky trembled as their world forces continuously clashed with one another. Zhou Yu's eyes trembled as the figure who was flickering around the three of them shocked her. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but why was this young man so ridiculously strong? She initially thought that since the head mountain lord had joined them, there was no way this young man could resist. To her surprise, it turned out to be a difficult battle. There were probably over 100 wounds on the young man's figure, and some of his bones must have cracked. Nevertheless, instead of growing weaker, he only became stronger with each passing breath. She also realized that it was getting harder for her to parry his attacks. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Are you using us in this battle to adapt to your new strength?" After a long fight, he finally figured out that the young man must have just ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so he wasn't familiar with his own power yet. That was the reason the young man became stronger as the battle dragged on. Upon that realization, he roared in indignation, "Brat, how dare you!" He was just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so he was practically unmatched in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. If it weren't because the young man was proficient in the Tao of Space, Mao Zhe was confident he could easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, it was never easy dealing with a master of the Tao of Space, as it was simply impossible to corner one. This was what made the young man before him so arrogant. After realizing the young man's intention, it was expected that Mao Zhe was infuriated. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "You're touted to be the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven, but this is all you've got?" After he finished speaking, he retracted all the spear shadows and fell silent with a solemn expression. Then he yelled, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Following that, a bird was heard cawing while a great sun rose from his back. Gang Qing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out, big brother! This brat possesses a divine manifestation." "What?" An astounded Mao Zhe looked up, and when he saw the magnificent great sun, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was indeed a divine manifestation. A Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master was able to cast a divine manifestation. Mao Zhe couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Mao Zhe fell into a dazed state, Yang Kai had integrated himself with the great sun and charged towards the head mountain lord. Mao Zhe immediately retreated. Although he was very close to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a divine manifestation. After all, this was something only high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were able to use. However, his efforts were futile. He was instantly engulfed in space principles as near-distant horizon infinitely extended the space around him. Water reflects the moon. Yang Kai roared. A full moon appeared out of thin air as it cast its icy glow across the land, causing a chill to shoot up everyone's spine. The sun and the moon appearing together was a miraculous sight. The three mountain lords stared dazedly at the sky where the dazzling great sun and the ice-cold moon rose and set in a seemingly endless cycle. The immense power coming from the swirling cycle seemed to engulf the entire universe. Everything in this world seemed to have been covered by this euro formed from the sun and the moon. As the cycle spun, those present at the scene felt as though they were traveling across time. Coupled with the space principles that Yang Kai continuously surged, it formed into an extremely profound space-time warping effect. It was an entirely new power that Yang Kai had yet to use. A force that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth came over the three mountain lords, and they immediately surged their world forces to try to defend themselves. Following a deafening boom, a huge halo of light erupted. It was as though the entire world had shattered at that instant. The energies of the spinning sun and the moon exploded and sent shockwaves out across the entire shadowless cave heaven. The forces of scorching heat and bone-piercing cold clashed and formed into an immense destructive power. Everything at the center of the explosion was seemingly wiped from existence. A moment later, a figure, whose clothes were ragged, shot out of the light with a horrified expression. He was none other than the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. As expected of a man just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm, he was still able to escape alive despite facing such an attack. Nevertheless, his pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips clearly indicated that he was wounded. Presently, he was holding Geng Qing in one hand and Zhouya in the other. Compared to him, Geng Qing and Zhouya were more severely wounded and had passed out. Moreover, their bodies looked like they were being corroded by a strange power that continuously ate away at their vitality. This odd strength was profound and unpredictable, alternating between hot and cold, turning their skin from red to blue randomly. The condition they were in was extremely strange. Still reeling from shock, Mao Zhe took a look in Yang Kai's direction, only to see that the young man had fallen into a dazed state. With the spear in his hand still outstretched, Yang Kai seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while a mysterious light that contained some profound secret swirled around him. Mao Zhe was dumbfounded as he realized that the young man had comprehended something about his grand Tao during this life-and-death battle. If he interrupted Yang Kai now, the latter would surely suffer an immense loss. However, Mao Zhe was too terrified of the attack just now and didn't have the courage to create trouble for Yang Kai. With Geng Qing and Zhouya in his hands, he shot towards profound Yang Mountain and activated its grand array as soon as he was inside. In the center of the battlefield, the chaotic force slowly subsided. Yang Kai stood there silently as he comprehended the explosion of power just now. The Tao of space was the foundation on which he built his Tao seal, and it could be said that his mastery over the Tao of space was unrivaled. Nevertheless, when it came to the Tao of time, he had always been an amateur. After ascending to the open heaven realm, he had his own small universe in his body. There were the manifestations of Golden Crow casts the sun and water reflects the moon in his small universe. The rising and falling of these celestial entities granted him a deeper understanding of the Tao of time. Both the Tao of space and Tao of time were extremely esoteric and abstruse grand Taos. The average person would be extremely fortunate to comprehend even the slightest bit of either of them, let alone master both. It was only thanks to some rare opportunities that Yang Kai managed to achieve this. In fact, he had never thought about merging these two grand Taos into one. It wasn't until he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain that he gave it a try on a whim. Yang Kai never imagined the results would be so shocking. Space principles and time principles had perfectly blended together through the integration of the Golden Crow casts the sun, water reflects the moon, and near-distant horizon, forming a brand-new divine ability. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Let's call it Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel wasn't complete yet, and had plenty of room for improvement. Nevertheless, this divine ability contained an entirely new power, something akin to space-time strength that combined both space principles and time principles. However, it wasn't the right time to think about this. Yang Kai raised his gaze and looked at profound Yang Mountain. The three mountain lords had returned to profound Yang Mountain, and presently, the Grand Array was activated in full defensive mode. Many people were seen moving around as they got ready to face a formidable enemy. Yang Kai snorted and placed his azure dragon spear over his shoulder before striding towards profound Yang Mountain. With a grin, he called out, "Do you think you're safe hiding behind this thin wall? Since you dared harm my proprietress, I'll destroy your entire sect today." Martial Peak, Chapter 4402, Lifting a Mountain. Seeing that Yang Kai was coming over, Mao Zhou, who was standing on a peak of profound Yang Mountain, bellowed, "Don't go too far, boy." He had returned to his home territory and activated the Grand Array, but Yang Kai still pursued them as though he was determined to destroy them, which infuriated him. Prior to this day, Mao Zhou had never expected that someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in a 3-on-1 fight in his favor. He had joined forces with Geng Qing and Zhou Ya earlier, but after the battle, the two of them became injured and passed out while he was scared out of his wits. Where does this brat come from? 1 month ago, second brother said he was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. Since he was in a rush earlier, Mao Zhou didn't have the chance to ask about what had happened. There was no way a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master could break through to the Sixth Order in just 1 month and showcase such horrifying power. If Mao Zhou knew that the other party was so formidable, he would have been more polite. However, now, those from profound Yang Mountain had fallen out with him, and even the second Mountain Lord was killed. It had turned into a blood feud that could never be resolved. In just a moment, Yang Kai arrived at profound Yang Mountain and saw a thick light barrier surrounding it. Thrusting his spear into the light barrier caused a dent to form, but it soon recovered. After probing it lightly, Yang Kai nodded. Although the Grand Array here wasn't as profound as his own 9 heavenly layers, it was still quite extraordinary. After all, profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years. Their heritage, which had been accumulated over the years, couldn't be underestimated. Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had arrived at this place, he would not back down easily. Then, he looked up at Mao Zhou, who was staring coldly at him atop the main peak, and grinned. The smile was so eerie that Mao Zhou felt his chest tightening. "What is that brat trying to do?" Mao Zhou muttered with a frown. Before he could figure it out, he heard the young man yelling, "Dragon! Transformation!" A deafening dragon roar was heard, then a gigantic golden dragon head manifested behind Yang Kai's back before disappearing into his body. Following that, a series of cracking sounds were heard. As the sounds rang out, the gazes of those on profound Yang Mountain slowly lifted and filled with horror. They were rooted to the spot as they witnessed the small figure of a man rapidly transform into an enormous monster. The creature was covered in dragon scales and his hands had turned into razor-sharp dragon claws. The dragon tail behind him swung heavily, and the dragon horns on his forehead looked as though they were made from pure gold. His whiskers flapped in the air, and as he breathed, the entire world seemed to pale. If this 4,000-meter-long creature wasn't intimidating enough, the colossal spear in his claws was capable of freezing everyone's heart. Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear was now a 4,000 meters long weapon, matching his own length as it gleamed with a terrifying glow. As rich dragon pressure permeated the air, those on profound Yang Mountain found it hard to breathe even though they had the protection of the Grand Array. "Dragon Clan!" Mao Zhou exclaimed as his pupils contracted to the size of needles. "Impossible!" Yang Kai shook his head as the scorching breath he puffed out seemed able to burn a hole in space. As he raised his gigantic spear, he roared in a thunderous voice, "Taste my spear!" He bluntly pushed his spear forward, whereupon a gale brought up all the sand and stones around him. The cultivators on profound Yang Mountain screamed, panicked, and ran about randomly. Not daring to be negligent, Mao Zhou quickly fished out the array jade and focused the Grand Array's power to defend against this strike. The long spear fell heavily on the Grand Array's light barrier like it was a giant tree. Following a loud boom, a deep indent was formed on the light barrier as its glow flickered wildly. Yang Kai roared and exerted more force with his hands, but he was still unable to penetrate the Grand Array. The horrifying shockwave coming through the Grand Array shook the entire profound Yang Mountain, causing many cultivators to fall to the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even started bleeding, looking quite battered. A moment later, the light barrier bounced back, pushing Yang Kai away as he was forced backwards several hundred meters. As he arched his brow, Yang Kai praised, "Truly incredible." The heritage accumulated for over thousands of years by profound Yang Mountain was indeed extraordinary. The Grand Array was so sturdy that Yang Kai wasn't able to break it with one strike. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he stepped forward in an imposing manner. Mao Zhe widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Junior brother, please stop. We can talk this out." Yang Kai cackled wildly, "There's nothing to talk about between us." Then he heavily struck the light barrier once more. Following that, some people were heard grunting. In one of the array nodes, 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted Mao Zhe in maintaining the Grand Array, sprayed out mouthfuls of blood as their auras withered. It was apparent that they were injured by the horrifying force coming through the barrier. Mao Zhe looked at them and felt his chest tightening. Then, he turned to gaze at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that the latter was preparing to strike again, he said through gritted teeth, "Junior brother, the shadowless cave heaven is only this big. Don't go too far lest we meet again in the future as enemies." Yang Kai snorted and roared, "Why must I worry about the future? Today I will destroy profound Yang Mountain and sacrifice all of you to my spear. We won't ever see each other again." Mao Zhe was so exasperated that he almost spat blood, but there was nothing he could say to refute him. Following a series of strikes, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted in running the Grand Array in its several array nodes, all became injured as their auras dimmed. Some of them had even passed out already. A resentful Mao Zhe had the urge to go out and fight Yang Kai to the death, but he didn't have the guts to do so seeing as the other party was so imposing. They were defeated earlier even though the 3 mountain lords had joined forces. Now that Geng Qing and Zhou Ye had passed out and he himself was injured, there was no way he could be a match for Yang Kai on his own. Mao Zhe let out a sigh, then performed different hand seals to mobilize the Grand Array's power. Now, he could only sacrifice some of the outer peaks by shrinking the protection range of the Grand Array. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to ward off the other party's horrifying attacks. Following a strike, the light barrier broke apart as Yang Kai continued pushing his spear forward and jabbed into a peak, which caused it to shake and almost collapse. Yang Kai took a glance with his cold-looking eyes and realized that some of the peaks were no longer in the protection range of the Grand Array. Only a small area in the center was still protected by the light barrier. Upon seeing that, he knew that Mao Zhe must have given up on the outer peaks to protect the center. By doing so, not only would Mao Zhe consume less energy, but he could also focus the Grand Array's power to better fend off Yang Kai's attacks. Yang Kai snorted, and then his dragon pressure permeated the air as though it had materialized, which caused the surrounding space to become extremely heavy. On the peaks that were completely exposed, the cultivators from profound Yang Mountain shivered like quails without a home in the winter. All of their eyes were filled with horror as they watched the behemoth approach them. Yang Kai directly swept his spear across one of the peaks. As the cultivators shrieked, a terrifying world force surged and broke the peak into halves. Stones rolled down what was left of the mountain as the peak crumbled, plunging its inhabitants into turmoil. Standing in the center of the Grand Array, Mao Zhe widened his eyes with fury. Profound Yang Mountain was the foundation he had built in the shadowless cave heaven. It was also one of the safest places in the shadowless cave heaven from the astral wind. If this place was destroyed, profound Yang Mountain would cease to exist. Without this shelter, no one would stay there and obey his orders. Hong long long. Star. More peaks collapsed. Yang Kai's arrival was no different from a doomsday for them. He kept on destroying the peaks with a power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. The peaks that were exposed outside of the Grand Array were soon turned into ruins. Just when Yang Kai was about to sweep his spear across the last peak, he stopped as his gaze fell upon a certain figure. She was a woman who was standing still and silently gaping at him. Instead of feeling terrified about her imminent death, though, she looked as though she was about to be liberated. "It's her." At first glance, Yang Kai could recognize that she was the one who had secretly looked for him and gave him the directions that led to the proprietress' whereabouts. At that time, he speculated that she must have been forced to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything for reasons that were beyond her control. That was the reason she secretly gave Yang Kai a hand. It was thanks to the directions in the jade slip that he was able to find the proprietress and the others. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai moved towards the peak and thrust his spear into the ground before his giant figure turned blurry and disappeared beneath the mountain. The people inside the Grand Array gazed at Yang Kai as they had no idea what he was up to now. All of a sudden, the mountain started trembling, as though an immense force was coming from beneath it. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he thought of a possibility. The next moment, as all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, the mountain slowly rose into the air. Beneath the mountain was a gigantic creature whose nostrils puffed out a scorching breath as he hoisted the mountain on his hunched back. Following a great roar, the figure straightened up. All of them couldn't believe their eyes while Mao Zhe's pupils contracted. This man actually lifted a mountain. What kind of horrifying power was required to do that? Although mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily showcase immense power, they had to use the world force in their small universes to achieve that. Rarely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds was able to literally lift a mountain like this one using solely physical strength. At the very least, it was the first time Mao Zhe saw someone capable of this. Following that, Yang Kai shook the mountain and roared, "All you ants crawling on this mountain, scram!" The cultivators on the mountain started falling and crashed to the ground. The quiet woman who was originally standing on the peak happened to fall down in front of Yang Kai, who gently then let out a breath and sent her over 100 kilometers away before she lightly landed on the ground. Hong! Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of profound Yang Mountain. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Hong hong hong. His movements were initially slow, as every step he took would leave a huge mark on the ground. However, after several steps, he started running in light steps as his figure bent forward a little. Inside the Grand Array, Mao Zhe had his expression change drastically as he bellowed, "Activate the Grand Array's full might now." Martial Peak, Chapter 4403, No More Profound Yang Mountain. As soon as Mao Zhe gave this order, he heard Yang Kai roaring as the latter hurled the mountain, which was on his back, at the Grand Array. The expansive shadow blocked the light out of everyone's sight. Those from profound Yang Mountain immediately focused the Grand Array's power to defend. A loud boom rang out as the mountain crashed into the Grand Array and formed a huge dent on it. The light barrier kept flickering as though it would shatter at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai brought down his spear on the Grand Array and worsened the dent in the light barrier. Mao Zhe roared, "Do you really want to kill us all, brat? Do you think this monarch is afraid of you?" Yang Kai had crossed his bottom line by appearing determined to wipe out profound Yang Mountain. "Come then." Yang Kai pushed out his spear, "Fight with me if you have the gall." Mao Zhe was so infuriated that he looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. Hong! As the ground shook, the light barrier appeared dimmer than before. The horrifying force coming through the air caused the cultivators on profound Yang Mountain to turn pale and stagger. Spear shadows poured down on the Grand Array like rain and caused it to flicker even more wildly. Mao Zhe was terrified to learn that even though he had shrunk the protection range to consolidate the Spirit Array's power, it was still nearly impossible to fend off the other party's violent attacks. Under such a bombardment, it would only take half an hour before the Grand Array of profound Yang Mountain was destroyed. Mao Zhe reckoned that he had to make a move now. It would be too late by the time the Grand Array was shattered. Having made up his mind, he said through clenched teeth, "Come with me and kill this brat. Whoever can behead him, this monarch will promote to the position of 5th Mountain Lord of profound Yang Mountain." Upon finishing his words, he flung away the array jade and charged out towards Yang Kai. Many cultivators followed him closely. Although they were wary of Yang Kai's strength, they were tempted by Mao Zhe's promise. Since Mao Zhe had made such a declaration in public, he wouldn't go back on his word. If one of them was lucky enough to kill this gigantic monster, that person would really become the fifth mountain lord. As they flew into the air, those from profound Yang Mountain were totally united at this moment. Before they even arrived, the lights of their secret techniques and artifacts started blossoming. All the attacks contained the world forces of these open heaven realm masters as they bombarded Yang Kai. Ignoring this barrage, Yang Kai swept his several thousand meters long spear through the air, seemingly cutting space in half. As he aimed at the area with most people, he yelled, "How dare mere ants act so impudent in front of this king?" The spear's might was overwhelming. The clever ones had quickly dodged it while the sluggish ones got struck in midair and directly exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Following the attack, those from profound Yang Mountain started backing down. As they looked at the blood rain pouring down from the sky, they were no longer as hot-headed as before. Hong hong hong. The wave of secret techniques and artifact attacks peppered Yang Kai, causing him to stagger backwards. Although a 4,000-meter-long dragon was intimidating, being so large made it nearly impossible for Yang Kai to dodge incoming attacks. All of those attacks were powerful secret techniques sent out by Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, other than the divine abilities of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that could slightly harm him, the rest of these attacks were essentially negated by Yang Kai's dragon scales. Even the attacks from Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't damage his foundation as they were only capable of leaving some small flesh wounds. It was a well-known fact that dragons had superb defense. Yang Kai stepped forward while kicking the peaks in front of him, sweeping his spear across the mountains below. At that instant, there wasn't even a single person in a radius of several kilometers around him. Wherever he went, the cultivators from profound Yang Mountain would immediately flee. Mao Zhe was infuriated as he attempted to boost morale once more, but his efforts yielded no results. Yang Kai turned his head and extended his claw towards him as he said with a grin, "There will be no more profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards." As space principles undulated, the claw ignored space and distance and directly grasped Mao Zhe. Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand and a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from his palm. Nevertheless, the next moment, an immense force exploded inside his fist. Then, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain as a bloody hole was formed on the back of his hand, out of which a ray of light shot. It was Mao Zhe who was formerly grasped in his claw. As his dragon blood dripped onto the ground, Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge hole in his claw, one through which he could see the ground below. However, it didn't bother him one bit as he swung his hand and roared in a thunderous voice, "Good, you indeed live up to your reputation as the strongest master in the shadowless cave heaven." It was impossible for an average master to break through Yang Kai's flesh, but Mao Zhe had easily done just that. Otherwise, he couldn't have gotten rid of his restriction. As Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest started bulging as it was filled with air. Right after Mao Zhe got out of the death grip, he shot towards Yang Kai. As his world force surged, he rapidly formed a set of hand seals and sent out a powerful divine ability towards him. However, when he saw Yang Kai's posture, Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening. Sensing an impending crisis, he immediately dodged. Fire dragons? Flaming breath. As Yang Kai roared, he spat out a jet of black flames. As the scorching fire shot from his mouth, it burned down the sky and ground without distinction. As Golden Crow's true fire permeated the area, Mao Zhe's divine ability was vaporized. In an instant, the remaining spirit peaks of profound Yang Mountain were engulfed in Golden Crow's true fire. Under the scorching heat, the peaks started melting into lava. Yang Kai swung his head around as the fire coming from his mouth swept out. Many of the cultivators who were unable to dodge it were burned and fell from the sky shrieking. Mao Zhe immediately retreated and narrowly escaped from the Golden Crow's true fire. He hadn't forgotten about the unconscious Gongqing and Zhou Ya as he held them in his hands. It took Yang Kai a moment before he stopped spitting fire as his chest shrank back down to normal size. With a scornful gaze, he looked up at Mao Zhe, who was floating in midair. Mao Zhe felt his heart sinking as he watched the dark flame burning through the mountains. He knew that after this battle, profound Yang Mountain would be completely destroyed. Just like what Yang Kai had said, there would be no profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of monster his second brother had offended. Not only was his second brother killed, but profound Yang Mountain was also destroyed alongside him. Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed at Mao Zhe. His message was clear. "Come fight with me." Mao Zhe looked down at him, then took a glance at the unconscious Geng Qing and Zhou Ya. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "This monarch shall never forget what has happened here today, and will one day settle accounts with you." Following that, his figure started fading. Yang Kai bellowed, "Do you think you can run away?" He thrust out his spear and penetrated Mao Zhe's figure, but he felt like he had struck nothing but air. Mao Zhe remained looking dispassionately at Yang Kai as his figure shattered and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and frowned, for he was unable to locate Mao Zhe, as though the latter had disappeared from this world. He shook his head and remarked, "How strange." In fact, he was fully aware that as a seasoned Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Mao Zhe must have some trump cards that could save his life. If he was determined to flee, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to stop him despite being a master of the Tao of Space. With that said, Yang Kai had achieved his goal through this battle. He managed to kill Yun Fei while the latter was fleeing and even destroyed profound Yang Mountain. It could be said that he had gotten revenge on the proprietress' behalf. The figures around him gaped at him in horror. They were the surviving survivors of profound Yang Mountain. Since the head mountain lord had fled, they were now at a crossroads. Certainly, they wouldn't have the guts to go against Yang Kai. Even the head mountain lord was defeated, so how were they supposed to be a match for him? However, where else could they go? Profound Yang Mountain was where their foundation was. Presently, the dark golden crow's true fire was still burning through everything, so they didn't know what to do even though they wanted to put out the flames. When Yang Kai shot a cold glance at them, they became horrified and subconsciously stepped backwards, worrying that this guy might slaughter them to the last. Fortunately, Yang Kai only snorted as his humongous figure shrunk and returned to his human form. With his spear resting on his shoulder, he shook his head and declared, "He fled just because he can't beat me. What a useless guy." Then he leapt into the air and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until Yang Kai's aura was completely out of their perception range that these surviving cultivators from profound Yang Mountain let out a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. As they exchanged glances, they had no idea what to do now. Meanwhile, Yang Kai landed on a spot that was 100 kilometers away. With Azure Dragon's spear over his shoulder, he squatted on a certain hill. There was a woman standing silently nearby. Noticing the movements, she looked up and met with Yang Kai's eyes, whereupon she subconsciously took a few steps back. As she pressed her lips together, she saluted Yang Kai in an elegant manner. "Yun Fei is dead," Yang Kai said. The woman never responded to him, as though she was born mute. "Many thanks for your direction some time ago," Yang Kai said and got up. Then he swung his spear and jabbed it into the ground. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have easily found my proprietress." "That was the least I could do," the woman replied gently. "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked as he looked in profound Yang Mountain's direction. "That place is destroyed, so can't go back anymore." The woman seemed lost. After giving it a thought, she shook her head. "I'm not going back, and I don't know where I can go." Yang Kai suggested by saying, "There's astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven, so if you don't look for a safe place, your small universe will collapse one day, costing you your life. Since profound Yang Mountain is gone for good, you can either go to Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island. I'd suggest that you go to Twin Spirit Island because I'll be staying there for the time being. If you go there, just tell them my name. Right? My name is Yang Kai." Then he leapt into the air and headed straight to Twin Spirit Island. The woman remained on the spot for a while before she saluted in the direction Yang Kai had left. Then she turned around and headed in a different direction. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4404, that Yang Kai is back. It took Yang Kai one day to return to Twin Spirit Island, but before he even landed, the fog faltered and revealed a passageway as a figure came forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Yang. The person was the Open Heaven Realm Master who greeted the proprietress previously. He must be stationed here following the Island Master's order. He had also seen Yang Kai showcasing his might just outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, so he admired the young man's power greatly. In response, Yang Kai nodded. The man continued, "The Island Masters have said that you can enter as soon as you return. The Island Masters are truly thoughtful." Not long after Yang Kai stepped into the fog, he turned around and asked, "Where's my proprietress?" The person replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Senior. Madame Lan is recuperating in a secret room, so she should be fine. After you enter the island, someone will lead you to her current residence." Yang Kai nodded and shuffled inside. Upon entering Twin Spirit Island, he immediately caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. The island was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day, which was a stark contrast to the desolateness of the outside world. An innocent-looking woman was awaiting Yang Kai. Upon seeing him, she saluted him and led him to the proprietress' room. A while later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks in the deepest part of a bamboo forest on Twin Spirit Island. There were some simple-looking bamboo huts here and the place was pretty serene, so it was indeed suitable for recuperation. Chef and accountant were seated with their legs crossed just outside one of the bamboo huts. Upon hearing the noise, they opened their eyes and looked up. When they realized that it was Yang Kai, they became elated and got to their feet. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for the woman to leave, then he shuffled forward and took a glance at the bamboo hut that was covered in a barrier before asking in a small voice, "How is proprietress?" Both of them shook their heads. Chef said, "She started recuperating in seclusion right after she came here. We don't know how she's doing." Accountant shot a glance at Yang Kai with his usual hollow-looking eyes. "Are you injured?" Certainly, Yang Kai couldn't be completely unharmed after a battle with profound Yang Mountain. Besides the fact that the back of his hand was burst through by Maozhe, he was also struck by the divine abilities and secret techniques of many Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, since he had a sturdy physique, these injuries didn't matter to him. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. What was that strange artifact armor she wore? Although the armor was powerful, it had some serious drawbacks. The proprietress couldn't even recognize Yang Kai and had attacked him as a result of the wild monster chi the armor gave off. If he hadn't used the soul-warming lotus at the most critical moment to restore clarity to her mind, she wouldn't have easily come to her senses. After a sigh, Chef replied, "We don't know what it is, but proprietress calls it the blood monster battle dress. We have no idea where she obtained it, nor had we seen her use it prior to that battle. It was a first for us too." Yang Kai frowned. "That's a terrible thing. She shouldn't ever use it again." Chef replied, "You can try convincing her when she comes out. Let's see if she'll listen to you." Then, he thought of something and gazed at him doubtfully. "By the way, how did you go from the 5th order to the 6th order in just 1 month? Moreover, hadn't you just ascended to the 5th order?" Accountant gazed at him with suspicion as well. When Yang Kai previously showcased his 6th order Open Heaven Realm might, even Chef and Accountant were flabbergasted, not to mention Yun Fei Bai and the others. They thought that they were mistaken, but Yang Kai had indeed defeated Yun Fei Bai and the other mountain lords, a feat only possible due to him being in the 6th order. Upon inspection now, they could confirm that Yang Kai's aura was really that of a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think there was a need to hide anything from them, so after giving it a thought, he asked, "Have you ever heard of world fruits?" In one of the palaces on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong clenched a communication bead in his hand as a myriad of expressions came over him. When Shu Mudan saw that, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened, husband?" Hua Yong replied, "Yang Kai is back." Shu Mudan asked with a smile, "So what if he's back? Why do you look so apprehensive?" Hua Yong explained. He had said that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but now he's back barely a few days later. So, did he actually go to Profound Yang Mountain? Shu Mudan said, whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not has nothing to do with us, does it? Hua Yong burst into laughter. My wife, people always say that a woman will become foolish when she's pregnant, but I didn't believe it. However, when I see you now, I think there's some truth to the saying. Shu Mudan glared at him in a charming manner. Hua Yong coughed and went on to say, he previously vowed that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but it is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and Head Mountain Lord Maoja is just one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Furthermore, Maoja has a lot of formidable subordinates working for him. If Yang Kai really went over there, how could he have come back safely? He didn't go there, then, Shu Mudan remarked. Hua Yong fell silent. If Yang Kai had really gone to Profound Yang Mountain and then returned safely, his power would be horrifying. Shu Mudan suggested by saying, you can just send someone to Profound Yang Mountain to find out what happened. It'll only take a few days to make a round trip. Upon hearing that, Hua Yong nodded. You're right, my wife. Shu Mudan glowered at him. Who is the foolish one here? It's me. It's me. Hua Yong put on a fawning smile, then he ordered one of his subordinates to head to Profound Yang Mountain to investigate whether there were any traces of recent battle. If Yang Kai really went to Profound Yang Mountain, he would have engaged in a fight with Maoja, so there must be some traces left. After putting away the communication bead, he said, my wife, please follow me to meet Yang Kai. Regardless of whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not, the power he showcased is more than enough for us to be wary. Since there's also Lan Yu Rua, I'm worried that Twin Spirit Island will not be the same again. Upon finishing his words, he let out a sigh, for he wasn't sure whether this kind of change was a blessing or a curse. Both Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If they joined Twin Spirit Island, they would definitely become the 3rd and the 4th Island Masters, which would strengthen their collective power. By then, those from Twin Spirit Island wouldn't have to be afraid of Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild anymore. However, if Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua weren't willing to live under the rules of others and insisted on becoming the head and the 2nd Island Masters, the couple would have no choice but to give in to their demands. The couple had been married for a long time, so Shu Mudan immediately knew what was on her husband's mind when she saw him sigh. Then, she draped her arm around his and comforted him by saying, you don't have to worry about it, husband. We've had some contact with Madame Lan, and it's obvious that she's a reasonable woman. I believe that even if she joins us, she won't make any rude demands. Hua Yong still said worriedly, I hope so. Outside the bamboo forest, Chef asked in disbelief, you consumed a mid-rank world fruit? It's a precious item that can make a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly ascend to the next order. It's rumored that a high-rank world fruit can even allow a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly reach the next order. Accountant lamented, it's no wonder that you can make it to the 6th order in 1 month. You were previously unconscious, so I guess you were refining the medicinal efficacies of the mid-rank world fruit instead of recuperating. Am I right? Yang Kai nodded. Chef's eyes seemed to be glowing as he rubbed his palms together and put on a fawning smile. Do you have more mid-rank world fruits? Nope. Yang Kai spread his palms. I only obtained 3 mid-rank world fruits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yu He and Lu Shui respectively had 1, then I consumed the last one. The smile on Chef's face froze as he landed a slap on his thigh in exasperation. How wasteful! Lu Shui was just a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why did you let her have it? Yang Kai explained, we were faced with a formidable enemy at that time. If she hadn't broken through, I would have been killed. I had no other choice. Chef widened his eyes as he appeared to be heartbroken. After giving it a thought, Accountant said, no wonder He was able to reach the 6th Order so soon. It's because she had consumed a world fruit. Some people are coming. The 3 of them immediately stopped talking and looked outside the bamboo forest. A moment later, two figures came into their sights. They were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. The trio hurriedly greeted the couple. Hua Yong came over with a smile and cupped his fists. "You're back, little brother Yang." "And I just returned." Yang Kai saluted him. "I was worried about my proprietress, so I rushed over to check on her instead of visiting you two. Please pardon my lack of etiquette." Hua Yong said with a smile, "What are you talking about, little brother? Madame Lan is injured, so it's only natural for you to be worried about her. I don't mind this kind of formality. In fact, I'm truly honored that all of you are my guests on Twin Spirit Island." After a small talk, all of them took a seat. Hua Yong asked, "Did you just come back from profound Yang Mountain, little brother?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right." Hua Yong's brow twitched, but he still asked nonchalantly, "How was it?" After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied with a solemn expression, "Maozhe was truly strong, so it wasn't easy to deal with him." A glint flashed through Hua Yong's eyes as he said with a smile, "Maozhe has been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for a long time. If it weren't because resources in the Shadowless Cave Heaven were so scarce, he would have ascended to the 7th Order by now. When my wife and I arrived at the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then, we exchanged pointers with him and realized that he was truly formidable. Many years have passed, so his strength must have only increased." Yang Kai nodded. "The Open Heaven realm really requires much accumulation over a long period of time." Then, he turned to look at Shu Mudan's belly and put on a smile. "It seems that you'll soon give birth to your child, madam." Shu Mudan gently stroked her belly and replied with a smile, "It's still too early. Perhaps it'll take me another year or two." "Huh." Yang Kai was shocked. "I thought that pregnancy only lasts for 10 months. The size of her belly suggested that she would soon give birth, so why would it take her a year or two?" Shu Mudan explained smilingly, "That is only the case for commoners or weaker cultivators, junior brother Yang. Given my cultivation, it isn't so easy for me to bear a child. In order to give my child the best possible future, I have to build a solid foundation in my belly for the child. Therefore, pregnancy lasts much longer." Hua Yong said with a smile, "This child has been in her stomach for over 3 years already." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai, chef, and accountant were dumbfounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4405, A Shocked Hua Yong. Although Yang Kai and the others were powerful mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had never come across a pregnant Open Heaven Realm Master prior to this, so it was expected that they knew nothing about it. As they gazed at Shu Mudan's bulging belly, they tooted in amazement. After a bit of a chat, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan left. Before that, Yang Kai and the others were told that some people were standing guard outside the bamboo forest, so they could just tell them if they had any requests. Yang Kai thanked them and personally saw the couple off. Nothing major happened in the following days. The proprietress was still recuperating while Yang Kai had gained immense benefits as a result of the great battle he fought some time ago, so he needed time to sort through them. The Sun and Moon Divine Will especially needed some improvement, which couldn't be achieved in just a day or two. Chef and accountant had to recuperate as well. Therefore, all of them remained silent in the bamboo forest. A few days later, the proprietress stepped out of her room. The 3 of them, who were standing guard outside, immediately opened their eyes and gazed at the 2nd floor, only to see a charming proprietress standing there, looking down at them with a smile. All of them were elated as Chef exclaimed, "You're awake, proprietress." The proprietress beckoned to them, "Come up." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and stepped into the room. The trio made a beeline for the bamboo hut and went upstairs before staring at the proprietress with concern. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said, "Proprietress, the monster chi around you." She was still evidently shrouded in monster chi, which was the same as the aura exuded from the blood monster battle dress that she wore previously. Although it was now significantly weaker, it couldn't be underestimated. The proprietress explained, "It'll take me a long time before I can dispel this monster chi entirely, but I'm fine now. It was thanks to you that I was saved." If Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-warming lotus to cleanse her knowledge sea, she would have ended up in a horrible state. She could have been transformed by the monster Qi and become a real monster who had lost all sense of self. After she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow and looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. "Why are you in the sixth order open heaven realm now?" Chef hurriedly replied, "Proprietress, let me explain. This brat had some world fruits." Upon hearing his explanation, the proprietress figured everything out and nodded. "You had quite the opportunity there." Then she recalled that Yang Kai had previously obtained some innate open heaven pills born in the universe furnace in the blood monster cave heaven. She couldn't help but be amazed at Yang Kai's luck, for he was always able to obtain things that were rarely seen in the world. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was still inside her body. She wondered where he found this kind of supreme treasure. However, since he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and ascended to the sixth order, it had slightly made up for her regrets. Yang Kai was originally a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so his limit in the future would be the seventh order. After consuming the mid-rank world fruit though, his limit would be the eighth order. If he had a chance to obtain a good enough amount of innate open heaven pills, he would then have hope of ascending to the ninth order. With that said, once the universe furnace appeared, it would lead to a period of turmoil, so it wasn't easy to snatch such pills. After returning the soul-warming lotus to Yang Kai, the proprietress said, "Follow me to meet the island masters of Twin Spirit Island later. We'll probably be staying here for a long time. Since this is their territory, we have to show them due respect." "Yes," the three of them replied respectfully. In the main hall of Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was seated on the master's seat as he widened his eyes in disbelief while an equally shocked Shu Mudan was seated just beside him. In front of them was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master who was reporting his findings to them. The Open Heaven Realm Master was the subordinate that Hua Yong had sent to find out what had happened in profound Yang Mountain a few days ago. Upon his return on this day, he immediately reported to Hua Yong what he had discovered. However, Hua Yong found it hard to believe what his subordinate was telling him. "You say that profound Yang Mountain is now engulfed in pitch-black flames, all of its spirit peaks are destroyed, and the ground has been cleaved apart? It's been completely destroyed?" "I couldn't believe it either, but that was indeed what I saw," the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master replied with his head hung low. "The traces of an epic battle are everywhere around profound Yang Mountain. There are also some remnant fluctuations of world forces." "Yun Fei Bai is dead?" Hua Yong asked again, "and even Mao Zhe fled after he was defeated." "I didn't see it, but that was what I heard." "Where did you hear this news from?" Hua Yong inquired in shock. The fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master replied, "It was the people from profound Yang Mountain who told me about it. After profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, those Open Heaven Realm Masters had nowhere to go. Some of them left with the Mountain Lords, and no one knows where they are now. Others didn't know what to do next. When I arrived to investigate the situation, they saw me and came over to express their willingness to join Twin Spirit Island. I heard the news from them." "Where are those people now?" Hua Yong asked. "I wouldn't dare to make a decision, so I told them to wait outside the island as I had to report the matter to you both, Island Masters. They await your decision now." "Tell them to come in," Hua Yong ordered. The person nodded and dashed out of the hall. A moment later, he led 7 people into the main hall. The strength of these people varied from the third order to the fifth order. Upon entering the hall, they appeared apprehensive and afraid. Hua Yong found them to be familiar, so he reckoned that they were indeed from profound Yang Mountain. The shadowless cave heaven was only so big, and the 3 great forces had coexisted in this place for thousands of years, so even though Hua Yong didn't know their names, he had at least seen some of these people before. The person at the front was an elderly man in the fifth order Open Heaven realm. He stepped forward and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. "Zhang Shun greets the Island Masters." "You are Zhang Shun?" Hua Yong asked. The elderly man nodded his head. "Yes. I will ask you some questions, so you'd better answer me honestly. If you dare to lie to me, you know what the consequences are." Hua Yong bellowed with a solemn expression. Zhang Shun hurriedly replied, "Please ask me right away, Island Master Hua. This old master will definitely tell you everything he knows without the slightest omission or deception." Hua Yong nodded gently and questioned, "Is Yun Fei Bai dead or alive?" Zhang Shun said, "The second mountain lord. I'm sorry. Yun Fei Bai is dead. He was killed by a young man wielding a spear. His head exploded. As for what the young man's name is, this old master has no idea." "Are you serious?" Hua Yong widened his eyes as he felt a chill running down his spine. Yun Fei Bai was the second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. Just like Hua Yong, he was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so how could he be killed just like that? This old master saw it with his own eyes. As Zhang Shun spoke, he couldn't help but shudder as though he recalled something terrifying. "What about the other mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain?" Hua Yong asked again. Zhang Shun shook his head. After profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the head mountain lord disappeared with the unconscious third and fourth mountain lord. This old master has no idea where they are and how they're doing. "Tell me what you saw that day in detail." Not daring to be negligent, Zhang Shun immediately narrated everything he saw back then. When Hua Yong heard that Yang Kai had intercepted Yun Fei Bai and the others just outside of profound Yang Mountain, he widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking that a madman had arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. How did the young man have the guts to do such a thing on his own? He had single-handedly dealt with the mountain lords and eventually killed Yun Fei Bai. Even the head mountain lord was unable to stop him in time. In the following battle, even Mao Zhe was no match for him as he had to return to profound Yang Mountain and take advantage of the Grand Array, seemingly not daring to meet the young man head-on again. Nevertheless, the relentless young man turned into a 4,000-meter-long dragon and even lifted a mountain which he smashed onto profound Yang Mountain until they were unable to resist. In the end, the young man turned dragon spat out Golden Crow's true fire and burned the entire profound Yang Mountain to the ground. After the head mountain lord went missing, the young man then nonchalantly left. Zhang Shun was pretty articulate, so he was able to retell what had happened in a vivid and descriptive manner. As Hua Yong listened to him, he couldn't help but visualize the epic battle. After Zhang Shun finished speaking, the main hall fell into dead silence. A dazed Hua Yong remained seated as a myriad of expressions came over him. Upon Yang Kai's return a few days ago, he had indirectly asked him what happened in profound Yang Mountain. At the mention of Mao Zhe, Yang Kai only said that the head mountain lord was worthy of his reputation. Therefore, Hua Yong thought that Yang Kai's trip to profound Yang Mountain was unfruitful, but he hadn't expected that the outcome was actually the opposite. Yang Kai had killed the second mountain lord, injured the remaining mountain lords, and even destroyed profound Yang Mountain. So, what did he mean when he praised Mao Zhe for being strong? Hua Yong couldn't help but think that a great change was about to happen in the shadowless cave heaven. Over thousands of years, even though there had been some grudges between the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, they were able to coexist peacefully. That was mainly because resources in this place were scarce, so no one was willing to get into unnecessary fights. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had tacitly remained at peace with one another. Therefore, even though there were only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Twin Spirit Island, which meant that they were the weakest among the 3 great forces, they were still able to exist for such a long time. That was because in order to swallow Twin Spirit Island, profound Yang Mountain or unrivaled guild would have to pay a hefty price, and the rewards might not even be worth it. However, now, even a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yun Fei Bai was killed while the injured Mao Zhe had gone missing. There was practically no one in the shadowless cave heaven that was a match for Yang Kai. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and given the power Yang Kai had showcased, both Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island wouldn't be able to resist him. The young man was able to single-handedly turn things upside down in the shadowless cave heaven. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could easily become the overlord of the shadowless cave heaven. Unless all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shadowless Cave Heaven joined forces, no one would be able to stop him. Zhang Shun wondered what was on Hua Yong's mind as the latter's expression repeatedly changed, so he called out in a gentle voice, "Island Master Hua." It was then Hua Yong's gaze refocused. Zhang Shun said, "Island Master Hua, please show us mercy. Now that profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, we have become homeless. If you can accept us, we will pledge to be loyal to you both until death." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4406, I don't think it's appropriate. We're willing to be loyal to you until death. All of them pledged in unison. Usually, if these people asked to join Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong would have been elated. There had never been a change in the status quo in the Shadowless Cave Heaven over the years. The cultivators from the three great forces would never hop to a different one. Therefore, in order to strengthen one's great force, they had to wait for newcomers to come into the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately lure them in. For example, as soon as Yang Kai arrived, he came across Ma Tianyuan, who right away tried to recruit him. Although the powers of these people in the hall varied as they were in the Third, Fourth, and Fifth Order, they were all still Open Heaven Realm Masters in the end. Hence, they could increase Twin Spirit Island's overall strength. With that said, there were rarely any newcomers in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. There would usually only be a newcomer every 8 to 10 years. That was the reason there were only such a small number of cultivators in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Zhang Shun and the others wanted to join Twin Spirit Island, but Hua Yong didn't feel pleased one bit as he was still reeling from the shock of the fact that profound Yang Mountain had been destroyed, Yun Fei Bai was killed, and Mao Zhe was injured. If he was previously wary of Yang Kai and Lan Yurua, he was now terrified of them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had some grudges against those from profound Yang Mountain. If Hua Yong accepted these people, would Yang Kai be displeased? The worries in Hua Yong's mind made him feel apprehensive. Seeing as a myriad of expressions came over Hua Yong, Shu Mudan knew what was on his mind, so she called out gently, "Husband." It was then Hua Yong came to his senses and took a glance at Zhang Shun and the others before waving his hand, "Have a rest first." He didn't express whether he agreed to let Zhang Shun and the others join Twin Spirit Island. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded and led the worried Zhang Shun and the others out of the hall. While Hua Yong was still anxious, someone rushed into the hall and cupped his fist. "Island Masters, Madame Lan wishes to meet you to thank you for allowing her to stay." "What?" Hua Yong stood straight up. "Madame Lan is coming? Is she on her own? Or is she coming with her subordinates?" The man had no idea why the Island Master appeared so alarmed, but he still replied honestly, "Madame Lan has her 3 subordinates with her." Hua Yong's face stiffened. Yang Kai alone was terrifying enough, and now Lan Yurua was coming as well. Shu Mudan asked, "Why do you look so anxious, husband?" Although Yang Kai is a powerful man with incredible methods, we have never offended him. In fact, we've given him a hand. He probably won't harm us. There was a bitter smile on Hua Yong's face as he replied, "I understand what you mean, but you're fully aware of the situation in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. No one has ever left this place before. If Lan Yurua and Yang Kai stay on Twin Spirit Island, there won't be a problem in the short term. However, will they still be willing to act as subordinates in the future?" Shu Mudan said with a frown, "Perhaps you're overthinking, husband." Hua Yong shook his head, "I think we have to put our guard up." His anxiety infected Shu Mudan as she said worriedly, "What should we do then? Are we not going to meet them? They're already here on Twin Spirit Island, so it's not like we can avoid meeting them forever." Hua Yong knitted his brows for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "I guess we have to play it by ear and find out their intentions first. We'll have to give up our positions to them." He sighed. Then, he waved his hand and told his subordinate to welcome Madame Lan in before taking a seat. A moment later, the proprietress led Yang Kai and the others into the hall while Hua Yong and Shu Mudan rose from their seats. After they greeted one another, they sat down. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Your injuries were fairly serious, madam. But now you look glowing. It's obvious that you're on the mend." The proprietress replied with a smile, "Many thanks for your concern, Island Master Hua. My injuries have stabilized, so I just need some time to recuperate." Hua Yong said smilingly, "Although Twin Spirit Island isn't big, it is quite peaceful. You can just stay here to recuperate." The proprietress smiled faintly, "I'm worried that will bother you both." Shu Mudan shook her head, "There's no need to be so formal with us, Madame Lan. There are rarely visitors on Twin Spirit Island. We're honored to have you here." Both of them were women, so they had some common interests and soon entered into a jovial chat. Hua Yong stole glances at Yang Kai from time to time and realized that the latter remained standing silently behind Lan Yu Ruo as though he was really just a subordinate. He was shocked as he wondered how charismatic Lan Yu Ruo must be that someone like Yang Kai was willing to work under her. They didn't look like a couple either, so a romantic relationship seemed unlikely. It seemed that Lan Yu Ruo was the leader, so as long as Hua Yong could appease her, things would be easier. After they chatted for a bit, Hua Yong suddenly asked, "What are your future plans, Madame Lan?" Upon hearing that, the proprietress put on a bitter smile. "To be honest with you, Island Master Hua, it has only been a year since this mistress arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so I know little about this place. Now, I just want to recuperate, so I don't have any plans yet." Hua Yong probed, "If you're fine with it, why don't you join Twin Spirit Island? There are only a small number of safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, and Twin Spirit Island is one of them. By staying here, you'll be safe from the astral wind." The reason the proprietress brought chef and accountant to Twin Spirit Island was precisely for security's sake. At that time, Yang Kai was unconscious, and she was unable to deal with Yun Fei by Geng Qing and Zhou Ya on her own. Therefore, she wanted to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island. Although Hua Yong didn't immediately accept her, she had expressed her intention to join before, so now that Hua Yong mentioned it again, she would appear capricious if she turned him down. Before coming to this place, the proprietress had already pondered on this matter. Therefore, upon hearing Hua Yong's words, she smiled and nodded, "Many thanks, Island Master Hua. This mistress is more than happy to join Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong guffawed, "It's wonderful that you're willing to join Twin Spirit Island. Just like my wife and I, you are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so we'd like to appoint you to be the 3rd Island Master." Just when the proprietress was about to agree to it, Yang Kai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "I don't think it's appropriate." Hua Yong's face stiffened as his smile froze. Shu Mudan was also anxious as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but she didn't ask why Yang Kai turned them down. He must have his own reason for saying that. After a gulp, Hua Yong stared at Yang Kai and asked, "What do you mean, Brother Yang?" He called Yang Kai little brother the last time they met, but now it was Brother Yang. Apparently, Yang Kai's status in his mind had changed over the past few days, but no one cared about that small detail at the moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Twin Spirit Island got its name because there are 2 similar-looking islands. In that case, there should only be 2 island masters. Why is there a need for a 3rd island master?" Upon hearing that, Hua Yong felt his heart sinking as he asked in a bitter voice, "What do you think we should do about it then, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai batted his eyes, wondering why this man even asked such a question. As their eyes met, Hua Yong looked away and gazed at his wife's bulging belly, then he let out a long sigh. "Good. Since you have such an intention, Brother Yang, we'll grant your wish. I hope that you'll give us a place to stay on this island, considering that my wife is still pregnant." His words puzzled Yang Kai. A befuddled proprietress stared at Hua Yong and asked, "What do you mean, Island Master Hua?" The furious Hua Yong thought that they were trying to usurp his great force, and now they were even taunting him like this? Since Yang Kai had said that there shouldn't be a 3rd island master, he apparently didn't want to be under anyone. Hua Yong wasn't a match for him, and he had to take care of his wife and unborn child, so he had no choice but to give in. While he remained silent, Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked with a frown, "Are you misunderstanding something, Island Master Hua?" A dejected Hua Yong stared at him and questioned, "What do you think I've misunderstood, Brother Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter. Are you thinking that since I've said there should only be 2 island masters on Twin Spirit Island, it means proprietress and I want to take over your positions? Hua Yong balled up his fists. Isn't that what you meant? It was then that chef and accountant realized what was going on. As they exchanged glances, they smiled helplessly. Yang Kai shook his head. You're overthinking things, Island Master Hua. This Yang doesn't have such an intention. By saying that there should only be 2 island masters, I mean the proprietress is not going to join Twin Spirit Island, nor will she become the 3rd island master. It's not what you think. You're not going to join Twin Spirit Island? Hua Yong widened his eyes. Yang Kai said, this Yang just hopes that you'll give us a place to stay while we look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. After all, we won't be staying here forever. An embarrassed Hua Yong blushed heavily. He couldn't be blamed for having such a misunderstanding, for he had always worried that the arrival of Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua would change the current affairs in Twin Spirit Island. That was why he was overthinking. Furthermore, Yang Kai's words were pretty ambiguous, which naturally aroused some suspicions. Now, Hua Yong finally realized that he was reading too much into things. However, he was still a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was able to regain his composure quickly as he said with a solemn expression, Are you going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang? Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yong sighed and explained, It's not that I want to discourage you, but I'm worried that no exit to the shadowless cave heaven exists. It has been over 10,000 years since we arrived in this place, and the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain Maozhe and the 3 chiefs of unrivaled guild have been around for about as long. If there really was an exit, we would have discovered it by now. That's right. We've been looking for the exit for countless years, but we haven't found a clue yet, Shu Mudan said. There's no harm in trying, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Hua Yong bit his tongue when he saw the young man's expression and nodded. Since you're so determined, this Hua will stop dissuading you. In fact, he had met many people like Yang Kai before. Every newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven was determined to find the exit at first, but after several tens to hundreds of years, they would lose hope and accept their fate. If you can really find the exit, please bring my wife and I with you when you depart. Hua Yong cupped his fists with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded. If I can find the exit, and both of you are willing to leave with us, we can take care of one another on the road. Martial Peak, Chapter 4407, Cultivating in the Open Heaven Realm. I shall offer my thanks in advance then. Hua Yong put on a smile. If you're fine with it, I'll give you the bamboo forest that you've been staying in and assign some people to tend to your needs. The proprietress nodded. Many thanks, Island Master Hua. Hua Yong took a glance at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, if you ever decide to join Twin Spirit Island one day, we'll be more than willing to give you the positions of Head Island Master and 2nd Island Master. It wasn't certain whether he was sincere or not, so Yang Kai didn't respond to him. Yang Kai didn't have the heart to join Twin Spirit Island to begin with. The reason he had arrived at the shadowless cave heaven was to bring the proprietress out of this place, so he wasn't willing to stay here for long. Moreover, he was a newcomer who hadn't gained a footing, so even if Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were willing to give up their positions, it wasn't like Yang Kai had the necessary authority to lead this great force. What's more, although others couldn't find the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, Yang Kai had found his way into this place, unlike others who had accidentally fallen into it. The proprietress was still troubled by the residual monster qi in her body, so she needed a quiet place to recuperate, hence, the 4 of them soon left. As Hua Yong watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua didn't have the intention of taking over his great force, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. However, this was only temporary. Just like what he had said to his wife earlier, there wouldn't be a problem in the short term. Nevertheless, a long time later, once Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua realized that there really wasn't a way to leave the shadowless cave heaven, they might develop some ill intentions. Then, he suddenly became energized as he said, My wife, it's the chance for us to strengthen our power. A puzzled Shu Mudan inquired, "You mean Mao Zhao and the others are missing, and Profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, so there are a lot of people who have lost their place to stay. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, only Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild can take them in. Those from Unrivaled Guild might not be aware of the situation yet, so we should take action quickly." Following that, he turned around and told his subordinate to bring Zhang Shun and the others over. After a jovial chat, he directly agreed to let these people join Twin Spirit Island. Zhang Shun and the others had nowhere to go, so they were feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, they were ecstatic. Then, Hua Yong ordered them to invite their friends and family as he welcomed them to join Twin Spirit Island as well. Zhang Shun and the others were grateful and soon left Twin Spirit Island to look for their friends from Profound Yang Mountain. Upon their persuasion, many of the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain were soon absorbed into Twin Spirit Island, which significantly increased their power. Inside the bamboo forest, the proprietress was recuperating in seclusion while chef and accountant had respectively selected a bamboo hut to cultivate. Both of them had ascended to the open heaven realm right after the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. Strictly speaking, it had only been a short time since they achieved an ascension, so they needed a large amount of time to solidify their cultivations. That was the case for Yang Kai as well. He had to consume a lot of open heaven pills to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. While cultivating, he also studied his new sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to improve it. Since his venture into the cultivation world, Yang Kai had rarely cultivated in seclusion, for he didn't need to do so much in the past. In fact, the speed at which he traversed the martial Dao was extraordinarily quick. Every time he broke through, it would only take him a short time before he would take another step forward. Therefore, he didn't have to cultivate in seclusion to refine various resources like what the other cultivators did. The speed at which he cultivated was rapid to begin with, so if he just sat there and cultivated in seclusion, it would actually destabilize his foundation. Therefore, every time he achieved a breakthrough, he would go out and get into fights to solidify his realm. However, the open heaven realm was different. When a cultivator reached this realm, he or she would need a lot of patience. It took time to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe. It was expected that Yang Kai wasn't used to this. He had attempted to refine open heaven pills when he was a 5th order open heaven realm master, and the rate of consumption was shocking. Now that he was a 6th order open heaven realm master, he realized that he needed even more open heaven pills, and the results were not even as good as before. Hence, he decided to refine some resources and realized that it was much more useful than refining open heaven pills alone. It was only now that Yang Kai realized why open heaven realm masters were still crazy about procuring resources of different orders, especially the resources that matched their own order. Refining these resources was significantly more efficient than refining open heaven pills. Yang Kai initially didn't have a lot of resources with him because his previous spoils were all given to Bian Yuqing. Those in Voidland required a lot of resources after all. Now, however, he had the resources he had snatched from Ti Zheng and the other ambushers. The contents of the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were mind-boggling as there were countless materials of different orders inside, even including some high-rank ones. However, half a month later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped cultivating and frowned as though he was pondering on something. A moment later, he got to his feet and headed to the adjacent bamboo hut, then knocked on the barrier lightly. Soon, the barrier disappeared and Yang Kai stepped inside and went upstairs. Presently, Chef was seated on the ground with his legs crossed as he looked doubtfully at him. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai took a seat in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "I'd like to ask you something." Chef extended his hand to motion for him to ask right away. It was then that Yang Kai told him about his cultivation process over the past 15 days. Then he frowned. "Although it's not conspicuous, I have a feeling that something is wrong. If I keep on cultivating like this, I feel something terrible will happen to me." A speechless Chef shot him a glance. "Although I have no idea what resources you've been refining, it seems you haven't been trying to harmonize your yin, yang, and 5 elements." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai arched his brow with a humble expression. After a sigh, Chef explained, "You rushed to ascend to the open heaven realm, then you immediately entered the shadowless cave heaven, so it makes sense that no one told you about what you had to take note of after you broke through. Fortunately, you've realized the problem early, so it's not too late to correct it." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "So, there's really something wrong with my cultivation?" "It's a minor problem." Chef waved his hand to motion for him to be at ease. The small universes of open heaven realm masters are formed from condensing the yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then splitting heaven and earth apart in our bodies. The reason open heaven pills are able to strengthen our small universes is that these pills also contain a balance of yin, yang, and the 5 element powers. It could be said that every open heaven pill has a bit of world force in it. Once you consume open heaven pills, you're essentially refining the world force in it. That's how you can fortify your heritage. Yang Kai nodded his head to indicate he understood. Open heaven pills are refined by alchemists, so they contain some readily available world force. However, raw materials are different. Refining a 5th-order fire element material only adds fire element power to your small universe. Since that's the case, you'll have to refine the other 6 elements to balance your yin, yang, and 5 elements again. Only by maintaining this kind of balance can you increase your world force and improve your cultivation. Then, Chef shot him a glance, "You only refined materials from 1 or 2 elements instead of all of them, right?" It was then Yang Kai realized what had gone wrong. "I see." He had a feeling that there was something wrong with his cultivation method, but he was unable to figure out what it was. Upon hearing Chef's explanation, he now understood. Just like what Chef had said, he didn't try to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements, which caused an imbalance in his small universe. There wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if he didn't correct this issue, it would eventually destabilize his small universe. Once that happened, it would have serious consequences and take much effort to fix. So, when we refine cultivation materials, we should do so after collecting a complete set. It's the ideal way, but you can also try to collect those materials while refining one of them. However, you have to make sure that the entire set is in the same order. Chef paused for a moment. "You're familiar with the water barrel theory of the open heaven realm, right?" Yang Kai replied, "And the shortest plank in the barrel is what decides the order an open heaven realm master can reach directly." "That's right." Chef nodded. "The water in the barrel is like the heritage of our small universe. Cultivating in the open heaven realm is akin to increasing the height of the barrel. All 7 planks have to be heightened at the same time. Just one of them won't do." Yang Kai cupped his fists with a solemn expression. "Many thanks for your teachings." Chef grinned. "It was the proprietress who taught me all this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it either. You've suffered a setback because no one taught you, that's all." Yang Kai nodded. His decision to ascend to the open heaven realm was rushed, so no one was around to teach him what to do after he succeeded, and he was left trying to figure things out on his own. Chef went on to say, "After making it to the open heaven realm, it's time to slowly build up your small universe." As he spoke, he patted his rounded belly. "If you manage it well, you'll become powerful, and vice versa, which is also why there's a huge gap in power between open heaven realm masters even in the same order. In order to increase the heritage of your small universe, you can either refine open heaven pills, materials of different orders, or other sources of world force that match your own. Either way, this all takes a long time. You're now a 6th-order open heaven realm master, so you're able to refine mid-rank materials up to and including 6th-order ones. Given the current heritage of your small universe, you're still unable to refine high-rank materials. With that said, the higher the order of a material, the more useful it'll be to you." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He had experimented over the past 15 days by refining materials of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th order. Given his 6th-order cultivation, he was able to refine all these materials quickly. The benefits of 3rd-order materials were almost negligible. 4th-order materials were slightly better, while the 5th-order ones were much better. He hadn't tried to refine a sixth-order material, so he had no idea how effective it would be. Nevertheless, he reckoned that it would be terrific. Although he had snatched the space rings of 4 high-rank Open Heaven Masters and obtained some high-rank materials, he was still unable to collect a complete set of sixth-order materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to ascend to the fifth order at that time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4408, Searching for a Way Out. After returning from Chef's place, Yang Kai immediately attempted to harmonize his yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to get rid of the hidden dangers in his small universe. He had ample resources with him, so he didn't need to be thrifty. As he refined a lot of fifth-order materials, not only had the heritage of his small universe improved, but his sixth-order Open Heaven realm cultivation had also been solidified. While refining these materials, he didn't forget to improve his comprehension of his Sun and Moon divine wheel. However, since this divine ability involved an entirely new space-time strength, he had no idea where to start. Therefore, he could use a wisp of his consciousness to study the movements of the celestial entities and the passing of time in his small universe in the hope that he would be able to comprehend something out of it. 2 months later, Yang Kai stepped out of his bamboo hut. The proprietress was still recuperating. She was left with some serious backlash from using the blood monster battle dress, so it wasn't easy to dispel the monster chi in her body. On the other hand, chef and accountant were cultivating, so Yang Kai decided not to bother them. After leaving a jade slip behind, he dashed out of the bamboo forest. It had been 3 months since he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. Now that his sixth-order Open Heaven realm cultivation had been sufficiently fortified, it was time he searched for a way out. Yang Kai had to return to Void Land to take charge of everything. On top of that, Yu He and Bai Qi must be worried about him. However, before he tried to look for the exit, he had to visit Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan. They had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, so they must be aware of everything in this place. Perhaps they could give him some useful hints. Hua Yong hospitably greeted Yang Kai in the reception hall. During this period of time, Twin Spirit Island had accepted a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from profound Yang Mountain, which greatly strengthened them. As the Island Master, Hua Yong appeared to be glowing. "Are you going to look for a way out, Brother Yang?" Hua Yong appeared solemn upon hearing Yang Kai's intention. Yang Kai nodded. "Since we can enter the shadowless cave heaven, we must be able to leave as well. I'm going to look for the exit. Do you happen to have any clues, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong was quite eager to see Yang Kai leave. The young man was horrendously powerful and had destroyed profound Yang Mountain. The fact that he was staying on Twin Spirit Island was a potential concern. Moreover, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, it would be beneficial to Hua Yong as well. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't attempt to stop him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong suddenly dipped his finger into his tea and drew a circle on the table. Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Hua Yong pointed at the table and said, "If this table is the entire shadowless cave heaven, this circle represents the region the 3 great forces are able to operate. Well, there are only 2 great forces now." Yang Kai took a glance and pondered on it. "You mean you haven't fully explored the entire shadowless cave heaven?" Hua Yong shook his head. "It's impossible to explore the entire shadowless cave heaven." He pointed at the center of the circle and said, "It takes half a month to go from this place to the edge of the circle. Basically, the astral wind will appear once every month. Therefore, once you reach the edge of the circle, you have to hurry back, otherwise, you won't have a place to hide when the astral wind strikes, which will destabilize your small universe." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, with their respective headquarters as the centers, the people from the 3 great forces can only move around in a range that they can go back and forth in 1 month. "That's right." Hua Yong bowed his head. "Once, many years ago, the 3 great forces cooperated and mobilized all of our subordinates to look for a potential exit. Unfortunately, we were unable to find anything within the range that we could reach. It will likely be extremely difficult for you to look for the exit." There were many people in the three great forces and they had been trying for years but still couldn't find a clue about how to leave. It had only been a few months since Yang Kai arrived in this place, so it was impossible that he could do something that the three great forces couldn't after millennia of trying. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes seemed to be glowing. In that case, the exit might just be outside this circle. The other cultivators could only move around within the circle, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it at all. If the exit was really in a place that was outside the circle, he would be able to find it sooner or later. Hua Yong said, Mao Zhe thought the same thing. He even hypothesized that the source of the astral wind might be where an exit could be found. Why would he say that? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. Hua Yong replied, he suspected that the astral wind isn't native to the shadowless cave heaven and instead comes from the outside world. Therefore, the place where the astral wind comes from must have a passageway that leads to the outside world. Perhaps he's right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. If that's really the case, there won't be any hope for us. Hua Yong smiled helplessly. Can anyone resist the astral wind and reach the exit? Even if the person can leave the shadowless cave heaven, no one can guarantee he won't fall into the source of the astral wind. By then, he won't be able to save himself. His worries were not unfounded. If Mao Zhe's speculation was right, once a person left the shadowless cave heaven, they would immediately fall into the origin of the astral wind. The wind that was coming from the outside world was already horrifying enough, so its source would definitely be even more terrible. However, while others were unable to bear the astral wind, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it. After giving it a thought, he asked, do you happen to know the direction the astral wind comes from? Although Yang Kai had experienced the astral wind several times now, he had never paid attention to the direction it came from. An astounded Hua Yong gazed at him and asked, are you going to search in that direction, Brother Yang? Yang Kai replied, I have to give it a try since the exit might just be over there. Hua Yong stared at him in stunned shock for a time before a look of admiration filled his face. You're a pretty audacious man. Since you're so determined, I won't dissuade you. However, once you leave Twin Spirit Island, you'd better be careful of the astral wind. Once the wind rises, you have to look for a place to avoid it. Yang Kai nodded. After the direction was pointed out to him by Hua Yong, he turned around and left. Hua Yong saw him off and wished him success, then he watched the young man disappear in the direction he had pointed out. A glint flashed through his eyes as he shook his head. There was no doubt that Yang Kai's venture wouldn't be fruitful. Although he was powerful, there was no way he could resist the astral wind. It could be expected that he would return in a month or two looking battered and defeated. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai headed in the direction Hua Yong had pointed out at full speed. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and sensed his surroundings, then he became ecstatic. That was because the wind was blowing towards him. He was certain he was outside of the circle Hua Yong had drawn after more than 10 days of moving forward. After all, he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was also a Master of the Tao of Space, so he was much faster than the average Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, he was worried that he might be heading in the wrong direction as he didn't have a way of fixing his bearings. Since the wind was blowing at his face though, he could trace it back to its source. A moment later, the wind became stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the astral wind had directly entered his small universe as it swept his world force away and began wearing down his heritage. In the next instant, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind Yang Kai. The tree crown was so vast that it was as though it could cover the entire sky. As the branches hung low, a burst of vitality filled the air and the astral wind was immediately blocked outside of the tree's range. Yang Kai still had no idea why his towering evergreen divine manifestation was able to block the astral wind, but he speculated that the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree was simply powerful enough to ward it off. That was the reason he had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island. Other cultivators could only move around in a range that would take them half a month to return to their headquarters from, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai was immune to it. When the astral wind came, he just had to use his towering evergreen to fend it off. After identifying the right direction, Yang Kai flew against the wind, the manifestation of the gigantic tree hovering behind him. 1 hour later, the astral wind stopped as all the noise died down. Yang Kai, who was moving at full speed, stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. That was because 3 rays of light suddenly rose from a hill on the horizon and dashed into the distance. They happened to be heading in the same direction as him. Yang Kai was shocked as he hadn't expected to come across anyone here. It was said that the cultivators from the 3 great forces couldn't come out this far, so supposedly there shouldn't be anyone in this place. After all, there was nowhere in this region that could ward off the astral wind, so it must have affected these 3 people just now. As Yang Kai stared intently in their direction, he suddenly burst into laughter. So it's them. Did they decide to take such a big risk? The 3 rays of light were actually the mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhi, Gongqing, and Zhouya. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising that they were here. Since Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, they had nowhere else to go. They obviously wouldn't go to Twin Spirit Island as the proprietress and Yang Kai were there, so they would only embarrass themselves if they did. It was impossible for Unrivaled Guild to accept them as well. Although there were 3 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild, Mao Zhi and the others also numbered 3. If they were accepted, conflicts would arise in Unrivaled Guild. Mao Zhi wasn't known for being unreasonable and ruthless, but he also had his pride, so the 3 chiefs would be worried that Mao Zhi would covet their great force. Since these 2 places wouldn't welcome them, Mao Zhi and the others really had nowhere to go. Hua Yong had said that Mao Zhi was the one who suggested that the origin of the astral wind was probably an exit to this place. Since there were no other safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, it was only reasonable that Mao Zhi would take a risk and go against the wind to look for the way out. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had never expected to bump into them here. He never intended to hunt them down, as the reason he destroyed Profound Yang Mountain some time ago was simply to get revenge for the proprietress. Since Profound Yang Mountain was gone, Mao Zhi and the others had become as pitiful as stray dogs, and there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to add insult to injury. However, since they were heading in the same direction, they would meet up sooner or later. Half a day later, Mao Zhi and the others seemed to have noticed something as they looked behind them. Zhouya's eyes trembled when she looked back, then she exclaimed, "There's someone following us, big brother." A stunned Mao Zhi turned his head, then he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "It's Yang Kai." Martial Peak, Chapter 4409, Would you believe me? When Mao Zhi accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven back then, Profound Yang Mountain was the first place he landed on. It had been 10,000 years since then. Profound Yang Mountain wasn't expansive as there were only about 10 or so peaks, but over the years he had managed to grow it into the largest great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and he had a lot of top cultivators who worked for him. Profound Yang Mountain was practically his foundation in the shadowless cave heaven. It didn't matter that some of his subordinates were injured or killed, as that would only mean a loss in power. However, the fact that Profound Yang Mountain was razed to the ground basically meant that his foundation was ruined, which meant that it would be hard for him to survive in the hostile environment in the shadowless cave heaven. The culprit of all his misery was the young man named Yang Kai. Therefore, it was expected that he was incensed when he saw him again. His eyes seemed able to spit fire as his murderous intent surged. He appeared eager to swallow Yang Kai alive as he watched the young man approach. Gongqing and Zhouya were also alarmed as they quickly surged their world force and readied themselves for a fight. They had experienced Yang Kai's horrifying power before. Prior to that, they believed that Mao Zhi was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unless he was faced with an Open Heaven Realm Master in the 7th Order or above, he was basically peerless. However, after the battle on Profound Yang Mountain, they realized there was always a mountain beyond the mountains. It was inconceivable that there was such a terrifying 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world. In that battle, they were knocked out before it even climaxed. When they awakened, they were no longer on Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, Mao Zhe broke it to them that profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, so it wasn't inhabitable anymore. Then, Mao Zhe led them to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to join that great force. They had no other choice. In the shadowless cave heaven, only the headquarters of the three great forces were safe from the astral wind. In order to survive in this place, they had to join one of the great forces. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and they couldn't possibly go to Twin Spirit Island, hence, they were only left with Unrivaled Guild. Nevertheless, the three chiefs didn't seem to have the intention of accepting them as they mocked them explicitly. Infuriated, the three of them turned around and left. Since they had nowhere to go, they could only take the risk and look for the possible exit of the shadowless cave heaven. At the time, Mao Zhe had said it was better to risk it all for a chance to survive than to allow the astral wind to slowly grind them to death. However, they couldn't believe that Yang Kai had relentlessly pursued them all the way here to hunt them down. That was the reason they felt humiliated and incensed. What a coincidence! How are you three? Yang Kai landed about 1,000 meters from the trio with a friendly smile on his face. With a dark expression, Mao Zhe questioned, "Are you determined to kill us ruthlessly? In that case, let's fight. Although this monarch isn't a match for you, it won't be easy for you to kill me either." Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. "Do you think I'm here to kill you all, Head Mountain Lord?" Mao Zhe snorted, "Are you not?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "No. Yun Fei Bai offended and humiliated my proprietress, so he only had himself to blame that he was killed. The reason I destroyed Profound Yang Mountain was that I was angered. To me, the moment Profound Yang Mountain was ruined, the accounts between us were settled. Of course, if you want to seek revenge, I don't mind spending some time dealing with you. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." Mao Zhe sported a grim expression but didn't respond. Apparently, he didn't believe him. Zhouya asked, "Since you're not hunting us down, what are you doing here, then? Don't tell me you're here to take in the view." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I believe we're here for the same reason." Geng Qing was startled for a moment before he asked, "Are you also looking for the exit to the shadowless cave heaven?" Yang Kai replied, "Island Master Hua told me the Head Mountain Lord had a speculation that the source of the astral wind was an exit to the outside world, so it might be possible to find it if one travels against the wind." As he spoke, he took a glance at Mao Zhe. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe snorted, and it was this monarch who came up with this view. However, no one can prove whether it's true. We'll find out by looking for the origin of the astral wind. Yang Kai shrugged smilingly at them. "Do you want to work with me?" Mao Zhe sported an odd expression as he asked, "You want to work with us?" "Why not?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "In fact, there isn't a blood feud between us unless you want to avenge Yun Fei Bai's death. We'll put aside the death of my second brother for now. You destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, which practically left us homeless in the shadowless cave heaven. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable, so what right do you have to work with us?" Mao Zhe sneered. Yang Kai shrugged. "Since you've said so, I won't force you to agree to it. However, I hope that you won't be begging for my help later." Upon finishing his words, he shot a meaningful glance at Mao Zhe. The Head Mountain Lord scoffed. "Ridiculous. What would this monarch have to beg you for?" Yang Kai nodded. "I hope you can keep that tough attitude when the time comes. Don't make me look down on you. See you soon." Then he took a step forward as his figure vanished. When Mao Zhe and the others came to their senses, he was already far away in the distance. There was a solemn expression on Geng Qing's face as he remarked, "The Tao of space is indeed extraordinary." Just now, he was unable to figure out how Yang Kai disappeared. He would be unable to fend him off if Yang Kai decided to launch a sneak attack on him using a space secret technique, since the latter was also a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Zhouya frowned. "I can't believe he's looking for an exit as well. Is he sick of living?" The reason the three of them had fallen into such a state was that they had no other choice, since there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that they could call home. Unless they found the exit and left this place, They would be killed by the astral wind sooner or later. However, it was puzzling that Yang Kai was also trying to search for the exit when he already had a shelter. His action suggested that he wasn't lying, as he was truly going against the wind. A myriad of expressions came over Mao Zhe as he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Although he wasn't certain whether Yang Kai's words were true, he reckoned that the latter really didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been so polite just now. He happens to be ahead of us, so we'll just use him to find the path for us. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he waved his hand. Follow him. When he initially heard Yun Fei Bai mention that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, Mao Zhe had the intention of capturing Yang Kai and making use of his expertise to look for the exit. However, things eventually got out of hand. Yun Fei Bai was killed, Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and the three of them had to flee in embarrassment. Now that Yang Kai was leading the way, they could simply follow him and make use of his skill to find the exit. With this plan in mind, they kept a distance of 100 kilometers behind Yang Kai, paying close attention to him. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death. Supposedly, there should be some kind of inheritance of the Shadowless Divine Monarch in this place. Although it might not be as ample as the one in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, it shouldn't be so destitute. However, the arrival of the astral wind once a month meant that even if there were any resources left behind, they would have lost their spirituality and turned into dust over the years. After all, the astral wind was so eerie that even 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to resist it. So far, Yang Kai hadn't discovered anything useful. Wherever he went, all he could see was barren land, as the entire world was infused with death chi. From time to time, he would stop to observe his surroundings for a moment before continuing his journey. Mao Zhe and the others followed him closely, but they had no idea what he was trying to do. They also tried to look into the places Yang Kai had stopped, but they couldn't find anything of interest. As time passed, Mao Zhe and the others began to grow anxious. The astral wind would appear once a month, and they had previously endured it once, which caused huge losses to their small universes. If they couldn't find the exit before the astral wind struck again, they would suffer even greater losses. A few days later, the three of them stood in the void as they silently observed the figure on a barren peak that was a few kilometers away. An impatient Zhouya asked, "He's been standing there for half a day. What is he trying to do?" Although Yang Kai had stopped in some places from time to time, it was the first time he remained stationary for such a long time. Mao Zhe stared intently at Yang Kai and observed every change in his expression. Then he excitedly said, "Perhaps he has discovered something." Upon hearing that, Zhouya and Gongqing were thrilled as they looked in Yang Kai's direction with nervous but hopeful gazes. It would be a good thing for them if Yang Kai could find the exit. In that case, they would be able to leave this accursed place. There came a moment when Yang Kai let out a breath and opened his eyes. Then he gazed at the three of them with a smile. "Head Mountain Lord, what if I say I've found the exit? Would you believe me?" Mao Zhe became excited. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai pointed at the space in front of him and declared, "It's right here." Mao Zhe immediately released his divine sense to scan the area, but a long time later he shook his head. "This monarch can't detect anything, so I don't know if I should believe you or not." Yang Kai guffawed. "It's simple to prove if I'm telling the truth." After he finished speaking, space principles around him surged as he performed a set of hand seals. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe had a bad premonition as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Take a guess." Mao Zhe yelled, "Stop him." As he spoke, he charged forward and surged his world force before pushing out his palm at Yang Kai. Too late. Yang Kai roared as he jabbed his hands into the void and stomped his foot on the ground. "Open!" A cracking sound was heard as though something had snapped. The three of them were dumbfounded as they saw a crack appearing in the void above the peak. The horrifying sound of a gale reverberated as the astral wind came rushing through the void crack that was forcefully opened. "It's the astral wind!" Mao Zhe's expression changed drastically. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:10. What do you want? A void crack suddenly appeared above the barren peak, and through the crack came the violent astral wind. Mao Zhe was both surprised and shocked. He was surprised because his speculation was right. The origin of the astral wind was really where the exit was. The astral wind didn't belong in the shadowless cave heaven to begin with. Instead, it blew into this place from the outside world. Perhaps they could leave the shadowless cave heaven by going past the crack. However, he was shocked because it was the first time he saw such an intense astral wind. He had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years, but it was the first time he came across such a violent gale. On second thought, though, it wasn't so surprising. This place was considered the source of the astral wind, so it was expected that the gale here was fiercer than other parts of the shadowless cave heaven. Mao Zhe could clearly feel the astral wind gusting into his small universe, bringing his world force away and undermining his heritage. All of his vitality weltered, and it was as though his bones had softened. "You're insane." Mao Zhe glared at Yang Kai in a way as though he wanted to eat him alive. "Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." While he reproached the young man, he kept looking for somewhere that could fend off the astral wind. Unfortunately, there wasn't such a place within his sight. The astral wind seemed to have filled the entire universe, and no place was safe. Yang Kai, however, was just standing in front of the void crack. There was an ancient tree behind him that exuded vibrant vitality. He was engulfed in the low-hanging branches, and as the astral wind gusted through the canopy, the branches swayed lightly, but the man inside wasn't bothered one bit. He just stared silently at the three of them who looked like they were on pins and needles. Mao Zhe swept a glance over the ancient tree, then his pupils contracted as he shouted, "You're able to fend off the astral wind. What's so hard about that?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "That's impossible," Mao Zhe growled. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, what he was seeing wasn't fake. Yang Kai was just standing outside of the wind source. Supposedly, he would be more severely affected than the others. However, the reality was that within the ancient tree's range, the astral wind was warded off as though it was blocked by an invisible force. That's the reason he's so confident. A realization dawned upon Mao Zhe. Just now, he doubted why Yang Kai had come all the way here to look for the exit instead of staying on Twin Spirit Island. After all, the astral wind would strike once a month, and every strike could cause immense losses to a cultivator's small universe. Nevertheless, it now seemed that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the astral wind. At that instant, he recalled that Yang Kai had told him to keep it up and he must never beg him for help. The young man was clearly waiting to embarrass him. Mao Zhe was so infuriated that his murderous intent surged and he roared, "Kill!" Upon finishing his words, he charged towards Yang Kai. Without hesitation, Zhou Ye and Geng Qing followed right behind him. The three mountain lords had joined forces again as they pounced on the young man in an imposing manner. They had previously done that on Profound Yang Mountain, but they were eventually defeated by Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were weak. It was because Mao Zhe believed that he was the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven that he underestimated Yang Kai. Once a mistake was made, it was hard for him to turn things around. After the incident, he gave it a thought and reckoned that if he hadn't been negligent, things wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he hadn't reached the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He was just a sixth-order Open Heaven realm master. Given the harsh lesson previously, Mao Zhe wouldn't dare to lower his guard now, therefore he went all out from the start. His sixth-order Open Heaven realm aura shook the world as he attacked. When Yang Kai, who was standing outside the void crack, saw that the mountain lords were as ferocious as tigers, he merely shook his head and before the three of them could strike him, he directly disappeared from the spot. Mao Zhe almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood with exasperation. He was ready to strike, but his target had gone missing all of a sudden, which made him feel like he had punched a pile of cotton. It was expected that he was vexed. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai standing just more than 10 kilometers away and staring silently at them. "Big brother." Geng Qing awaited his order. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mao Zhe said through gritted teeth. Go. Then, he directly plunged into the void crack and disappeared. Seeing that, Geng Qing and Zhou Ya hurriedly followed him. They're pretty resolute. Yang Kai watched them leave and nodded gently. As the astral wind devastated the surroundings, the three of them were losing their strength with each passing breath. If this dragged on, it could cause their small universes to collapse. Rather than getting tangled up with Yang Kai, they figured it was better to look for the exit through the wind source. As long as they could get out of the wind source, they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven and obtain their freedom. However, it wasn't an easy feat to leave. Yang Kai looked silently at the void crack he had torn apart with a meaningful grin on his face as the relentless astral wind caused the branches of the ancient tree behind him to sway. After just 10 breaths of time, 3 figures shot out of the void crack, looking battered with unstable auras. They were Mao Zhe and the others who had entered the crack just now. In just 10 breaths of time, their auras had dropped significantly. It was apparent that they had suffered some huge losses. Presently, they all looked horrified as though they were being pursued by some kind of hideous beast. In quick steps, they ran as far away as possible from the void crack and disappeared over the horizon. Before they vanished from sight, Mao Zhe glared at Yang Kai and snarled, "This monarch will never forget what you've done to me and will get even with you one day." Yang Kai put on a faint smile and nonchalantly chased after them. Mao Zhe and the others thought that they would just stay as far away from the wind source as possible, but regardless of how far they went, they were still unable to get rid of the astral wind's harassment. What made them even more incensed was the fact that Yang Kai was calmly following them, and they were unable to get rid of him. He didn't attempt to attack them as he just gazed at them from afar as though he was watching a good show. 2 hours later, Zhou Ya screamed with a pale face, "Something is wrong, big brother." Mao Zhe's expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off his face. Certainly, he had also realized that something was off. Usually, the astral wind would only last for about an hour before it stopped, but now it had far exceeded its normal duration. After giving it a thought, he realized that the cause of the astral wind this time was that Yang Kai had torn the void apart and exposed the wind source. If the void crack wasn't closed, the wind source wouldn't disappear. Therefore, they were unable to draw on their past experiences to make a judgment. However, under the influence of the astral wind, the heritages of their small universes were draining away at a steady pace. There would come a moment when their cultivation regressed, or their small universes might even fall apart directly. 1 hour later, the astral wind still didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, and Zhou Ya appeared to be in a desperate state. Geng Qing took a glance at the relentless Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Why don't we fight it out with him, big brother?" There was a bitter smile on Mao Zhe's face as he shook his head. "We're no longer a match for him." If they were still in peak condition, they could have joined forces and fought against Yang Kai. However, presently, their strengths had plummeted significantly, so how were they supposed to defeat him? They were unable to flee either. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could wait for their strength to drop further and easily kill them off. He didn't even need to make a move actually, for it would only take 3 to 5 days before the 3 of them were killed by the astral wind. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe stopped in his tracks and turned around. As he stared at the approaching Yang Kai, he questioned in a grim voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and hovered in midair. The branches of the ancient tree behind him hung low, and his stable aura suggested that he hadn't even been affected by the astral wind one bit in the past 3 hours. He looked condescendingly at Mao Zhe and asked, "You're an intelligent man, head mountain lord, so why is there a need to ask the obvious?" Mao Zhe asked, "You've torn space apart and exposed the wind source. Now, the entire shadowless cave heaven will be devastated by the astral wind. What benefits would that bring you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I just wanted to see if I could break through the void and connect to the outside world. Exposing the wind source was just an accident." Mao Zhe scoffed. "Even if that's true, what are you trying to achieve by following us but not attacking? I hope you're not going to tell me that you want to collect our corpses." Yang Kai sneered. "I don't have such a distasteful hobby." Mao Zhe's face fell as he took a glance at the tree behind the young man. Do you want us to submit to you then? Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm just trying to give you all a chance to survive. In this situation, you're going to lose your lives if you don't submit to me. I believe no one is willing to lose their life when there is another option, including you all. Why would you turn me down when there's a chance to survive? Mao Zhe said through clenched teeth, this monarch has lived for a long time and has killed countless people before. Do you think I fear death? Yang Kai rubbed his palms together. I admire the fact that you're not afraid of death, Head Mountain Lord. You're truly valiant. If you insist on dying today, I won't stop you. After you pass away, I'll help you find a proper place and bury your corpse. However, sometimes simply dying isn't the worst fate a man can face. Seeing the cultivation you've accumulated over millennia slowly being scraped away, all your hopes, dreams, and aspirations taken from you piece by piece, now that sounds like a fate worse than death. Mao Zhe's expression darkened when he heard that. Just like what Yang Kai had said, life or death already didn't matter to someone like Mao Zhe. He had lived for a long time and killed innumerable people in the past. He could accept it if he were to die in battle. However, seeing his life's work slowly taken from him, the heritage of his small universe shaved off one piece at a time while being powerless to resist, it was simply intolerable. It was just like seeing a thief barging into his house, taking away all his property and burning his home down while he was forced to watch. The whole point of cultivation was to traverse one's martial Tao. No one could tolerate the notion of their cultivation being stolen from them. Geng Qing's face was livid as he shuddered in rage and unwillingness. It was as though he could imagine himself perishing into nothingness. Zhou Ye pressed her lips together and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, I truly admire the fact that you're so calm in the face of death. Since you're determined to die, I will stop persuading you. All of you may set off on your journey to the Yellow Springs now. He appeared ready to watch them slowly perish on their own. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:11, Subduing 3 Mountains. The astral wind never stopped as the entire shadowless cave heaven was devastated by the sandstorm it kicked up. 2 parties silently confronted each other. While Yang Kai was calm and collected, a myriad of expressions came over the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. Big brother, Zhou Ye called out gently. Mao Zhe turned to look at her, and as their eyes met, he couldn't help but recall the moments they had spent together in the past. The coldness on his face slowly melted away. After a sigh, he gazed at Yang Kai and asked, Will you ensure our safety if we submit to you? Yang Kai arched his brow. Not only can I ensure your safety, but I can also bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven. Mao Zhe shook his head. How do I know if your divine manifestation is able to protect others as well? Yang Kai replied with a smile, It's easy. Just come over and give it a try if you don't believe me. Mao Zhe nodded. I'll do that then. After he finished speaking, he was ready to charge towards Yang Kai. Geng Qing immediately stopped him. I'll do it, big brother. Before Mao Zhe could object to it, he had already gone on ahead. Apparently, he was worried that Yang Kai might harm Mao Zhe, so he decided to give it a try in his stead. In the blink of an eye, Geng Qing had already reached Yang Kai, who didn't stop him and even opened a gap in the towering evergreen's protection to let him come in. Geng Qing remained vigilant while standing beside Yang Kai. As he looked up at the tree crown and observed the low-hanging branches, his expression was soon transformed by shock. Standing in the protection range of this ancient tree, he couldn't feel the slightest harassment from the astral wind. Besides that, the ample vitality around him soothed his body and mind, and his fatigued figure seemed to have been rejuvenated in an instant. He had never seen or heard of such a divine manifestation before. More than 10 breaths later, he dashed out of the protection range. Before that, he took a glance at Yang Kai with a conflicted gaze. Upon his return, he secretly spoke to Mao Zhe and narrated what he had gone through just now. As Mao Zhe listened to him, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Mao Zhe let out a sigh. Fine. We have nowhere else to go in shadowless cave heaven. If you're able to bring us out of this place, were willing to submit to you. If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to ascend to the seventh order, which was greatly tempting. Yang Kai rubbed his palms together and said, "Head Mountain Lord is a straightforward and flexible man. However, how do I know if it's not just an empty promise? Since you've made such a decision, I hope you'll give me some assurance. I don't wish for you to betray me one day. After all, we haven't really been on good terms." Mao Zhi snorted, "What kind of assurance do you want? Do you want us to make a heart demon oath?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai grinned at him and summoned an ancient-looking book. "You just have to use your blood essence to write your names in here." Mao Zhi's expression changed. "What's this?" "The loyalty list." As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the book at Mao Zhi. After taking it, Mao Zhi opened it and realized there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. A person named Shin Tianfei was on the first page, He He was on the second page, and some Yun Xinghua was on the third page. The rest of the pages were blank. As he scanned the loyalty list with his divine sense, Mao Zhi realized that the book contained a mysterious power. Although he was a sixth order open heaven realm master, he was still unable to see through it. The thin book felt extremely heavy in his hands, as though it weighed as much as a mountain. He looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Once you leave your name on it, your life will come under my control." Mao Zhi's expression changed. Geng Qing bellowed, "Brat, don't go too far." The 3 of them were sixth order open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai's words were true, they would essentially become his slaves by leaving their names in this book. He'd rather die than be humiliated in such a way. Yang Kai dispassionately said, "You can decide whether you want to leave your names on it or not. I won't force you. However, what I can tell you is that if you're willing to leave your names there, I'll bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven and return you to the 3,000 worlds. If you're not willing to do that, it's fine as well. If we have a chance to get along with one another in the future, you'll find out what I'm really like." Mao Zhi suddenly asked, "What are the cultivations of these 3 people?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he realized that the other person was talking about the people on the loyalty list. Then he replied, "2 of them are in the 4th order and the remaining one is in the 5th order." Mao Zhi nodded. "The people on the loyalty list must have some grudges with you. You were not willing to let them off, but you didn't want to kill them either, so you made them leave their names on the list so they would work for you." "Correct." "Good." Mao Zhi nodded, then he put a finger into his mouth and bit it to squeeze out his blood essence. After that, he turned to page 4 of the book and wrote down his name. "Big brother." Geng Qing and Zhou Yo were flabbergasted. Once he left his name there, he would never be able to resist Yang Kai again. After leaving his name on page 4, Mao Zhi tossed the book at Geng Qing and replied, "Rather than waiting for death here, we should seize the chance to live." In the meantime, he secretly spoke to the 2 of them. "I've heard about the loyalty list before. It was made by a high-rank open heaven realm master named Loyalty Demon using the blood and flesh of Xieji. It can be used to enslave open heaven realm masters, but only those below the high rank." Although he had already heard about the loyalty list, he didn't let his emotions show on his face when Yang Kai mentioned the book's name. He was at the peak of the 6th order open heaven realm, and if he hadn't been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven where there was a lack of resources, he would have ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm a long time ago. If he could return to the outside world, he could gather enough resources and shake off the book's control in no time. That was the reason he didn't even hesitate to leave his name on the book. Geng Qing and Zhou Yo were excited upon hearing Mao Zhi's intention but still pretended to know nothing as Geng Qing said through clenched teeth, "Since you've made such a decision, big brother, I'll follow suit." Then he squeezed out his blood essence and put down his name before passing the book to Zhou Yo. A moment later, Zhou Yo left her name on page 6. Yang Kai extended his hand and retrieved the book, then flashed a smile at them. "Wise people will submit to the circumstances. I'm glad that you've made such a decision. I'm sorry for offending you some time ago. From now on, we're all one family." Mao Zhi replied in a muffled voice, "You didn't offend us. It was just that we had different stances." Yang Kai opened up his towering evergreen and beckoned to them. The wind is strong outside. Please come in here and follow me to seal the void crack. The three of them exchanged glances and dashed towards Yang Kai. Upon entering the protection range of the ancient tree, they realized that the astral wind was completely shut out. Zhou Ye couldn't help but let out a breath with a relieved look on her face. Mao Zhe's expression turned milder as he examined the branches and fell into his thoughts. Your wood element divine manifestation is simply incredible, Brother Yang. What's the order of your wood element power? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, I don't know what order it is either actually, but it's a high-rank one at least. He had no idea what the order of the immortal tree was, but upon hearing that, Mao Zhe thought that he simply wasn't willing to tell him the truth, so he stopped asking. A high-rank power? Mao Zhe exclaimed, your foundation is indeed solid since you had the guts to condense a high-rank power. I saw you using a fire element divine manifestation and a water element divine ability that are also of the high rank. Did you intend to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm? Yang Kai replied with a smile, that was indeed my original plan, but an accident happened so I only ended up in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Mao Zhe's brow twitched as he was horrified deep down inside. He couldn't believe that someone was ambitious enough to plan to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai didn't make it in the end, the foundation he had built wouldn't be wasted. That was the reason he was able to defeat Mao Zhe even though both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm. As they casually chatted, they headed towards the wind source. They arrived at their destination in just 4 hours. The void crack where the wind source was located was torn apart by Yang Kai using space principles. Supposedly, it would slowly heal under the influence of the local world principles. However, the astral wind was extremely abrasive and the principles in the shadowless cave heaven were already somewhat broken, so the crack didn't seem to be showing signs of healing. The crack was still around even though half a day had passed. Standing in front of the crack, Yang Kai manipulated his space principles and pushed out his palms. As space principles undulated, the crack slowly healed wherever his palms moved over. After an hour, Yang Kai finally managed to close the crack and the astral wind disappeared. Next, he put away his towering evergreen and frowned before falling into his thoughts. Mao Zhe and the others had suffered immense losses, so they immediately sat on the ground with their legs crossed. Following that, they fished out piles of open heaven pills and various other resources to refine them in order to make up for the losses in their small universes. Yang Kai didn't have to do this, so he found a place nearby and started doing his own things. Half a day later, Mao Zhe opened his eyes and saw a newly created array. Yang Kai appeared busy, but he wasn't certain what he was doing. Although Mao Zhe was unresigned and resentful of the young man, he wouldn't let his emotions show on his face as he had left his name on the loyalty list. Hence, he went over and asked curiously, "What are you doing, Brother Yang? Do you need my help?" "There's no need for that. It's almost done." Yang Kai waved his hand. After observing it for a moment, Mao Zhe finally realized what the young man was doing and asked, "Are you building a space array?" Yang Kai nodded. "It takes more than 10 days to come here from Twin Spirit Island. It'll be much easier with a space array around." "Are you going back to Twin Spirit Island?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The reason I came to the shadowless cave heaven was to look for my companions. Since I've found them as well as the exit, we'd better leave this place sooner rather than later. The environment in the shadowless cave heaven is far too hostile." Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:12, No Regrets in Life. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Mao Zhe set his mind at ease. Since Yang Kai was ready to bring the people from Twin Spirit Island over, he should have the confidence to achieve his goal, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. "Are you all coming to Twin Spirit Island with me? Or are you going to wait for me here?" Yang Kai asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Mao Zhe asked, "According to the regular pattern, the astral wind will strike again in 10 days. Will you be able to come back here in 10 days, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't think so. It would take him more than 10 days to arrive at Twin Spirit Island, so there was no way he could return to this place before the wind came. Moreover, he would have to spend some time on Twin Spirit Island. We're going with you then, Mao Zhe decided. They would have Yang Kai's protection by following him while they would be powerless to resist the wind if they stayed here. Since an agreement had been reached, they immediately set off on their journey towards Twin Spirit Island. They didn't speak to each other on the road, and 10 days later, the astral wind indeed struck again. Yang Kai used his towering evergreen to ensure everyone's safety. Although the three of them had experienced it before, they were still awestruck by the divine manifestation. A few days later, they finally arrived at Twin Spirit Island. After a message was sent out, the fog around the island separated and Yang Kai led the three mountain lords towards the bamboo forest where the proprietress and the others resided. When the person who was guarding the grand array saw Mao Zhe and the others, he was shocked and immediately reported it to Hua Yong. As Yang Kai shuffled into the bamboo forest with the three of them, chef and accountant, who were cultivating, were astounded. Upon leaving their huts to have a look, they were startled. "Where's proprietress?" Yang Kai asked. "She's still cultivating in seclusion," chef replied, then pulled Yang Kai away and pointed in the direction of Mao Zhe and the others. "What's going on? Why have they come here with you?" Yang Kai took a glance at the three of them and explained, "They were captivated by my charm, so they've surrendered to me. Now, they have to obey my command." Chef shot him a dry glance as he apparently didn't believe him. "I'm going to meet proprietress," Yang Kai said, then headed to the bamboo hut where she resided. Chef, accountant, and the three mountain lords exchanged glances. Standing outside the hut, Yang Kai raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. He only opened the door and entered the place upon getting her response. Outside the bamboo forest, Hua Yong was covered in cold sweat as he dashed forward alongside Shu Mudan. They both appeared worried. When he was told that Yang Kai had returned to Twin Spirit Island with the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, he didn't believe his subordinate at first. After all, Yang Kai had previously burned down profound Yang Mountain and killed the second mountain lord Yun Fei Bai. That was a blood feud that was practically irreconcilable. It would be a miracle if they didn't fight the moment they met, so how was it possible that they had come back together? However, since the subordinate swore that he had seen it with his own eyes, Hua Yong had no choice but to believe him and rushed over to look into the matter. What's Yang Kai trying to achieve? Hua Yong was befuddled. Previously, Yang Kai said he was going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, but he returned with Mao Zhe and the others after just 1 month. Was he going to make a move on Twin Spirit Island? Had he come to any agreement with Mao Zhe and the others? Hua Yong couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. When he reached the bamboo forest and saw those people who seemed to be in a confrontation, he narrowed his eyes and called out, "Head Mountain Lord Mao." Shu Mudan's face stiffened as she put up her guard. Mao Zhe turned to look at Hua Yong and cupped his fist, "Island Master Hua." Hua Yong gulped with difficulty as he wasn't certain what he was about to face. Regardless, he still stepped forward and said in a bitter voice, "You should have informed us that you were coming to Twin Spirit Island, Head Mountain Lord Mao. It's rather impolite of us to not at least welcome you at our doors." Despite his polite tone, he was practically implying that Mao Zhe was too disrespectful by coming to his territory without informing him. Although Hua Yong was timid, he wasn't a pushover. Mao Zhe said impassively, "We have nowhere to go. Since profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, I'm no longer the head mountain lord. It wasn't this Mao's intention to come to Twin Spirit Island. We were merely following Sir Yang." Sir Yang? Hua Yong was stunned, wondering who the person was that Mao Zhe was talking about. Just then, Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hut. "You're here, Island Master Hua. Please come up together with your wife. I need to tell you something." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong darted his gaze between the hut and Mao Zhe in puzzlement. Since he was unable to figure anything out, he gave a signal to Shu Mudan to tell her to be careful, then strode towards the hut with a frown. After entering the place, they saw Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo seated across from each other as they seemed to be having a chat. When the latter pair saw the couple, they quickly rose from the chairs. Upon saluting one another, Everyone took a seat. An anxious Hua Yong asked, "What's going on with Head Mountain Lord Mao and the others, Brother Yang? I heard that they came here with you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Relax, Island Master Hua. They've indeed come here with me, but they don't have any ill intentions against Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong fell silent with a grim expression. Although he had allowed Yang Kai to come and go from Twin Spirit Island as he pleased, it didn't mean the young man could bring Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords with him. However, since he wasn't a match for Yang Kai to begin with, Hua Yong decided to keep his mouth shut. Upon seeing his expression, the proprietress comforted him by saying, "Island Master Hua, just so you know, Mao Zhe and the others have submitted to Yang Kai. Without his order, they won't make any rash moves." "They've submitted to him?" Hua Yong's brow twitched. He had the urge to ask Lan Yurua whether she even understood what she was talking about. However, when he recalled that Mao Zhe had called Yang Kai Sir Yang, he couldn't help but fall into a state of disbelief. "Let's not talk about them just now." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'd like to talk about leaving the shadowless cave heaven." A shocked Hua Yong lifted his head. "Have you found the exit, Brother Yang?" Shu Mudan couldn't help but cover her mouth and gaze at Yang Kai in shock. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. "I found the exit. Just like what Mao Zhe speculated, the origin of the astral wind is the passageway that's connected to the outside world. By moving past it, we'll be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven." "You went to the source of the astral wind?" Hua Yong exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded in response. After giving it a thought, Shu Mudan spoke. "The astral wind suddenly struck again for no reason more than 10 days ago, and it lasted for about half a day. It's different from the regular pattern." Yang Kai explained, "That's because I tore the space around the source of the astral wind apart and opened a passageway to it." Shu Mudan exclaimed. Disbelief was written all over Hua Yong's face as he said, "In just 1 month, Brother Yang has achieved something that we haven't been able to do for over 10,000 years. A humble Yang Kai replied, "Luck played a big part in it." An excited Hua Yong said, "Since you've found the exit, do you have the confidence to leave this place?" Yang Kai said, "I was about to talk about this very issue, Island Master Hua. It's not hard to leave this place, but the problem is what we will face after leaving shadowless cave heaven." Hua Yong furrowed his brow. "What do you think we'll face, Brother Yang? Have you forgotten about what you've told me before?" Yang Kai stared at him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong replied, "We'll probably fall into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. It must be very dangerous there." Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. Once we leave the shadowless cave heaven, we'll fall into the origin of the astral wind. I have no idea how dangerous it will be. To be honest with you, I have a way of fending off the astral wind. At the very least, the astral wind gusting into the shadowless cave heaven doesn't bother me at all. However, I don't know what will happen after we fall into the astral wind source." Hua Yong was shocked upon hearing this. It was only now that he understood the reason Yang Kai had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island and look for the exit. It was no wonder that Yang Kai's aura didn't seem to have been affected one bit even though the astral wind had struck twice over the last month. He actually had a way to defend against it. After a moment of silence, Hua Yong asked, "Are you going to leave the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks to both of you for taking care of us. If you want, you can come with us, and I'll do my best to take care of you. Of course, I welcome the rest of the people from Twin Spirit Island if they want to leave as well. I'm also going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about it." "Unrivaled Guild?" Hua Yong looked doubtfully at him. "Are you friends with them?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. However, we will have greater strength with more people accompanying us. We don't know what will happen after we leave the shadowless cave heaven, so I'm willing to bring those who want to come with me." Hua Yong bowed his head. "I admire how righteous and just Brother Yang is. Island Master Hua is too kind. It's the least I can do." Shu Mudan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, "The origin of the astral wind must be extremely dangerous. Do you have the confidence to move past it, senior brother Yang? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied with a serious expression, I cannot give you an affirmative reply since I have no idea what the situation is like on the other side. Even if it's a path of certain death, do you still insist on leaving the shadowless cave heaven? Yang Kai said with a smile, life is not a clear path laid out before us. I don't strive for everything to be perfect, only to not have any regrets. Rather than remaining trapped here forever, I'm willing to give it a try. Shu Mu Dan became startled for a moment before she pressed her lips together and nodded, I understand. Hua Yong said, this is a serious matter, so I cannot make a decision in a short time. Please give us a few days to sleep on it, Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Proprietress still needs another month or so to recover, so we won't be leaving so soon. You can tell me about it after you make a decision. Many thanks. Hua Yong cupped his fists, then he rose from the chair and left with Shu Mu Dan. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned around, this is a serious matter, Brother Yang, so I hope you won't break it to the rest of the people on Twin Spirit Island for now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:13, Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he replied with a smile, Don't worry, Island Master Hua. You have full control over the affairs in Twin Spirit Island. I won't interfere. It was then Hua Yong thanked him and left the place. After the couple was gone, the proprietress said with a smile, He's pretty cautious. He must be worried that his subordinates will start having other ideas if the news is leaked. It can't be helped. Yang Kai could understand. If word got out that he was able to bring some people out of shadowless cave heaven, many of those from Twin Spirit Island would be tempted to join him. If Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan decided to stay in the end, but Yang Kai brought most of their people away, the power of Twin Spirit Island would be greatly weakened. It was expected that Hua Yong didn't want the news to be leaked so soon, and he was able to set his mind at ease since Yang Kai had given him the assurance. Are you really going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about this? The proprietress asked. Yang Kai nodded. They're all pitiful people, so I don't mind lending them a hand. It's up to them whether they'll believe me or not. The proprietress paused before nodding as well. Give me a month. If it's just like what you've said, we're going to face a lot of trouble after leaving the shadowless cave heaven, so I should restore my full strength before we depart. Of course. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped out of the bamboo hut. The people outside the hut were still staring at one another, so Yang Kai directly wedged into the spot between both parties before turning to look at Mao Zhe. I'm going to Unrivaled Guild. Mao Zhe retracted his gaze and frowned. Why are you going there? I'm going to ask them whether they want to leave shadowless cave heaven. I don't mind bringing them with me. Gang Qing widened his eyes. You want to bring those from Unrivaled Guild with you? What's wrong with that? After a moment of silence, Gang Qing shook his head. There's no problem. If possible, he wouldn't want those from Unrivaled Guild to tag along. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the three of them headed to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to seek shelter, but the three chiefs had no qualms about mocking them, which was why they eventually left in exasperation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to look for the exit. Gang Qing naturally wished for those from Unrivaled Guild to be trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven forever. However, since Yang Kai had made a decision, he wasn't in any place to object to it. Technically, the three of them were now Yang Kai's subordinates as their lives were under his control. They didn't have the right to change his mind. You'll come with me, Zhouya? I don't know where Unrivaled Guild is after all. Yang Kai gazed at her. Zhouya looked inquisitively at Mao Zhe, who then said, Since Sir has given the order, you should go with him. It was then Zhouya nodded gently. Yang Kai swept a dispassionate glance over Mao Zhe before shuffling forward. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Zhouya led the way and headed to Unrivaled Guild. While they were on the road, Zhouya asked, Sir, you're already so powerful at such a young age. I'm sure you're from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai shot her a glance and said, Did Mao Zhe tell you to inquire about my background? Zhou Ya's face stiffened as she forced a smile. Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just curious. Since you're not willing to tell me, please just ignore my question. She tucked her hair behind her ear and revealed her alluring profile and her snow-white skin. You'll find out about my background after we leave this place. Even if I tell you about it now, you probably won't believe me. Zhou Ya replied with her head hung low. Over the years, she had always been in an important position. As the fourth mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, she was famous throughout the shadowless cave heaven. Now that she had become someone else's servant who had lost control over her own life, she wasn't used to it. The three mountain lords speculated that Yang Kai was a core disciple nurtured by one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, he couldn't have possessed a power that was in the same order. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had refined so many high-rank materials strengthened their beliefs. Unrivaled Guild was pretty far away from Twin Spirit Island, so it took them 5 days to arrive at their destination. Upon their arrival, Zhou Ya said, "We'll soon reach the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild. You must act carefully, sir." Yang Kai looked up but couldn't see anything unusual. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, he continued following Zhou Ya as they moved forward. In just a moment, they saw a smooth-looking cliff, which was so flat that it was as though it was cut using a knife. There was a protruded rock in the middle that served as a platform. Zhou Ya and Yang Kai landed on the platform, then she pointed at the wall. "This is the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild." Yang Kai released his divine sense and realized that there was a barrier in front of the wall of this platform. There must be some space behind the wall. "Inform them of our arrival," Yang Kai ordered. Zhou Ya nodded, then she performed a hand seal and pressed both her hands against the wall, whereupon a layer of visible ripples spread around. A moment later, rumbling sounds were heard coming from behind the wall. A passage was revealed in the flat wall, then more than 100 people flooded out of it. There were 3 bald men, whose figures were built like bulls, at the front. What surprised Yang Kai was that the 3 of them looked identical. They were apparently triplets. The auras of the 3 of them suggested that they were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Needless to say, they were the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. Over the years, he had met quite a number of twins, but it was the first time he came across triplets. What was especially rare was that these 3 burly brothers had all ascended to the 6th Order. It was no wonder that Unrivaled Guild was able to face off against profound Yang Mountain, as the brothers were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Furthermore, since they were triplets, they probably had some kind of innate connection. It wouldn't be surprising if they had cultivated a combined attack technique. If both parties got into a scuffle, Mao Zhu on his own wouldn't be a match for them. Now, it seemed that among the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was indeed the weakest. Besides the fact that they only had 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, their collective power was also no match for the other 2 great forces. The reason they had survived until this day was that the environment in the shadowless cave heaven was truly hostile, as the resources were scarce. Among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, unless there was a great blood feud, they wouldn't easily get into a fight, as once they were exhausted or injured, it would be hard for them to recuperate. As soon as the brothers appeared, Zhou Ya gently spoke to Yang Kai. "Sir, they're the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Their names are Shan, Chiu, and Yu. As for who is who, I can't really tell." A speechless Yang Kai swept a glance over the brothers and realized he couldn't tell them apart either. The brothers were fierce upon their appearance, but when they saw Zhou Ya, their eyes seemed to be glowing. One of them called out, "I was just wondering who had the guts to knock on our door." "It's you, beautiful little girl." Another person said smilingly, "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind and decided to be our wife?" The last person said, "That's great. We'll marry you today and let you know what it's like to be a bride." Zhou Ya was so exasperated that she started flushing. Then she said through gritted teeth, "Stop spouting nonsense, you ugly men. I'll never be your wife." The first person who spoke stroked his bald head and sported a ferocious expression. "Beautiful girl, since you're not willing to be our wife, why are you even here?" Are you sick of living? We don't mind granting your wish as we're adept at torturing women. The second person glanced at Yang Kai and tooted, "Who is this pretty boy? I've never seen him before." The last person remarked, "He must be this woman's lover." Just then, a person rushed over and spoke to the brothers with a horrified expression. Since the downfall of profound Yang Mountain, the survivors had either gone to Twin Spirit Island or Unrivaled Guild. Presently, some of the people standing behind the brothers were originally from profound Yang Mountain, so they could immediately recognize Yang Kai. At that instant, they started trembling in fear, wondering if he wasn't happy with destroying profound Yang Mountain alone. Had he come all the way here to ruin Unrivaled Guild? Upon hearing the subordinate's words, the three brothers stiffened and gazed at Yang Kai with widened eyes. They examined the young man as though they were trying to look into his soul. One of them suddenly said in a small voice, "That's Yang Kai? I thought he'd look mighty. With more muscles. It's surprising that he has such thin arms." The second brother nodded. "Don't be negligent, third brother. You can't judge a book by its cover. This person really doesn't seem ordinary." "Why do you think so, big brother?" "He doesn't even flinch when facing the three of us, so he's definitely not an average cultivator." "You're right, big brother. But why is he here?" The third brother asked in puzzlement. "I don't think he's well-meaning. I heard that it hasn't been a long time since this person arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, but he has already destroyed profound Yang Mountain. I'm worried that he has the intention of ruling over this place." "He wants to rule over this place? Over our dead bodies?" "That's right. We're united against anyone who dares to invade our territory. Let's get ready to fight, big brother. I'm worried that we're no match for him. I heard that he had barged into profound Yang Mountain and severely wounded Mao Zhe. Although the three of us can join forces to defeat Mao Zhe, I don't think we'd be able to achieve what he's done. It proves that he's just a bit more powerful than us. We'll just give it a try to find out whether we're a match for him. Why don't we just summon our trump cards later to make sure that he won't have enough time to respond?" The brothers gathered together as they stared at Yang Kai and discussed their tactics out loud. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he turned to look at Zhouya, who lowered her head and secretly spoke. These guys seem to have been born dim-witted. A speechless Yang Kai wondered how they even ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. With that said, they obviously had extraordinary aptitudes. Presently, the brothers seemed to be in a conflict as they were arguing about who would make the first move. Their faces had reddened as they were agitated. Yang Kai coughed into his fist, then cupped his fist at them. "Greetings, three chiefs. My name is Yang Kai. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. What are your names?" The three of them immediately stopped arguing. One of them loudly patted his own chest. "My name is Shan." The second person said, "I'm Chiu." The third person said in a grim voice, "You." Martial Peak, Chapter 44:14, Hua Yong's Hesitation. Yang Kai gazed seriously at them in an attempt to connect their faces to their names, but his effort was in vain. Not only did these burly men look alike, but their demeanors and voices were also similar. More importantly, their auras were almost identical. Perhaps even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yang Kai decided to give up as he said, "Please don't get me wrong. This Yang has no ill intentions against Unrivaled Guild. I also don't intend to rule over the shadowless cave heaven like what you were worrying about." You exclaimed. "He heard our conversation, big brother." A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Chiu's face. "We'd better make a move first, or else we'll be at a disadvantage, big brother." Shan widened his eyes in shock as he puffed out a scorching breath through his nostrils. As he glared at Yang Kai, his gaze became increasingly ferocious. Faced with the imminent danger, Yang Kai took some steps backwards and raised his hands. "Wait a moment. I don't intend to go against the three of you, nor am I here to fight. I've come all the way here to tell you that I've found the exit of this shadowless cave heaven, and I'm going to leave in 1 month. If you want, you can come with me. If not, I'm not going to force you." Yang Kai found it hard to deal with these three. Before coming to this place, he had imagined various circumstances when he met the three chiefs of unrivaled guild, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out this way. You found the exit? Sher Shan was startled as the ruthlessness in his eyes went away. Yes. Yang Kai bowed his head. Why should we believe you? Distrust was written all over Shi Yu's face as he gazed at Yang Kai. We've been looking for the exit for thousands of years, but to no avail. How did you even find it? I have my methods. Yang Kai shook his head. As for how I found it, I can't really tell you. However, Zhouya was with me at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it. In an instant, the three brothers shifted their attention to Zhouya. Zhouya frowned, apparently not willing to talk to them, but she still nodded her head in the end. Sir Yang is not lying to you. He has really found the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The reason we've come all the way here is to inform you about it. The doubt of the brothers evaporated as they appeared ecstatic. He's really found the exit. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It seemed that these guys were truly dim-witted as they readily believed Zhouya's words. Nevertheless, it saved him a lot of trouble, so he just went with it. The brothers could barely contain their excitement while the cultivators from Unrivaled Guild looked at Yang Kai with fervent gazes. No one was willing to stay in the shadowless cave heaven if they had a chance to leave. Resources in this damned place were scarce, so they had no future if they stayed here. Many of them had been stuck in this place for thousands of years. Due to the astral wind, Ma Tianyuan's cultivation had dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order, so he was rather pitiful. Many of them were indeed tempted by Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai said, "Just so you know, even though I've found the exit, we might come across some trouble if we want to leave. There might be some unforeseeable danger." Sher Shan stroked his bald head and stared at Yang Kai. We have nothing to do with one another. Since you've found the exit, you could have left on your own. Why have you come over to inform us? Do you have any ulterior motive? Shi Qiu and Shi Yu immediately gazed vigilantly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai burst into laughter. What ulterior motive could I have? Just like what I've said, even though I've found the exit, there might be some danger ahead. Therefore, having more people to help is a good thing. If you're willing to come with me, I may need your assistance when the time comes. Upon hearing his explanation, the brothers understood his intentions. I'm going to leave the shadowless cave heaven in 1 month. If you want to come with me, you can look for me in Twin Spirit Island before then. I'll be staying there during this period of time. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai cupped his fist and left with Zhouya. The reason he had come over was to inform the three chiefs about his plan. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't remain. These three were truly dim-witted, so it might do more harm than good if he talked any further. The brothers were rooted to the spot as they watched Yang Kai leave. Behind them, the open heaven realm masters exchanged glances. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated room on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was drinking on his own. A series of footsteps were heard coming from behind him, then a warm body pressed against his head. A pair of slender hands were placed on his forehead as the woman gently massaged him. Hua Yong closed his eyes and rested his head against his wife's belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movements coming through the skin. As he took a whiff of the pleasant fragrance, his mind was slowly soothed. Are you in a dilemma, husband? Shu Mu Dan asked gently. Yes. Hua Yong sighed. It's too difficult to make a decision, my wife. Yang Kai had put him in a really tight spot. Before his arrival, Hua Yong and his wife had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years. Although the environment was hostile, their lives had been quite peaceful. However, in just a few days, Yang Kai had basically turned this place upside down. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and only 3 of the 4 great mountain lords were left. Moreover, those 3 had become Yang Kai's subordinates. On top of that, Yang Kai found the shadowless cave heaven's exit, which the cultivators in this place were unable to do for thousands of years. Certainly, Hua Yong wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven as well. They practically had no future in this place. However, it took a lot of courage and determination if they wanted to leave. Others had no idea what they could face after going past the exit, but Hua Yong was fully aware of it. After all, Yang Kai had explained the situation to him already. Upon moving past the exit, they would probably fall into the source of the astral wind, which was a death trap. The astral wind coming into the shadowless cave heaven was already so violent, so Hua Yong couldn't imagine what would happen if they really fell into its source. Although he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it wouldn't take long before his small universe was worn away entirely. Shu Mudan said gently, "Sir Yang has said that he has a way to defend against the astral wind, hasn't he?" Hua Yong replied, "Yes, but he's going to bring a lot of people with him. Lan Yu Ruo, Maoj, and the others are going with him. If we also join them, are you sure he will have enough power to protect all of us? Moreover, he has left to inform unrivaled guild about it. Once the news is leaked, many people will be tempted to leave with him." Shu Mudan said, "Since he has made such a decision, he probably has the power to do it." Hua Yong shook his head, "I'm worried that an accident might happen." Shu Mudan flashed a smile at him, "Since you find it hard to make a decision, why don't we think about what will happen if we stay?" "If we stay?" Hua Yong narrowed his eyes. Shu Mudan went on to say, "If we stay here, we'll probably become the sole rulers of the shadowless cave heaven. Maozier and the others are definitely leaving, and now Sir Yang has left for unrivaled guild. I believe those three brothers won't be able to resist such a temptation, so they'll most likely tag along. By then, we will be the only two sixth-order open heaven realm masters in the shadowless cave heaven." Hua Yong's gaze brightened as he listened to his wife. If that was the case, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to stay. Shu Mudan continued to say, "Afterwards, we can consolidate the forces in the shadowless cave heaven. There won't be three great forces anymore. Only Twin Spirit Island will be left." "You're right." Hua Yong repeatedly nodded as he could barely contain his joy. Shu Mudan then continued, "Lina will be born in a year or two. Given our capabilities, we definitely can raise him well. However, resources in the shadowless cave heaven are scarce, and the situation has been exacerbated since the three great forces have basically dug up every last usable resource over the years. We can't be certain about Linner's aptitude, but it obviously won't be too weak. Nevertheless, how far can he go without resources? The world energy in the shadowless cave heaven is poor to begin with, so perhaps he'll be able to reach the Origin King realm or the Tao Source realm. At any rate, he can never make it to the open heaven realm, which means his life will be pretty short. After he dies of old age, we'll have to personally bury him." As Hua Yong listened to her speak up until now, he couldn't help but shudder. Then, he turned around and pressed his hands against her belly as though he was trying to protect his child. He gazed at his wife and said, "Please don't say such terrifying things." Shu Mudan just stared silently at him. As their eyes met, Hua Yong finally realized his wife's intention. "You're trying to persuade me to leave, aren't you?" Shu Mudan shook her head. "Since this mistress is married to you, I will follow you forever and will support whatever decisions you make. If you want to stay in this place, I'll stay here with you. If you want to leave, I'll follow. However, we have a child now, so I hope that you'll think about his future too." As she spoke, she lovingly stroked her belly. A hesitant Hua Yong said, "But the origin of the astral wind?" Shu Mudan said, "Since Sir Yang is determined to leave, he must have the confidence to achieve his goal. He wouldn't have taken such a huge risk if there was no chance of survival. No one is willing to throw their life away for nothing." Hua Yong furrowed his brows for a moment before he said, "Please let me sleep on it." Shu Mudan nodded gently, "Please don't feel burdened in any way. I'll support you no matter what." A moved Hua Yong took her hands. There was nothing else he would ask for since he already had a wife like her. After she was gone, Hua Yong drained another few bottles of wine and became a bit tipsy. Upon making a decision, he told his subordinate to immediately inform him when Yang Kai returned. The subordinate nodded and withdrew. About 5 days later, Yang Kai returned to Twin Spirit Island and started arranging a space array in the bamboo forest. The proprietress needed a month or so to fully heal from the backlash from wearing the blood monster battle dress, so Yang Kai used this time productively. Since there was already a space array in front of the exit, arranging one here allowed him to move around easily. While he was busy, someone informed him that Hua Yong was inviting him to a banquet. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:15, Joining Void Land. In the main hall, Hua Yong and Yang Kai were seated as a group of curvaceous ladies danced in front of them. This sight was pretty rare as no one in Shadowless Cave Heaven was below the Open Heaven realm. That was because anyone who wasn't in the Open Heaven realm wasn't allowed to enter. In other words, the ladies who were dancing were all Open Heaven realm masters. Although they were in the low rank, they were still Open Heaven realm masters. Only in a special environment such as the Shadowless Cave Heaven would these ladies put down their pride and dignity to survive in such a way. In the outside world, even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let Open Heaven realm masters do such a thing. As the melodic music sounded, the hourglass figures danced elegantly. These ladies, who were of different styles of beauty, tried their best to showcase their advantages and seduce Yang Kai. They heard that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, and even the 3 mountain lords had become his subordinates. If Yang Kai were interested in them and willing to protect them, they would be able to enjoy a great life. To the side, Hua Yong observed Yang Kai and realized that even though the young man was enjoying the show, he didn't show any lust towards these women. While Hua Yong was disappointed, he admired the fact that Yang Kai didn't seem to indulge in such amorous hobbies, which was a rare quality. After 3 rounds of wine, Hua Yong waved his hand to motion for the ladies to leave. Yang Kai put down his wine cup and gazed at the older man. "Do you have anything you need me to do, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong must have a reason for inviting him to a banquet. Yang Kai speculated that it was about leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, but he wasn't certain what he was up to. A horrified Hua Yong replied, "I wouldn't dare, Brother Yang. You're a powerful man who single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and subdued Maozhi. This Hua can never achieve what you've done. I wouldn't dare to tell you to do anything. There are just some questions I'd like to ask you." Yang Kai motioned for him to ask. After measuring his words, Hua Yong asked, "Which cave heaven or paradise are you from, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai couldn't believe that Hua Yong had this kind of speculation as well. Zhou had previously asked him about it, which should be an order from Maozhi. It was only now that he realized Hua Yong shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising. He had showcased a power that was much greater than those in the same order. To most people, only an elite from one of the cave heavens or paradises was capable of doing that. Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless smile. "That would be a misunderstanding, Island Master Hua. This Yang is just a rogue cultivator. I'm not from one of the cave heavens or paradises." Hua Yong exclaimed, "No way." He couldn't believe that Yang Kai could be so powerful if the latter wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai said, "It's true." Hua Yong gasped as he increasingly admired the young man. Yang Kai was already so mighty when he wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Would he have been even more formidable had he come from one of those? After a moment of hesitation, Hua Yong asked, "Are you without any foundation in the outside world, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "I founded a force called Voidland and now serve as its lord." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong became relieved, thinking that the young man had a base at the very least. Although Voidland sounded like the name of a second-class great force, it was expected as Yang Kai was a mid-rank Open Heaven realm master. Hua Yong couldn't help reminiscing about the past. "Before coming to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, my wife and I had a territory in the outside world as well, but 10,000 years have passed. That place has probably been occupied by someone else by now." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "What is there to worry about since you're still alive? Both of you are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If you leave Shadowless Cave Heaven, you can occupy any spirit province and rise again." Hua Yong shook his head. "This Hua is old now, so I'm not as ambitious as when I was young. Now, I just hope to look for a peaceful place so that my wife and I can nurture our child together." All of a sudden, he rose from the chair and cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. "Brother Yang, this Hua has an impolite request." Yang Kai quickly stood up and replied, "Please don't be overly formal with me, Island Master Hua. Please tell me right away." Hua Yong said, "My wife and I would like to join your void land. Are you willing to accept us? This Hua will be grateful if you do." Yang Kai's expression changed. "You want to join void land?" Hua Yong said, "Do you not accept any outsiders?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That's not it. It's just that it's only been slightly more than 10 years since void land was established, so its foundation is rather weak." He paused for a moment. "If you don't mind my place being small, this Yang is more than willing to welcome you." An ecstatic Hua Yong said, "We're more than grateful that you're willing to accept us so that we'll have a place to stay. Why would we even mind it?" Following that, he swung his sleeves and cupped his fists with a serious expression, "Sect Master." Yang Kai took his hands and said with a smile, "You're being too formal again, Elder Hua." "Elder?" Hua Yong arched his brow. Yang Kai explained, "Since both of you are in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, you'll be the elders after you join Void Land." An elated Hua Yong said, "Many thanks, Sect Master. This Hua will definitely do everything he can to contribute to Void Land." Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think this old man was sincere. Hua Yong didn't even know where Void Land was, so why would he really do everything he could for the sect? Yang Kai never took his words seriously. Still, just like that, Void Land had 2 new Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why Yang Kai was excited. Even though Hua Yong had his own considerations, and he might not even be sincere about joining Void Land, they would be a part of the sect after they were given the brand of Void Land. If Void Land really fell into danger in the future, the couple would be pretty useful. Since they were one family now, Hua Yong became increasingly passionate as he invited Yang Kai to take a seat and filled his cup again. Meanwhile, he attempted to find out more about Void Land. Upon learning that there were 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 300 people in the Fourth Order and below, Hua Yong was astounded. A second-class great force like that could be considered extraordinary by having this kind of heritage. It could be said that Void Land was at the peak among the second-class great forces. He couldn't figure out how a great force that was founded just a decade ago grew to be so formidable. With that said, he was relieved that Void Land was strong. He and his wife were going to join Void Land after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so with such a strong sect as their support, they would be more confident when dealing with any affairs in the outside world. After they drank for a bit more, Yang Kai retired to his room. Hua Yong probingly asked whether Yang Kai wanted the ladies who danced earlier to serve him in bed, but the latter rejected it outright. He stopped mentioning it as he saw him off and cupped his fist. "Sect Master, I'll inform the people from Twin Spirit Island about this tomorrow so they can decide whether they want to leave. When the time comes to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, my wife and I will follow you. Please take care of us then." Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Elder Hua." After Yang Kai was gone, Hua Yong breathed a sigh of relief, then he shuffled towards his bedroom to tell his wife about what had happened. As Yang Kai recalled the incident earlier while heading towards the bamboo forest, he couldn't help smiling. He was indeed surprised that Hua Yong asked to join Void Land all of a sudden. However, if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same decision. Hua Yong had decided to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect his wife and himself after falling into the source of the astral wind. By then, their lives would hinge on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's protection, they probably would be safe. Nevertheless, if Yang Kai didn't protect them, they were bound for death. Now that they had joined Void Land though, Yang Kai had to ensure their safety since he was now their sect master. With this connection between them, the couple could follow Yang Kai with peace of mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily sided with any great force since they were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. However, since Hua Yong had agreed to it, a lot of people would tag along as many of those from Twin Spirit Island would want to leave together. It wasn't certain whether those from Unrivaled Guild would want to come, but Yang Kai wasn't bothered either way. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Yang Kai started getting busy. Half a day later, the space array was completed. He gave it a try and confirmed that he could easily reach the exit. Now that everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the proprietress to recover before they set off. Life was peaceful for the following days as Yang Kai refined open heaven pills and resources to strengthen the heritage and world force of his small universe. Just like what Chef had said, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, he had to manage his small universe seriously. Accumulation took a painfully long time, so it wasn't easy to ascend to the next order. A few days later, Hua Yong rushed to the bamboo forest and reported, "Sect Master, the three brothers from Unrivaled Guild have come over with a group of people and shouted that they want to see you." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. As he recalled the three burly men, his face twitched slightly. "Are they here to fight, or do they want to leave with me?" "They didn't say anything." Hua Yong shook his head. "They just wanted to meet you and mention that you were the one who told them to come here. They look quite fierce, so I think they're probably up to no good." A headache came over Yang Kai as he said, "Let's meet them." He was the one who told them to come here, so he couldn't keep hiding from them. At that instant he regretted informing those three about it. He should have let them perish in this place on their own. If they really left, they would surely create trouble in the outside world sooner or later. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai saw the brothers standing outside the island with a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters behind them. Upon seeing Yang Kai, the brothers immediately glared at him. One of them bellowed, "Yang Kai, all of us are here now. When are we setting off?" A speechless Yang Kai gazed at them and asked, "Are you all leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with me?" "Of course." Another person yelled impatiently, "Otherwise, why would we have come all the way here?" The third person demanded, "Cut the crap. Let's leave now." Yang Kai's face twitched even harder than before as he explained, "There might be some unforeseeable danger. If you're not careful, you might lose your lives. Will you all please think it through?" All of a sudden, he didn't feel like bringing these brothers with him anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:16, Setting Off. "What's there to think through?" The first brother who spoke yelled, "Since there's a chance to leave, why wouldn't we seize it? Do we really have to wait for death here?" The three of them were simple-minded and straightforward, so it wasn't surprising that they were so resolute in their actions. Yang Kai had just informed them about it some time ago, but they really called the roll and came over. It had to be noted that they were not friends to begin with, nor had they come into contact prior to the previous meeting. Most people would have some doubts. Hua Yong had to join Voidland before he had the audacity to leave with Yang Kai, otherwise, he would never be able to set his mind at ease. More than 100 people from Unrivaled Guild had arrived. These people were standing behind the brothers as they stared at Yang Kai with fervent and fawning gazes. Certainly, not everyone from Unrivaled Guild had come. Some people were still in doubt, so they had decided to stay. With that said, 100 cultivators was a lot of people. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "We can't leave now. Please calm down and wait for me here for some time. We'll only set off when everything is prepared." Then, he turned to look at Hua Yong. "Please help settle them down." This matter was giving Hua Yong a headache, but he still replied, "Yes." Then he welcomed those from Unrivaled Guild into the island. Although Shirshan and the others were displeased, Yang Kai had the final say in this matter. Since he wasn't leaving yet, none of them could set off. After they entered Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong welcomed them with a banquet. At that moment, noise filled the island. Prior to this, Hua Yong already had a conversation with his confidants and informed them that he was leaving with Yang Kai. He had even joined Voidland. These people could decide whether they wanted to leave. However, Hua Yong only had a small number of confidants, so the news wasn't leaked yet. Since those from Unrivaled Guild had arrived, however, basically everyone was aware of it now. At that instant, those from Twin Spirit Island were tempted. As the days went by, Shirshan and the others would visit Yang Kai from time to time and urge him to depart. A frustrated Yang Kai told Mao Zhe and the others to keep guard outside the bamboo forest so that no one could disturb the proprietress. After 1 month, the barrier outside the bamboo hut dissipated as the proprietress stepped out. Yang Kai, chef and accountant, who had been waiting outside, turned to look at her. When they saw that her skin was glowing and her aura was stable, which meant that she had gotten rid of the lingering monster chi, they heaved a collective sigh of relief. In the shadowless cave heaven, the proprietress and the others had endured the astral wind many times before, which inevitably caused some losses to their small universes. However, as long as their foundations were not damaged, they could make up for the losses sooner or later, so it was no big deal. After Yang Kai told the proprietress about what was going on in Twin Spirit Island, she sported a worried expression. Can you protect so many people on your own? Based on what you've said, there are probably more than 200 people who will be tagging along. There won't be a problem if the wind in the origin of the astral wind isn't too strong. However, if it's significantly more violent, it might be hard for me to fend it off entirely. Yang Kai gave it a thought. I have the 6 Faded Paths bag that can store some people. He had obtained the 6 Faded Paths bag from Su Huang. As for how the artifact was made, he had no idea. Nevertheless, the space inside the bag was expandable, so it was pretty amazing. More importantly, it could also accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, regardless of how incredible the bag was, there must be a limit. Previously, Yang Kai had only kept a small number of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it, so he had no idea what the limit was. The proprietress sighed. Unfortunately, there's no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master with us. The small universe of such a person can accommodate a lot of people and help share your burden. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had fully materialized, so it could accommodate living creatures. Anyone could enter it as long as their order wasn't higher than that of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could keep people in the 7th Order and below inside his or her small universe. When Yang Kai arrived at the outer universe in the past, he came across the Fire Spirit Land Protector Venerable Duan Hai from 7 Wonders Land, who led him to a portal, behind which was a universe. Now, it was apparent to Yang Kai that it wasn't Duan Hai's small universe. That was because Duan Hai was only in the 4th Order, so his small universe couldn't accommodate living creatures. What he saw at that time was probably a divine ability cast by Duan Hai or the projection of his small universe. However, Yang Kai and the others were too weak in the past, so they were not able to judge. Hence, they thought that it was Duan Hai's small universe. Although Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe was different from those of other Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was because his small universe could accommodate living creatures since he had merged it with his small sealed world. However, a high-rank cultivator wouldn't usually keep anyone inside their small universe because there was a huge risk associated with doing so. If an ill-intentioned person caused some damage inside their small universe, the owner would suffer an immense loss. One would only let someone enter their small universe if they had complete trust in that person. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai sent a message to Hua Yong, who replied promptly. Since all of those from Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild were ready, they could set off at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai told them to gather together in the bamboo forest. Just a while later, a large group of people marched into the bamboo forest. These 200-plus people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was from Twin Spirit Island and was led by Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. The other group was from Unrivaled Guild, which was led by the Shi brothers. The couple shuffled forward and saluted Yang Kai. Then Hua Yong said, "Sect Master, everyone from Twin Spirit Island is ready. The people who are willing to leave are all here." Yang Kai swept a glance over the people behind him and nodded. When Mao Zhe and the others, who were standing behind Yang Kai, heard how Hua Yong addressed him, their expressions changed slightly as they fell into their own thoughts. The Shi brothers had grown impatient after waiting these past few days, so at this moment, one of them urged Yang Kai in a loud voice, "When are we setting off? Why are you always dawdling?" Yang Kai gazed at them with a smile. "We're ready to go now." The brothers were elated as one of them said with a smile, "Good, good. We don't have to keep waiting anymore." As Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd, he said, "Many of you are from different forces, and there might be some grudges between you. However, since you've decided to leave with me, I hope you'll set those grudges aside and work with one another. If anyone dares to pull any dirty tricks or sow discord on the road, I'll teach them a lesson regardless of who they are. Even though I've found the exit of Shadowless Cave Heaven and I have the confidence to leave this place, we might come across some unforeseeable danger during the process. We might lose our lives at any moment, so if you're not willing to take the risk, you'd better stay here so that you won't regret it later." Everyone stared at him in silence, but no one left. Just then, Hua Yong cupped his fist and said, "We'll obey your orders, Sect Master. If anyone dares to jeopardize our plan, this Hua will not let them off." Yang Kai nodded gently. "If everyone is prepared, we'll set off now." Then he turned around and led them to the space array he had built before sending a signal to Mao Zhe and the others, "You go over first and get prepared." Mao Zhe and the others stepped into the space array in silence, whereupon Yang Kai pushed his space principles and activated the array. After a light flashed, Mao Zhe and the others were gone. Upon seeing that Mao Zhe and the others were safely sent over, these people set their minds at ease. The space array that Yang Kai had built was neither big nor small, so 6 people could be sent over at a time. It took Yang Kai about an hour before he delivered all 200 or so people over. After Yang Kai stepped into the array, a light flashed through it as the world around him started spinning. When his vision refocused, he was already standing in front of the wind source. More than 200 people were already there as they looked around. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they immediately shifted their attention to him. Yang Kai pointed at a particular spot in front of him and said, "The exit is right there. I'll tear the space apart later and bring all of you out. However, since this place is connected to the outside world, the astral wind is just outside of here. After the crack appears, the astral wind will also come gusting in." Many of them gasped and appeared horrified. Basically, everyone in the Shadowless Cave Heaven had experienced the brutality of the astral wind before. No one could ward it off. That was the reason they were terrified the moment they heard that the astral wind would come in through the crack. It was only now that they figured out what kind of danger Yang Kai was referring to earlier. If they wanted to leave, they would have to face the astral wind. "I will do my best to protect all of you. However, since there are many of us here, I might not be able to take care of everyone. As such, I'd like the weaker cultivators to enter my 6 Fated Paths bag to lighten the burden." As Yang Kai spoke, he summoned the 6 Fated Paths bag and briefly talked about its abilities. At that moment, many people exchanged glances as they fell into a dilemma. The 6 Fated Paths bag was indeed amazing as it could accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. If the bag was destroyed, the people inside it would instantly be killed without a chance to resist. However, they were not in any position to object now. Yang Kai was only one man, and since so many people were tagging along now, some of them had to enter the bag to lighten the load. Hua Yong and the Shi brothers directly told the weaker cultivators to enter the bag. Although they were reluctant, they had no other choice. With the bag in his hand, Yang Kai stored people inside it one after another, mostly those in the 2nd order and the 3rd order. After putting about 100 people inside, Yang Kai finally realized that the bag had reached its limit. If he kept stuffing more people inside it, there was a risk of the bag exploding. That was why he stopped. Nevertheless, now, he also had a vague judgment of the bag's limit. The number of people the bag could keep seemed to have something to do with cultivation. If the people being kept inside the bag were strong, the artifact could only accommodate a small number. If they were all mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the bag could probably only keep 20 or so people inside. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:17, Wind Spirit. Half of the 200 people were gone, which greatly alleviated Yang Kai's burden. The rest of the people who were outside were all in the 3rd order Open Heaven Realm and above. If they really came across any danger upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, these people would be able to help. Since everything was ready, Yang Kai walked up to the spot where he previously tore space apart. Then, he turned his head and nodded to motion for them to be careful. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai performed different hand seals and then shouted, "Open!" The sound of something cracking was heard, then a void crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. The moment the void crack appeared, the astral wind started gusting in, which caused the expressions of these people to change drastically. Yang Kai immediately used his towering evergreen, and as an emerald light expanded, the gigantic tree crown seemed to cover the entire sky. Its branches hung low and engulfed the 100 or so people. Standing within the range of this wood element divine manifestation, everyone could feel a surge of vitality around them, and their minds were immediately soothed. All of their anxiety was gone as they looked up and tooted in amazement. It was the first time Hua Yong saw this divine manifestation, and as he listened to the howling wind and looked around, he muttered in disbelief, "The wind really got blocked out." Standing under this humongous tree, he realized that he wasn't harassed by the astral wind one bit. It was even safer than when he was on Twin Spirit Island. He was both shocked and excited, thinking that he had made the right decision to leave with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had such a divine manifestation, he could ensure their safety while navigating through the astral wind. If Hua Yong had chosen to stay, besides the fact that the shadowless cave heaven might collapse one day, his unborn child would also be unable to cultivate properly, thus making his future bleak. Just like his wife had said, they would have to personally bury their child one day. Mao Zhe and the others had experienced this before, so they immediately stood beside Yang Kai the moment he activated Towering Evergreen. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, then charged towards the void crack. The other cultivators didn't hesitate to follow him as they made sure they were always within the tree's protection range. The void crack that Yang Kai had torn apart was huge. After all, more than 100 people had to cross it, so a small crack wouldn't serve its purpose. As soon as they left the shadowless cave heaven, they felt that time and space were disturbed. An even more violent astral wind came at them from all directions, which caused the branches of the great tree to sway. Yang Kai's expression changed as he finally realized why Mao Zhe and the others previously returned so soon after they moved past the crack. They had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. The wind here was even more violent than the one gusting into the shadowless cave heaven. In such an environment, even sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Mao Zhe and the others would soon lose their lives as their small universes broke apart. Yang Kai found it hard to sustain his towering evergreen as the branches shook wildly, and these cultivators were worried that the divine ability would be broken. By then, all of them would be exposed to the gale. Fortunately, even though the tree swayed, the divine manifestation remained stable. Yang Kai turned around and manipulated space principles once again to seal the void crack. Some people had decided to stay in the shadowless cave heaven, so if he didn't repair the crack, the astral wind would continue blowing indefinitely. By then, the people who stayed would be doomed. After Yang Kai was finished, he realized that everyone was staring at him. They had finally left the shadowless cave heaven, but just like what was expected, they had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind. Only by leaving this region would they stand a chance to survive. No one knew which direction they should head. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but it was immediately shredded by the astral wind after it left Towering Evergreen's range, giving him a headache since he was unable to scan the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he simply led these people in a random direction. It wasn't like the source of the astral wind was boundless, so as long as they kept moving forward in the same direction, they would eventually escape. The fierce gale caused everyone to be anxious. It felt terrible to have their lives hanging by a thread. As Yang Kai sustained his towering evergreen, his energy left his body like the water discharged from a dam. He felt fortunate that he had put more than 100 people inside the 6 Fated Paths bag, otherwise, he would have consumed even more energy. The branches hanging from the ancient tree shook violently as though they would be gone with the wind at any moment. However, they still steadfastly blocked the astral wind out. After they moved forward for a bit, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly. The proprietress was just beside him, and upon seeing his expression, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something over there." Yang Kai stared intently ahead with his dark gaze as though he was trying to see through the gale. However, the endless wind had even caused space to warp, so he was unable to see anything. His words made everyone stiff. Hua Yong asked, "Perhaps only high-rank open heaven realm masters are able to resist this violent wind. What could it be that's lurking in the wind?" There was absolutely no living creature in the world that could live in this gale. However, Yang Kai wouldn't lie to them in this situation. What's more, he was protecting everyone with his wood element divine manifestation, so he was more sensitive to the surroundings than all of them. "I have no idea." Yang Kai shook his head with a solemn expression, then yelled, "It's coming." Right after he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as he turned to look in a particular direction. Over there, a hole was torn in the protective shield of his towering evergreen. Even though he was trying his best to repair the tear, a visible wisp of green smoke still snuck in through it. Following that, the green smoke contorted and turned into a translucent human-shaped creature with 4 limbs, but its height was only half of the average human adult. There were no facial features on its face, which was eerily flat. "A wind spirit!" The proprietress exclaimed, "The astral wind has nurtured a wind spirit. Stay on guard, everyone." All of them immediately raised their defenses. Before anyone could react, the wind spirit directly snuck into the body of the cultivator nearest to it and disappeared. The cultivator was in the 4th order open heaven realm and soon began screaming as the aura coming from his body fluctuated unstably. The people around him leaped away in shock. The 4th order open heaven realm master yelled in horror, "It's inside my small universe. Save me!" Hua Yong bellowed, "No one can help you since the wind spirit is inside your body, only you can save yourself. Don't panic. Focus on using your world force to drive it out." Upon hearing that, the man hurriedly did as he was told. However, his cultivation was too weak. It wasn't certain what the wind spirit was doing in his small universe, but everyone could feel his aura plunging rapidly. In just over 10 breaths of time, his aura dropped from the 4th order to the 3rd order, then the 2nd order and eventually the 1st order. "Help me!" The man wailed as his aura flickered. Right after this final cry, he suddenly grunted and exploded into a blood mist. The people around him were instantly covered in blood. His small universe collapsed. Mao Zhe's pupils contracted. A 4th order open heaven realm master had lost all his world force in such a short time, so it was only natural that his small universe would be critically destabilized. The moment his small universe came apart, he died a horrible death. No one could resist the astral wind as it could sneak into an open heaven realm master's small universe and wear away their heritage. Now, it seemed that this wind spirit was significantly more powerful than the astral wind. After the man was killed, the green wind spirit reappeared. It had apparently shot out of the dead person's small universe. Then, the green smoke moved and charged towards another cultivator. Mao Zhe directly used a divine ability which struck the wind spirit. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his methods were naturally formidable. However, since he was surrounded by so many people in such close quarters, he was rather restricted in his movements. Nevertheless, the power of this divine ability was not to be underestimated. The immense force caused the wind spirit to pause. As though the wind spirit was infuriated, it abandoned its target and dashed towards Mao Zhe instead. Mao Zhe's expression changed, but he was unable to dodge the wind spirit in such a place, so he had no choice but to continue using his divine abilities to force back the creature. At the same time, Geng Qing and Zhou Ye made a move together. Since 3 6th order open heaven realm masters had joined forces, they were able to hold the wind spirit at bay. Despite that, they weren't able to destroy the wind spirit, which was strange. The proprietress suddenly yelled, "Don't use your world force. This thing can absorb it to strengthen itself." Mao Zhe examined the creature with narrowed eyes and realized that the wind spirit's color had become darker than when it first appeared, and it had also become more agile. The proprietress was right to say that the wind spirit was able to absorb all kinds of world force to strengthen itself. The creature had just dived into a fourth-order open heaven realm master's small universe, which caused his aura to plunge and his small universe to collapse. It seemed that the creature really was becoming stronger after it fed on the fourth-order open heaven realm master's heritage. However, how was an open heaven realm master supposed to fight without using their world force? An open heaven realm master was only an open heaven realm master because they could use world force. The foundation of an open heaven realm master's power was the world force in their small universe. If they couldn't use world force, they were no different from a toothless tiger. Seeing that the wind spirit was charging towards him, Mao Zhe respectively grasped Zhou Ye and Geng Qing with his hands before he fled backwards. Nevertheless, there was nowhere else they could go as they soon reached the edge of towering evergreen's protection. If they moved any further, they would be exposed to the astral wind directly. At the most critical moment, a whip broke through the air and wrapped itself around the wind spirit. Following a thunderous noise, the whip tightened itself, which caused the wind spirit to fall apart. But soon, the wind spirit took shape again. However, the strike allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. The proprietress, who was holding the whip, yelled, "Use your artifacts." Although an open heaven realm master had to activate their world force to use their artifact, the attack of an artifact itself wasn't composed purely of world force. It was also mixed with the artifact's own power, which could apparently not be absorbed by the wind spirit. The proprietress was just giving it a try, so it surprised her that she actually found the solution right away. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:18, Enter My Small Universe. At that instant, lights of different colors flickered. The open heaven realm masters summoned their artifacts and attacked the wind spirit. The violent fluctuations of energy were chaotic as all sorts of elements surged out. The wind spirit was extremely agile and it could easily dodge most of the attacks. On the other hand, many of the cultivators were accidentally hurt since they were all crammed together. With that said, some of the attacks still struck the wind spirit. Every strike could make its figure fall apart, but it would soon reform. However, its color became increasingly dimmer. Seeing that, Hua Yong yelled, "Hang in there and don't panic. As long as we're united, we don't have to be afraid of this wind spirit." He wasn't boasting wildly. Even though the wind spirit born in this place was eerie as it could kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master in a short time, there were many open heaven realm masters around, including 9 in the 6th order. If they couldn't even deal with a single wind spirit, they should just give up and let it kill them. The powers of the artifacts continuously blossomed and the wind spirit had become so dim that it was almost transparent. Just when it was about to be destroyed, a crack suddenly appeared on its flat face as though it had opened its mouth and it released a fierce howl. No one knew what this wind spirit was doing, but they still put up their guard with solemn expressions. Although the wind was heard howling, it didn't appear to be intimidating or lethal at all. However, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stay alert. We might be in trouble." "What?" Hua Yong turned his head to ask, then his pupils contracted. In the meantime, cracks that were caused by a mysterious force started appearing around the protection range of the towering evergreen. Puffs of green smoke snuck in through the cracks, then contorted and turned into odd-looking creatures. Just like the wind spirit they had seen previously, these things had limbs but not facial features. Their faces were flat in an eerie way. Some of them looked like tigers, wolves, and some other animals. The creatures that had barged in were all wind spirits. It was just that they were of different forms and there were more than 10 of them. Everyone felt a crawling sensation on their scalp. Just one wind spirit was enough to give them a headache as over 100 open heaven realm masters were unable to kill it in a short time. Just when they were starting to see a glimmer of hope though, more of these wind spirits rushed in. Apparently, the wind spirit was calling out to its companions just now by making that howling sound. Many appeared to be in despair. As soon as these wind spirits took shape, they started flying around. The cultivators exclaimed and tried to avoid them, but there was nowhere they could go. In just a moment, These wind spirits snuck into the bodies of over 10 cultivators and disappeared. These people widened their eyes in horror as they were desperate to fight for a chance to survive. They madly pushed their world force in an attempt to force these wind spirits out of their small universes, but their efforts proved futile. Many of them called out desperately for help. The 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported solemn expressions. None of them could have expected that they would come across this kind of danger after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, including Yang Kai himself. He thought that after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven, the biggest risk he would face would be a more intense astral wind. With his towering evergreen, though, he was confident he could ensure their safety. However, it never crossed his mind that wind spirits existed in the astral wind source. Even his towering evergreen was unable to block them out. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the auras of these people plunged. Just like the deceased Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, the heritages of their small universes were swallowed by the wind spirits and their orders plummeted. Their small universes trembled and then collapsed. In just over 10 breaths of time, explosive sounds started ringing out. These people subsequently exploded into blood mists, leaving no traces behind. One of these deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was even in the Fifth Order, which was why Chef and Accountant gulped with pale faces. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so had any of the wind spirits snuck into their bodies, they would have ended up like these people. Then, the wind spirits appeared again. It was obvious that their colors had become deeper, which was thanks to the fact that they had just swallowed the heritages of those Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. People who were still alive immediately leaped away with vigilance. Just one wind spirit could make this place descend into chaos, so how were they supposed to deal with a dozen of them? Many of them regretted not getting into Yang Kai's 6 Fated Paths bag earlier. When Yang Kai fished out the bag in an attempt to keep some people inside it, many of them were reluctant. After all, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. Eventually, it was Hua Yong and the Shi brothers who dealt with the situation. Now, it seemed that the bag was the safest place to be. Yang Kai glared at the wind spirits as he had the urge to summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill all of them with it. However, he was now in the astral wind source, and he had to sustain the towering evergreen while looking for a way out, so he was incapable of helping to deal with these creatures. Fortunately, when the wind spirit struck again, everyone was better prepared. Things were much better now as they could temporarily ward off the wind spirits. Nevertheless, as they used their artifacts, the violent forces fluctuated, which made it difficult for Yang Kai to sustain his towering evergreen. However, their defenses weren't impenetrable. Just a moment later, some of the wind spirits broke through the bombardment and rushed towards the cultivators before sneaking into their small universes. These unfortunate cultivators appeared to have lost all hope. They had seen how their companions died a horrible death in front of them, so they could imagine what it would be like. Proprietress! Chef's chubby figure suddenly shook as he turned to look at the proprietress with a helpless smile. The proprietress' pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "Chef!" An anxious accountant gazed at Chef in disbelief. Just now, a wind spirit circled around Chef and snuck into his body from behind when no one was aware of it. Chef parted his lips in an attempt to say something. Despite having countless things to say, he eventually condensed everything into 2 sentences. "It was my greatest honor to have met you, proprietress. Many thanks for taking care of me over the years." After he finished speaking, he appeared relieved. The proprietress charged towards Chef and pressed her hand against his dantian before madly surging her own world force power in an attempt to force the wind spirit out. However, the wind spirit had already snuck into his small universe, so she was unable to target it. Chef shook his head as his aura plunged. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and yelled, "Come here, Chef." Chef turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a force engulfing him. The next moment, the world around him started spinning, and then he arrived at a very strange world. In this world, the moon was hanging in the sky as it cast its eerie glow on everything. Besides the refreshing air, This place was filled with dense world force. Where is this place? Chef was dumbfounded. Then he soon realized in shock that a puff of green smoke billowed out of his body and turned into a snake. The wind spirit then hissed. Chef widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that the wind spirit had actually voluntarily left his body. As the wind spirit hissed, Chef could clearly feel that the world force in this world was being madly devoured by the creature. At the same time, it was also growing quickly. Under the towering evergreen, Yang Kai grunted and staggered with a pale expression. Since Chef was in trouble, there was no way he would sit back and do nothing. Left with no choice, he decided to put Chef into his small universe, thinking that he could deal with the wind spirit after that. However, he was stunned to see that the wind spirit had left Chef's body and entered his small universe instead. Yang Kai wasn't certain about the reason behind it, but he reckoned that his small universe was probably more attractive to the wind spirit. The next moment his speculation was proven right. He had exposed some of his aura just now when he opened up his small universe to keep Chef inside it. The remaining wind spirits of different forms halted and turned to face Yang Kai. Even the wind spirits that had previously snuck into those cultivators left their bodies now. Since these wind spirits didn't have facial features, they were supposedly not able to see. However, at this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that they were staring at him as though they were drooling over a delicious dish. These cultivators were both shocked and stunned at the turn of events. They had no idea what Yang Kai had done so that he could attract the attention of all wind spirits. Shwa shwa shwa. The wind spirits turned into green streaks and charged towards Yang Kai in the next instant. Flustered, the proprietress exclaimed, "Watch out, Yang Kai!" She then rushed over in an attempt to fend off those wind spirits for him. Mauser and the others frowned as they dashed forward. Their names were on the loyalty list, so if anything happened to Yang Kai, they would be doomed as well. "Let them come!" Yang Kai bellowed. The proprietress stopped in her tracks and stared dazedly at him as though she was asking what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have time to explain anything. Faced with these wind spirits, he opened his small universe wide. As his aura was exposed, these wind spirits became excited and hastened their pace. These puffs of green smoke then penetrated Yang Kai's body and disappeared instantly. Yang Kai's figure shook, and then he checked on his small universe and realized that the dozen or so wind spirits of different forms were madly absorbing his heritage to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Chef was trembling nearby. "Proprietress, Mauge, enter my small universe and help me deal with them." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his hands to them. The proprietress lowered her defenses and allowed his strength to engulf her. She disappeared the next moment. At the same time, Mauge and the other mountain lords also vanished. When the four of them came to their senses, they realized that they were in a different world. Looking up, they saw the wind spirits wolfing down the world force around them while Chef stood rooted to the spot. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:19, out. "What the?" Mauge exclaimed and looked around. He had a speculation, but he found it hard to believe it. "It's my small universe. Rather than letting these wind spirits make a scene outside, I thought it would be better to just trap them here. I'll cordon off the area around here, so please help me restrain them for now. I'll handle them when I'm free." Yang Kai's voice reverberated from all around. Not only was Mauger in disbelief, but Geng Qing and Zhouye were also astounded. They couldn't believe that they were in Yang Kai's small universe. Common sense dictated that only when an open heaven realm master reached the high rank would their small universe be able to fully materialize and accommodate living creatures. Yang Kai was only a 6th order open heaven realm master, so how did he manage to achieve it? They couldn't wrap their heads around it, as this went against the knowledge that was deeply imprinted in their minds. Nevertheless, as Mauge felt the density of the world force around him, he finally understood why he wasn't a match for Yang Kai even though both of them were in the 6th order. The heritage in Yang Kai's small universe was clearly richer than his own. As he looked up at the bright moon, he realized that the celestial entity seemed to contain a power that could freeze his soul. He was astounded, thinking that it was probably a high-rank element power. Although he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had only reached the 5th Order directly when he achieved an ascension in the past. In other words, his limit would be the 7th Order in the future, which was why he craved this kind of power. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, they felt a force cordoning off the space around them. Apparently, Yang Kai had sealed this region so that the wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to his small universe. However, his effort would be futile if there was no one around to tie down the wind spirits, as the seal would be broken through sooner or later if they were left alone. That was the reason Yang Kai decided to put the proprietress and the others into his small universe. He was trying to make use of their powers to stall for time. Presently, he had to bring everyone out of the astral wind source as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to deal with the wind spirits for now. Although it was difficult for 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to confront more than 10 wind spirits, it wasn't Yang Kai's intention to have them kill the odd-looking creatures. He just wanted them to distract them so that the wind spirits wouldn't run rampant, hence, there shouldn't be any problem. Upon learning Yang Kai's plan, the proprietress made the first move. The whip in her hand coiled around the wind spirits like it was a dragon before ripping them apart. She was trying to attract their attention so that they wouldn't be able to concentrate on swallowing the heritage in Yang Kai's small universe. Seeing that, Mao Zhe and the others quickly made a move as well. Yang Kai felt that his small universe had descended into chaos, which made it hard for him to focus. There was a bitter smile on his face as he finally realized why people always said even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't easily let others enter their small universe, for that would be a terrible experience. No one would let someone else go into their small universe unless they wholeheartedly trusted that person, as any slight disturbance would cause damage to their small universe. Under Yang Kai's towering evergreen, these people looked around in horror. Of the more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters, 20 or so had lost their lives in a short time. It could be said that they had suffered an immense loss. Moreover, the eerie wind spirits had all dived into Yang Kai's body, which made them feel worried. It had to be noted that Yang Kai was the key to their survival. If anything happened to him, all of them would be exposed to the astral wind source. With the towering evergreen around, they would be safe from the harassment of the astral wind. However, without this wood element divine manifestation, no one had the confidence to survive here for long. Therefore, all of them turned to look at Yang Kai, who seemed fine even though he sported a solemn expression. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Sect Master, those wind spirits?" Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice, "They're inside my small universe. Mao Zhe and the others are dealing with them. We have to leave this place quickly." Then he continued leading the crowd forward. They followed him closely, ensuring that they were always within the protection range of the divine manifestation. On the road, they came across several more wind spirits that broke through the defense of towering evergreen and caused a ruckus. Yang Kai used the same trick and sent these wind spirits inside his small universe. The proprietress and the others already found it hard to deal with the dozen or so original wind spirits, so the situation only exacerbated when more were let in. There were even times when they were almost attacked and invaded by the wind spirits. Left with no choice, Yang Kai sent Hua Yong and Shu Mudan into his small universe so that they could help. The movements in his small universe thus became even more violent. Yang Kai could feel his blood weltering while his aura was extremely unstable. As his head kept buzzing, he had a feeling that he would suffer from cultivation dissonance at any moment. Time seemed to pass by even more slowly at this moment. Accountant, who had been standing guard beside Yang Kai, suddenly exclaimed, "You're hurt." He could see that blood was leaking from Yang Kai's 7 orifices, and his eyes were horrifyingly red. Yang Kai grunted as he couldn't even spare the focus to respond. He silently charged forward while exerting more force to sustain his towering evergreen to fend off the howling astral wind. Each breath that passed felt like an hour, but at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the pressure around him was gone and the towering evergreen's protection, which was suppressed by the astral wind earlier, abruptly expanded. An energized Yang Kai shouted, "We're out of the source." Everyone was elated as they looked around. However, as the green branches hung so low, they were still engulfed in an emerald light, making it impossible to see outside clearly. With that said, they were aware that the wind, which had haunted them for a seemingly long time, finally stopped howling. They had really left the astral wind source. At that instant, all of them started cheering. To be safe, Yang Kai didn't immediately retract his towering evergreen, sustaining it as he continued charging forward for another incense stick worth of time. Following that, he released his divine sense, and upon making sure that they were safe, he withdrew the wood element divine manifestation. As the light dissipated, the others released their divine senses and realized that they had landed on a shattered spirit province, which was about 100 square kilometers. It was absolutely desolate, while all around was only an endless void. "Please stand guard for me," Yang Kai hurriedly said to the Shi brothers as he sat down cross-legged. Then, he emptied his mind and sunk his consciousness into his small universe. The Shi brothers still hadn't figured out what was going on or where they were, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, they immediately surrounded him and raised their vigilance. At this moment, they were not certain whether they had really left the shadowless cave heaven and returned to the 3,000 worlds, so they reckoned that they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. The battle inside Yang Kai's small universe was fierce. 6 sixth-order open heaven realm masters and about 20 wind spirits were locked in combat. As these people flew around, the powers of their artifacts blossomed. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off this battlefield, the wild energy fluctuations still caused his small universe to shake and rumble. The 6 of them were elated when they saw Yang Kai's figure appear. The proprietress said, "Yang Kai, it's too hard to deal with these wind spirits. We're unable to destroy them." When the first wind spirit appeared, it took all 100 or so open heaven realm masters attacking it for some time for its color to simply become dim, to say nothing of the fact that there were so many wind spirits now. Furthermore, they were now inside Yang Kai's small universe, so they didn't dare to release too much of their power. They were now even more restricted in their movements than previously. "I know. Let me handle the rest. Many thanks for all you've done." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his finger, whereupon a portal appeared in his small universe, beyond which was the aura of the outside world. Mao Zhe asked with a frown, "Will you be all right on your own?" Yang Kai replied, "I have no idea, but I have to give it a try. Right now I'm restricted since all of you are here, so please leave this place first." After a moment of silence, Mao Zhe sent a signal to Gongqing and Zhouya, then the 3 of them shot out through the crack together, followed by Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. A worried proprietress gazed at Yang Kai and parted her lips. Before she could speak though, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress. Even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to expel them." The others were unable to force these wind spirits out once they were invaded because their small universes were still ethereal. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe was corporeal, so if it came down to it, he could simply cut out part of his territory and expel it. Although his foundation would be damaged by doing this, it was better than waiting for death. "Be careful and don't push yourself too hard," proprietress stated in a solemn voice, then turned around and left through the portal. After closing the portal, Yang Kai stared silently at the wind spirits and said through clenched teeth, "I bet all of you have been having fun, haven't you?" The wind spirits apparently couldn't understand him, and without the restraint of the proprietress and the others, they immediately started swallowing the heritage of his small universe again. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the power of his small universe was rapidly streaming into these wind spirits. Although he had cordoned off this area, he was still unable to stop them from absorbing his heritage. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai still had no idea what these wind spirits really were. He speculated that they were born in the astral wind source and simply followed their instincts to swallow up world force. They probably didn't even have sentience. Yang Kai couldn't let these creatures continue wreaking havoc in his small universe. The longer they stayed, the greater the loss he would suffer, so with a thought, he yelled, "Water reflects the moon." The moon in the sky immediately shone brightly and cast its glow on everything below. A layer of frost was instantly seen on the figures of these wind spirits, as though they were covered in white clothes. Yang Kai was ecstatic since his water element divine ability seemed to be working. Just now, he was worried that his element powers wouldn't be useful against these wind spirits, but now he could set his mind at ease. As the frost expanded, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the speed at which the world force was draining had slowed. The wind spirits instinctively felt that something was off. They were originally wolfing down the small universe's heritage, but they were now staring up at the moon in the sky. The next instant, their figures shook to break free of the frost, then they pounced at the moon. The howling of wind was heard coming from their mouths, which threw Yang Kai's small universe into turmoil. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:20, It's a divine ability. The closer the wind spirits got to the moon, the colder they felt. Showered in the moonlight, they found themselves becoming increasingly sluggish as the frost on their figures thickened. Despite that, they still wouldn't back down, so Yang Kai had to watch as the wind spirits crept closer to the moon. The moon in Yang Kai's small universe was the manifestation of his water element divine ability, which was somewhere between illusory and real. He wasn't certain what would happen if these wind spirits managed to reach it. He wouldn't dare to take the risk. Seeing as water reflects the moon was unable to stop these wind spirits, he decided to use his first divine manifestation and bellowed, "Golden Crow casts the sun." The moon suddenly sank beyond the horizon, and as the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt into the sky, a three-legged exotic bird flying around it gaily. The icy cold power was instantly replaced by a scorching heat. The wind spirits hadn't managed to stop their advance when the golden crow's true fire was spit out from the sun. Then, a series of strange sizzling sounds were heard. As these wind spirits continued to howl, their figures were completely engulfed in the black golden crow's true fire. Golden crow's true fire was said to be able to burn down everything in existence, and it seemed these wind spirits weren't an exception. Seeing that, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He could see that the 20 or so wind spirits had turned into fireballs, and as the golden crow's true fire continued to burn, dark smoke started billowing from their flaming figures. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that the dark smoke was a terrible thing. This was his small universe, so he was able to detect the slightest anomaly, and the dark smoke made him feel like he had eaten some rancid food. Realizing the ferocity of Golden Crow casts the sun, the wind spirits instinctively tried to flee. However, since they were now covered in Golden Crow's true fire, how were they supposed to get rid of it? Moreover, Yang Kai had cordoned off the space around this area, so regardless of how hard they tried to break through the seal, they were unable to escape the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai pushed his power to strengthen his Golden Crow cast the sun. More dark smoke billowed from these wind spirits, and as that happened, they became dimmer and dimmer. The very first wind spirit was previously besieged by over 100 open heaven realm masters, so it was much weaker from the start. Quickly being burned down by the Golden Crow's true fire, it soon fell apart and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai arched his brow because as the wind spirit evaporated, he felt a stream of world force surging into his small universe, which helped make up for some of the damage done to his heritage. What's going on? Yang Kai wondered but didn't have time to ponder on this issue as he had to continuously sustain Golden Crow casts the sun. At the same time, he exerted more force to fortify the seal so that these wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause further damage to his small universe. Golden Crow casts the sun was immensely powerful, and given Yang Kai's current cultivation, he was even able to cause a certain degree of damage to a high-rank cultivator using it. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to persevere for long under the influence of this divine manifestation. With that said, these wind spirits were clearly pretty tough. The great sun in the sky continued to burn them, and although Yang Kai could feel that they were getting weakened by the moment and believed that they would eventually fall apart like the first wind spirit, that would still take some time. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to the wind spirits, suddenly shifted his attention to one of them. Just then, following a muffled boom, the almost transparent wind spirit exploded into nothingness. Just like what happened previously, right after the wind spirit disappeared, A stream of pure world force flooded into his small universe. Pung pung pung. More wind spirits popped as half of them soon disappeared. More world force gushed into Yang Kai's small universe like a raging storm, leaving him in a state of disbelief. One day later, the last wind spirit was finally burned to death by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its figure coming apart. More than 20 wind spirits had been destroyed, and after they disappeared, they left behind a lot of world force. What was more precious was that the world force was without any impurities. In other words, anyone could absorb it and turn it into their own capital immediately. Initially, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was severely damaged because of those wind spirits. However, now, not only had the losses been made up for, but he had also gained some benefits. Yang Kai didn't immediately leave his small universe. Instead, he emptied his mind and used his small universe to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits in order to strengthen his heritage. Time went by slowly. More than 10 days later, on the Shattered Spirit Province, Hua Yong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai, suddenly called out, "Sect Master is waking up." Since Yang Kai brought them to this Shattered Spirit Province half a month ago, he had been seated there without moving a muscle. All of them could see that he had lured the wind spirits into his own small universe, but no one knew what happened next. They had experienced the eeriness and power of the wind spirits, so it was expected that the proprietress and the others were worried. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, the proprietress immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and realized that he was indeed slowly opening his eyes. Before she could ask anything, Yang Kai suddenly let out a puff of dark smoke through his mouth. Shocked, the proprietress hurriedly released her divine sense, but she couldn't identify what the dark smoke was. It seemed to carry a hint of the wind spirit's auras, but it didn't entirely feel like it either. In reality, this dark smoke was the same dark smoke released by the wind spirits when they were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai had no idea what it was, but he instinctively felt that it would do him more harm than good if he kept it in his small universe. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been trying to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits and come up with a way to get rid of the dark smoke. Now, his efforts finally yielded some results. In the end, it was his small universe, so he could easily detect any anomalies, allowing him to disperse the dark smoke with only some effort. "I'm sorry to make you all wait for such a long time." Yang Kai got to his feet and said. The proprietress asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, not only was he fine, but he had also attained some immense benefits. It wasn't certain what those wind spirits were, but after they were destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire, they significantly bolstered his strength. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe had increased significantly, possibly as much as 100 years of dedicated cultivation would bring him. He was more than satisfied with this pleasant surprise. The proprietress was still doubtful, but upon seeing that his skin was glowing and his aura had become more stable than before, she relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and narrowed his eyes, then exclaimed, "What is that?" He could see that there was a gigantic tornado that appeared to be several tens of thousands of kilometers wide in the distance. As the tornado swirled around, warping the space surrounding it slightly. The sight was quite terrifying. The proprietress walked up to him and looked in the same direction before explaining, "That's the astral wind source." A shocked Yang Kai couldn't believe that he had actually left such a place some time ago, much less that those eerie wind spirits could actually be born in such a place. The wind. Yang Kai frowned and fell into his thoughts. For some reason, he could feel a strange and mysterious domain within the tornado. "It's a divine ability," the proprietress said. Yang Kai gazed at her in shock. The proprietress went on to say in a bitter voice, "Trust me. Before you woke up, we had been observing it for quite some time and came to the conclusion that it was once some kind of divine ability." Yang Kai felt his throat turning dry. A divine ability? Does that mean someone cast it? Mao Zhe took a step forward and said with a bitter smile, Perhaps it's a divine ability left behind by a great ancient expert. Although countless years have passed, it's still as powerful as ever. Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to accept it. He wouldn't have figured it out if the proprietress hadn't pointed it out. Upon hearing her words though, he could indeed see that it was a divine ability cast by someone in an unknown time. However, it continued to exist until this day. The divine ability happened to be located just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's exit. Therefore, right after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they fell into the region this divine ability covered. It seemed to be targeted at the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. If one wasn't careful enough, the astral wind would sneak into their body and wipe away their heritage. This astral wind wasn't the same as the one that gusted into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Instead, it was a tornado that would endlessly devastate a person's small universe. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to think about what would happen if a person was struck by such a divine ability. If such a tornado ravaged his small universe, he reckoned that he couldn't persevere for more than 10 breaths. The divine ability never subsided, and as time passed, eerie wind spirits were born from it. Judging from what happened after the death of those wind spirits, Yang Kai reckoned that the world force brought away by the astral wind didn't just disappear. Instead, it was brought back to the tornado. Those wind spirits were probably hybrids of the world force and the divine abilities domain. Over the years, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had accidentally fallen into the tornado and passed away. Their world forces were all devoured by the wind spirits. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a deceased 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't supposed to be so desolate. However, due to the astral wind's harassment that took place once a month, the world force was continuously lost. Furthermore, basically all the Open Heaven Realm Masters were affected by the astral wind in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The world force was snatched and brought back to this tornado as it became the nutrients for the wind spirits. Therefore, it could be said that every wind spirit contained very ample world force. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4421, returned to Shattered Heaven's Star City. Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 7th Order and the 6th Order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid-rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Yang Kai was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, then 1 month later, he made it to the 6th Order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the Open Heaven Realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. At the thought of this, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Yang Kai asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the Shattered Heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Yang Kai nodded gently, thinking that the Shattered Heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Yang Kai fished out a universe chart he had bought in the Shattered Heaven Star City, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime, after all. Yang Kai then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100-plus people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai. 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the Shattered Heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Yang Kai realized that there were 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these 2 were powerful 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the 2 men sensed something and turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Yang Kai stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the 2 men saw the group of people behind Yang Kai, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm." The man on the left shot Yang Kai a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Yang Kai replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heaven Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The 2 men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Yang Kai looked in the same direction and nodded gently, "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, he flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group which soon disappeared into the distance. The 2 men, who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago, traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged in different directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the shattered heaven star city. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of open heaven realm masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in shattered heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the shattered heavens star city came into sight. The people behind Yang Kai started cheering. The Shi brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the star city, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords were moved. Then they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Hua Yong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Yang Kai and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Yang Kai, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Yang Kai didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Hua Yong asked the Shi brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Shi Shan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Hua Yong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Hua Yong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Shi brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then, Shi Shan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Shi Qiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Shi Yu nodded repeatedly. Shi Shan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Hua Yong. "What about you too? What are your plans?" Hua Yong replied with a smile, "My wife and I joined Voidland, and thanks to the sect Master Yang, we've been promoted to the position of elders." Then he took a glance at Mao Zhe. "Brother Mao and them should have done the same." "You decided to join Voidland?" Shi Shan stared at Mao Zhe in shock. A silent Mao Zhe sported a wry smile. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't have joined Voidland if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Hua Yong, but now, they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Hua Yong promptly said to the Shi brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor. We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven. However, since we've left, why don't you also join Voidland? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think?" The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Shi Qiu said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Voidland as well?" Shi Shan furrowed his brow. "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shi Yu dipped his head. "Big brother is right." Shi Shan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, We can do whatever we want. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4422, Voidland's Yang Kai has come. Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the open heaven realm masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Voidland, Huayong was ready to keep persuading them when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future. Shi Shan gazed at Yang Kai with a grin. We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, good. The doors of Voidland are always open for you. These sixth-order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master. If they could join Voidland, the great force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yang Kai even left the shadowless cave heaven, he had subdued the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, and then Huayong and Shu Mudan requested to join Voidland. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more sixth-order open heaven realm masters for Voidland. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yang Kai looked around and declared openly, if any one of you is willing to join Voidland, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life-or-death crisis together and finally left the shadowless cave heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Voidland, this Yang will not mistreat you. Then he picked up his cup and continued, this Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures. Following that, these open heaven realm masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yang Kai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Voidland from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yang Kai had brought them out of the shadowless cave heaven, and since he was the sect master of Voidland, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yang Kai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Voidland, so regardless of what Voidland was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters belonged to it now. Yang Kai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room as he happily agreed to let them join. Voidland was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the shadowless cave heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, since Voidland was in the midst of rapid development, Yang Kai desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Voidland. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Voidland, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Yang Kai farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Yang Kai saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords. After all, following profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other 2 great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Mao Zedong and the others had joined Voidland, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Yang Kai, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to leave the Shattered Heaven Star City though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the Shattered Heaven Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day, and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th Order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Yang Kai learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th Order Yin-Yang materials, as these things were truly rare. As for 5th Order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the Gourd Vine in Voidland, complete sets of Yin, Yang, and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the Shattered Heaven Star City. The ship was bought by Yang Kai, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people, so the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Yang Kai found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Yang Kai opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Mao Zedong and the other mountain lords stood behind Yang Kai and looked into the distance. Mao Zedong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this void land?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not void land." Yang Kai shook his head. Mao Zedong was confused. What was this place if it wasn't void land? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You know full well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Voidland, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Hua Yong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhi secretly spoke to Hua Yong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that sect master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Mao Zhi's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class Great Force was usually managed by 1 or 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on this ship, as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class Great Force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that many people were moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the Grand Array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the Grand Array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Hua Yong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Grand Array around Boundless Altar and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Yang Kai's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Voidland's Yang Kai has come." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-23, Two Choices. Yang Kai's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled as they had never heard of Voidland or Yang Kai before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions change drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at an unprecedented speed. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Voidland, but after the battle, the Alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chunqiu and a number of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed in Voidland, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Voidland had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Ling Chunqiu and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was an important pillar in their great force, so Ling Chunqiu's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Ling Chunqiu's death never crossed their minds as the Hundred Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out, so how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Voidland at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Voidland would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Yang Kai would arrive at their great force and directly break their grand array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Voidland's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had made a move at the same time, so regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Yang Kai standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Yang Kai as he asked, "Are you Voidland's sect Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked condescendingly at him, "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar, Yuchi Cheng Zhou. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Yang Kai arched his brow. "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Yuchi Cheng Zhou dipped his head, "Yes." Yang Kai sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Yang Kai's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he was returning to the Star Boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like Heihe. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Shui ascend from the 4th-order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th Order so that she would have the power to fight back against Heihe and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who had defeated Mao Zhe, a peak 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also killed by him before. Therefore, Yang Kai's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Yuchi Cheng Zhou. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3,000 worlds, and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, any place with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Yuchi Cheng Zhou, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know an old fart named Ling Chunqiu?" Upon hearing that, Yuchi Cheng Zhou sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Yang Kai mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Voidland were here to retaliate against them, Therefore, at the mention of Ling Chunqiu, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Ling Chunqiu for offending Voidland for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Voidland, so it wasn't necessary for Ling Chunqiu to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuchi Chengzhou said in a helpless voice, "To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Ling Chunqiu is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere?" It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Ling Chunqiu was. As the great elder, Ling Chunqiu held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him. Now, he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Ling Chunqiu's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing? Yang Kai sneered. Is that really the case? Yuchi Chengzhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand. As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuchi Chengzhou. However, upon seeing that the Altar Master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuchi Chengzhou for a moment before he nodded gently. I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Ling Chunqiu is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Voidland, and he was killed by me for his transgression. Yuchi Chengzhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, why would he do something so foolish? Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted, thinking that the Altar Master could indeed put on a good show. A frustrated Yuchi Chengzhou said, the great elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake. Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai. Please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now. There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, why would I settle accounts with a dead person? Yuchi Chengzhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuchi Chengzhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Ling Chunqiu was the great elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Voidland, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live. After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters. However, none of them dared to express their fury. The Altar Master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuchi. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuchi Chengzhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuchi, we can certainly talk it out. Yuchi Chengzhou breathed a sigh of relief. What demands do you have, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai replied dispassionately, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, I declared in front of Ling Chunqiu and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog. He had indeed said such a thing to both Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Chengzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued, "This king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you two choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here?" Was there a difference between the two options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuqi Chengzhou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, "Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you, so why do you insist on acting ruthlessly?" Yang Kai snorted, "When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-24, A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yuqi Chengzhou said after a sigh, "I'm the Altar Master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive, but the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you." "You're courting death." Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. "You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king." Hua Yong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Voidland, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuqi Chengzhou said in a grim voice, "Everyone dies eventually, the only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar." The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, "Live and die together with Boundless Altar." Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but no one was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely." He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Mao Zhe and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuqi Chengzhou was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuqi Chengzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, "Old Ancestor." Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. "Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first?" Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then, he said impassively, "Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir?" The person replied, I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, and then he turned his head and ordered, all of you, wait for me here. A worried Huayong said, Sect Master, do you want me to go with you? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Mao Yu, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, right? He too was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm as he was just one step away from the 7th Order. Therefore, he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the shadowless cave heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuchi Chengzhou replied, Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation. Mao Zhe sneered, Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave? Yuchi Chengzhou turned to look at Mao Zhe, who then snorted, You're too naive. He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Yang Kai was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Yang Kai, Mao Zhe believed that no one under the high-rank Open Heaven realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Yang Kai, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Mao Zhe speculated that his power was actually approaching the 7th Order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Yang Kai. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Mao Zhe couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Yang Kai and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them, but 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a gray robe that matched his hair and beard. With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuchi Chengzhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed, Old Ancestor. The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour. Old Ancestor. Yuchi Chengzhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard, but when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, You're injured? The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic as he simply waved his hand, Do it now. Certainly, Yuchi Chengzhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist, Yes. Then the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Yang Kai from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Huayong and the others. Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand and hope he gives us a chance to survive. Huayong nodded his head. Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily. It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again. Farewell. Then he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard Yang Kai's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Yang Kai. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Yang Kai had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sex foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. Old ancestor! Yuchi Chengzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible! An embarrassed Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head. "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altars still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Chengzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Void Land? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Chengzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Void Land. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yu Rua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Void Land has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yu Rua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Chengzhou said, "It seems that those from Void Land are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune, he just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Void Land were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Void Land suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Martial Peak, Chapter 4425. Rumors are a terrifying thing. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chunqiu had lost his life in Void Land, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the Sex Foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Yang Kai behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Yang Kai since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could sense that his aura was stable and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zhe. As a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, he knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order, so how was it possible that Yang Kai had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zhe wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Yang Kai lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Altar's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Yang Kai. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Yang Kai. He wasn't even able to defeat Yang Kai, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Yang Kai suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Mao Zhe felt this way was that Yang Kai's Sixth-Order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master! Hua Yong and Xu Mu Dan cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this. However, since Yang Kai had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Yang Kai stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the Open Heaven realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart-demon oath against Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Fortunately, the way Yang Kai settled the issue was as peaceful as possible as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shop hand she forcefully brought back to First Inn in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Yang Kai a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go." Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said, "The old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the 7th Order before now." Yang Kai was spacing out when he heard that, then he frowned and nodded, I agree." If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the 6th Order and was about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestor's ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't confident enough? Or perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try? Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. The ascension from the 6th Order to the 7th Order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously. However, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough. That might be so, the proprietress said impassively, but another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the 7th Order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean? Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights? Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward?" To the side, Mao's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" Yang Kai asked inquisitively. Mao furrowed his brow. "Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in all the second-class Great Forces? According to the classifications of Great Forces in the 3,000 worlds, a Great Force with even one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered second-class, and a Great Force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would theoretically be first-class. Since this is how the Great Forces are classified, many second-class Great Forces should eventually become first-class given enough time. That's because, after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded, "You have a point." Although the second-class Great Forces were not comparable to the cave heavens and paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. For example, Zhou Yi, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Yang Kai came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class Great Force, Great Thousand Bloodland. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, Zhou Yi was supposedly able to make it to the 5th Order himself. Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Bloodland would become a first-class Great Force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the cave heavens and paradises. Over the years, Zhou Yi was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Bloodland. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Bloodland must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou Yi. However, in the end, Great Thousand Bloodland remained a second-class Great Force as they didn't have a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. The other top second-class Great Forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm over the years then? It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective. The proprietress took a glance at Mao Zhe and asked, What kind of rumors did you hear? With a dark expression, Mao Zedong replied, in order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the cave heavens and paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank open heaven realm master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them. The expressions of Hua Yong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Hua Yong anxiously asked, "Are you serious?" He and his wife were both in the 6th order open heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the 7th order. If Mao Zedong's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, those cave heavens and paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao Zedong shook his head. "It's just a rumor I heard. I have no idea whether it's true." If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the 7th order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Yang Kai's face fell as Mao Zedong's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. In the end, he was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master. It was only then that Ti Zheng and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm, as they suppressed him at all costs. However, the idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the 7th order open heaven realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. "I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true." "They're not." Mao Zedong frowned. "Of course not." The proprietress shook her head. Although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected? Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-26, He really came. As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections, and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Xianyuan Cave Heaven named Si Tu Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those 6th order open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces are not willing to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Mao Zedong and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the 6th order open heaven realm masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the 7th order open heaven realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. The heritages of those second-class great forces are not as simple as they seem, either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sex, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Yang Kai was astounded. "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past." If they were approaching the level of the 72 paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank open heaven realm masters. When a person reached the high-rank open heaven realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now, even the former lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the fifth order open heaven realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Yang Kai. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time great forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down, otherwise he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, "These great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any second-class great force as you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank open heaven realm masters." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "If a second-class great force has a high-rank open heaven realm master, wouldn't that make it first class?" The proprietress shook her head. "It doesn't work that way. When people mention first-class great forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered first class." A solemn Yang Kai said, "Got it." He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Yang Kai had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Yang Kai to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the open heaven realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a sixth-order open heaven master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai, an emperor realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Mie Meng's golden feathers to kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress burden. Now that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master though, a fourth-order open heaven realm master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class great force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler of Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Voidland in Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class great forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. An expansive spirit province was hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came." Just then Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The open heaven realm master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Yang Kai lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Chang Chi Shui abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze. Then he said, "That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies." The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Qi Jin. However, just like Ling Chunqiu, he was killed in Voidland. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Qi Jin, Chang Chi Shui was also a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Chang Chi Shui spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. "Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests." Chang Chi Shui rose from where he was sitting, and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All 3 Fifth-Order Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's second elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Chang Chi Shui personally greeted him. Then he heard a piece of terrible news from the second elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next. Chang Chi Shui was flabbergasted, but upon some probing he learned that it was the doing of Voidland's Yang Kai. The previous leader Qi Jin had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Voidland. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact. In the end, Qi Jin was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Qi Jin was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly. It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Qi Jin and Voidland or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge. It never crossed their minds that those from Voidland would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee. According to Boundless Altar's second elder, Yang Kai had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Chang Chi Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The 2 parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the second elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry. On the other hand, Chang Chi Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the second elder's words were true, Yang Kai would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect. None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years. Other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Changqi Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past, and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not. Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Voidland back. Changqi Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Changqi Shui that their sect would be fine. She would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Changqi Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the 7th Order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland were coming, so unless there was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 4427, Seeking Justice. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Changqi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here!" He bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their Grand Array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the Grand Array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. For these 2 reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary, as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, 7 Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became ampler after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of masters below the 6th Order from Voidland had arrived, Changqi Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Voidland, but they had the power to fight since the Grand Array was in place. On the ship's deck, Yang Kai gazed silently at the spirit province, which was protected by a glistening Grand Array, and snorted, "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Yang Kai was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Yang Kai snorted. Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their Grand Array? Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm masters behind Yang Kai were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Yang Kai looked through the Grand Array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest spirit peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Yang Kai's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied and shot him a glance. "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Changqi Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Changqi Shui frowned. "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai grinned at him, "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Changqi Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Changqi Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your Grand Array can stop this king?" "Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish, then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill." The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the Spirit Peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Yang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Yang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Changqi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Changqi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the Grand Array running. Another quarter hour later, the second layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the third and the fourth layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Changqi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted, "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-28, Li Luo Shui. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and reached the 6th Order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the Grand Array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Voidland, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the Grand Array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful!" He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his Golden Crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flames started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the Golden Crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sects Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own Grand Array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their Grand Array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their Grand Array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the Golden Crow was heard cawing. A great sun leapt into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power, therefore he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected while cultivators in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Mao Jia and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Mao Jia and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Changqi Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestors still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow casts the sun as he stared coldly at Changqi Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Changqi Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a Sixth Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Changqi Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Changqi Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Mao Zhe and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid-rank were 2 completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Changqi Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Changqi Shui, greets Martial Ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor." Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Changqi Shui apologized, "I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed, "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Changqi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you though. Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Changqi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes, then he reported, Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect. Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off. Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luo Shui replied impassively, "What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Li Luo Shui replied, "Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself." Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use?" Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved. "All of you are bound for death since you've forced me to ascend to the 7th Order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. "I have never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. I guess I'll give it a try today." Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance. "It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are." "Enough nonsense. Taste my spear." Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservations as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4429, Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, "Impudence!" She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A 7th Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sects Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a 6th Order Master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's 6th Order Masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luo Shui and sneered, "Is this all you, a seventh-order master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yang Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiao-yin battled against 4 masters outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank open heaven realm master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Dao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luo Shui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Mao Zhi, Gongqin, Zhouya, Huayong, Shumudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luo Shui. 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luo Shui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow Province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Chang Chi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Chang Chi Shui, a 5th-order open heaven realm master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies, otherwise Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell." Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Chang Chi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luo Shui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef, and accountant engaged the 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Chang Chi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th-order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luo Shui was a new 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable, but despite that, the 7 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiao-yin be since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the shadowless cave heaven back then? It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently, her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming. Chang Chi Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by Chef, Accountant, and Ma Tian Yuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial Ancestor, save us!" Right after Chang Chi Shui shouted, Chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tian Yuan promptly made a move and beheaded the two of them. The 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others who had surrounded her were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of Open Heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sect's heritage. thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst.